Chapter 1. The Death of the Master, the Transmission of Skills by the Mistress. On the Tianlan continent, in the eastern region, lies Qingshan Town, home to the Qin family. The grand hall of the family is draped in white silk, with numerous family members clad in mourning attire, bowing their heads in sorrow, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of grief. At the forefront stand three individuals, a youth, a beautiful woman, and an elderly man. After a prolonged period of mourning, they raise their heads and gaze at the memorial tablet on the offering table, their eyes filled with reminiscence. The departed honored today is Qin Run, the head of the Qin family. The elderly man is Qin Zhong, the family's elder. Since the death of Qin Run, the weight of the family's responsibilities has fallen entirely on his shoulders. My dear lady, life and death are fated, you need not grieve excessively. Qin Zhong turns to the beautiful woman, offering a sigh of consolation. Her name is Gu Shuqin, the wife of the deceased Qin Ren. Upon hearing his words, she continues to gaze at the memorial tablet, her eyes glistening with tears as she softly replies, I understand. Uncle Zhong, you need not worry about me. Despite her words, it is evident to those around that her voice trembles, laden with sorrow. Undoubtedly, the pain is profound. After all, she is still in her 30s, quite young by the standards of the cultivation world. Losing a beloved husband at such an age is a heavy blow. The youth standing beside her, Lin Yuan, glances at the sorrowful expression of his mistress and cannot help but sigh. Lin Yuan, in his previous life, was a denizen of Blue Star who met an untimely death due to an accident and was reborn into this world. Although he successfully traversed into a fantastical realm, his 18 years of existence thus far have not been smooth. Orphaned at a young age due to the disappearance of his parents, he was taken in by a couple. At 15, he participated in the Yunlan Sect assessment and, due to a flicker of cultivation talent, was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple of menial status. He thought he had finally leaped over the dragon gate and turned his fortunes around. However, he soon realized that such discipleship did not equate to being a formal disciple. His days were consumed with mundane tasks such as fetching water and cooking, earning merely a single piece of elemental stone each month. The arduous work, combined with meager rewards, left Lin Yuan exhausted on numerous occasions, contemplating resignation. Yet he persevered. Despite the hardships of being a menial disciple, there remained the glimmer of advancement. To abandon the sect would mean relinquishing any chance of cultivating for the rest of his life. Having traversed into this mystical world, how could he content himself to live as an ordinary person? Driven by this conviction, he continued to toil in his menial role for 2 years. As the saying goes, heaven does not forsake the diligent. At 17, he was fortunate enough to catch the eye of an outer sect elder, who took him under his wing, officially making him an outer disciple. This elder was none other than Qin Ren. He believed he was finally on the path to success, ready to soar to the pinnacle of life. Little did he know, just a year later, his master would pass away. Lin Yuan found himself on the verge of tears. Where was the promised halo of the transmigrator? Why did misfortune plague him so? Though Qin Ren's cultivation level was not particularly high, he was still an elder of the outer sect. With his death, Lin Yuan lost his support, and his days in the outer sect would undoubtedly become far less comfortable than before. Qin Zhong gazed at the beautiful woman, his lips moving as he sighed. My lady, you must be aware that there are 3 prominent families in Qingshan Town: the Lei family, the Xie family, and our Qin family. The 3 families have always been in competition. When our family head was alive, there was a semblance of balance. Now that he has passed, our Qin family's strength has diminished significantly, and it will not be long before the Lei and Xie families seek to annex us. The elder's words carried a palpable weariness. The news of Qin Ren's death spread swiftly, and upon learning of it, the Lei and Xie families had already commenced their plans to encroach upon the Qin family. As the elder of the Qin family, he was determined to uphold the family, but his abilities fell short against the other 2 families. Gu Shuqin understood the implications of his words and directly asked, Uncle Zhong, are you suggesting that I assist the Qin family in dealing with them? Indeed. Then the heads of the Lei and Xie families should possess strength comparable to my husband, correct? Yes, they're both at the condensation realm. Realm classifications: body refining, meridian opening, condensation, qi gathering, Yuan Dan, Dao platform, purple mansion, with each realm divided into 9 levels. Gu Shuqin forced a bitter smile. I am merely at the meridian opening stage. How could I possibly contend with him? Qin Zhong stroked his beard. Though your strength may not match theirs, you are still a member of the Yunlan Sect. If you were to speak out on our behalf, they would likely think twice before acting against us. Uncle Zhong, you overestimate me. Although I have been in the Yunlan Sect for quite some time, I am merely an outer disciple without significant influence. Why would they fear an ordinary disciple? Do you know any other elders? I do to some extent. Then please ask them to assist us. Seeing the expectation in his eyes, Gushukin's expression turned helpless. The cultivation world values interests above all. Even among friends, it is unlikely anyone would lend their aid for free. Should she approach those elders, she would undoubtedly need to pay a price. In her current situation, aside from her own body, what else could she offer? A hint of sarcasm crept across her lips as she sighed. Very well, I shall assist the Qin family through this trying time. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong was overjoyed. Thank you, my lady. It is indeed a blessing for the family head to have married someone as remarkable as you. The beautiful woman waved her hand dismissively. We are all family, there is no need for such formality. With that, she turned toward the family head's chamber, calling out, Yuan'er, come with me. Yes, mistress. Lin Yuan followed respectfully. Inside the bedroom, Gu Shuqin sat upon the bed, her exquisite features clouded with hesitation. Should she proceed? If she did, it would surely betray her husband. Yet, if she refrained, the Qin family would be in peril. This predicament left her in a most difficult position. Lin Yuan, observing her struggling demeanor, felt a pang of concern. From the words of my mistress, it seems she intends to help the Qin family establish a foothold in Qingshan town. However, her cultivation level is insufficient, which necessitates seeking external assistance, inevitably requiring a price to be paid. Given her current circumstances, the only leverage she possesses is. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Gu Shuqin was stunningly beautiful, with a figure that could rival any in the outer sect. Even with a partner, she remained the object of many admirers' affections. Now that Qin Ren had passed, those who coveted her would likely become even more fervent. The thought of his alluring mistress potentially sacrificing herself for the Qin family struck him deeply. She ought to be soaring through life in joyful companionship with his master. Why must heaven punish her so? Yuan'er, Gu Shukin's voice suddenly broke the silence. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality, responding, Mistress, I am here. I will impart to you a method of cultivation. You must contemplate it earnestly. A method of cultivation? He was about to inquire what kind, but she had already begun to transmit her knowledge through spiritual means. As the information flowed into him, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the name of the cultivation method, the Yin-Yang Transformation Divine Art. Chapter 2. The Yin-Yang Body, Breaking Through Together. What a lengthy name, and it even bears the title of Divine Art. This method must be quite formidable. Indeed, Lin Yuan remarked instinctively. It is indeed quite powerful, Gu Shuqin replied softly, her face tinged with a hint of blush. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yuan asked in confusion, Mistress, what troubles you? Gu Shuqin's expression fluctuated after a prolonged hesitation. She finally steeled herself and said, Yuan'er, I need you to practice this method with me. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Why must we cultivate together? Can't it be practiced individually? As he spoke, a realization struck him, and he blurted out, could it be that this is a dual cultivation method? A flicker of panic crossed Gu Shukin's face as she quickly denied, of course not. I am your mistress. How could I possibly teach you such a method? Lin Yuan remained perplexed. But why do you insist on cultivating together? Regaining her composure, the beautiful woman replied calmly, because this method allows for accelerated progress when practiced by two individuals. While one can cultivate alone, the results pale in comparison to the synergy of two practitioners. I see, Lin Yuan said, suddenly enlightened, and then asked, so how exactly is this method to be practiced? Come closer, I shall guide you step by step, she instructed. Very well. Lin Yuan stepped forward and sat beside the beautiful woman. He then observed as she produced a tome. Mistress, is this the method you mentioned? Indeed. The spiritual transmission may lack completeness, so I am providing you with the original script of the method, allowing you to comprehend it more effectively. While Gu Shukin's demeanor appeared calm, her tone betrayed a slight unease. This was her first time alone with a man other than her husband, and it was natural for her to feel anxious. All right, I shall take my time to study it. Lin Yuan accepted the tome and began to peruse its contents. As he delved into the method, he quickly grasped its cultivation approach. It was certainly not a dual cultivation technique, but rather, as she had mentioned, a method of harmonious cultivation. The two practitioners must first establish a sincere connection, then intertwine their hands until their hearts resonate as one, thereby achieving the cyclical flow of yin and yang within their bodies. Is this going to be appropriate? The subtle distinction between harmonious and dual cultivation left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat at a loss. Despite Gu Shukin's remarkable beauty, Lin Yuan had always regarded her as an elder and never entertained any inappropriate thoughts. Now, when faced with the prospect of such intimate actions with an elder, he naturally felt a surge of anxiety. Gu Shuqin was aware that this situation was less than ideal, yet at this juncture, she had no alternative. At present, she had reached the 9th level of the opening vessel realm, merely a step away from the condensation sphere realm. With a single joint cultivation, she could successfully break through to the condensation sphere realm. Not only would this ensure the safety of the Qin family, but it would also allow her to continue supporting Lin Yuan within the Yunlan Sect. Since joint cultivation required a man, she would rather face the lecherous elders than be subjected to their advances. After much contemplation, she concluded that her own disciple was the most suitable candidate. He was handsome, virtuous, diligent, and respectful towards his elders. Although his innate talent was somewhat lacking, it could be compensated for through diligent practice. With a formidable yin-yang divine art, coupled with her guidance, Lin Yuan's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, a woman of her desirability should not be easily bestowed upon another man. As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow into the fields of others, and allowing her disciple to benefit could be considered a boon to her own kin. However, there was one aspect that troubled her: the fact that he was her disciple. This relationship made her uneasy. It doesn't matter, a husband's disciple is not truly a disciple. If it comes to it, I can simply expel him from the sect, and then we shall have no ties, she reasoned. With this determination, Gu Shuqin resolutely loosened her sash, declaring, "There is nothing inappropriate, just do as I say." Instantly, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned her curvaceous, radiant form, murmuring, but such brazen scrutiny caused Gu Shuqin's cheeks to flush, prompting her to urge, "Enough with the buts. Quickly loosen your filial attire. You cannot expect your teacher to bear her honesty alone, can you? Wouldn't that mean I am taking advantage of my teacher?" He protested. "I'm not an outsider. What is wrong with granting you a small benefit?" She countered. "That's not. Stop overthinking it. I am a woman unafraid. Why should a grown man be so timid?" With her insistence, Lin Yuan had no choice but to comply. Under her guidance, they began their joint cultivation. Their palms met, bodies gradually drawing closer, as they activated the yin and yang energies, circulating within them, transforming into strands of pure essence that they refined and absorbed. As their practice progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, and Lin Yuan's expression turned hesitant. Rationality told him this was wrong, yet given the circumstances, halting was not an option. "Forgive me, master," he muttered inwardly, casting aside his distractions and focusing on the cultivation. Time passed unmeasured. When their session concluded, Gu Shuqin sat cross-legged, assimilating the pure essence, while Lin Yuan lay beside her, weariness etched upon his face. Cultivating this technique was no simple task, especially as her cultivation level surpassed his, leaving him largely in a passive state, subject to her will. This left him feeling frustrated, vowing to reclaim the initiative once his own power grew. Wait, why was he having such thoughts? Lin Yuan was taken aback by his own audacity. His teacher had just passed, and the mourning period had not yet concluded. How could he show such disrespect towards his teacher's wife? Such thoughts were utterly blasphemous. He quickly dispelled these notions, centering his mind to assess his physical state. Despite the fatigue, the gains were substantial. His cultivation soared from the 5th level of the body refinement realm directly to the 9th level. This brought him immense joy. For cultivators of modest backgrounds, advancing a single level in the body refinement realm typically required vast resources. Yet he had managed to break through 4 minor realms in one session. How astonishing was that? Was the technique his teacher spoke of truly this powerful? If so, with just a few more sessions, he could achieve the opening vessel realm himself. At that moment, Gu Shuqin ceased her cultivation and opened her eyes. Her skin glowed with a pearlescent radiance. Her demeanor exuded an ethereal grace, and the aura she emanated was significantly stronger than before. Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Teacher, have you broken through?" Gu Shuqin smiled broadly. "Indeed, through this cultivation, I have successfully ascended to the 1st level of the condensation sphere realm." Lin Yuan rejoiced. "This is wonderful. With your newfound strength, we need no longer fear the Lei and CF families." Mentioning those 2 families, a chill flickered in Gu Shuqin's gaze. "If they dare to threaten the Qin family, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Hearing her fierce words, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of concern. But the heads of the Lei and CF families likely possess strength beyond the 1st level of the condensation sphere realm. If they join forces, do you believe you can contend with them? Gu Shuqin lightly tapped his forehead, her tone affectionate. "You rascal, you are merely in the body refinement realm, yet fret over your teacher's safety." Lin Yuan replied earnestly, You are the person I hold dearest apart from my parents. How could I not worry for you? Gu Shuqin reassured him softly. Do not fret, Yuan'er. My unique constitution grants me combat prowess beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Unique constitution? Lin Yuan inquired, momentarily taken aback. What kind of constitution is it? The profound Yin body, she explained. The profound Yin body? He echoed. Indeed, this constitution generates an inexhaustible flow of Yin energy, enhancing combat strength and offering significant benefits to the opposite sex. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan recalled his remarkable advancement and realized, no wonder I broke through 4 minor realms in succession. It was all thanks to your influence, teacher. Chapter 3. Conversations with the teacher's wife, the killer. Gu Shuqi nodded. Yes, your substantial gains are due to 3 factors. My unique constitution, the potency of the technique, and, as she reached the last point, her words faltered, a blush gracing her cheeks. What is the 3rd factor, teacher? Lin Yuan pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. The 3rd factor is my essence energy, she clarified, her voice barely above a whisper. Essence energy refers to the primal force formed at the moment of human birth, imbued with immense power. During cultivation between opposite sexes, essence energy can be shared to bolster each other's advancement. What? Lin Yuan was flabbergasted. Essence energy? Hadn't she long ago formed a bond with his teacher? How could such a thing still exist? Gu Shuqin's face flushed as she explained softly. The stronger the profound Yin body, the more potent the essence energy. Therefore, to achieve greater enhancement, I refrained from intimate relations with your teacher. I had intended to wait until I broke through to the condensation sphere realm before cultivating together, but an unforeseen incident occurred, which inadvertently benefited you instead. She sighed wistfully. Had I reached the condensation sphere realm, the abundant essence energy would have been sufficient to elevate you to the opening vessel realm. Alas, given the urgency of the situation, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Lin Yuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He had unwittingly seized what rightfully belonged to his teacher. What a transgression! What a transgression it is! He lamented internally, feeling an increased sense of guilt towards his revered master. Sensing her disciple's thoughts, the beautiful woman offered solace. Do not worry. Yuan, your master was such a kind-hearted individual. If he were to know of our circumstances from the depths of the netherworld, he would undoubtedly find comfort in it. Although the mistress spoke thus, it struck Lin Yuan as rather peculiar. Would his master truly find solace in such matters? Surely not. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence now. For his master had already departed from this world. All that mattered was to care for the mistress. Lin Yuan cast aside his chaotic thoughts and nodded, saying, Thank you, Master's wife, for imparting your teachings. I shall diligently cultivate my skills henceforth and ensure that I take good care of you, master. Hearing her disciple's earnest declaration, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but smile gently. You little rascal, your cultivation is still beneath mine, yet you dare to speak of taking care of me. Lin Yuan solemnly declared. Though I may not surpass you at present, I shall undoubtedly exceed you in the future. Future matters are distant. Focus on your training. Even if your strength never matches that of your master, your mistress will remain silent, came the reply. How could you say that, mistress? Do you truly have no confidence in your disciple? Very well, I shall have faith. I shall await the day when my dear Yuan surpasses me, and from that moment, you can rest assured, mistress. Indeed, I will take good care of you, master. You foolish child, must you always mention your master? My apologies, mistress. I shall refrain from doing so in the future. At the mention of Qinren, an uncomfortable silence fell between them. After all, it had only been a day since his passing, and their relationship had already progressed to this point. If word of this were to spread, it would surely invite judgment from others. Perhaps they were being a tad too hasty. Yet, they had no choice. The threat from the Lei family loomed large. And Gu Shuqin needed to solidify her cultivation immediately to avert the impending crisis. Given the circumstances, there was little left to be said on the matter. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan cleared his throat lightly and shifted the topic, saying, Master's wife, why did Master suddenly encounter such an unforeseen incident? Are you aware of the cause of his death? Gu Shuqin repressed her anxious demeanor and replied earnestly, This matter, I believe, should be related to Song Mian. Elder Song? Wasn't his relationship with Master quite amicable? Why would he wish to harm Master? In Lin Yuan's mind, the honest and benevolent visage of Song Mian emerged. Utterly disconnected from the notion of a murderer, Gu Shuqin elucidated, What you may not be aware of is that the Yunlan Sect's quinquennial reward ceremony is imminent. Based on the contribution value of the Outer Sect elders, your master ranks first and is poised to receive the sect's accolades. Yet, it is at this critical juncture that he has passed away. Who, then, stands to gain the most from this circumstance? Lin Yuan stated directly, he is the second-ranked elder. The first has passed away, and the reward will undoubtedly be transferred to the second. Thus, it appears that the second has a motive to eliminate the first. Could it be that the second-ranked individual is Elder Song? Lin Yuan mused. Indeed, it is that fellow Song Mian, who claimed he was bound for the Yunlan mountain range on an assignment. Fearing the perils of solitude, he called upon your master to accompany him, only to resort to treacherous means to betray your master along the way. Gu Shuqin asserted with conviction. Lin Yuan lamented, how could my esteemed master be so careless? Gu Shuqin sighed helplessly. You are well aware of Qin Ren's temperament. True to his name, he is benevolent and righteous, renowned for his eagerness to assist others. Having known Song Mian for many years, as an old friend seeking help, he naturally had no reason to decline. Lin Yuan also sighed, lamenting. My esteemed master was benevolent and charitable throughout his life, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of a treacherous villain. How unjust the heavens are. Gu Shuqin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, that wretch Song Mian. My husband treated him with kindness, yet he repaid such generosity with the heinous act of plotting against an old friend. Such ingratitude is truly deserving of the most severe punishment. Lin Yuan, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, how could one turn against their own kin so ruthlessly? This individual is utterly despicable. How can such a beast exist within our sect? Gu Shuqin, gritting her teeth, replied, this is the essence of humanity. For the sake of gain, some will resort to unscrupulous means. The realm of cultivation is rife with such individuals, leading to an ever-growing estrangement and coldness among people. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the man and solemnly stated, thus, Yuan'er, the death of our master serves as your first lesson. Remember, the world of cultivation is both frigid and merciless. Never place your trust in anyone, for they may betray you at any moment for their own benefit. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together and replied, I understand, Master Ant. Without further prompting, he grasped the underlying truth. After 2 years of menial labor, he had witnessed enough. Some individuals, in pursuit of lighter duties, resorted to sycophancy to appease their superiors. Others, eager to attain the status of outer disciples, would not hesitate to compromise their own integrity. There were even those willing to commit heinous acts against their closest friends for a mere handful of spirit stones. Human nature is starkly authentic yet profoundly dark. Observing the serious expression on the other's face, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, Yuan'er. Master Ant merely wishes to offer you a gentle reminder. There is no need for such excessive caution. At the very least, we can trust one another. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Since the mistress is already mine, I naturally trust you. The beautiful woman playfully tapped the man's forehead and pouted, you little rascal. How have I become yours? Chapter 4. The ambitions of two families. A decisive action. Did we not just engage in a dual cultivation? What dual cultivation? I have already stated that it was a joint cultivation. All right. It is joint cultivation, not dual cultivation. Lin Yuan spoke these words. Yet inwardly he scoffed. A stubborn woman, having already turned raw rice into cooked. What does she still care about this? Gu Shuqin crossed her arms and lightly huffed. Moreover, do not reveal our relationship in front of outsiders. Lin Yuan jested. What kind of relationship do we share, Master-S wife? Are we not teacher and student? The beautiful woman cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, what do you mean by relationship? I am at a loss, Master-S wife. What do you say? The petite figure of Gu Shuqin playfully shook her delicate fist at the man, a gesture that, while ostensibly threatening, radiated an undeniable charm and innocence. For the first time, Lin Yuan witnessed the other party displaying such a girlish demeanor, especially paired with the enchanting visage of the beautiful woman, creating a striking contrast. Faced with this alluring scene, he could not help but extend his arms, drawing her into an embrace. The man's sudden action startled Gu Shuqin, prompting her to swiftly push him away. Her voice tinged with indignation as she exclaimed, what are you doing? Lin Yuan confessed, forgive me, mistress, for your beauty momentarily captivated me. Gu Shuqin, flattered by her disciple's compliment, felt a flicker of joy within, though she feigned displeasure on her visage. In light of your honesty, I shall pardon you this time. However, do not let it happen again. Yes, mistress, he replied, yet inwardly mused, when it comes to cultivation, it will ultimately be at my discretion. Gu Shuqin resumed her seat and continued, very well, since I have achieved a breakthrough, it is time to address the matters concerning the Lei family. Lin Yuan directly inquired, what is the plan of our matriarch to deal with them? Gu Shuqin replied coldly, we shall confront them directly, instilling fear, and make it clear that even in the absence of Qin Ren, the Qin family remains untouchable. In the Lei family's Grand Hall, the patriarch, Lei Zhen, declared, brothers Xie, with Qin Ren deceased and the Qin family leaderless, they no longer hold the right to stand alongside us as one of the three great families. We must seize this opportunity to eradicate them, ensuring that the interests of Qingshan Town are divided solely between our two families. Seated beside him, Xion stroked his beard with a smile. The death of Qin Ren is indeed monumental news for us. Henceforth, Qingshan Town shall belong to our two families, and the Qin family can be removed from the equation. Upon learning of Qin Ren's demise, both families were overwhelmed with joy. After so many years, the dynamics of Qingshan Town could finally be altered. This small town could only produce so much profit, and with three families dividing it, their insatiable ambition could not be satisfied. With one family out of the way, the spoils could be shared exclusively between the two, and they would not let this opportunity slip by. The elder, swiftly gather all the clansmen. We must strike with full force and obliterate the Qin residents. Lei Zhen proclaimed passionately, itching to act and raze the Qin family to the ground. The elder bowed respectfully, yes, patriarch. Just as he was about to turn and summon the clansmen, a woman's voice echoed from outside the hall. What audacity from the lay patriarch! You think you can annihilate the Qin family with a mere gathering of minions? Who grants you such boldness? As the words fell, Gu Shuqin and Lin Yuan appeared in the grand hall. Gu Shuqin, what brings this woman here? Lei Jin and Xian rose simultaneously, their gazes lingering on her voluptuous figure, a hint of desire flickering in their eyes. As patriarchs of the three great families, they had encountered Qin Ren's wife on occasions, and they had long coveted this enchanting beauty. Lei Jin's urgency to act against the Qin family stemmed not only from a desire to eradicate them, but also from the wish to behold this widow, hoping for an opportunity to claim her for himself. Mrs. Qin, what winds have blown you here? Lei Jin leered, unabashedly revealing his greed. Brother Lei, you're mistaken. Had Brother Qin still been alive, we would indeed address her as Mrs. Qin. However, since Qin Ren has passed, we ought to refer to her as Miss Gu. Xian chuckled, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her form. Brother Xie speaks truth. It pains us to see such a young Miss Gu bereft of her husband. Lei Jin feigned a sigh. Previously, when Qin Ren was alive, they would have moderated their behavior, but in the current situation, there was no longer a need for pretense. Lin Yuan, observing the envious expressions of the two clan leaders, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Did these two old fools truly believe they were worthy of desiring the master's wife? They were utterly oblivious. The master's wife rightfully belonged to the master. Almost forgetting, the master had passed away, and now she belonged to me. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Gu Shuqin had already spoken. There is no need for the two of you to concern yourselves with my affairs. Upon entering the Lei residence, I overheard your intentions to annihilate the Qin family. Is this true? Lei Jin admitted candidly, indeed, Qin Ren is dead. The Qin family no longer deserves to stand alongside us and must be eradicated. Xian added, of course, if Miss Gu wishes to preserve the Qin family. It is not impossible, but the price is your submission to our two families, and you must obey our commands henceforth. In their eyes, the beautiful woman was merely a mere ant in the opening vein realm, and thus, there was no need for courtesy. Gu Shuqin retorted sharply. Whether the Qin family deserves to exist is not for you to decide. As for submission, that is utterly out of the question. Lei Jin's expression turned cold. Miss Gu, let me be frank. You are a disciple of the Yunlan Sect, and we cannot harm you. However, what of the Qin family members? They lack any backing. Even if we were to wipe out the Qin family, no one would dare to object. Can you bear to watch your late husband's family be annihilated? Xian scoffed, submit to us, or retreat back to your Yunlan Sect and witness the slaughter of the Qin family members one by one. Gu Shuqin declared with pride. As long as I am here, the Qin family shall never perish. Lei Jin dismissed her words. You, with your mere opening vein cultivation, are in no position to protect the Qin family. Just as the two finished speaking, they suddenly sensed something amiss, their previously confident expressions turning to shock. Gu Shuqin unleashed her aura. Condensation realm. She actually possessed the cultivation of the condensation realm. This was utterly inconceivable. Hadn't she just recently reached the 9th level of opening vein? How could she have successfully condensed her energy in such a short span? Looking at the astonished duo, the beautiful woman sneered, do I not possess the qualifications now? Lei Jin regained his composure and coldly stated, even if you have broken through to the condensation realm. So what? We are both at the 2nd level of condensation. You are merely at the 1st level. How can you contend with us? Especially when there are 2 of us and only 1 of you. Xian added icily, what the head of the Lei family says is correct. Even with your breakthrough to the condensation realm, it cannot alter the fate of the Qin family. You might as well surrender. Is that so? Gu Shuqin softly intoned, her internal energy circulating, pure essence coalescing in her palm, which she then directed towards the two. Chapter 5. Defeating the two families. Returning to the Qin residence, dare they make a move. The pupils of the two contracted as they immediately channeled their energy to counter her. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of energy colliding echoed continuously within the hall. Moments later, the two were swiftly defeated. Pff. Lei Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. Disbelief flooding his eyes. Defeated. The two of them had actually lost. Moreover, their opponent's cultivation was inferior to theirs. How could this be? How could her power be so formidable? Xian retreated to a corner, clutching his chest, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He too was incredulous. The woman they regarded as an insignificant ant had managed to turn the tables on them. This outcome was beyond their comprehension. Dressed in white mourning attire, Gu Shuqin exuded an aura of icy dignity, her voice cold as she spoke. From this day forth, should anyone dare to act against the Qin family, I will not show mercy. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The two nodded vigorously in agreement, their attitudes exceedingly respectful, not daring to show the slightest hint of negligence. Humph. The beautiful woman snorted coldly and then took Lin Yuan's hand, soaring away. The two clan leaders sat on the ground, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, unable to find peace within themselves. Jishan Town. In midair, the beautiful woman held the man's hand, her expression still one of stern resolve. My intervention should deter them from making any rash moves, she remarked. Indeed, judging by their terrified expressions, they certainly will not dare to harbor any ulterior motives towards you. He replied. Lin Yuan concurred. Gu Shuqin rolled her eyes and remarked, I am discussing matters concerning the Qin family, while you rascal, seem to be lost in your own thoughts. Lin Yuan feigned indignation, saying, Those two fellows nearly drooled upon first laying eyes on you, as if they were eager to devour you. Their intentions are clearly nefarious. Observing the little man's display of anger on her behalf, the beautiful woman felt a warmth in her heart and smiled, replying, "Indeed, their thoughts were written all over their faces. As your master's wife, how could I possibly be unaware? That is precisely why I took it upon myself to teach them a harsh lesson. What a splendid lesson it was. These lecherous creatures deserve to be ruthlessly punished. Let us see if they dare to harbor any further designs upon you." Lin Yuan replied with a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman could not help but pout. "You naughty boy, how can you accuse others of being lecherous when you yourself are not any different?" "Of course, I'm not. My disciple has never harbored any improper thoughts towards his teacher." "Is that so? Yet not long ago, you were like a little calf, desperately trying to provoke me." As she spoke, memories of recent events surfaced in her mind, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. Upon hearing such remarks from the other party, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, his gaze evasive as he replied, "Isn't it simply because my master's wife is exceedingly beautiful? It is indeed challenging for a disciple to remain composed." Once again flattered by her disciple's praise, Gu Shuqin, in a moment of whimsical curiosity, inquired, "So, Yuan'er, do you harbor feelings for your master's wife?" "Of course, I do." Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. "Why do I like you?" "Because you are such a wonderful person." "In what way am I wonderful?" "In every conceivable way. After all, you are the best." "Be more specific." "There are so many aspects of your goodness that I cannot possibly enumerate them all at once. You little smooth talker, with such sweet words." "Do you often say this to young ladies?" "That is a baseless accusation, dear teacher. I have never even touched a woman in my life. You are the first." That is more like it." Gu Shuqin lightly huffed a couple of times, and suddenly recalling something, she whispered, "When those two fellows harbored ill intentions towards me, were you perhaps feeling jealous?" Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded emphatically, "Indeed. How could two wretched toads dare to lay a finger on such a noble figure as our esteemed teacher?" Gu Shuqin teased. "While they may not have the audacity to approach, what shall I do if I encounter even more formidable foes in the future? Then I shall assist you in driving them away. Good disciple, seeing your profound filial piety, I shall grant you a reward." "What reward?" "Come a little closer." "All right." With a gentle touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, her rosy lips brushed softly against the man's cheek, before she gracefully turned her head away. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had been kissed. His master's wife had actually taken the initiative to kiss him. This was utterly outrageous, was it not? In his eyes, she was a woman of unparalleled aloofness, one who had never been seen engaging in any form of affection with his master, not even holding hands. Yet now, not only had she willingly taken his hand, but she had also approached him for a kiss. This was a complete collapse of her persona, was it not? At that moment, Gu Shuqin's face was flushed with heat, her heart racing like a wild deer. She had never anticipated that she would engage in such a bold act. Despite having been with her husband, she had never experienced such feelings. However, after spending time with her disciple, she found herself increasingly unable to resist the urge to draw closer to him. Absurd. Gu Shuqin, you are truly outrageous. He is your disciple. How could you engage in such transgressions with him? Moreover, your husband has only just passed, and here you are, developing feelings for another man. This is utterly shameless. Calm down, do not dwell on these thoughts any longer." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, gradually restoring her inner tranquility. At this moment, Lin Yuan had also come to his senses and shamelessly exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed teacher, for the generous reward. Might I ask for even more?" Gu Shuqin retorted with a scoff. "You little rascal, are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Lin Yuan replied, "Oh, dear teacher, I merely wish to express my filial piety. Today, having received such an abundance of vitality, we must take the time to properly assimilate it before discussing further." "Very well," she conceded. Lin Yuan was well aware that transitioning from the 5th to the 9th level of body tempering had resulted in a considerable accumulation of energy within him, likely requiring half a day's time for proper assimilation. Nonetheless, he could not shake off a sense of regret. Observing the expression on his face, Gu Shuqin's heart softened, and she gently reassured him, "What troubles you, my dear? I am not going anywhere. I shall remain by your side always." Lin Yuan felt a wave of warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, "Yes, I will always be by your side, dear teacher." The two continued their conversation as they flew, soon returning to the Qin family courtyard. Hearing commotion outside, the elder Qin Zhang hurried out and immediately spotted the beautiful woman holding the young man's hand. His gaze turned peculiarly upon witnessing this. Under the scrutiny of others, Gu Shuqin quickly released the man's hand, clearing her throat and saying, "Ahem, Zhang Lao, I just visited the Lei family and warned Lei Zhen and Xian. They should not trouble us again." Qin Zhang's face lit up with joy. "Is that truly the case? How did you manage it?" The beautiful woman proudly revealed her cultivation level, stating, "I have broken through to the condensed pill realm." Chapter 6, Returning to the Sect. Pawning the bracelet, Qin Zhang exclaimed in astonishment, "The condensed pill realm? You have actually broken through to that level. How is this possible?" "By relying on the medicinal pills left by my husband, I fortuitously achieved this breakthrough." "Oh, I see. That is splendid news." At this moment, The heavy burden in Qin Zhang's heart finally lifted. With a condensed pill realm expert in their midst, the Qin family could continue to thrive in Qingshan town. Gu Shuqin produced a storage bag and handed it to him, saying, "This contains my husband's savings. Please return it to the Qin family." As Qin Zhang extended his aged hand to accept it, he suddenly withdrew it swiftly. "What is the matter, Zhang uncle?" "No, we cannot accept these items." "Why not?" "You and the family head are married. His belongings are yours as well. Moreover, our Qin family still needs your protection. How can I take your things?" Qin Zhang's words prompted Gu Shuqin to regard him deeply, and then she retracted the storage bag, nodding and saying, "Since you insist, I, Gu Shuqin, assure you that as long as I live, I will do everything in my power to protect you." Qin Zhang bowed deeply, expressing, "Madam, your nobility is commendable. On behalf of the Qin family, I thank you for your dedication. Zhang uncle, you are too courteous. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. This is a communication jade slip. Should the Qin family encounter any troubles, you can contact me directly, and I will come to assist." After Gu Shuqin finished speaking, she handed him a jade slip, then grasped Lin Yuan's hand and soared into the air. "Teacher, where are we going now?" "To seek vengeance for your master. Yunlan Sect. Outer gate entrance." After an hour of flight, the two finally arrived at their destination. As soon as they landed, Gu Shuqin sighed, "The flight speed at the condensed pill realm is still too slow. If I were to break through to the Qi gathering realm, I could return to the sect in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Lin Yuan inquired curiously, "Master's wife, how fast can a practitioner in the gathering Qi realm fly?" The distance from Qingyang town to Yunlan Sect was several hundred kilometers. Yet she only took an hour to arrive, a speed that seemed remarkably swift to him. Gu Shuqin responded, "Practitioners in the gathering Qi realm can soar with incredible speed, covering over 100 kilometers in just 15 minutes. As for those in the Yuandan realm, their velocity is even more astonishing. Through the power of the Yuandan, they can traverse at the speed of light." The notion of traveling at the speed of light was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but reveal a look of yearning in his eyes. Although he had never encountered such formidable beings, he could discern from the description that they were undoubtedly individuals capable of altering the very heavens and earth, capable of setting mountains ablaze and boiling the seas. The beautiful woman gently patted the man's shoulder, offering a reminder, "You are currently only at the body refinement stage. It is wiser to focus on how to break through to the meridian opening stage rather than aspiring to such lofty realms." "Indeed, Master," he replied. "I shall proceed step by step, diligently cultivating my abilities." Lin Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Well, first accompany me to the Lingyao Pavilion." "The Lingyao Pavilion? What purpose does that serve? Did you not mention avenging my master?" "I intend to procure some items for you. As for avenging your master, given our current capabilities, it remains a formidable challenge. Let us bide our time and strategize for the future." Lin Yuan understood well that seeking revenge is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a single day. Thus, he chose to remain silent and followed his mentor's pace as they made their way into the sect. Before long, they arrived at the Lingyao Pavilion, the official establishment of the Yunlan Sect, dedicated to selling elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and other items to disciples. Upon their arrival, the counters were already bustling with patrons. Gu Shuqin scanned the area and eventually spotted a counter that was devoid of customers. She stepped forward and inquired, "Greetings. I would like to purchase a washing marrow pill and a meridian opening pill. How much will that cost in spirit stones?" Behind the counter stood a female clerk who glanced at the pair before responding, "The washing marrow pill is 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the meridian opening pill is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones." Gu Shuqin furrowed her brow and remarked, "Wasn't the meridian opening pill priced at 2,500 spirit stones previously? Why has there been an increase?" The clerk explained, "The price has risen due to the increased cost of the herbs required to concoct the meridian opening pill." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman appeared troubled. Her savings amounted to just over 3,000 spirit stones, which she had initially calculated would suffice, but now it seemed insufficient with the price hike. After a moment of internal conflict, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to the clerk. "This is the Green Spirit Bracelet, a 10-pattern spiritual artifact. When activated, it can create a protective shield capable of withstanding attacks from a condensation realm cultivator. How much can you offer for it?" The clerk's eyes brightened at the sight of the bracelet. "Please hold on, Mississippi. I will need to consult with the elder appraiser for an evaluation before providing you with a quote." With that, she hastily departed. Before long, she returned to the counter with the bracelet in hand. "What did the elder say?" Gu Shuqin inquired eagerly. The elder stated that this 10-pattern spiritual artifact is of decent quality and valued at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Are you certain you wish to pawn it to us?" Disappointment washed over Gu Shuqin upon hearing the price. This green spirit bracelet had been a token of affection gifted to her by Chainrin, purchased at the cost of 3,000 spirit stones. To learn it was now worth so little was disheartening. "Very well, I shall consider this a donation to you. Additionally, I wish to purchase a washing marrow pill and a meridian opening pill." As she uttered these words, her face reflected a pained expression, torn between the loss of a cherished keepsake and the realization of its meager worth. With no other avenue to acquire a significant amount of spirit stones, she felt compelled to proceed. "The total comes to 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 2,000 spirit stones from your pawn, you will need to pay 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Gu Shuqin handed over the difference, successfully obtaining the 2 elixirs before departing the Lingyao Pavilion with Lin Yuan. Minter, that green spirit bracelet was a gift from our master. Are you truly selling it? Lin Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity as they walked back to the residential area. That bracelet can only withstand attacks from a condensation realm level cultivator, and I have already surpassed that realm, making it of no use to me. However, it was indeed a precious memento. Lin Yuan wished to say something further, but was silenced by the gentle hand of the other. I understand the significance of that item. If you truly feel regret, my dear Yuan, then wait until you have the means to purchase an even finer one for me in the future, the graceful woman spoke softly. Lin Yuan comprehended the implications of the other's words and nodded in affirmation, declaring, indeed, in the future I shall purchase 100 pattern spiritual artifact for my master's wife. No, 100 patterns will not suffice. I will procure one with 1,000 patterns. Hearing the young man's promise, Gu Shuqin's exquisite visage blossomed with a radiant smile. Very well, I shall await the arrival of that day. Chapter 7. Return to the courtyard. The grace of the master's wife as the two conversed. They approached the residential area, which was inhabited solely by outer disciples. Due to the considerable number of outer disciples and the insufficient allocation of caves, the sect established dormitories, each spanning approximately 10 square meters, adequately accommodating one individual. Even the outer elders resided in this area, albeit with their own exclusive courtyards, while their homes were slightly larger. The concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity remained unchanged. It was only upon advancing to the inner sect that the sect would arrange dedicated caves, inscribed with formations to gather spiritual energy for the disciples to cultivate and reside. Upon reaching the entrance of Yuan'er's courtyard, they noticed that the plaque bearing the name of the courtyard's owner had been removed, replaced by a notice. According to sect regulations, upon the death of an outer elder, the dwelling would revert to the sect, and the family members were required to collect the deceased's belongings within 3 days, after which a new elder would be assigned to occupy the residence. Gazing at the words on the notice, both felt a pang of sorrow. Yuan'er, as an outer elder, had contributed significantly to the sect during his lifetime. It was disheartening that he received no compensation after his death, and instead, the sect hastily reclaimed the rights to the residence. This truly exemplified a lack of compassion. However, it was understandable why Yunlan Sect acted thus. To them, the outer disciples held little value, and they would not expend resources or effort for the sake of a deceased individual. This sentiment was not unique to Yunlan Sect. It was a pervasive attitude across all factions within the cultivation world. Emotional bonds were perpetually eclipsed by self-interest in their eyes. Come in, Yuan'er. Let us gather your master's belongings, Gu Shuqin said, producing a key to unlock the door and pushing it open. Lin Yuan stepped inside, a place he was quite familiar with, having once resided here alongside his revered master and his wife. The two spent some time gathering various daily necessities, organizing them into storage bags. In truth, there was not much to collect. For cultivators, daily life primarily consisted of meditation and practice, followed by shared meals. Practitioners in the earlier stages still required sustenance, whereas only those who reached the Yuan stage could convert the essence of heaven and earth into nourishment, thereby achieving the effect of fasting. Nevertheless, lower-tier cultivators could substitute food with fasting pills, which could sustain them for 3 days with just one. This allowed for more time dedicated to cultivation. As they completed their tidying, the sky had darkened. At that moment, hunger began to stir in their bellies, signaling mealtime. Gu Shuqin gently remarked, Yuan'er, please wait a moment. I shall prepare a meal for you. The fasting pills were costly, and Yuan'er was reluctant to purchase them. Thus it fell upon the graceful woman to cook for their family of 3. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and seated himself cross-legged in the courtyard, assimilating the energy acquired from the day's cultivation. Before long, wisps of smoke began to rise gracefully above the courtyard, accompanied by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen. Lin Yuan could not resist opening his eyes, only to see his master's wife emerging with a tray in hand. Come, Yuan'er, you may eat first. Aren't you going to eat, mistress? There is still a dish of scallion oil braised ribs yet to be prepared. Once it is done, we shall dine together. Very well. Cultivators possess the ability to utilize their vital energy for roasting, stewing, pan-frying, and deep-frying, which is far more efficient than conventional fire cooking. Thus, Gu Shuqin soon completed 4 dishes and a soup, neatly arranging them on the table in the courtyard. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, mistress. I could never tire of the dishes you prepare. After finishing a piece of pork rib, Lin Yuan sincerely praised, this is delightful. Gu Shuqin chuckled softly, silly Yuan. Once we transcend to the Yuan'er realm, we shall no longer need to eat. Yet, we should occasionally savor the flavors to satisfy our appetites, he replied. You simply wish to indulge in the dishes prepared by your master's wife, do you not? Indeed. Especially your exquisite braised tofu. It is simply divine. Shall I prepare it for you every day henceforth? Absolutely. Dear master, I adore you. Cease your flattery and eat your meal, lest the dishes grow cold. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation while dining, Lin Yuan soon felt satiated. Observing the remaining food on his plate, he inquired, Master, why is the portion today the same as usual? Gu Shuqing's expression faltered momentarily before she forced a smile. I have grown accustomed to preparing enough for 3. I momentarily forgot that your master is no longer here. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Ahem. Lin Yuan shattered the silence with a dry chuckle, inquiring. I am quite full, esteemed teacher's wife. How about you? I am also satiated, she replied. Shall we then tidy up the dishes? Indeed. The two proceeded to dispose of the leftover food into the waste bin, and subsequently, Gu Shuqing gathered her vitality, cleansing the soiled plates with care. Lin Yuan lamented. This technique of the master's wife is truly convenient. Once a cultivator reaches the qi condensation stage, they can materialize their vital energy. Not only manifesting water, but also fire, wood, metal, silver, and various other substances. Gu Shuqing replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, it has become much more convenient. In the past, bathing required boiling water. Now, one can wash independently. Lin Yuan jestingly remarked, boiling water is quite a hassle. Perhaps next time we could bathe together. Thus avoiding any wastage of water. Gu Shuqing cast him a playful glare. You truly have a vivid imagination. Even your master has never shared a bath with me. Yet you dare to entertain such unseemly thoughts. The disciple retorted, I merely wish to spend a little more time with my esteemed teacher. There will be plenty of time for other matters. There is no need to linger during bath time. Alas, has my teacher ceased to care for Yuan'er? Lin Yuan feigned disappointment and said, all right, enough of your ill intentions. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Gu Shuqing promptly terminated the discussion and retrieved 2 ornate boxes from her storage pouch. Upon opening them, 2 plump elixirs lay nestled within, the purification pill and the meridian opening pill. Lin Yuan's expression subtly shifted as he inquired, are these 2 pills meant for me? Gu Shuqing nodded and elaborated, indeed, the Shisui pill can cleanse your marrow and eliminate impurities within your body, while the Tongmai pill will assist you in unblocking your meridians, allowing you to officially enter the realm of meridian opening. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan could not help but be moved. When he was merely a lowly disciple, he would receive only a single piece of essence stone each month, rendering the purchase of such elixirs an impossibility even if he toiled his entire life. Yet, his esteemed master's wife showed him unreserved generosity, promptly acquiring 2 elixirs and even parting with her entire fortune, including the cherished token of affection bestowed upon her by their master. Such profound kindness leaves him at a loss as to how he might repay her. Madam, your benevolence is overwhelming. I fear I may never be able to repay this debt. Lin Yuan bit his lip. Gu Shuqing playfully pinched the man's nose and reproached him. Silly boy, why do you say such things? The master's wife does not expect anything in return from you. Chapter 8. Washing the marrow and shedding the hair. A failed breakthrough? How could that be? Am I, Lin Yuan, someone who does not repay kindness? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then diligently absorb these 2 elixirs and strive to grow stronger to avenge your master. My cultivation is still quite humble. Even if I were to enhance my abilities, I would not catch up to you in the short term. Why not invest the essence stones in your own advancement? Because you are my disciple, of course. It is only natural for the master's wife to care for her disciples. But this is too generous, isn't it? Mischievous boy. You should appreciate the kindness of the master's wife. Of course I appreciate it. Lin Yuan replied eagerly. Then hasten to consume the elixirs and do not let my goodwill go to waste. Understood, master's wife, he said. Taking the marrow cleansing elixir from the ornate box she offered, Lin Yuan extended his hand to receive it, and without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth, closing his eyes to begin digesting the medicinal effects. As time passed, an unpleasant odor emanated from his body, and strands of dark liquid oozed from his pores, coating him entirely. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, Mistress, I have completed the cleansing of my marrow. Gu Shuqing, delicately covering her mouth and nose with her hand, instructed, quickly remove your clothes. I shall cleanse your body. At this moment, Lin Yuan noticed the dirt clinging to him and promptly removed his soiled clothing. Subsequently, Gu Shuqing extended her delicate, snow-white finger and gestured towards the man. A slender jet of water erupted from her fingertip, striking him with a gentle force. The sound of splashing resonated as the impurities on Lin Yuan's skin were finally cleansed. Now entirely bare, he stood exposed before the alluring woman. Stealing a few glances at her form, Gu Shuqing couldn't help but muse to herself, Yuan's physique is indeed impressive. I had been so engrossed in my cultivation that I had overlooked this aspect. However, she quickly reprimanded herself, realizing that this was not the time for such thoughts. Recalling the tasks at hand, she swiftly returned to the matter at hand. You're clean now. Hurry and put on some clothes. With his previous garments rendered unfit for wear, Lin Yuan retreated to his room to don a fresh outfit. Following this cleansing ritual, his entire demeanor transformed. His once handsome features took on an even more striking allure, and his previously rough skin, worn from toil, now appeared smooth and radiant. Upon witnessing this dashing young man, Gu Shuqing felt her heart race. How remarkably handsome. I had always thought Yuan was attractive, but he seems even more so now. As a woman of normal inclinations, she found it impossible to resist the stirrings of her heart in the presence of such a beautiful youth. Noticing his mentor's unwavering gaze upon him, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is something the matter, master? Is there an issue with my attire? Gu Shuqing composed herself and expressed her concern. No. Everything is fine. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort in your body? I feel quite comfortable, as if a heavy burden has been lifted. I feel much lighter, he replied. That's good to hear, she said, producing a pill from another ornate box. With a flick of her finger, she continued. This is a meridian opening pill, which can assist cultivators in breaking through to the meridian realm. Given your current physical strength, you have over a 90% chance of success. Lin Yuan swiftly grasped the elixir and nodded affirmatively, declaring, I shall exert every effort to achieve a breakthrough. He consumed the potion once more, settling into a meditative posture, fully concentrating on absorbing its potent energy to breach the meridian realm. Soon, his aura escalated to a critical juncture, mere moments away from transcending to the next level. Concentrate all your vital energy into the Rin meridian, with a single decisive push. You shall transcend to the meridian opening realm, Gu Shuqin advised from the side. Lin Yuan heeded the words of his companion, channeling his vital energy into the Rin meridian. Commencing his relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. Time and again, he struck at the meridian, yet it remained impervious, as unyielding as a rock. As seconds turned into minutes, Lin Yuan's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his breath becoming ever more frail. After hundreds of attempts, the Rin meridian remained inexplicably sealed, refusing to yield. Ultimately, he expended all his strength and weakened, collapsing backwards. Gu Shuqin hurriedly stepped forward, supporting the man's frail form. I apologize, master, for my failure to open the meridian and for disappointing you. Lin Yuan leaned against the bosom of the beautiful woman, weakly murmuring, how could this happen? Gu Shuqin whispered in disbelief, her face etched with incredulity. In her eyes, Lin Yuan's chances of breaking through to the meridian opening stage were virtually assured. Given his solid foundation and the prior consumption of a cleansing elixir, which rendered his body devoid of impurities and obstacles. Yet, despite this fortuitous alignment of circumstances, he had failed to achieve the breakthrough, a reality she found utterly unacceptable. Heaven, even those with lesser talents than Yuan have succeeded in opening their meridians. Why can't he? The beautiful woman incessantly questioned the heavens within her heart. Sensing her distress, Lin Yuan bit his lip and gently reassured her, it's all right, master. Although this time we have failed, there will be other opportunities. Gu Shuqin, regaining her composure, forced a smile and said, indeed, life is seldom smooth sailing. We will inevitably encounter hardships. As long as we persevere, success will eventually come. Despite her words, she understood deep down that this matter was likely to be challenging. If even the meridian opening pill could not aid his breakthrough, what other means were available? Moreover, her precious stones were exhausted. Even if she wished to purchase rare medicinal herbs, it would require considerable time to amass the necessary funds. Alas, why was Yuan unable to succeed in his breakthrough? With a heavy heart, she assisted Lin Yuan back to his chamber before returning to her own quarters. As she gazed at the vast, empty bed before her, a sense of confusion enveloped her. In the past, with Qin Ren by her side, she had a man to rely on. Now that he was gone, all her hopes rested upon her disciple. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Lin Yuan's attempt to break through to the meridian opening realm has ended in failure. What path should she take from here? Should she continue nurturing this young man? Would dual cultivation aid in his breakthrough? Yet, without even the connecting vein pill, the efficacy of dual cultivation seems rather dubious. Outside the Yunlan Sect, on the hillside of the back mountain, Lin Yuan was profoundly affected by the events of the evening. Tossing and turning restlessly within his dwelling, unable to find solace in sleep. Thus, he quietly ventured outside to breathe in the night air. Oh heavens, what grievance have I? Lin Yuan, committed against you to warrant such treatment? He lamented, gazing up at the starry sky. Can anyone claim to have endured a more dismal existence than mine? A tragic lineage is one thing, but to possess such meager talents, unable to even breach the most rudimentary stage of awakening, this is akin to facing insurmountable trials. As he stewed in his inner turmoil, a sudden streak of light descended from the heavens. A shooting star? Wait, it appears to be heading in my direction. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily retreated, concealing himself behind a tree. Thud. The radiant light struck precisely where he had been standing. A plume of smoke billowing forth in its wake. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow as he watched the smoke gradually dissipate, revealing the form of a woman before him. Chapter 9, The Mysterious Woman, Dialogue with the Killer. How beautiful! Gazing at the woman, he could not help but display an expression of astonishment. With her youthful features and strikingly picturesque brows, even in her weakened state, her pale complexion could not conceal the ethereal beauty she possessed. Lin Yuan regarded Gu Shuqin as the most exquisite beauty he had ever encountered, yet in her presence, he felt utterly diminished. Such a breathtaking visage ought not to exist in the realm of mortals. As his gaze shifted from her face to her figure, he beheld her flawless form, entirely unveiled. The perfect curves laid bare before his eyes. This woman was indeed a celestial being. In the depths of Lin Yuan's thoughts, he found himself captivated by the sight before him. With a resolute step forward, he intended to ascertain the condition of the figure before him, harboring no ulterior motives. To his astonishment, as he approached the woman, she abruptly opened her eyes and locked gazes with him. The atmosphere grew momentarily awkward, prompting Lin Yuan to force a smile as he spoke. Fair maiden, upon witnessing your sudden descent from the heavens, I came to inquire about your well-being. The woman, however, did not reciprocate his words, instead responding with a chilling demeanor. You are but a mere human? Lin Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean by that, fairy? Are you not human? As the woman was about to respond, she suddenly sensed a commotion around her. Her gaze shifted, and she urgently said, I will borrow your soul see for a moment. With that, she transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the man's mind. Lin Yuan sensed an intrusion. A brief pang of pain coursed through his head, but it soon subsided. Over here. That meteor has landed in this vicinity. An outer sect disciple led the way ahead, followed by a group of disciples and several elders emerging from the forest. Among them was the unmistakable figure of Song Mian. Lin Yuan immediately comprehended that these individuals were drawn here by the sound made by that enchanting woman. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he swiftly devised a response. If I am not mistaken, the meteor should have descended in this vicinity. A disciple from the outer sect pointed to the ground ahead. The crowd's gaze shifted, discovering Lin Yuan standing alone. Are you a disciple of our Yunlan Sect? Inquired an elder clad in black robes. Indeed, I am Lin Yuan, a junior disciple from the outer sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elders, he replied. The elder continued, a meteor has recently fallen here. Did you happen to witness it? Lin Yuan responded, I was cultivating nearby when I heard a commotion and hurried over. I arrived just in time to see the elders. Did you see anything on your way here? No, it was just as it is now. Then how do you explain this pit? The elder gestured toward the hole created by the woman next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, disciple knows not. It was already this way upon my arrival. The old man furrowed his brow and asked, are you truly certain that you saw nothing? Lin Yuan nodded decisively, of course. How could a disciple dare to lie? The woman clearly appeared to be an extraordinary figure, undoubtedly possessing a remarkable background. He certainly could not divulge her identity. Beside the old man, a middle-aged man clad in yellow spoke with a chilling tone. As a meteor swiftly descends upon the earth, treasures are bound to manifest. You are certainly lying. A heavy sensation settled in Lin Yuan's heart. He had nearly succeeded in his deception when unexpectedly, an unwelcome troublemaker emerged. Just as he contemplated offering a defense, Song Mian stepped forward, speaking with a gentle demeanor. Brother L, your words are misguided. This young man is a disciple of Qinren, and I have been a close friend of his for many years. A disciple with such a character, honest and kind, would certainly not resort to lies to deceive us. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. For they were well acquainted with Qinren and were aware of his exemplary character and high moral standards, which he imparted to his disciples. Although the middle-aged man surnamed L wished to retort, he was interrupted by Song Mian, who stated, all right, everyone, this place is devoid of anything of value. There is nothing more to pursue. Let us all return and rest. Given Song Mian's considerable prestige among the elders, his words left little room for further discussion, and the assembly could only turn and depart. Lin Yuan followed the crowd as they departed. Upon returning to the entrance of the courtyard, he suddenly halted. Turning to see Song Mian standing a distance away, his gaze fixed upon him. I am grateful for Uncle Song's assistance in extricating me from my predicament, he expressed with a respectful gesture. Song Mian approached with a smile, saying, Dear nephew, you need not be so formal. My friendship with Brother Qin is profound, and since you are his disciple, it is only natural that I extend my care towards you. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face as he mentioned Qinren. Such a noble man as Brother Qin, taken from us in the prime of his life, it is truly an injustice that weighs heavily on my heart. He chuckled softly. How ironic that a murderer such as yourself should lament the fate of the deceased. Your audacity is indeed remarkable. Lin Yuan scoffed internally, yet feigned sorrow as he spoke. The death of my master fills me with profound grief. Should the opportunity arise, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Song Mian's eyes, followed by a deep sigh. I too mourn the passing of Brother Qin, yet I fear that avenging him may prove quite challenging. What do you mean by that, Master Song? Lin Yuan inquired. At that time, your master and I were undertaking a mission in the Yunlan Mountains. To enhance our efficiency, we divided our efforts. During this interval, I received a sudden message from him, reporting an encounter with a formidable beast and requesting my assistance. However, by the time I arrived, he had already fallen to the creature. As he recounted this, he struck his chest in despair, lamenting, had I reached him a moment sooner, Brother Qin might still be alive. Observing this thespian's display of grief, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, while outwardly he bit his lip and pressed. What manner of beast was it? Did you see it? It was a third-tier golden devouring rat. The golden devouring rat? Indeed, that beast possesses remarkable endurance, though classified as a third-tier creature. Its combat prowess is equivalent to that of several practitioners at the condensation pill stage. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and declared, I understand. I shall undoubtedly seek out this golden devourer in the future. Song Mian chuckled wryly and replied, the Yunlan mountain range is vast. Searching for a third-tier demon beast is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, far from an easy task. He then patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and offered words of comfort. Do not be too fixated, my dear nephew. Life and death are governed by fate. Perhaps Brother Qin's demise was orchestrated by destiny. With that, Song Mian turned to leave, imparting one final piece of advice. Rest early. Do not let your master's wife worry. Lin Yuan gazed at the figure before him, his brow furrowed deeply. This individual was duplicitous, harboring profound schemes, and it seemed he would be a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, there was little use in dwelling on such matters. it would be prudent to first ascertain the condition of the fairy. With this thought, Lin Yuan unlocked the gate and entered the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he noticed his master's wife seated on a chair, her captivating eyes fixed intently upon him. "Master's wife, why have you not yet rested?" he inquired. "I could ask you the same, wandering about at such a late hour," she retorted. "It's nothing, master's wife. I simply found myself unable to sleep and went out for a stroll." Yu Shuqin understood that the failure he experienced weighed heavily on his heart. So she offered words of comfort. "Do not fret, Yuan'er. One setback does not define your journey. In ancient texts, I have learned of cultivators possessing remarkably resilient and obstructed meridians, where the difficulty of opening them was immense. Yet, upon success, their power would unleash, far surpassing that of their peers." Chapter 10, The Celestial River Dragon Maiden and the Nine Suns Divine Meridians. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that my meridians might differ from others?" "Indeed, and thus we need not lose hope," she replied. "Rest assured, master's wife. I shall strive diligently." "Very well, I shall retire now. You two should rest early and not let this matter trouble you further." With that, she rose and retreated into her chamber. Lin Yuan locked the courtyard gate and returned to his chamber. After listening to the words of the beautiful woman, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "Indeed, I'm a traveler from another realm. How could my physique be ordinary? It must be due to the peculiarities of my meridians that they cannot be opened at this moment. Once they are unlocked, I shall undoubtedly surpass my peers. But how can I achieve this?" Contemplating this, he recalled the enchanting lady from earlier and immediately focused his mind, delving into his soul sea. There, he saw her seated cross-legged within his soul sea, eyes closed in meditation. "Fairy, can you hear my voice?" he communicated through his soul. Upon hearing this, the woman opened her eyes and replied coolly, "I can hear you. Are you safe now? Is anyone else around you?" "I am safe, and there is no one else." "That is good to hear. Fairy, from whence do you come? Why have you appeared here? How were you able to enter my soul sea?" Lin Yuan posed 3 questions in quick succession. The woman replied in turn, "My name is As Lin Yuan. I hail from the Azure Dragon clan of the Heavenly River Divine Sea. I was harmed by hostile forces and, in my moment of peril, I ignited my lifeblood to escape. The reason I could enter your soul sea is that I have practiced the art of soul transformation, allowing me to convert my corporeal form into a spirit, thus enabling me to reside within another soul sea, the Heavenly River Divine Sea, the Azure Dragon clan." Lin Yuan had never heard of this place, but just from the name, he instinctively knew it must exist somewhere in the upper realm, far from the Yunlan continent. The mention of the Azure Dragon speaks volumes. The Dragon clan holds a position of unparalleled significance among the beast factions. This woman indeed possesses a remarkable lineage. However, he was taken aback to discover that she belonged to the demon race. Upon this realization, a sense of unease crept into his mind. The adage, "those not of my kind must have different hearts," echoed in his thoughts, as she belonged to a different race. It was highly probable that she could pose a threat to him. Sensing his apprehension, Ao Ling Shuang reassured him, "There is no need for concern. I harbor no intentions of harming you. On the contrary, if you could assist me in healing my injuries, I would be more than willing to offer you my aid in return." Lin Yuan smiled wryly and said, "How could a myriad just embarking on the path of cultivation possibly assist you in healing?" Upon hearing this, Ao Ling Shuang employed her spiritual awareness to examine the man's body. Furrowing her delicate brows as she remarked, "Your physique is rather unique. It seems I have encountered a similar description in an ancient text." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Are you implying that my constitution differs from that of ordinary individuals?" The woman did not respond directly but continued to utilize her spiritual sense to investigate the meridians of the other party. "Wait a moment. Why is the number of your meridians incorrect?" "What do you mean by incorrect?" "The so-called 8 extraordinary meridians. A typical person possesses only 8 meridians, yet you have 9. "What?" Lin Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is this true? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Ao Ling Shuang replied, "Indeed, it is 9. If I am not mistaken, what you possess should be the legendary 9 Yang Divine Vein." The 9 Yang Divine Vein. Such a formidable name. One can tell at a glance its extraordinary power. Lin Yuan exclaimed with joy, "Fairy, what is so extraordinary about my 9 Yang Divine Meridian?" The 9 Yang Divine Meridian, as its name suggests, harbors an immense reservoir of Yang energy capable of transforming into power that augments one's combat prowess. With each meridian opened, one's strength sees a substantial enhancement. Should all 9 meridians be unlocked, one would have the capability to crush adversaries of the same realm. Howling Shuang's words filled Lin Yuan with exhilaration. Indeed, as his mentor had indicated, his meridians were far from ordinary. The prospect of such formidable potency left him envisioning the moment when all 9 meridians would be fully activated. However, the woman swiftly shifted her tone, stating, "Despite the might of the 9 Yang Divine Meridian, unlocking these meridians is an arduous task. While an average person may require merely a few years to open their entire system of meridians, you may need several decades to attain the 9th level of meridian unlocking. Each breakthrough in the meridian opening realm necessitates the unblocking of a single meridian, which implies that Lin Yuan would need to unlock all 9 divine meridians to reach the pinnacle of this realm." This revelation caused him to ponder in distress. If even the unlocking of a single meridian proved so challenging, how could he possibly hope to unlock all 9? Lin Yuan offered reassurance, saying, "Do not let this dishearten you. Historically, numerous cultivators of the nine-yang divine meridian have ascended to profound realms, indicating that there are indeed means to unlock these meridians." Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. "Is there any way the fairy can assist me in opening my meridians?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I am currently gravely injured and unable to harness my vital energy, but my soul's power remains intact. I shall utilize my mental strength to help you stimulate this divine meridian and see if it can be opened." Lin Yuan initially felt exhilarated, but soon composed himself. "With such assistance from you, how can I repay your kindness?" Lin Yuan replied calmly, "As I mentioned, our relationship is one of cooperation. I will aid you in opening your meridians, and in return, you shall help me heal. However, my current abilities are limited, and I cannot assist you just yet. Then I shall await the day when your strength is sufficient to aid me before I repay you," he responded. "Are you gambling on that?" she inquired. Perhaps he conceded. "After all, you possess the 9 yang divine veins and exhibit remarkable talent for cultivation. I am confident that day will inevitably come." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan bit his lip and solemnly declared, "The grace of the celestial being shall be etched in my heart. Should I attain the capability in the future, I will repay you wholeheartedly." Lin Yuan detected the sincerity in his tone and nodded. "It is enough that you possess such intent. Now, close your eyes and concentrate, aligning your spirit with mine as we together penetrate the Rin meridian." Understood. He promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and gathered all his vital energy at the Rin meridian. Lin Yuan's spiritual force followed closely behind, and together they surged towards the meridian. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive impact they made, the obstructed Rin meridian gradually loosened, showing signs of opening. The two rejoiced and increased their efforts, launching a fervent assault. At last, through their combined strength, there was a resounding crash as the Rin meridian fully opened. A rich and abundant yang energy burst forth from the meridian, flowing into Lin Yuan's limbs and bones, warming his body and significantly enhancing his vitality. Whoosh! Lin Yuan opened his eyes and rose to his feet, gathering vitality in his palm before striking forward with a forceful hand. The air trembled, leaving a distinct handprint on the wall a yard away. The outward manifestation of vitality signifies the attainment of the meridian opening stage by a cultivator. At this moment, he had officially entered the meridian opening realm. How splendid! I have finally succeeded in opening my meridians. Lin Yuan stretched his limbs, his face radiating joy. Human lad, do not rejoice too soon. Although you have successfully opened your first meridian, each subsequent breakthrough will pose greater challenges than the last. Thus, it is essential for you to prepare mentally, Lin Yuan cautioned. It matters not. The greater the difficulty in opening the meridians, the stronger my channels will become. As the saying goes, the more arduous the trial, the richer the rewards. I am ready to embark on this arduous journey, he replied. Lin Yuan spoke with unwavering determination and a resonant voice. In Chapter 11, The Dragon Princess, with a tone of admiration, praised, "Well done, young man. Your ambition is commendable. Whether this princess can recover in the future depends on you." "Princess?" Lin Yuan expressed his astonishment. "Are you the princess of the Azure Dragon clan?" "Indeed, I am the daughter of the Dragon King, and they refer to me as the 9th princess. It is unexpected that a celestial being holds such a noble status. It is truly a blessing to make your acquaintance. Do not belittle yourself. Possessing such a divine lineage, your future standing may well surpass mine. Thank you for your kind words. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and aid you in recovering from your injuries. Why do you persist in calling me a celestial being? It sounds somewhat awkward. With such unparalleled beauty and esteemed status, it is only fitting to address you as a celestial being. Your human titles are rather peculiar. We are not deities. So why use celestial to describe us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a bit helpless and ceased the argument, instead asking directly, "How would you prefer me to address you? 9th princess or your highness?" Lin Yuan rejected the notion, saying, "That feels a bit too formal. You may simply call me Lin Yuan." "Lin Yuan," Lin Yuan murmured lightly, not being pretentious, and immediately replied, "Very well, Lin Yuan, I shall address you as such from now on. I have already stated that you should not call me fairy. I apologize. I spoke too hastily." Lin Yuan wore a sheepish smile and suddenly had a whimsical thought, contemplating to himself. Lin Yuan seems somewhat distant. Perhaps I should simply call her Yuan'er? This sentiment he dared only to harbor within, for should he voice it, he could not predict her reaction. What is your name? You have yet to share it with me." "Lin Yuan, with Lin representing forest and Yuan denoting abyss. Lin Yuan is indeed a pleasant name. Haha, you're my senior. If you wouldn't mind, you may call me Xiao Yuan." "Very well, Xiao Yuan. In that case, you may address me as Sister Shuang." "Agreed. From this night forth, I shall be in your care, Sister Shuang. No need for formality. To assist you in refining your meridians, I expended some of my soul energy and require a brief respite. You should also consolidate your cultivation." "Understood, Sister Shuang." Thus, the two engaged in their respective meditations, and the night gradually passed. The following day arrived. Oh, 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 oh. A chorus of roosters crowed, and sunlight filtered through the papered windows, illuminating the small dwelling. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, leaped from his bed, and stretched languidly, feeling remarkably invigorated. After a night of cultivation, his mastery of the opening meridian realm had been thoroughly solidified. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of a beautiful woman. Come out for breakfast. Yuan'er. Lin Yuan was taken aback as he opened the door, revealing the voluptuous figure of a beautiful woman. Upon seeing the man open the door in an instant, Yu Shuqin inquired with surprise, how did you get up so quickly? Did you not sleep last night? Lin Yuan spoke softly. Yes. I was immersed in my cultivation last night, and it just so happens that I woke up to hear your knock at the door. Yu Shuqin cast a reproachful glance at the man, saying, did I not instruct you to refrain from overthinking? Why are you still ensnared by that matter? Despite her words, it was evident that her expression bore a significant air of despondency. Faint dark circles lingered beneath her eyes, clearly indicating that she too had not rested well the previous night. Lin Yuan certainly understood the reason behind the beautiful woman's expression. It was all due to him. In order to prevent her from feeling sorrowful any longer, he promptly explained, Master's wife, I did not overthink it. The reason for my restless night was solely to consolidate my cultivation. Consolidate your cultivation? Is your body refinement at the 9th level not already stable? It is not the body refinement realm, but rather the meridian opening realm. Upon Lin Yuan's utterance, he raised his hand and channeled his energy. A sphere of pure vitality manifesting at his fingertips. The energy radiated forth. To think that Yuan'er could actually project his vital essence. Yu Shuqin's facade of calm finally shattered. Her eyes widened in astonishment, fixed intently on the luminous sphere. It was beyond belief. Truly, it was unfathomable. Just one night had passed. And yet he had already broken through to the next level. Could it be that the divine will had awakened? Lin Yuan smiled and said, I have fulfilled the promise to my esteemed mentor and successfully opened my meridians. Yu Shuqin, regaining her composure, inquired eagerly, what transpired? How did you accomplish this? Lin Yuan explained, last night, I was overwhelmed by my emotions and struggled to fall asleep, so I wandered to the back mountain for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, a celestial light descended upon me, and I felt a powerful force surge into my body, directly unblocking my meridian. Did it AO Ling Shuang's unique status? He did not reveal this information. Celestial light? Yu Shuqin furrowed her brow and remarked, I have never heard of such an opportunity. Do you feel any discomfort? No. He responded, although the power was immense, it was gentle, and I found it quite pleasant. That's good to hear. Yu Shuqin nodded thoughtfully before exclaiming, I understand. This must be a blessing from the heavens. Ah, the heavenly path is conscious. That light must have been sent by it, intended to protect you. Protect me? Indeed. Those favored by the heavenly path are destined individuals, meant to rise to greatness. You will inevitably attain the highest pinnacle and usher in a new era on the Tianlan continent. Yu Shuqin was exhilarated, nearly leaping with joy. A destined individual. Truly. A person of destiny. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, you are bound to become a formidable force that will dominate an era. To have such a disciple is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Was he truly the chosen one? His master's wife had quite the vivid imagination, it seemed. In order to conceal any signs of doubt, he feigned laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. I always knew my destiny was extraordinary. See, fortune has indeed come my way. The beautiful woman, in her initial excitement, gradually regained her composure and remarked, though you are the chosen one. You must not allow this to breed arrogance or complacency. Diligent cultivation remains essential, for even destiny may abandon you if you neglect your efforts. Lin Yuan replied earnestly, indeed. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, not to disappoint your and the heavenly Tao's grace. Very well, my dear disciple, I trust you. Remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not mention it to outsiders, she advised. Understood, esteemed teacher. Now, let us partake in breakfast. The two settled at the table, savoring a light bowl of lean meat porridge. Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, Teacher, do you not usually rise at the 4th watch of the morning? Why are we up so early today? Yu Shuqin responded, I had intended to rise earlier to undertake a task and accumulate more elemental stones for you, aiding your swift breakthrough to the meridian opening stage. However, it appears that such measures are unnecessary. Upon hearing this, a warm current swept through Lin Yuan's heart, and he expressed with concern, Teacher, you have sacrificed so much for me. It is truly arduous. Henceforth, allow me to care for you instead. Yu Shuqin's lips curled into a slight smile. Even if you were to break through to the meridian opening stage, you would still be weaker than I. How could you possibly care for me? Lin Yuan smiled confidently, declaring, I am a person destined by fate. It is only a matter of time before I surpass you. Then let us speak of this when your cultivation exceeds mine, came the reply. After a brief exchange, Lin Yuan suddenly inquired, Master, since you have already broken through to the condensation stage, you can apply to become an outer sect elder, right? At that point, the sect will allocate a courtyard for you, and we need not move away. Yu Shuqin slapped her forehead in realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? I have been so slow-witted. Overwhelmed by the grief of losing her husband the previous day, she had forgotten that she was already qualified to become an outer sect elder. Chapter 12, The Outer Sect Competition, Selection of Martial Arts. I shall apply for the position of elder right away. By the way, Yuan'er, there is one more thing I must discuss with you. What is it? Now that you are a practitioner of the Open Meridians realm, you are eligible to select a martial technique and a cultivation method from the sect's library. You may choose the martial technique as you wish. As for the cultivation method, I have already imparted it to you. so there is no need to pursue another. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Master, that divine art known as yin-yang transformation, with such an elaborate name, where did you acquire it? What level of technique is it? Gu Shuqin softly replied. It is something I stumbled upon with your master in an abandoned cave. I had intended to cultivate it alongside him, but unexpectedly. Lin Yuan chuckled teasingly. I never anticipated that I would be the fortunate one. Gu Shuqin let out a playful huff. You little rascal, even my husband has yet to enjoy my company. And now you have taken that from me. How do you intend to compensate me? Lin Yuan rose with a gentle smile, embracing the graceful figure of the beautiful woman from behind, whispering softly in her ear, Dear Shermu, I shall certainly take responsibility for you. Humph. You still possess a modicum of conscience. The beautiful woman turned her head, locking eyes with the young man, their faces mere inches apart. Lin Yuan gazed at her exquisite features, unable to resist planting a kiss upon her lips. Gu Shuqin offered a token resistance before yielding to his advances. After a considerable moment, their lips parted. Shermu, you truly are delightful. Lin Yuan licked his lips and remarked. The beautiful woman blushed, pushing him away, saying, You little lecher. Always teasing me. I am merely speaking the truth. How can that be considered teasing? He replied. All right, enough of that. I almost forgot to inform you that the annual Outer Sect competition is about to commence, so do not forget to register. The Outer Sect competition? Can I participate with my first level of Meridian opening? As long as you are a disciple at the Meridian opening stage, you are eligible to join. If you manage to secure a high rank, there are substantial rewards. Upon hearing about the rewards, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. Do you know what the rewards are, Master? Gu Shuqin replied, based on past rewards, the top 10 will receive 500 elemental stones and a spirit elevation pill, while the champion will be awarded 3,000 elemental stones and a condensation pill. The monthly salary for an ordinary Outer Sect disciple is merely 10 elemental stones. And even the elders of the Outer Sect earn only 50 elemental stones a month. 3,000 elemental stones is undoubtedly a fortune. Furthermore, the condensation pill is exceptional, as it aids cultivators in condensing their energy spheres. Consuming this pill significantly increases the probability of breaking through to the condensation stage. While these rewards may be trifling for the sect, they represent a considerable sum for the disciples. Lin Yuan exclaimed with delight. Those 3,000 yuan stones are sufficient to equate to several years of your salary. The sect is indeed quite generous in this regard. Gu Shuqin curled her lips, remarking. 3,000 yuan stones may seem substantial to us, yet to the sect, it is merely a drop in the bucket. The entire Yunlan Sect collects taxes from subordinate forces, reaping profits of at least several 100,000 yuan stones annually. Not to mention, they possess their own yuan stone mines, yielding a considerable quantity of yuan stones daily. In response, Lin Yuan could not help but lament, in comparison to the formidable sect, the strength of us disciples appears utterly insignificant. The beautiful woman offered consolation, saying, Though we may seem diminutive now, it does not preclude the possibility of becoming powerful in the future. Indeed, I shall endeavor to achieve a commendable rank in this upcoming grand competition. Observing the man's earnest demeanor, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but chuckle. The top 10 of the Outer Sect competition has always been dominated by peak practitioners of the opening vein realm. As a newcomer who has just entered this stage, I do not harbor expectations for you to secure a high position. Our purpose in registering this time is not for accolades, but rather to provide you with the opportunity to hone your skills through combat and accumulate practical experience. Lin Yuan nodded and said, I understand, Master. You previously mentioned that the top 10 are all peak practitioners of the Meridian opening realm. What about the condensation pill realm? The outer disciples who break through to the condensation pill realm and are under the age of 30 may enter the inner sect and become inner disciples. However, if they are over 30, they can only serve as elders in the outer sect. At this point, the beautiful woman chuckled self-deprecatingly. For those of us who are older condensation pill practitioners, one might say we are esteemed elders of the outer sect, but harshly speaking, we are merely individuals abandoned by the sect, for the finest resources are reserved for the inner sect, and those in the outer sect have no rights to partake in them. Lin Yuan frowned and remarked, Is there truly no avenue for the outer sect elders to advance? The beautiful woman replied, There is indeed a path, but the requirements are exceedingly stringent. One must reach the chi-gathering realm before the age of 40. Only then can one bypass the status of an inner sect disciple and ascend directly to the position of an inner sect steward. Upon hearing this, a hint of derision crept onto Lin Yuan's lips. Those who cannot break through to the condensation realm before the age of 30 undoubtedly possess mediocre talent. How could they possibly achieve the chi-gathering realm before 40? The sect has clearly severed the advancement route for outer sect elders. Gu Shuqin responded matter-of-factly. It is only natural. The sect prioritizes profit, and superior resources are undoubtedly allocated first to those with exceptional talent. We, the ordinary, would gain far less from the same level of resources compared to those prodigies. Lin Yuan clenched his fist and said, Madam Master, you possess the body of Xianyin. And with the assistance of the yin-yang divine arts, coupled with my diligent support, you will undoubtedly have a chance to reach the chi-gathering realm before the age of 40. Gu Shuqin chuckled wryly and replied, I am already 36 years old and have just barely broken through to the essence refinement stage. To elevate to the 9th level of essence refinement and then break into the chi-gathering realm within 4 years seems quite arduous. In this world, nothing is insurmountable. It is merely the heart that makes the difference. As long as we cultivate diligently, success will surely be within our grasp. Cultivate what? She asked. Your fertile land. He replied. Yu Shuqin's expression turned to one of confusion, and after a moment's contemplation, she understood his implication. Immediately, she retorted with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. You cheeky rascal, have you taken to teasing your madam master now? Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle. No. My disciple genuinely wishes to assist the esteemed wife of the master. Humph, do not utter such words again. It is truly indecent. Very well. Then I shall proceed to the scripture repository to select martial techniques. Go ahead. I, too, must apply for the position of outer sect elder. After tidying up the dishes, the two departed in their respective directions. The scripture repository of Yunlan Sect is situated atop the main peak of the outer sect, a considerable distance from his current position on the mountainside. Fortunately, having broken through to the meridian opening stage, although he could not yet fly, he was capable of scaling walls and traversing roofs, and within a quarter of an hour, he successfully reached the summit. At the entrance of the scripture repository, Lin Yuan arrived at the location and noticed an elderly man clad in gray, reclining on a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. The individual was the esteemed elder in charge of the scripture pavilion, holding a significant position within the sect. As an outer disciple, Lin Yuan respectfully greeted the elder with a bow. In response, the elder slightly raised his gaze, casting a cursory glance at Lin Yuan, and remarked nonchalantly. You've just broken through to the meridian opening stage, have you? Indeed. I have come today to select martial arts techniques, Lin Yuan replied. Very well, proceed inside. Remember, you are permitted to select only from the first floor. Understood. Chapter 13. Within the scripture pavilion, joyfully acquiring fist techniques. The scripture pavilion consists of 3 floors. Outer disciples are permitted only on the first floor, while inner disciples may access the second. The 3rd floor is reserved exclusively for inner elders or disciples granted permission by the higher-ups. The martial arts techniques and cultivation methods are categorized into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Among the 3 floors, the first floor is the most expansive, housing an array of yellow tier techniques and martial arts. Although deemed merely yellow tier, these techniques could fetch thousands of spirit stones in a marketplace. In the small town of Qishan, possessing a single yellow tier technique could establish a family's standing, while those with profound tier techniques would regard them as treasured heirlooms. Aside from the 3 prominent families in Qishan, the other weaker clans lack their own techniques, relegating them to the status of vassals to the 3 families for any means of cultivation. Thus, the Yunlan Sect demonstrates considerable generosity towards outer disciples, for within the first floor of the scripture pavilion, there remains a wealth of advanced yellow-tier martial arts and techniques. If these were to be presented externally, they would undoubtedly be fervently sought after by numerous lesser families. Lin Yuan had a clear objective as he made his way directly to the shelf of advanced yellow-tier martial arts. After all, one would naturally opt for the superior rather than the inferior. As he recited the names of various martial techniques, Vajra Palm, Rui Fist, Shattered Stone Seal, Wind-Cutting Finger, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to which one to select. Though these martial arts were of the same rank, he was uncertain which would suit him best. Wait a moment, why is there a volume of low-tier yellow martial arts here? Lin Yuan was scanning the bookshelf when his gaze was suddenly captivated by a brown book. He noticed that the label on its cover bore the words Yellow Rank Low Level. How could a Yellow Rank Low Level martial technique be nestled among the tomes of Yellow Rank High Level? This seemed rather incongruous. With a heart full of curiosity, he picked up the martial technique, opened the cover, and beheld the description on the first page. The technique was called Tong Bei Fist, classified as a yellow rank low-level martial skill. This fist technique emphasizes the manipulation of meridian energies, featuring a total of 9 forms. Each execution resonates with the sound of the meridian, with each subsequent sound surpassing the last. With every sound produced, the rank of the martial skill is elevated. If one can achieve 9 sounds, it can rival a high-level earth rank martial technique. High-level earth rank. Lin Yuan was astonished. How remarkably formidable is this? Earth-tier martial arts. Such techniques are indeed rare. Even a prestigious sect like Yunlan Sect possesses only a handful of them. To find such martial arts within the first floor of the scripture repository is nothing short of astonishing. Although this fist technique claims to rival those of higher earth tier, executing the 9 strikes in their entirety is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Otherwise, everyone would surely opt for this martial art. Lin Yuan pondered to himself, Little Yuan, let us choose this Tong Bei Fist. Just as he hesitated, the voice of Ao Ling Shuang suddenly resonated. Sister Xuan, what brings this to mind? This martial art emphasizes the flow of energy through the meridians, harmonizing perfectly with your 9 yang divine veins. Every strike you deliver will be enhanced by the yang energy of the divine veins, significantly amplifying its power. Amplifying. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean if I can unleash 9 strikes, their power would rival that of celestial-level martial techniques? Indeed, even if one could only produce 1 or 2 strikes, their might would still be comparable to that of profound-level martial arts. Excellent. I shall choose this one. Lin Yuan decisively retracted his fist technique. then casually picked a martial art manual before turning to exit. The elder, sensing the youth's emergence, was somewhat taken aback. Have you made your selection so soon? Yes, master. I have chosen, he replied. Which martial arts and techniques have you selected? I have chosen this manual for my cultivation method and this volume for my martial skills. Lin Yuan presented two ancient texts to his counterpart. As he softly muttered the words Tongbei Quan, the elder could not help but scoff, saying, Young lad, you must have been swayed by the introduction of this martial art, haven't you? While he refrained from commenting on the cultivation method. The choice of martial technique compelled him to speak. Indeed. Yet another soul deceived by the allure of martial arts descriptions. What does the elder mean by that? While it is true that Tongbei Quan possesses remarkable prowess upon mastery, have you considered the formidable challenge of producing a sound? According to the elder, is it truly so difficult to generate a sound with Tongbei Quan? Not merely difficult. Even the venerable ancestor of the Lin family can only achieve 6 sounds. Bear in mind, he is a formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm, and I need not elaborate on his innate talent, correct? The Purple Mansion realm. Lin Yuan's expression flickered with surprise. Cultivators who could attain such a realm were indeed rare, a true 1 in 10,000, endowed with extraordinary talent. However, if even such formidable individuals could only produce 6 strikes, how many could he muster? The elder continued, most disciples practicing this fist technique cannot even manage a single strike, let alone the elusive 7 or 8. Those with such exceptional gifts have yet to be born. Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, which family did you just mention? The Lin family? Is it located in our eastern region? The elder elucidated, the Lin family is an ancient lineage of considerable strength, rivaling our Yunlan Sect. Their residence lies in the western part of the eastern region, quite distant from us. Why did I specifically mention the ancestor of the Lin family? It is because the Tongbei fist was created by the progenitor of the Lin family, a figure of monumental significance, whose renown echoes throughout the continent. He is also the only individual in history to have executed the Tongbei fist with 9 distinct sounds. To achieve such a feat speaks volumes of the Lin family's ancestors' prowess. Now, young one, my lengthy discourse serves to inform you that this martial art is not easily mastered. You should promptly select another technique, otherwise, you may end up unable to produce even a single sound, thereby squandering your opportunity to choose a martial art. In response to the elder's counsel, Lin Yuan resolutely declared, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder, but I still wish to choose this martial art. The elder, upon hearing this, ceased his persuasion and softly remarked, Very well. You young people always seem to learn only through experience, often by encountering setbacks. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Encountering obstacles may not necessarily be a bad thing for a disciple. Now, I require some rest. Please register your name and martial skills, and then you may leave. Following the elder's instructions, Lin Yuan slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect before turning to depart. The elder, seated in his rocking chair, closed his eyes and murmured, It is rather coincidental that Lin Yuan shares my surname. In the bamboo grove outside the scripture pavilion, a conversation unfolded. Sha Yuan, why did you not meticulously select your cultivation method? Because I have already practiced one, he replied. What is this method? A divine technique known as the Yin-Yang transformation. Though its full name is rather lengthy, we shall refer to it as the Yin-Yang divine art. Is this technique truly exceptional, daring to be called divine? I cannot say for certain. Xuanjie, have you heard of this technique? I have not. Well, in truth, this method significantly enhances a cultivator's abilities. Although its cultivation approach is somewhat unconventional. What makes it unconventional? Clear as throat, it requires mutual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Mutual cultivation? Aling Shuang's expression turned peculiar. Sha Yuan, you haven't actually engaged in mutual cultivation with a woman, have you? Yes. Who is the other party? You have met her. Could it possibly be your master's wife? Indeed. You rascal, you managed to win over your master's wife? And no, it was her who initiated it. She requested to cultivate with you? Yes. Goodness, you two, master and disciple, certainly have a unique approach to your training. Xuangjie, you jest. We merely seek to grow stronger. The process of cultivation is of little consequence. True, as long as it accelerates your strength, it is hardly significant. Do you not find our situation strange? Not at all. What is strange about it? Though she is your master's wife, I believe her husband has passed away. Without a man, it cannot be deemed infidelity, nor does it violate moral principles. Indeed, you possess a clear understanding, Xuangjie. Rather than fixating on the nature of your relationship, why not consider finding more women for mutual cultivation? Let us take this slowly, for now. Having only my master's wife is sufficient. Well, regardless, you must strive to grow stronger swiftly, so that I may recover from my injuries more rapidly. Chapter 14. The Elder's Obstruction. The innate enchantress. As Lin Yuan conversed with Ao Ling Shuang, he was suddenly intercepted by a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as Elder L, who had troubled him the previous night. Elder L fixed his piercing gaze upon the young man, his expression stern, and inquired, You are Lin Yuan, are you not? Indeed, Lin Yuan replied, but may I ask why you have unexpectedly stopped me? Did you not witness something on the back mountain last night? I have already answered this question. I saw nothing. There are no outsiders here. You need not conceal the truth any longer. Speak honestly, and I shall ensure your release, the elder insisted. Huh? Do you truly believe that revealing the truth would guarantee my freedom? Lin Yuan retorted. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly within, yet maintained a facade of tranquility as he addressed Elder Lu. I assure you, I have not witnessed anything. Kindly refrain from disturbing my cultivation any further. With that, he attempted to sidestep the elder. However, Lu Jiao swiftly intercepted him, coldly declaring, You shall not leave until you speak the truth. Lin Yuan gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of his adversary and declared with steadfast courage, This place is a core area of the Outer Sect. Do you dare to act here? Are you not afraid of being taken away by the law enforcement elder from the discipline hall? Upon hearing these words, Eljo's expression turned stern. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped aside. Nevertheless, he did not forget to issue a warning, saying, Brat, I will not cease my actions until the truth is revealed. Lin Yuan cast a fleeting glance at his opponent, then smirked with disdain before striding away. Once he had departed, a young man clad in yellow emerged from the bamboo grove, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Master, it seems that fellow possesses quite a resilient tongue. Lu Ji replied coldly, Disciple, the Outer Sect Grand Competition is about to commence. That lad has just retrieved martial techniques from the Scripture Pavilion, which suggests he has entered the Pulse opening realm. He will undoubtedly participate in the competition. Should you encounter him, do not hold back. A fierce glint flashed in the young man's eyes as he clasped his hands in respect, assuring, Rest assured, Master, if our paths cross, I shall exert every effort to incapacitate him, making him aware of the consequences of crossing us. After Lin Yuan extricated himself from Eljo's obstruction, he did not return to the courtyard, but instead proceeded to the affairs hall. Greetings, I wish to register for the Outer Sect Grand Competition. He stated directly upon arriving at the counter. Since it was already late in the registration period for the competition, there were few individuals present, and he did not need to stand in line. May I see your disciple token? Lin Yuan took out the Outer Sect disciple token and presented it for inspection. Please provide your name and cultivation level. Lin Yuan, first stage of the Aperture Opening Realm. Registration complete. Hold on to this token. It shall serve as your credential for participating in the grand competition. The attendant handed Lin Yuan a palm-sized token, upon which the number 9527 was engraved. This number must signify the participant sequence. Am I indeed number 9527? The sheer volume of registrants is truly astounding. While he was aware of the vast number of Outer Sect disciples, he had not anticipated that there would be over 10,000. Moreover, this figure does not even account for the disciples in the body refinement realm. If included, the total could very well reach several tens of thousands. A single Yunlan Sect sustains such a multitude of disciples, truly deserving its status as a major sect in the eastern region. Lin Yuan sighed as he departed from the affairs hall. On his way back to the courtyard, he suddenly overheard a heated argument between a man and a woman in the distance. Lu Yang, how dare you make such a demand when you haven't even spent a few spirit stones on me? Miao Yitzi, how can you have the audacity to say that? During our month together, I have spent at least dozens of spirit stones on you for spirit herbs and elixirs. Yet, you Haven Tea even allowed me to touch you. Is this what you call a proper partner? Do you think I am a complete fool? Ha! You think that spending a few dozen spirit stones grants you the right to possess me? Do you take me for a courtesan? Fine. If you believe I have contributed too little, then return all the spirit stones I have given you. You want back what you have given away? How shameless can you be? What is face compared to spirit stones? My monthly salary is only 10 spirit stones. Dozens of spirit stones would take me half a year to save. You. Shameless. Humph. Think whatever you like. If you don't provide the spirit stones today, don't even think about leaving. Lin Yuan overheard their conversation from a distance and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Both individuals were at the body refinement stage and had previously practiced alongside him in the training hall, so they were somewhat acquainted. Although he was not intimately familiar with them, he had heard from other disciples that the characters of this pair were rather deplorable. 1. Relying on her modest looks. Deceived and manipulated male disciples daily, accepting gifts without granting any reciprocation, all under the pretense of testing their sincerity. The other, reportedly from a family of modest means and possessing a reasonably attractive appearance, frequently sought interactions with female disciples. Many women, charmed by his lavish displays, fell prey to his sweet talking and, within days, lost their virtue. His modus operandi was to engage and then abandon, discarding them once he grew weary, rendering all previous vows nothing but empty promises. Thus, the current situation appeared to him merely as a case of dogs biting dogs. Miao Yitzi, noticing that the other party was intent on forcibly detaining her, began to feel a sense of panic. She was indeed in the wrong. And even if the discipline hall intervened, it was likely they would compel her to surrender her spirit stones. What could she do? In her moment of desperation, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, and her eyes brightened as she rushed towards him. Senior brother Lin Yuan, this vile man seeks to bully me. I implore you to stand up for me. The young woman hid behind the man, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, perplexed as to how such trivial matters could involve him. Instinctively, he wished to dismiss the other party, yet he was suddenly struck by Ao Ling Shuang's voice. Xiao Yuan. This woman possesses a naturally alluring physique, abundant in energy, and could aid you in your dual cultivation. Find a way to win her over. A naturally alluring physique? Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed as he swiftly contemplated the situation. He stepped protectively in front of the woman and spoke coldly. Lu Yang. This is the domain of our sect. In a public setting such as this, what kind of decorum is this ruckus? Upon hearing this, Miao Yizi felt a surge of joy. Lin Yuan, who usually appeared taciturn, proved to be remarkably dependable in a critical moment. Lu Yang, recognizing his opponent, understood that with only a cultivation level of the 5th stage of body refinement, he posed no threat to him. He replied directly. This matter concerns only Miao Yizi and me. It is of no relevance to you. Kindly step aside. Miao Yizi quickly interjected. Senior brother Lin, this man, relying on his slight power, attempted to lay hands on me. Just moments ago, in broad daylight, he dared to assault my dignity. You must not let him get away with this. Let me get away with it? Lu Yang laughed derisively. You too. One at the 5th stage and the other at the 4th stage of body refinement, dare to speak of sparing someone at the 7th stage? With that, he raised his hand, reaching toward the woman. Lin Yuan let out a cold snort, channeling his energy to directly repel his opponent. Upon witnessing this, both individuals were taken aback. The energy was being released. Could it be that this person has attained the status of a meridian opening practitioner? Chapter 15, An Honest Request. Capturing the enchanting form according to the 3rd rule of the sect, aside from the arena, disciples are prohibited from engaging in private duels. Your attempt to strike at me has already violated the sect's regulations. Lin Yuan gazed at his opponent, his words dripping with coldness. Lu Yang snapped back to reality, his expression quite grim. He was bewildered by how his adversary had managed to break through the meridian, yet given the current circumstances, he found himself compelled to yield. Brother Lin, I am no match for you, but that wretched Miao Yizi has deceived me out of so many yuan stones. Surely, an explanation is warranted. Lu Yang was resolute in his pursuit of reparation, for even if this matter escalated to the hall of discipline, he believed he held the moral high ground. Lin Yuan understood this principle as well. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the woman and inquired, how many essence stones have you accepted from him? Please return half. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Half was still within an acceptable range. However, Miao Yizi's expression turned awkward. Senior brother, I cannot produce any essence stones. What? Have you truly exhausted them all? Indeed, not a single one remains. Lin Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Typically, outer sect disciples would reserve a small amount of spirit stones for various cultivation expenses, yet this woman had astonishingly exhausted all her resources without retaining a single one. Lu Yang smirked. Since you lack spirit stones, let the elder of discipline pass judgment upon you. Miao Yizi's complexion turned pale. No, please, don't. The severity of the discipline hall was renowned throughout the sect. Although her transgression was not grave enough to warrant expulsion, she could not escape a painful punishment. For someone accustomed to a life of luxury, how could she endure such suffering? Senior brother, please help me. Lend me the spirit stones, and I promise to diligently save money to repay you in the future. In her panic, she turned to the man for assistance. Lin Yuan did not speak aloud but conveyed telepathically, I can assist you in repaying your debt, but you must agree to one condition of mine. If you consent, simply nod your head. Miao Yizi thought to herself that since the other party was a disciple of Qinren, he would likely not make an unreasonable demand. Therefore, she nodded her head rapidly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan immediately turned to the man and inquired, how many essence stones did you spend in total? The cumulative value of the gifts amounted to 68 essence stones. Half of that would be 34. Very well. I shall provide you with that. After receiving the essence stones from Lin Yuan, Lu Yang finally relaxed his demeanor, and before departing, he did not forget to caution. Brother Lin, this woman is quite devious. Do be wary of falling into her trap. Lin Yuan chose to disregard the surrounding commotion and address the woman. Follow me. Onlookers, witnessing the unfolding events, couldn't help but shake their heads, murmuring, it seems yet another man is destined to fall for that vixen's charms. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan led Miao Yizi into a secluded grove, ensuring they were alone before turning to her and stating, I have repaid your debts in spirit stones. It is now time for you to fulfill your promise. Miao Yizi flashed a seductive smile. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Please, present your requests. I shall do my utmost to meet them. The sudden display of allure momentarily captivated Lin Yuan, causing him to lose his composure. Truly, she was a natural enchantress. Each gesture and smile had the power to ensnare hearts, which explained why so many disciples had fallen prey to her. With a slight sigh, he regained his composure and declared directly, I desire you to be my cultivation partner. What? Miao Yizi was taken aback. Could it be? The usually reticent Lin Yuan was making such a proposition? Was she truly not mishearing him? Senior brother Lin, what did you just say? I said, I want you to be my cultivation partner. Lin Yuan's gaze was sharp, and his words resonated with conviction. After discerning the other party's demands, Miao Yizi was instantly infuriated. Did these men truly consider her a mere courtesan? Did they think they could win her over with a paltry sum of mere dozens of yuan stones? Was she truly so inexpensive? Though anger surged within her, she ultimately recognized her inferior strength and could only suppress her fury, responding in a gentle tone, Senior brother, while my reputation may be somewhat tarnished, my body has never been touched by a man. Do you truly believe that you can possess me for just a few dozen yuan stones? Lin Yuan spoke indifferently, though the essence stones are scarce. The mutual cultivation I propose would indeed be beneficial for you. If you cooperate earnestly, your progress in cultivation will be significantly accelerated. At that moment, Miao Yizi remained infuriated. She perceived his words merely as a pretext to procure her compliance. After all, she had previously deceived many with similar fabrications to acquire essence stones. Thus she harbored no trust in the man's sweet talk. Senior brother Lin, I once believed you to be a benevolent and righteous person, genuinely wishing to assist me. Little did I expect you to be like those other men, merely seeking to possess my body. Finally, unable to contain her disappointment, she expressed her feelings with a countenance full of disillusionment. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Do you not believe my words? With a sardonic smile, Miao Yizi retorted. There are men who have even offered me several hundred yuan stones for a night as companionship. Do you think I would take that seriously? At this moment, Lin Yuan began to waver, contemplating whether to divulge the secrets of the Yin-Yang divine art. His master had explicitly warned him that this technique must not be shared. Should it fall into the wrong hands and be disseminated recklessly, it would spell great trouble. Little Yuan, are you concerned that she might leak the technique? Amidst his hesitation, the voice of Ao Ling Shuang resonated. Indeed, this art is of paramount importance, and I am still unable to ascertain her loyalty. Fear not. I possess a method of sealing words, which can prevent beings from disclosing specified information, thereby ensuring that she cannot reveal the technique or any related matters. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Such an extraordinary spell exists? The world is vast, teeming with wonders. However, this technique is not without its limitations, being effective only against lower-tier cultivators. When faced with even moderately powerful opponents, it proves ineffective. Well then, please proceed to demonstrate it now, Sister Shuang. Very well. Ao Ling Shuang immediately cast the spell. Descending upon the opponent, Miao Yizi suddenly felt a fleeting discomfort in her body, a sensation that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. What is happening? Is it merely my imagination? She furrowed her brow in contemplation. Xia Yuan, I have completed the casting. You may inform her now. Understood, Sister Shuang. Lin Yuan received instructions and immediately spread his palm, allowing strands of pure vitality to converge within it, presenting it before the other person. Just a day ago, I was merely a fifth-level practitioner in the body refinement realm, yet within a single day, I have transcended to the meridian opening realm. Do you wonder how I achieved this? Gazing at the vitality in his hand, Miao Yizi exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you relied on combined cultivation? Indeed. I possess a unique cultivation technique specifically designed for joint cultivation, and its effects are remarkably potent. If you were to practice this method, you might find yourself breaking through to the meridian opening realm in just a few days. The meridian opening realm. Upon hearing this, Miao Yizi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her entire being surged with exhilaration. Having trained for over a year at the outer sect of Yunlan Sect, she had only managed to elevate herself from the second to the fourth level of the body refinement realm. And that was made possible only by leveraging the resources of numerous men. At this pace, she would require at least several years to achieve a breakthrough to the meridian opening realm. Lin Yuan surprisingly claimed that he could help her open her meridians in just a few days. How could she not feel exhilarated? Brother Lin, do you speak the truth? You should be well aware of my master's character. As his disciple, I would never utter a falsehood. Miao Yizi nodded in agreement. Elder Qinren is quite renowned in the outer sect, and since Lin Yuan is a student, his integrity should be beyond reproach. Will cultivating this method truly assist me in breaking through to the meridian opening realm? She began to feel a flicker of hope and sought confirmation once more. Lin Yuan feigned impatience, stating, There are certain words I do not wish to repeat. If you disagree, I shall seek another. Upon hearing the mention of looking for someone else, Miao Yizi became anxious, exclaiming, No, I will agree to your terms. What a joke it would be to relinquish such an opportunity to another. This was the realm of pulse opening, a stage that ordinarily takes years of arduous effort to transcend. The chance to venture into it lay before her, and she absolutely could not let it slip away. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yuan's eyes, but he nodded and said, Very well, let us proceed with our cultivation. Now? I ascend to it a bit too soon? What? Do you not wish to swiftly ascend to the realm of meridian opening? I do. Of course, I do. Then let us depart. Where shall we go for such matters? To my abode. Chapter 16. The Junior Sisters' Co-Cultivation and the Breakthrough to the Second Level. Before long, Lin Yuan led the woman back to his courtyard. Seeing that the courtyard was empty, he quietly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the matriarch was not present. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for words to explain. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of guilt towards the beautiful woman. Just yesterday, he had engaged in co-cultivation with one, and today he was bringing another woman home, which felt rather disloyal. In this fantastical world, strength is revered, and one must grow stronger to safeguard oneself and protect the matriarch. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan decided not to dwell on his misgivings and walked directly toward his small dwelling. Behind him, Miao Yizi's expression appeared somewhat hesitant. Although she had acquiesced to his request, having never before interacted with a man, the sudden proposition for co-cultivation left her feeling a touch anxious. Miao Yizi, this is an opportunity to rapidly enhance your strength. What is there to hesitate about? Moreover, senior brother Lin is exceptionally handsome and possesses greater power than you. Submitting to him is hardly a compromise. With this in mind, her resolve solidified, and she quickened her pace to follow him into the small dwelling. With a soft click, the door closed behind them. Uncertain how much time passed, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, absorbing the energy he had acquired. Through this cultivation session, he had successfully transcended to the second level of the meridian opening realm. Sister Shuang, did you not say that each advancement in the meridian opening requires the unblocking of a meridian? Why was I able to break through this time without unblocking one? The extraordinary ease of this breakthrough prompted his inquiry. I possess limited knowledge regarding the Nine Suns divine meridian. Perhaps it differs from that of ordinary individuals. It may not open with each minor breakthrough, but rather, a new meridian is unlocked only with each significant advancement. A significant advancement. Lin Yuan's expression shifted. Astonished, he exclaimed, does that mean I must advance to the Dan formation realm in order to unlock the next divine vein? Indeed, it appears to be so. This progress is rather sluggish, isn't it? Lin Yuan could not help but feel a sense of regret. He had been contemplating the prospect of his 9 meridians opening simultaneously, allowing him to surpass his peers. However, Ao Ling Shang remarked, this may not be entirely unfavorable for you. Had you followed the conventional pace of meridian opening, you might have found yourself lingering in the realm of meridian opening for an extended period. Fortunately, that will no longer be necessary. Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging that his cultivation had indeed progressed significantly. They had exerted tremendous effort to unlock the first meridian, which made him ponder the challenges that would follow. By extending the timeline for opening the meridians, he found himself considerably more at ease. While others could connect 8 meridians at the stage of meridian opening, he had only managed to unlock one. Would this disparity in strength render him inferior to them? Lin Yuan suddenly realized this and asked with concern. Ao Ling Shuang chuckled lightly. Rest assured, the strength of a divine meridian far exceeds that of ordinary meridians. Although you possess only one divine meridian, the combat power you can unleash will undoubtedly not be inferior to theirs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, feeling a sense of relief, could not help but exclaim with excitement. You say that a single divine meridian of mine is equivalent to 8 ordinary meridians. What if I were to possess 2 or even 3? The power would naturally compound, amplifying my strength beyond measure. Compounding? It is truly beyond my imagination how formidable I would become after condensing the essence into a pill. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his anticipation grew even stronger. He was determined to become stronger as soon as possible, so he could unleash the power of the divine veins. Meanwhile, Miao Yitzi was meditating to consolidate her cultivation. After this joint practice, she had successfully advanced to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan chose not to disturb the other party. Instead, he similarly closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stretched his arms. Senior brother, have you completed your cultivation? A woman's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Yuan turned his head and said, yes, during this training session, I have advanced to the 2nd level of the meridian opening realm. Miao Yitzi exclaimed in astonishment, you've broken through too? I have also progressed by a minor realm. At this moment, her heart was still brimming with excitement. Just by engaging in a single training session, she had achieved a breakthrough of a minor realm. How extraordinary. If she were to participate in a few more sessions, would she not soon reach the meridian opening stage? This was truly marvelous. Brother Lin truly did not deceive. In her moment of joy, she could not help but step forward and plant a fervent kiss on the other person. Lin Yuan was taken aback and inquired, what are you doing? Wasn't this little green tea previously quite resistant? Now, she has taken the initiative instead? Miao Yitzi rubbed her small hands together and apologized. I'm sorry, senior brother. I misunderstood you before. You did not deceive me. This technique is indeed powerful. I was truly foolish to have doubted you. Lin Yuan smiled gently, saying, it's good that you understand. In the future, please cooperate more during our training sessions. This way, we can both achieve greater progress. Miao Yitzi nodded earnestly, replying, all right. Senior brother, I will certainly strive to cooperate and work diligently to ensure everything aligns perfectly. You little minx, how come I never noticed your cleverness before? She teased, giggling. Well, I'm a bit mischievous. Otherwise, how could I enjoy serving you, senior brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This girl truly spoke without a filter, diving right into the mood before they had even begun. Noticing the speechless expression on his face, Miao Yitzi chuckled. Senior brother, do you like your junior sister like this? What do you think? He replied, I guess you must enjoy it. Men like you are always tempted by alluring women. Yet you dislike it when they flirt with other men, right? Haha, you seem to know quite a bit. Have you done your homework on men? Not really. I've just heard a lot, and I understand a little here and there, Miao Yitzi said, suddenly struck by a thought. She then asked, Senior brother, why did you specifically seek me out for training? Is there something about me that caught your eye? Lin Yuan lifted the other person's chin with a playful touch, remarking, of course, it is your exquisite beauty that captivates me. Miao Yitzi pursed her lips in skepticism. I do not believe that. There are countless beautiful female disciples. You could easily seek them out and share the prowess of the techniques. I am certain they would be more than willing to cooperate with you. While she held a strong confidence in her own attractiveness, she was also aware that there were many women in the outer sect who could stand alongside her in beauty. Lin Yuan's intention in seeking her out must stem from some other reason. Otherwise, He would not be willing to spend dozens of spirit stones to help her pay off her debts, engaging in such a thankless task. In light of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but regard her with increased admiration. You are indeed quite clever. I have indeed taken a liking to something about you. What is it? She inquired. Essence. Upon hearing this, Miao Yixi's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, but there are plenty of girls like me in the outer sect. Why don't you seek them out? Because Lin Yuan realized that he could no longer conceal the truth. Just as he was about to reveal it, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside, accompanied by a woman's voice. Yuan'er, have you returned? Lin Yuan's expression shifted, and he immediately said, Stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he donned his attire and departed. In the courtyard, observing the other's furtive demeanor, Gu Shuqin could not help but inquire, What is it, Yuan'er? Is there something amiss in your room? Why did you close the door so hastily? Chapter 17. Unveiling the truth, the master's wife furrows her brow. Lin Yuan shifted the topic, inquiring, How did your application for the position of outer elder go? Master lady? Was it approved? It was indeed approved. We are permitted to continue residing in this courtyard, Gu Shuqin replied, brandishing the outer elder token before the man. Splendid. Congratulations, Master Lady. What is there to celebrate? It is merely a position as an outer elder, and the benefits are hardly substantial. To truly reap the rewards, one must enter the inner sect. Gu Shuqin retracted the token and seated herself upon a stone chair, continuing, And you? How fared your selection of martial skills? Have you registered for the outer sect competition? I have chosen my skills and have also registered. Which martial skill did you select? Connecting back fist. Connecting back fist? Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqin furrowed her brows. Why did you choose this particular technique? I believe this fist technique is quite commendable. Indeed, it is commendable. But it is exceedingly difficult to master. Among 100 disciples, very few can execute a single strike. What makes you think you can? Rest assured, Master Lady. No matter how inept I may be, I can still manage to deliver one strike. A single strike is merely a low-level yellow-tier martial skill. What value does it hold? Even if you manage to perform it? You may not be aware, but the connecting back fist relies on the power of the meridians to channel energy. My meridians are unlike those of ordinary individuals. Even if I only manage a single strike, its potency would rival that of high-level yellow-tier martial skills. Oh, your meridians are different? Allow me to see. The beautiful woman's expression shifted, and she rose to grasp the man's shoulder. Channeling her spiritual sense to probe his internal condition. Inside his body, she observed that the substantial Ren meridian had been opened, emanating an overwhelming aura that caused her spirit to tremble. What formidable meridians! This aura was both fiery and intense, surpassing the strength of her own meridians. As I suspected, Yuan'er's meridians are indeed extraordinary. With such meridians aiding him, Yuan'er's prowess will undoubtedly exceed that of his peers. With this thought, Gu Shuqin became increasingly exhilarated. Nodding vigorously, Excellent. Truly splendid. No wonder my Yuan'er is so exceptional. Master Lady, you flatter me. Regardless of how unique I may be, I will always remain your disciple. Forever honoring you. Such a clever tongue. Gu Shuqin playfully pinched the man's nose, her mood gradually settling. She then spoke earnestly, Yuan'er. The extraordinary nature of your meridians must remain a secret from outsiders. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. The greater the talent of a cultivator, the greater the peril they face. Many ill-intentioned individuals will not allow such a genius to flourish. So this matter must be kept confidential until you are capable of standing on your own. Lin Yuan nodded and assured, Indeed. I shall keep this matter to myself and will not disclose it to outsiders. Gu Shuqin suddenly recalled something and inquired, By the way, I just noticed that your aura seems to have strengthened. Have you achieved a breakthrough? Yes, I have advanced to the second level of the meridian opening realm. But I see that you have not yet opened the second meridian? It is indeed the case. Lin Yuan articulated the speculation of Ao Ling Shuang. Gu Shuqin suddenly realized. So it is, your meridians are indeed extraordinary, requiring a breakthrough to a significant realm for them to be unblocked. Lin Yuan chuckled. That works too. Otherwise, given the extent of my meridian blockage, it would take an eternity to break through to the 9th layer of the opening meridian realm. Indeed. This way, it would be much easier for you. Gu Shuqin nodded and continued. I will go prepare the meal now. You should begin your cultivation. After saying this, she took a step forward, only to find Lin Yuan standing still. What is the matter, Yuan? Do you have something else to attend to? Well, master. Lin Yuan bit her lip, a sheepish smile gracing her face as she explained. The reason I was able to break through to the second stage of meridian opening is due to my collaboration with someone else. Someone else? Gu Shuqin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she immediately inquired, With whom did you collaborate? An outer sect female disciple named Miao Yixi. As Gu Shuqin softly repeated the name, she quickly recalled the individual, her brows knitting in disapproval. Are you referring to that woman notorious for deceiving the male disciples? The woman's ill repute had indeed reached her ears. Yes, you. If you truly wish to collaborate, why not seek out those virtuous female disciples? Why choose such a disreputable woman? Gu Shuqin exclaimed in frustration. Though she soon submitted to her disciple, she was fundamentally a conservative woman. Naturally unable to tolerate her intimate partner mingling with such unsavory characters of the opposite sex. Lin Yuan quickly clarified, "Madam, you misunderstand. Although that fellow's character is questionable, he is nonetheless pure of body." Gu Shuqin steadied her emotions and expressed her skepticism. "Is that truly the case? Yet, I have heard rumors that she is quite adept at leveraging her beauty for personal gain." Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, saying, "She is indeed quite skilled in this regard. But she belongs to that category of individuals who take without giving, a rather despicable sort. Consequently, no man has ever laid a hand on her. I am the first. If you do not believe me, master, you may check my room where she remains." You brought her to the courtyard?" "Yes, master. Do you mind? If you are not fond of strangers, I will promptly send her away." Lin Yuan inquired earnestly. Should the other party take offense, he would unhesitatingly expel them. After all, his stepmother's kindness towards him was immeasurable. A mere green tea girl he had just met could never hold a candle to the esteemed position of a long-acquainted lady. Gu Shuqin cast a discontented glance at him and admonished, "What nonsense are you speaking? Since she is an untouched maiden, and you have laid hands upon her, you must assume responsibility. Otherwise, how could you bear to break a young girl's heart? Having herself offered her all, she naturally wished for him not to engage in actions of want and abandon." Lin Yuan smiled and inquired, "Does the mistress not disdain her lowly character?" Gu Shuqin responded with reason and conviction, "While a poor character is indeed undesirable, if one can mend their ways and embark on a path of redemption, they may very well be a good girl. Moreover, she has merely deceived a few yuan stones. It hardly constitutes a grave offense." Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "Madam, your generosity is truly admirable, and I am in awe. Enough of your banter. Let me in to see just how beautiful this Miao Yitzi is, to have captivated so many male disciples." Gu Shuqin said as she pushed open the door to the small room. There, the young girl sat at the edge of the bed. Her delicate feet adorned with embroidered shoes lightly touching the floor. Her posture was formal, clearly indicating her nervousness. From the moment she arrived at this courtyard, she had understood that it was the residence of the elders. Although she did not lack for a place to stay, she would certainly prefer to reside beside Lin Yuan. Such an arrangement would allow them to be together day and night, fostering their bond and accelerating their cultivation. It would enhance their relationship while hastening their journey to strength. What could be more desirable? Chapter 18. The Meeting of Two Women. A warning to the junior sister. Since losing herself to him, her heart had firmly chosen Lin Yuan, and she naturally wished to elevate her status in his heart to receive more affection. However, to remain here, she required the consent of Qin Ren and his wife. It was said that Elder Qin was a person of strong moral convictions, and she feared she would likely be sent away. With a sigh, she contemplated her fate when the door swung open and Gu Shuqin entered. The two women exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. Gu Shuqin's beauty was already well known, while Miao Yitzi's stunning appearance took her by surprise, stirring emotions even within Gu Shuqin. "Greetings, esteemed elder. Are you the wife of Elder Qin?" Miao Yitzi hurriedly rose, respectfully inquiring. Gu Shuqin nodded. "Yes, I was Qin Ren's wife, but he has passed away, and I am no longer Lady Qin. You may call me Elder Gu." Miao Yitzi was taken aback. Elder Qin has actually died? What could have happened? Noticing the confusion on her face, Gu Shuqin explained, "The story behind my husband's death is lengthy and shall not be discussed now. Let us talk about you instead." As she spoke, she moved to sit by the bed. Understanding the cue, Miao Yitzi cautiously stepped aside, standing like a humble maid before her mistress, her head bowed, eyes fixed on her shoe tips, not daring to breathe too loudly. She realized that with Qin Ren's death, her desire to stay in this courtyard hinged solely on Gu Shuqin's approval, which was undoubtedly far simpler than facing Qin Ren. A wave of relief washed over her. "Very well, Elder Gu. Would you like to discuss?" "I shall answer all your inquiries honestly," Miao Yitzi said softly. Her hands clasped in front of her. "How did you come to know Yuan'er? What made you willing to submit yourself to him?" the elder asked, crossing her legs and studying Miao Yitzi intently. Miao Yitzi did not shy away from the truth, candidly revealing part of her story. "I was pursued by a man demanding debts on the outer path, and senior brother Lin intervened on my behalf, even settling my debts. I was immensely grateful to him. So when he made a request, I readily agreed." "A request?" Gu Shuqin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Yuan. "Was this indeed your request?" "Yes. I helped Miao Junior's sister in her time of need, and in doing so, won her heart," Lin Yuan replied. "Nonsense." Gu Shuqin scoffed. "You were merely lusting after her. Spare yourself the embellishments." Turning to Miao Yitzi, she continued, "You, too, are not being entirely truthful. After maintaining your purity for so many years, I presume you value your chastity greatly. How could you possibly surrender yourself for a mere matter of stones? Surely, you have ulterior motives?" Miao Yitzi bit her lip, her gaze flickering. Uncertain of the elder's knowledge of the Yin-Yang divine skill, she hesitated to divulge the entire truth. Lin Yuan interjected, "Mistress, I have conveyed the formidable effects of the Yin-Yang divine art to her, which is why she would entrust herself to me." "You." Gu Shuqin glared at the man in irritation, reproaching, "This technique is of utmost significance, and you so readily divulged it?" Lin Yuan expressed his guilt, saying, "I apologize, master. For this indeed is my fault. Please punish me." He found it difficult to disclose matters regarding the technique of sealing words, and could only keep it concealed for now. The beautiful woman sighed and waved her hand, saying, "Enough, enough. Considering that you are striving to become stronger, I shall forgive you this time. However, you must ensure to ascertain the character of the other party before imparting any teachings next time. Otherwise, the exposure of our techniques could bring us significant trouble. Understood, Master. Lin Yuan replied. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Gu Shuqing glanced at the woman once more and said coldly, "You understand what I wish to convey, do you not?" Miao Yizi, fully aware of the implications, obediently replied, "I understand. This matter shall never escape my lips. Otherwise, I shall face divine retribution and a most untimely demise." At this moment, she and the master-disciple duo were indeed a united front of interests, and she would never act against her own benefit. The elegant woman slightly inclined her head. "Well, since you have pledged yourself to Yuan, you must attend to him diligently, harboring no rebellious thoughts." This statement indicated her initial acceptance of the situation. Miao Yizi understood this well and nodded with joy. "Yes, elder." The woman then turned her gaze toward Lin Yuan. "Since Yizi is now your partner, you must look after her with utmost care. Do you comprehend?" "Understood, master." "Very well. I shall prepare the meal now. You both may practice in the meantime. I will call you when it is ready." With that, she rose and departed. As the conversation concluded, Miao Yizi felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply. For reasons unknown, this dialogue had imparted a sensation akin to a bride meeting her in-laws, and the cold, aloof aura of the other party made her feel somewhat breathless. Fortunately, she had successfully passed the interview and could remain. Lin Yuan scoffed. "What? Are you very happy?" Miao Yizi wrapped her arms around the man's, playfully replying, "Of course. I am delighted to be by senior brother's side. Did you not previously claim that I regarded you as a mere gigolo? That I was no different from other men? Why is that no longer the case? Before senior brother, I willingly embraced the role of your devoted woman. Moreover, you are unlike anyone else. Others may only gaze at me with longing, but only you can truly savor what I have to offer." Lin Yuan gave a sharp slap to the other as pert backside, grinning mischievously. "Oh, little vixen, you truly understand the hearts of men. Hee hee. As long as my senior brother is pleased, I can demean myself in any way for my junior sister. How is it that you possess such cunning charm?" "It is because I hold deep affection for my senior brother. As long as I can bring you joy, I am more than willing to belittle myself." Miao Yizi replied earnestly. Lin Yuan expressed his contentment, saying, "Good junior sister, your unwavering loyalty to your elder brother will surely be reciprocated with kindness." With a gentle smile, Miao Yizi closed her eyes, rose onto her tiptoes, and passionately offered her crimson lips. Lin Yuan did not shy away but embraced the moment. The two shared a tender kiss until Gu Shuqing announced that dinner was ready, prompting them to part. That evening, the three gathered around the table to enjoy a meal together. Afterward, Gu Shuqing retired to the master bedroom for rest, while Lin Yuan and Miao Yizi returned to the small room in the secondary bedroom. "Senior brother," the woman once again offered her lips, only to be gently declined by Lin Yuan. "What is it, senior brother? Shall we not continue our cultivation?" Miao Yizi asked, puzzled. "Tonight, I must accompany Master's wife. We shall cultivate together another time." Lin Yuan spoke indifferently, accompanying the master's wife? The woman was momentarily taken aback. "What is happening? Are you, a disciple, truly going to accompany the master's wife? Is this appropriate? Is it permissible? That is indeed the master's wife. Are you not afraid of the master's retribution?" "Oh, I almost forgot. The master is no longer here. Nevertheless, even if the master were still alive, such actions would still be unacceptable, wouldn't they?" Miao Yizi was profoundly astonished. In her view, this was an affair intolerable by societal standards. How dare Lin Yuan? Chapter 19. The master's wife is jealous, inside the training room. "Senior brother, when you mentioned companionship, did you mean that kind of companionship?" She inquired cautiously. "What do you think? Could it truly be that sort? As long as you understand in your heart, this matter must not be spoken of outside. Do you comprehend?" Lin Yuan was acutely aware that the other party resided in this courtyard, and it was only a matter of time before the truth could no longer be concealed. It would be wiser to disclose it sooner rather than later. Although Miao Yizi had her suspicions, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment when she received confirmation from him, her heart quivering with realization. "I understand. I am my senior brother's woman, and I shall certainly keep his secret," she vowed earnestly. "For now, focus on your own cultivation. I shall return to accompany you another day." Lin Yuan embraced her gently before turning to depart. As she watched the man leave, Miao Yizi couldn't help but exclaim, "What an audacious pair. Just after Elder Qing's passing. These two are already entangled. How shameless." At that moment, the image of the master and disciple in her mind had utterly shattered. She had once believed in their bond of benevolence and filial piety, yet now it appeared that their relationship was indeed one of such affection, albeit expressed in an exceptionally unconventional manner. Outside the master bedroom door, Lin Yuan knocked on the door, rapping 3 times. After a considerable pause, there was no response. He could not help but exclaim, "Master's wife, your disciple requests an audience." Not seeing anyone, came the reply. "Why is that?" he inquired. "I am about to rest." "But are you not still awake?" "I shall rest shortly." "Then should I take my leave?" Lin Yuan tentatively inquired. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a woman's voice resonated. "No, come back. Hadn't the mistress mentioned needing rest?" "Humph, come in and speak." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. Creak. He pushed the door open and beheld a beautiful matron seated at the edge of the bed. Her face etched with a profound melancholy. Lin Yuan swiftly closed the door behind him, his face betraying a hint of guilt as he took a seat beside the other party. He extended his hand, saying, "Master's wife, I have missed you." The beautiful woman brusquely pushed his hand away, scoffing. "What are you thinking? Aren't you supposed to be with your little junior sister? How is it that you still have time to seek me out?" Lin Yuan solemnly remarked, "Are you referring to that Miao Yitzi? She is merely a trifling green tea. And in terms of friendship and beauty, she cannot hold a candle to you." The enchanting woman remained unsatisfied, "Yet you still took her in?" "This is to enhance my strength swiftly to protect you," he replied earnestly. "Is that truly the case? I suspect you are merely captivated by her beauty." "Absolutely not. Though she is indeed attractive, she pales in comparison to you in my heart. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. She is not worthy even to carry your shoes. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am not a naive girl who will fall for such sweet talk. Alas, everything I do is for your sake. If it bothers you so much, I shall send her away." All right. I am not truly bothered. I just feel a tad uncomfortable," Gu Shuqin interjected. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I apologize, dear teacher's wife. Please, no more words on this matter. It has come to this, and I prefer not to elaborate further. Thank you for your understanding." "Humph, this is the only exception. You must not bring another woman home next time." "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." Lin Yuan readily agreed, extending his palm to grasp the delicate hand of the beautiful woman, softly murmuring, "Time is of the essence. Let us commence our cultivation together." "Halt. This is the bedroom of your master and me. Isn't that even better? You, unruly disciple. Your audacity knows no bounds. Does the mistress disapprove?" The following day, the sun rose high in the sky. After a prolonged period of secluded cultivation within his chamber, Lin Yuan finally emerged. "Senior brother, have you completed your training?" Miao Yitzi, who was meditating in the courtyard, sensed the commotion and turned to greet him with a question. Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Have you been diligently practicing?" "Of course," she replied. "After a night of cultivation, I have successfully digested the accumulated vital energy within me and have achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of body refinement." Miao Yitzi smiled as she rose, demonstrating her training results with a flurry of punches and kicks. "Excellent. At this rate, you shall soon open your meridians. What about you, senior brother? Have you made any breakthroughs?" "I just broke through to the 2nd level of meridian opening yesterday. My realm is still not stable, so I am not in a hurry to challenge the 3rd level." TSK, you practiced together for so long last night, yet you still haven't stabilized your realm? What? Are you feeling restless and wish to practice together with me? You're dreadful. Senior brother, you are truly mischievous. Hiki, little minx, what are you pretending for? I can see that you desire it dearly." Indeed I do. Senior brother, would you dare to indulge me? Let us discuss this tonight. I plan to head to the training hall today." "Oh, senior brother is going to train his martial arts?" "Yes. Then I shall accompany you." The training hall is a place where outer disciples cultivate their techniques and martial skills. It is equipped with a low-level gathering array to accelerate the training process. As a public space, the training hall is expansive, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, and can accommodate thousands of disciples practicing together. Lin Yuan and Miao Yitzi, after paying the entrance fee, entered the room only to find it already filled with numerous individuals. The two could only seek out a vacant spot in a corner. "Look, isn't that the despicable Miao? How dare she come here to practice?" one whispered. "And look at that young man beside her. Could he be yet another suitor? How pitiable." "Pitiable for what? At least she has extra yuan stones to lavish on women, unlike us, who barely have enough, scrimping and saving for our own training. Even with her tarnished reputation, she still attracts admirers. Why is it that no one pursues me?" Overhearing the hushed conversations around them, neither Lin nor Miao exhibited any visible reaction. Lin Yuan was utterly indifferent to the idle gossip, as long as it did not disturb his cultivation. He paid no heed to what others said. After all, in the face of strength, all words are but feeble whispers. At this moment, his foremost concern was to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Miao Yitzi had long since become accustomed to such remarks, rendering her immune to them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Yuan retrieved the martial arts manual detailing the Tongbei fist and turned to the 2nd page, only to find it blank. How peculiar. Was there truly nothing recorded in this tome? Puzzled, he released his spiritual sense to interact with the pages. Subsequently, an overwhelming torrent of information surged forth, flooding his mind with the techniques of mastering the Tongbei fist. Lin Yuan spent the time of an incense stick in comprehending it. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the previously blank page had transformed entirely into a deep black. It seemed that such a change occurred only after being touched. It turned out that martial arts were understood in this manner, restricted to an individual and incapable of being disseminated to others. Lin Yuan could perceive that the technique of Tongbei Quan was esoteric and difficult to comprehend. Only through the digestion of information could one fully grasp its intricacies. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to steal such martial skills merely by observation. Thus, the martial arts and techniques on the Tianlan continent retained their value, as practitioners could only study them through the understanding of ancient texts. Unless one's cultivation reached an extraordinary level, imparting such skills was unattainable. Otherwise, If a person mastered a martial technique and shared it with everyone, its worth would diminish significantly. As for why his master could impart the yin-yang divine art to him, it was undoubtedly due to the unique nature of the technique. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan ceased to ponder further, put away the now obsolete texts, and recalled the training methods of the fist technique, rising to practice his punches. Chapter 20. The Sound of Mastery. Fellow disciples caused trouble soon. Many recognized the fist technique he was practicing, and they could not help but laugh. Could it be? In this day and age, someone still practices Tongbei Quan. How foolish. Did the elder of the pavilion not advise him? Why choose Tongbei Quan of all techniques? It is a waste of the opportunity to select martial skills. And it would be better to let someone else take the chance. If he manages to produce a sound today, I will stand on my head and eat dirt. The crowd voiced their opinions, evidently lacking faith in Lin Yuan's abilities. Miao Yitzi shared this sentiment. In her eyes, though Tongbei Quan was a yellow-tier technique, its cultivation difficulty rivaled that of heavenly-tier skills. Historically, few within the sect had succeeded in mastering it, and it was highly improbable that Lin Yuan would excel as well. As they shook their heads in disbelief, a sudden sound echoed, bang. Lin Yuan had unleashed a punch. The crowd was taken aback. A sound? He produced the first sound already? Within just a quarter of an hour, he achieved the first sound? This was utterly ridiculous. Lin Yuan retracted his fist. Contemplating inwardly, the Tongbei fist relies on the strength of the meridian system to generate power, the more potent the energy within the meridians, the easier it is to produce a sound. With the enhancement of the 9-yang divine meridian, it is no wonder that I was able to strike the first sound so swiftly. Miao Yitzi, engrossed in her practice, was suddenly startled by the noise. To her astonishment, she exclaimed with delight, "Senior brother, you are incredible! You managed to produce that sound so quickly." Lin Yuan couldn't help but inquire, how long did it take for other disciples to produce their first sound when practicing this technique? Miao Yitzi sighed, "It depends on one's innate talent. Some take several months while others may only require half a month. Of course, the majority cannot even produce the initial sound. To achieve such a feat is already quite remarkable." A discordant voice interrupted, "Is producing a mere sound enough to excite you so? Is your perspective truly so limited?" Both turned to see a burly man, arms crossed and a scornful expression on his face. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The burly man replied with an air of arrogance, "I am Guocheng. Do you now recognize my identity?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. Guocheng was the nephew of Elder Guo from the Outer Sect, a figure of considerable strength. Consequently, Guocheng wielded power in the Outer Sect, and no one dared to provoke him. "I have not heard of you." Lin Yuan shook his head indifferently. Guocheng glared, preparing to reprimand, when a voice emerged beside him. "Brother Cheng, it is this vile woman. She deceived me out of 10 spirit stones to purchase pure essence pills." Instantly, all eyes turned to a slender man standing beside the burly figure. "Rest assured, cousin, if this woman dares to swindle the sons of the Guo family, I shall ensure she pays the price." Guocheng spoke coldly, his gaze fixating on the woman. Upon the first glance at Miao Yitzi, he found himself momentarily entranced. What a stunning beauty! How had he not noticed such exquisite talent in the Outer Sect before? Miao Yitzi, naturally alluring, possessed extraordinary charm, and with the attention of men, her delicate features appeared even more radiant. At this moment, Guocheng had already resolved that this woman was to be his. He must possess her today. "Your name is Miao Yitzi, is it? I have long heard of your deceptions in the Outer Sect, preying upon many male disciples. Today, I have come to seek justice for them." With that, he reached out to grasp her. Just then, a surge of energy appeared beside the woman, forcing him back 2 steps. It was Lin Yuan who intervened. Seeing his actions thwarted, Guocheng seethed. "You insolent brat, how dare you obstruct my affairs? Have you grown too bold?" Lin Yuan scoffed. "What do you think you are, daring to touch my woman?" Upon hearing this, Guocheng's expression darkened. The woman he had set his sights on had been sullied, and by this dandy no less. This brat truly deserved punishment. Nearby, a gaunt man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Who among the Outer Sect does not know how cautious this woman is? She wouldn't even allow a man to graze her hand. Yet you dare claim her as your own? Are you still dreaming?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Miao Yitzi's reputation was well known. She was certainly not the type to surrender her virtue easily. However, Miao Yitzi boldly embraced the man's arm and declared before all, "What senior brother Lin says is true. I am already his. I shall seek no other partner, so you may cease your pursuits." This proclamation left everyone astounded. Could it be true that this woman had indeed shared a bed with him? How could he, of all people, be worthy? A beauty whom so many male disciples had failed to win over had been claimed by this young man? Did he possess some hidden advantage? The gaunt man, astonished yet furious, shouted, "You wretched woman! I invested so much effort into you, and you ignored me, only to turn around and sleep with someone else? So this is how low you have sunk?" Miao Yitzi retorted mockingly, "Oh please, you think a few measly spirit stones equate to effort? What nerve you have! Look at your pitiful self. What do you possess that could possibly compare to senior brother Lin? If you are so attached to those spirit stones, I will gladly return them to you double." The gaunt man, fuming, replied, "Who needs your worthless spirit stones? A woman like you, even if she finds a man, will surely be discarded in due time." With that, he turned to Guocheng and urged, "Brother Cheng, do take action. This woman is far too arrogant. Guoqing nodded, preparing to strike once more, only to find Lin Yuan shielding the woman. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and warned, "Brat, if you dare protect her again, I will not hold back." Lin Yuan replied indifferently, "My companion has already stated that we are willing to return double the amount of the essence stones. You do not accept this, do you?" Guoqing laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Have you not yet perceived the current situation? We do not require essence stones. Let us take her body as compensation." Lin Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "You were the one who said it. Everyone heard you. It is not that we refuse to compensate, but rather that you are imposing unreasonable demands." Upon finishing his words, his vitality radiated outward, unmistakably revealing his prowess at the second level of the opening meridian's realm. Guoqing, equally channeling his energy, sneered, "And if we are indeed imposing unreasonable demands, do you, a mere waste at the second level, think you are worthy to prattle before me?" He was a cultivator of the fifth level of the opening meridian's realm, 3 levels superior to his opponent, and could effortlessly overpower him. The onlookers, witnessing the exchange, began to believe that Lin Yuan was destined for defeat. "Diamond palm," Guoqing bellowed, as he unleashed a palm filled with concentrated energy, striking with ferocity. Through the back fist, Lin Yuan displayed no fear as he unleashed the newly mastered boxing technique. With a resounding clap, their fists collided, producing a dull thud as the burly man was sent flying. He crashed to the ground with a thud, a wave of intense pain coursing through him, eliciting an involuntary groan. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Defeated, Guoqing had actually been vanquished. How could this be? Even Guoqing himself was in disbelief. How could he, a 5th-level practitioner, lose to a mere 2nd-level youth? Furthermore, he had employed a high-level yellow-tier martial skill, which should have been vastly superior to the young man's Tongbei fist. Beside them, Miao Yitzi gazed at the man with sparkling eyes. Her brother was indeed formidable. Her choice had proven to be correct. This was precisely the man she had been seeking. Lin Yuan, however, was not surprised by the outcome. Although the Tongbei fist was merely a low-level yellow-tier skill, the enhancement provided by the 9-yang divine vein propelled its power to nearly that of a high-level yellow-tier skill. Moreover, the 9-yang divine vein not only amplified the might of martial techniques but also bolstered the intensity of one's vital energy. With both factors in tandem, overcoming 3 minor stages to emerge victorious was a trivial feat. Chapter 21. Arrogant woman, 8 extremes pulsation. Are you still so arrogant now? Lin Yuan withdrew his fist, his tone icy. "You." Guoqing attempted to rise and voice his thoughts, yet was interrupted by a woman's voice. "Fighting is prohibited in the training room. Are you intending to be punished in the discipline hall for your reckless behavior?" Upon hearing these words, everyone turned to see a woman clad in a purple outfit. "Damn it," Guoqing muttered, displeased, and turned to say something, but upon seeing the woman's face, he trembled in fear and swallowed his words. Lin Yuan. She was a 9th-level practitioner of the opening veins realm, belonging to the most formidable echelon of the Outer Sect. It was indeed unfortunate that she had come to the training room today. "Apologies, Sister Yan. I did not mean to disturb you just now," Guoqing said, realizing the gravity of the situation and immediately putting on a smile. "A 5th-level practitioner like you cannot even defeat a 2nd-level one. You truly are useless." Lin Yuan remarked disdainfully as she cast him a glance. Despite the insult delivered so brazenly, Guoqing dared not express his anger, repeatedly agreeing, "Yes, I'm useless. You are right. Get lost. Do not stand here and sully my eyes." "Understood. I shall leave at once." After bowing submissively, the two from the Guo family departed in disgrace. This scenario piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Who was this woman? Did she possess significant influence to intimidate the arrogant Guoqing so thoroughly? At that moment, the woman approached Lin Yuan, appraising him from head to toe. "You are far too weak. Just another waste. However, you are quite handsome, much more pleasing to the eye than that fellow. You may remain here and continue your training." With that, she turned and sought a vacant space to commence her practice. Observing her, the surrounding disciples dared not approach, instinctively retreating and forming a no-go zone within 3 paces of her. Lin Yuan gazed at the silhouette of the woman, a sinister curve forming at the corner of his lips. How dare she insult him? He vowed to remember this grievance. The conflict came to a halt, and the crowd fell silent, returning to their training. Half a day later, Lin Yuan and Miao Yitzi ceased their training and returned to the courtyard. "Senior brother, do you not find that woman's words rather unpleasant?" After leaving the training room, Miao Yitzi finally mustered the courage to speak. "Indeed, are you aware of her background? What emboldens her to be so arrogant?" Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity. "Her name is Lin Yuan, the daughter of the head of the Lu family." "The Lu family? Is it formidable?" "Indeed, the Lu family is one of the most powerful factions affiliated with the Yunlan Sect. It is rumored that the ancestral figure of the Lu family possesses cultivation at the Dao platform realm, an extraordinary level of strength." The Dao platform realm. Lin Yuan's expression subtly shifted. Such cultivation could be considered as top-tier combat prowess even within the Yunlan Sect. It is no wonder that the woman dared to be so audacious, for she possesses such a formidable background. Although she is currently merely an Outer Sect disciple, given her talent, it is likely that she will soon break through to the condensation realm and ascend to the Inner Sect, especially considering she is only 20 years of age. Miao Yitzi added. Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, at merely 20 years of age, her accomplishments are indeed extraordinary. Miao Yizi expressed her envy, remarking, "Her background is far superior to ours, and with such remarkable talent, she is destined to be a powerhouse, belonging to a realm distinct from ours." Given her less than privileged upbringing, she felt a profound sense of this disparity. While others indulged in a life of luxury from a young age, she was forced to live frugally, assisting her parents with labor as soon as she was able to comprehend her surroundings. Eventually, she was fortunate enough to be identified as possessing cultivation talent and enter the outer sect of Yunlan Sect. Upon arriving here, she became acutely aware of the vast chasm that exists between individuals. Some could squander their resources freely, treating elixirs as mere candies, while others had to survive on meager monthly stipends. She belonged to the latter group. In light of such stark contrasts, her jealousy intensified, leading her to engage in deceitful and unscrupulous endeavors. It was only upon meeting Lin Yuan that she was rescued from her plight. There is no need for undue self-deprecation. Even if our origins are not as favorable, it does not preclude the possibility of becoming formidable individuals. Lin Yuan gently patted her shoulder and encouraged, "How can you know if you and she belong to different worlds without making an effort to try?" Gazing at the man's handsome visage, Miao Yizi nodded vigorously, biting her lip with a smile as she replied, "Yes, I will do my utmost." With that, she grasped his hand and swiftly took off running. "What are you doing? You should return to your training," he chided playfully. "You little girl, daring to pull me along with your mere body refining stage. Hold on tight." "Ah." At her startled exclamation, Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her close to him before soaring into the air, vanishing in an instant. In the courtyard, upon their return, Gu Shuqin was already seated, awaiting them. "Martial aunt, greetings, elder." The two greeted with a respectful bow. The beautiful woman cast her gaze upon them and inquired, "How was your training in the practice room today?" "It was quite good, but what?" she prompted. "We encountered a minor inconvenience." Lin Yuan recounted his experiences one by one. Upon hearing his account, Gu Shuqin furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "There is merely an outer sect elder behind Gucheng, which is not particularly concerning. However, the Lu family is quite formidable. Has Lu Yuyan set her sights on you?" "No," he replied. "I am well aware of my own limitations and thus have refrained from any conflict with her." Lin Yuan is not a narrow-minded individual. He knows when to bow his head. "Ah, my dear Yuan, a gentleman avenges himself. Even if it takes 10 years, we shall repay her for her insults." Gu Shuqin encouraged her disciple. She then produced a tome and continued, "This is a manual of martial arts techniques I acquired from Lingout Pavilion. Though it may not be of the highest quality, I hope you will not look down upon it." "How could I? Whatever you, my esteemed teacher, bestow upon me will be cherished as a treasure," he replied. Lin Yuan spoke as he took the ancient text from the other person's hand, his gaze falling upon the 4 prominent characters inscribed on the cover, 8 Extremes Pulsation. What could this name signify? Intrigued, he turned to the first page. 8 Extremes Pulsation. It read, "A low-grade martial skill of the yellow tier, reliant on the power of meridians to enhance speed. The greater the number of meridians activated, the swifter the resultant burst of velocity. Upon mastering it to perfection, the simultaneous activation of 8 meridians could yield a speed comparable to that of advanced martial techniques of the yellow tier. Yet another martial skill that harnesses the force of meridians for its execution." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Master's wife. This martial technique is perfectly suited for me. Did you select it specifically for me?" "Indeed," she replied. "Upon discovering the remarkable strength of your meridians, I took special care to seek out martial techniques related to meridian power. You are truly considerate, Master's wife. However, this martial technique must be rather expensive, I presume?" "Fortunately, it is only a little over 1,000 yuan stones," she answered casually. "Just a little over 1,000. Miao Yizi, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. To them, the outer disciples, even 100 yuan stones constituted a significant fortune. The thought of 1,000 was simply unfathomable. Chapter 22, Mastery of Martial Techniques and Rules of the Grand Competition. Lin Yuan was well aware of how arduous it was to earn 1,000 yuan, and he could not help but express his gratitude, saying, "Master, you have been exceedingly kind to me. I am truly overwhelmed by your generosity and feel a deep sense of guilt." Gu Shuqin smiled gently, replying, "Silly boy, if you feel indebted to me, then strive to grow stronger. In the future, I shall rely on you to lead us to a better life." Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, resolutely declaring, "I shall certainly live up to my master's expectations and strive to become a formidable warrior in the future. Now, immerse yourself in the comprehension of this martial technique." Indeed, just as he had previously grasped the Tombe fist, Lin Yuan successfully comprehended the 8 Extremes Pulsation. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the now darkened pages, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only this martial skill could be understood by more people. "Master, may I share this martial skill with you?" "Of course not. If martial skills could be shared indiscriminately, they would lose their value. Then why were you able to impart the divine skill to me last time?" "Because what I imparted was the fundamental essence of that technique." "Fundamental essence?" "Indeed. Martial skill information is divided into the fundamental essence and the imprinted versions. The techniques we encounter in the scripture pavilion and in the marketplace are imprinted versions, which dissipate after being comprehended once. Techniques acquired in this manner cannot be transmitted. However, the fundamental essence is different. It is wholly inscribed in the mind after comprehension, allowing for free transmission to others. Did you not also pass on the divine skill to Ez? After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. He had indeed successfully transmitted the yin-yang divine skill. Yet he found himself unable to impart the Tongbei fist. My master has truly entrusted me with the fundamental essence. She has great faith in me. I do trust you. But who knows if you might turn around and share it with someone else? The beautiful woman shot a reproachful glance at the man, then turned to the girl, reiterating, Easy, the yin-yang divine skill is exceedingly important. Remember, it must not be shared with anyone. Do you understand? Miao Ez replied with utmost respect. Understood, elder. By the way, since you are Yuan's partner, you may also call me master from now on. Yes, master. Miao Ez beamed with joy, as this declaration undoubtedly signified her acceptance. Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief at the beautiful woman's acknowledgement of her. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, master, for your tolerance. Enough. Only half a month remains before the outer sect competition begins. Make sure to devote this time to your training. Yes, master. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan diligently practiced both martial techniques while training alongside the two women. Through their collective efforts, Gu Shuqin broke through to the second level of the condensation sphere, while Miao Ez reached the 9th level of the body refinement stage, just one step away from opening her meridians. As for himself, he also successfully advanced to the 3rd level of the meridian opening stage. Whoosh! In the courtyard, Lin Yuan's figure flickered, appearing in the distance in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, your speed is astonishing. You must be nearing mastery of the 8 extremes pulsation. Miao Ez exclaimed in awe from the side. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. To reach mastery, one must simultaneously activate 8 meridians, and I have yet to unlock so many. I am still far from that goal, although he had only opened 1 divine meridian for the time being. The power he exhibited was equivalent to that of 8 ordinary meridians, which enabled him to unleash the immense effects of the 8 extremes pulse. Miao Ez pondered, Yet, your explosive speed is so astonishing. It seems that others who attain mastery achieve only this level of effect. For the past few days, she had been curious about how he managed to execute both the Tongbei fist and the 8 extremes pulse at such an extraordinary level. According to the previous conversation between the master and disciple, could it be that Lin Yuan possessed uniquely powerful meridians? Bang, bang, bang. As her thoughts wandered, 3 resounding strikes echoed. Lin Yuan raised his hand and delivered a punch, shattering a stone the size of a winter melon nearby. Indeed, my Tongbei fist has stabilized to produce 3 resounding strikes, he remarked with satisfaction, observing his fist. The 3-strike Tongbei fist possessed the might of a high-level yellow-rank martial technique, and with the augmentation of his divine meridian, it rivaled the prowess of a profound rank martial technique. Coupled with his proficiency in the 8 extremes pulse, he was confident of achieving commendable results in the upcoming competition. Yuan'er has made significant progress recently. With your current strength, you should have the confidence to contend with cultivators of higher meridian stages, Gu Shuqin said, emerging from the bedroom with a gratified expression. After receiving the care of her husband, she had become increasingly radiant. Her complexion improved markedly, indicating that she had begun to emerge from the sorrow of her husband's passing. Greetings, Master Madam, the two greeted, and Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. My strength has indeed seen considerable enhancement. However, there are still many formidable opponents among the outer sect. It may not be easy to break into the top 10. Gu Shuqin shot him a knowing glance. There are thousands of competitors in the grand competition, with at least dozens of disciples at the 9th level of meridian opening, each possessing considerable strength. You, with your 3rd level of meridian opening, should feel proud if you can place within the top 100. The top 100? That was not his ambition. His aim was to reach the top 10, as only by doing so could he attain the rewards from the sect. While he harbored this thought, he refrained from voicing it and instead inquired, Master Madam, with over 10,000 participants in the outer sect competitions, how will the battles be conducted? Surely, it cannot be in a ring match, for that would take an eternity. Miao Ez, overhearing, blinked her eyes in curiosity. The outer sect competition is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a preliminary selection where all participants enter the beast arena. The sect will release over 10,000 wind-chasing hounds to engage you in combat. During this phase, jumping is prohibited. You can only remain on the ground. Should you find yourself unable to continue, you may exit the arena, which will count as elimination. The last 100 contestants standing will advance to the next round, which involves drawing lots for ring matches, with the final victor claiming the championship, Gu Shuqin explained leisurely. Upon hearing her words, both Lin Yuan and Miao Ez furrowed their brows. They had not anticipated that the first part of the competition would involve facing wind-chasing hounds. Although they were merely second-tier demonic beasts, their speed was blinding, and their aggression formidable. A typical cultivator at the meridian opening stage would struggle against them in solitary combat. The notion of the sect unleashing thousands of wind-chasing hounds to besiege them was a terrifying prospect. Compared to this initial trial, the second round of ring matches seemed far less daunting. How long had previous preliminary selections taken to yield results? Lin Yuan inquired once more. Gu Shuqin responded. In previous years, the results were typically achieved in merely half an hour. Half an hour? Is it truly that swift? Indeed, for the greyhounds are quite formidable opponents. Coupled with the limited area of the arena and the prohibition on jumping as per the rules, Consequently, most competitors can only rely on running to buy time. Sustaining a run for half an hour demands considerable stamina. Managing such endurance is already commendable. Upon hearing this, the two seemed to envision a vivid scene, countless disciples dashing across the arena, pursued by a pack of greyhounds. Such a spectacle was undeniably absurd. Chapter 23, The Matriarch's Council, the competition commences. Lin Yuan pondered, while most disciples are fleeing. There must be a few who can confront the wind-chasing hounds with their own strength, right? Gu Shuqi nodded in agreement, indeed. Those of exceptional ability can contend with the hounds. However, once you injure one, the others will rush to avenge their fallen comrade. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, contestants typically refrain from harming the wind-chasing hounds and instead engage in a more strategic evasion. After speaking, she cast a glance at Lin Yuan and cautioned. Given your current capabilities, you are likely not yet a match for the wind-chasing hounds, so it is best to flee. Remember to head towards areas with fewer people. This may lessen their attention and perhaps you will remain undetected. Thank you for the reminder, Master. There is another matter I wish to discuss. What is it? Lin Yuan recounted the recent incident in which he was obstructed by LVGO. The elegant woman scoffed, stating, LVGO does not dare to act against you within the outer sect, and his disciple, Huangfen, possesses merely the cultivation of the 4th level of meridian openings. He is certainly no match for you, so there is no need for concern. At this point, her expression turned grave. Aside from those at the 9th level of meridian opening, there is but one individual you must be wary of. Who? Song Mian's disciple, Xiaojun? Is he formidable? Indeed, he possesses the golden spiritual body from the 5 elements, excelling in metal-based spells. Even at the 8th level of meridian opening, he can contend with those at the pinnacle of that realm. His strength should not be underestimated. Due to your master's influence, I fear that Song Mian may instruct him to act unfavorably towards you in the upcoming competition. A golden spiritual body? That sounds impressive. Since you have warned me, I shall remain vigilant. Well, that is essentially all you need to be cautious of. The rest pertains to the safety regulations during the contests. The sect prohibits engaging fellow disciples within the beast arena, yet there are no rules against luring beasts. Consequently, some individuals may intentionally lead pursuing beasts towards others during a chase. Exercise caution in this regard. Additionally, should you find yourself in danger, promptly exit the arena. Do not entertain any notions of luck. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, Master. I shall remember all your words. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly recalling the matter of his master, and furrowing his brow, he inquired, Shiji, can we report Master's death to the discipline hall and have them seek justice for us? Gu Shuqin shook her head and replied, without evidence. Even if we report it, there will certainly be no follow-up. Very well, he conceded. Revenge is not urgent, as long as Song Mian remains in the outer sect. He cannot escape. In due time, once our cultivation is accomplished, we shall seek him out to settle the score. Upon overhearing their conversation, Mao Yitzi expressed her astonishment. Elder Song Mian? Is he the one who conspired to harm Elder Qin? It is likely so, came the response. Lin Yuan articulated the reasoning behind his conjecture. Miao Yitzi, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, so it is him. Though he usually appeared amiable and approachable, she was taken aback to discover his true nature as a petty individual. In that moment, she resolved to distance herself from him in the future. It was merely a fade. This sanctimonious wretch would ultimately meet his demise at my hands. As I offer his severed head in tribute to the spirit of my esteemed master, Lin Yuan spoke harshly. The following day, in the outer gate square, countless disciples gathered, jostling against one another, a sea of heads. Above the square, a middle-aged man in green garments stood suspended in the air. Addressing the crowd with a clear voice, esteemed disciples, I am Geng Xiu, the master of the outer gate. I am delighted to gather here with you all to witness this year's grand competition. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of deep respect. It was rumored that the master was a practitioner at the Qi gathering stage, possessing strength that far surpassed all outer gate elders. How imposing it would be to hold such power and status. The outer gate grand competition is of great significance to our Yunlan Sect. Thus we have prepared generous rewards to be bestowed upon the outstanding disciples. After reciting a formal statement, he waved his hand and announced, Please proceed into the beast fighting arena. The competition is about to commence. A surge of sound echoed as the disciples moved forward, entering the expansive arena. On the high platform, Geng Xiu and several elders had already taken their seats, ready to observe the forthcoming battles. Who will emerge as the champion of this outer gate competition, one wonders. I suspect it will be Guan Mao, the steward's disciple. He is at the 9th level of the meridian opening stage and possesses exceptional swordsmanship. Zhou Ping from the Zhou family is not weak either. He has perfected the Rui fist. No matter how strong these disciples are, they cannot possibly rival Miss Lu. Her background speaks for itself, does it not? At this remark, the crowd's expression shifted. Lu Yuyan hailed from the Lu family, which had powerful members serving in the inner sect of Yunlan. At merely 20 years of age, she had already broken through to the 9th level of the meridian opening stage. In both talent and lineage, she overshadowed her fellow disciples. It seems that the title of champion in this competition truly belongs to her. The entry of Lu family members into the inner sect is a foregone conclusion. We need not dwell on her any further. Let us shift our focus to the disciples of the elders. An elderly man interjected, redirecting the conversation. And look towards Song Mian. I have heard that Elder Song's disciple has reached the 8th level of the meridian opening stage and possesses a formidable golden spirit physique. There are likely few in the outer gate who can match him. Upon hearing mention of his disciple, Song Mian humbly replied, Elder Wu, you flatter me. Although my disciple has a decent constitution, he is still quite young and lacks combat experience. I am unsure if he can pass the first round of the competition. Elder Song, you jest. If your disciple cannot pass the first round, who could possibly succeed? Laughter ensued among the crowd as discussions continued, while within the arena. The battles had commenced. At the Elder's command, the gates containing the ferocious beasts swung open, and countless wind-chasing hounds surged forth, roaring towards the crowd. As the wave of beasts surged, the crowd quickly dispersed, each person fleeing in a desperate bid to evade the onslaught of the beasts. Lin Yuan recalled his master's reminder and chose not to confront the onslaught of the wind-chasing hounds. Instead, he activated the 8 extremities pulsation, distancing himself from the beasts. With the aid of his agile martial skills, he strolled leisurely within the arena, free from the worry of being attacked by the hounds. After a quarter of an hour, the once vast crowd of tens of thousands had dwindled by more than half, as many had been startled into flight at the first charge of the demonic beasts, thus forfeiting their chance to continue the contest. The remaining half were those endowed with considerable strength and endurance, capable of withstanding the tide of beasts. Time continued to pass. Lin Yuan wandered through the arena, listening to the cries of the demonic beasts and observing the dwindling number of disciples, his heart remaining utterly unfazed. Those who could endure in this trial were either exceptionally powerful individuals or those endowed with remarkable stamina. Possessing both attributes, he naturally had no fear of elimination. Chapter 24. The Stone That Strikes Back. Entering the top 100. A sudden cry of pain pierced the air as the contestants turned their gazes towards the source. They beheld a disciple who had had his arm severed by a wind chaser hound, blood gushing from the wound. In the moment of agony, he paid no heed to his lost limb and promptly leaped away, escaping the beast arena. Lin Yuan immediately discerned that this individual harbored a delusional sense of invincibility, believing he could evade the onslaught of the ferocious beasts, only to find himself gravely mistaken. Witnessing this spectacle, many exhausted competitors relinquished their struggles, leaping away in haste. In a mere moment, over 1,000 participants had departed, leaving only a few hundred disciples remaining within the arena. Among them, the most resplendent was undoubtedly the woman clad in purple, standing defiantly at the center of the field. With a whip in hand, her eyes shimmered with arrogance and disdain. Whenever a wind chaser hound approached, she effortlessly repelled it with a single crack of her whip. Initially, the beast attempted to swarm her, joining forces to attack this audacious human. However, they were swiftly dispatched by her skillful strikes. Though the wind chaser hounds were notoriously ferocious, they were not devoid of intelligence. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of this human woman, they instinctively recoiled, retreating from her presence. This resulted in a veritable vacuum surrounding Lu Yuyan, as neither competitors nor beasts dared to encroach upon her vicinity, having been repelled in their attempts. While the rules dictated that one could not harm their fellow disciples, she was an exception. Even if she transgressed, the judges dared not utter a word of reproach. Apart from her, another figure donned in gold remained steadfast in a corner of the arena, his position unyielding, yet no beast dared to assail him. This individual was Chao Jun, who, relying on his formidable physique, had repelled numerous hounds, instilling a sense of dread among the wind chasers, who now shunned proximity to him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the beast-fighting arena, Huangfen was evading the relentless pursuit of the beast when he unexpectedly noticed a figure ahead. Lin Yuan? How is it possible that this lad has endured for so long? Recognizing the identity of the individual, he was filled with incredulity. With his own cultivation at the 4th level of meridian opening, coupled with his martial agility, he barely managed to sustain himself thus far. Yet this boy, having just commenced his journey in meridian opening, seemed to navigate the chaos with such ease. Cursed brat, just wait and see what I can do. Huangfen thought vehemently to himself as he hastened toward Lin Yuan, urgently exclaiming, Junior brother, there are far too many beasts. Please assist me in fending off a few of them. Lin Yuan was initially engrossed in watching the performance when he suddenly found himself in a precarious situation. Feeling quite irked, were it not for the rules prohibiting any physical confrontation, he would have already dispatched his opponent to the ground. At that moment, the wind-chasing hounds took notice of the young man beside Huangfen, their jaws agape and eyes gleaming with menace. The majority of the crowd appeared quite flustered. Yet this human stood composed and impeccably dressed. Undoubtedly, this was a provocation, with a resounding roar. Several beastly howls echoed as the creatures lunged towards Lin Yuan with great speed. Truly troublesome, it seemed he had no choice but to take action. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yuan resolved to proceed. He could still make a hasty retreat, but since he had already been singled out, fleeing would prove cumbersome. Instead, it would be wiser to intimidate his assailants, ensuring a moment of peace. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 powerful strikes of the Tombe fist, he effortlessly sent the approaching beast sprawling. The surrounding disciples, who were desperately trying to escape, were taken aback. The first round of the grand competition was nearing its conclusion. Yet a hidden master had emerged. To repel several wind-chasing hounds so effortlessly suggested that his cultivation was at least at the pinnacle of the opening vein stage. On the high platform, the elders were engaged in conversation when they suddenly became aware of the unfolding situation, each one astonished. Whose disciple was this? How could he possess such prowess? The technique he employed seemed to be the Tongbe fist, which was supposed to be among the most rudimentary martial arts. How could he send multiple wind-chasing hounds flying? What tremendous force had he unleashed? As they marveled, Song Mian furrowed his brow, having previously overlooked this individual. If his memory served him correctly, Lin Yuan was merely a fifth-level practitioner of the body refinement stage, was he not? How had he advanced to the opening vein stage in just half a month? Had he encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Recalling the events that transpired that night on the mountainside, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Yes, it must have been due to that meteor shower. Lin Yuan must have acquired a fortuitous opportunity at that time, which enabled him to swiftly open his meridians and gain the strength to repel the wind-chasing hounds. This opportunity is even more formidable than he had anticipated. Song Mian had already speculated that his opponent had obtained a treasure, and now he could confirm it. Dear disciple, do not blame your uncle for being ruthless. Rather, it is you who have obtained something undeserved, forcing me to act with a heavy heart. Song Mian's expression darkened as he silently reflected. In the arena, as Lin Yuan effortlessly repelled the wind-chasing hounds with a few punches, Wang Feng was left utterly astonished. What was happening? He could actually defeat the wind-chasing hounds? Why had he not acted sooner? Amidst a shock, the sound of barking erupted as the remaining wind-chasing hounds charged towards him like frenzied beasts. They were incensed. They had initially thought Lin Yuan to be an easy target, only to discover his unexpected strength, which resulted in them suffering an unnecessary blow. Such a humiliating circumstance ignited their fury, directing their hatred towards Wang Feng. Had it not been for him luring them into attacking Lin Yuan, they would not have been subjected to such punishment. This despicable human must be dealt with. In the midst of the frenzied pursuit by several demonic beasts, Wang Feng barely managed to escape, losing a portion of his sleeve to their bites. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. This fellow, intent on causing him harm, ultimately ended up shooting himself in the foot, thereby eliminating himself from the competition. With Wang Feng's departure, nearly 100 individuals remained in the arena, while the wind-chasing dogs still numbered in the tens of thousands. The significant reduction in numbers implied that each individual would now contend with an increased number of ferocious beasts. Aside from formidable figures like Lu Yuyan and Xiao Jun, whom no wind-chasing dog dared approach, the remaining disciples were, to varying degrees, affected by the situation. Lin Yuan was also pursued by several eager competitors. However, after he repelled a group of them, the demonic beasts lost their courage and dared not to engage him further. Soon, dozens of participants departed, and the number dwindled to 100. I hereby declare the conclusion of the first round of the grand competition. Upon confirming the remaining count, Geng Xiu rose and proclaimed loudly. The disciples in the arena breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously leaping into the air to exit the beast-fighting arena. The 100 successful disciples stood outside, awaiting the next round of the competition. Yu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi had been observing from the sidelines, and upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge, they immediately rushed over. Senior brother, you actually made it into the top 100. That's incredibly impressive, Miao Yitzi exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around his. Yuan'er, congratulations on entering the top 100. Gu Shuqin approached to offer her congratulations, her demeanor calm yet her tone betraying her exhilaration. Given Lin Yuan's modest cultivation level, she had not held high expectations, so his achievement came as a delightful surprise. Chapter 25, the challenge begins, encountering a strong foe. Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, the first 100 is merely the beginning. What follows is the main event. Those who endure amidst the throngs are undoubtedly the elite of the outer sect, their prowess unquestionable. Striving for a position within the top 10 will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Yu Shuqin nodded in agreement, stating, the second round of competition is indeed formidable. However, you have already reached this stage, which brings great satisfaction to your master. Even if you do not achieve further results, I shall have no complaints. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Miao Yitzi waved her delicate fist, cheerfully encouraging, senior brother, go for it. Your junior sister will always support you from behind. Gazing at the graceful duo, Lin Yuan nodded and replied, indeed, I shall do my utmost. After a brief intermission, the draw for the second round commenced. Lin Yuan drew a bamboo stick from the container, upon which the number 26 was inscribed. It seemed that I shall be the 26th to take the stage. He mused inwardly. As the second round of the grand competition commenced, all participants departed the beast-fighting arena and gathered near an ancient yet magnificent platform, which bore the marks of time. The high-ranking members of the outer sect ascended a nearby elevated platform to survey the surroundings of the arena. The referee, an elder, began to announce the competitors, starting with number 1. Soon, 2 men ascended the stage. In this outer sect competition, the use of mundane weapons was permitted. Yet the possession of spiritual artifacts was strictly forbidden. Additionally, the matches were to be friendly sparring sessions, with no deliberate harm inflicted upon fellow disciples. Understood? Understood. Very well. The first match officially begins. With the elder's words, he leaped off the platform. The two combatants quickly engaged in battle, ultimately culminating in victory for the man on the left. One match followed another, and Lin Yuan keenly observed the techniques of his peers, drawing lessons from the defeated. Contestant number 8, please take the stage. As the 8th number was called, the figure of a woman clad in purple re-emerged before the crowd. It was Lu Yuyan. It seemed her opponent was destined for misfortune. Once Lu took action, her adversary stood no chance of victory. Shall we wager on how many moves her opponent can endure? As the crowd speculated, a man below stared at the 8th bamboo stick in his hand, his expression one of despair. He never anticipated such ill fortune. To face the strongest disciple of the outer sect in this tournament. Initially, he had hoped to vie for a spot in the top 10. But it now appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Despite his inner turmoil, he had no choice but to step onto the platform and bowed, saying, "Outer sect disciple Zhoubo, at your service, Lu Junior sister." Lu Yuyan maintained her icy demeanor, responding coolly, "I shall not bully you. You may strike first." Upon hearing this, Zhoubo ceased his chatter and advanced with practiced speed, under the watchful eyes of the audience, as he entered the 3-zheng perimeter around Lu Yuyan. She swiftly raised her long whip and struck. With a resounding crack, the man was sent flying off the platform. Hiss. At this sight, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Although Zhoubo's strength was notable within the outer sect, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to the 9th level of meridian opening, he could not withstand even a single strike from his opponent. How could this woman's power be so formidable? Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? The prowess of the Lu family girl is indeed remarkable. Zhoubo's encounter with her is undeniably unfortunate, an elder remarked from the high platform. Nodding in agreement with the others, had Zhoubo not faced Lu Yuyan, his strength might have allowed him to contend for a top 10 spot. Regrettably, he could only exit in disappointment, truly a case of misfortune. How fortunate to witness my lady's victory upon arrival. A sudden voice resonated as an elder robed in purple appeared on the high platform. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd's demeanor shifted, and they promptly rose to pay their respects. Greetings, Elder Lu. The visitor was none other than Lu Yuyan's uncle, inner sect elder Lu Mo. At this moment, even Gengxiu, the outer sect leader, bowed his head in deference. Though he held the nominal title of outer sect authority, he was merely at the gathering chi stage. Comparable to an inner sect steward, while inner sect elders were at least formidable Yuan'er practitioners. Such masters could sweep through armies and dominate territories. To speak plainly, Yuan'er cultivators could establish their own sects, with many small sect founders possessing this level of power. We are all elders, you need not be so formal. Lu Mo waved his hand, his gaze firmly fixed on the arena, clearly dismissing the other elders. His purpose in attending today was to safeguard Lu Yuyan's safety while seeking a worthy opponent for his niece among the outer sect disciples. As the crowd heard his words, they couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What do you mean by we are all elders? Our elders cannot be compared to yours, as there is a significant difference in cultivation levels. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the sect granting them the title of outer sect elder, their gathering pill stage cultivation would mean nothing in the eyes of the inner sect. They were merely a group of talent-exhausted failures, easily outmatched by any disciple emerging from the inner sect. On the platform, after Lu Yuyan's victory, her expression remained unfazed as she leaped away. For her, this outer sect competition was merely a formality. She regarded the outer sect disciples as beneath her, unworthy of her full effort. Engaging with such opponents was merely a waste of her time. Her aspirations lay within the inner sect, for only there could she truly showcase her value. Contestant number 9. Please take the stage. After a brief moment of astonishment, the competition resumed. Each match averaged less than 15 minutes, and soon it was time for the 20-somethings. Contestant number 26, please take the stage. Upon hearing his number, Lin Yuan steadied himself and stepped onto the platform. Opposite him stood a burly man with arms crossed, his expression one of arrogance. Who is that young man in plain garments? He looks rather impressive. With a silver spear and a wax head, his strength must be lacking. You are mistaken. He managed to repel numerous wind chasers in the first round, so his strength is undoubtedly commendable. Indeed, his strength is impressive, but regrettably, he faces Shurya. This might be the end of his journey in the competition. The crowd voiced their opinions, with many expressing skepticism about Lin Yuan's chances in this match. On the high platform, the elders were also engaged in discussion. Shurya had finally made his appearance, and he was indeed a top contender for the championship. It was said that he had mastered the stone strength technique to perfection, capable of unleashing a blow with tremendous force. Encountering Shurya, that young man was bound to be unfortunate. In a corner of the seating area, Yu Shuqin gazed at the young man in the arena, her expression tinged with worry. She had not anticipated Lin Yuan's ill luck. Facing the top-tier competitor in the very first match, achieving a position within the top 100 would already be commendable. This sparring session's outcome was of little consequence. Amidst her concerns, she sought to reassure herself. Chapter 26. Lin Yuan strikes, shocking the entire arena. On the platform, the burly man spoke first. Kid, I have seen you in the beast fighting arena. You seem quite capable. Had it not been for me, you might have had a chance to compete for a ranking. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly and said, So, does this mean that I have no chance upon encountering you? Of course, you are no match for me. Surrender now. There is no need to waste either of our time. I would convey the same sentiment to you. Don't say I didn't warn you when my fist and feet strike without mercy. With a thunderous roar, Shurya summoned the power of the stone strength and advanced swiftly. Lin Yuan raised his fist, confronting his adversary. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, causing both to stagger back a few steps. A flicker of surprise crossed Shirya's eyes. How could you possess such formidable strength? He was compelled to acknowledge that he had underestimated his opponent. Lin Yuan steadied his stance and remarked nonchalantly, "Your strength is commendable." If he was not mistaken, the opponent must have specialized in physical cultivation, possessing a body as solid as rock. After their previous collision, his fist still tingled with soreness. He chuckled, "How intriguing. Let us continue." The stone cliff charged once more, its figure bearing down like a mountain. Lin Yuan stood resolute, unafraid, and met the challenge head-on, with a series of resounding clashes. The sound of fists and feet colliding left Shirya increasingly astonished. How could the seemingly ordinary Qi cultivator contend in close combat with a formidable body cultivator like himself? Moreover, he possessed a 9th-level cultivation in the opening veins realm, towering over his opponent by 6 minor levels. The vast disparity in their abilities rendered Lin Yuan's endurance against his relentless assault beyond Shirya's comprehension. In truth, Lin Yuan not only held his ground but also retained considerable strength. Shirya's physique was indeed powerful, yet his 9-yang divine meridian was no trivial matter. With a ceaseless flow of potent yang energy coupled with the profound intricacies of the Tongbei fist, he was virtually invincible within the opening veins realm. Below the stage, the disciples were left dumbfounded. Could it be? This seemingly frail youth in plain attire could actually withstand Shirya's onslaught? Furthermore, he appeared calm and composed, maneuvering with ease. This was utterly preposterous. Among the spectators, the elders were equally astonished. They had anticipated Shiryu to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet the unfolding scene was starkly contrary to their expectations. To endure Shirya's full-force assault, who was this young man? How had he not been mentioned in the outer sect? Observing his cultivation at merely the 3rd level of opening veins, yet managing to contest evenly with a 9th-level practitioner, was indeed no small feat. No, it was far more than that. It was akin to scaling the heavens, to combat across levels without succumbing. This individual must surely be a prodigy. Whose disciple could he be? I recognize him. His name is Lin Yuan, a disciple of Qinren. Qinren? The crowd's expression shifted with surprise. In their minds, Qinren was a congenial figure, possessing average talent, yet he had managed to mentor such an exceptional disciple? What a remarkable treasure he had found. But wait, had not Elder Qin already passed away? Was this disciple now under the tutelage of Madame Qin? Instantly, all eyes turned to Gushu Qin. Facing the collective gaze, the elegant matron nodded. Indeed, he is my disciple, alongside my late husband. Geng Xiu stroked his beard and inquired. Madame Qin, no, I should say Elder Gu, are you aware of this disciple's background? How can he exhibit such formidable combat prowess? Gushu Qin furrowed her brow. I'm not entirely certain of his circumstances. There must be something exceptional about him. At this moment, she felt a sense of helplessness. Given Lin Yuan's current achievements, he would undoubtedly be scrutinized by the sect after the grand competition, and the secrets of his meridians would surely be exposed. Consequently, Lin Yuan might face the risk of assassination. Although revealing his talent could lead to peril, it would also garner the sect's attention, which, in the grand scheme of his growth, would likely prove more beneficial than detrimental, she reassured herself inwardly. Beside her, Lu Mo was equally captivated by Lin Yuan's battle. Turning to observe the scene on the stage, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, intriguing, this young man is truly fascinating. Once this grand competition concludes, I shall personally investigate his circumstances. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel envious. Should this intersect elder take an interest in Lin Yuan? His future would undoubtedly be bright. Among the elders present, only Song Mian wore a displeased expression. Lin Yuan's performance has far exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought that such an opportunity could elevate one's strength to this extent? Had he known, he should have acted sooner. Despite the myriad regrets swirling in his heart, there is no way to turn back time now. If the other party truly garners the attention of the sect's higher-ups, his desire to seize this opportunity will undoubtedly become significantly more challenging. All he can do now is hope that Lin Yuan does not catch the eye of the sect, for that would still leave him with a chance to succeed. Within the arena, after a prolonged entanglement, Shiryu could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Kid, you better brace yourself for my final punch." He had intended to wear down his opponent through sheer endurance, but to his surprise, Lin Yuan proved to be even more tenacious. If this continued, he might very well end up being the one exhausted. Mountain-splitting fist. Shiryu concentrated all his strength into his hand and delivered a powerful strike forward. Has he finally reached his limit? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. How audacious of his opponent to challenge him, a wielder of divine veins, to a test of endurance. Such an endeavor was akin to striking a stone with an egg. A blatant display of overestimation of one's own capabilities. It seemed fitting to settle the matter with a single decisive blow, for he had no desire to prolong this encounter. Tongbei Quan. He summoned the power of his divine veins and unleashed a punch. A resounding series of impacts echoed as his fist connected with his opponent's. Bang! The two fists collided, and the rocky precipice showed no signs of yielding. Instead, it was sent flying by Lin Yuan's strike, landing precariously at the edge of the arena. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Defeated. Shiryu had been vanquished. It was utterly unbelievable. Lin Yuan achieved victory, his expression calm as he clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I am grateful for your guidance." Struggling to rise from the ground, Shiryu revealed a wry smile. "Apologies, junior brother. I misjudged your capabilities. You not only possess the strength to enter the top 10, but may also have a chance to claim the championship. I wish you good fortune. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. The two descended the arena, while the spectators remained in shock until the referee announced the battle's outcome, gradually regaining their senses and expressing their astonishment. Did I truly see correctly? Brother Sure, at the 9th level of the opening veins, actually lost? It took you this long to realize? No. This is impossible. How could Brother Sure be defeated? That lad must have cheated. Some disciples sought to defend Shurya, only to be rebuffed by the referee. What nonsense! All the high-ranking members from the Outer Sect are present for this grand competition. If Lin Yuan had cheated, it would have been discovered long ago. How could a mere disciple like you lodge a complaint? Chapter 27. Overcoming obstacles to enter the top 4 on the high platform. The elders engaged in animated discussions regarding the battle's result, expressing their profound sentiments. Lin Yuan is truly remarkable. To defeat a practitioner at the 9th level of the opening veins while being only at the 3rd level is a feat that ranks among the finest in the history of our Yunlan Sect. To pass the first round at the 3rd level is indeed miraculous. Indeed, it seems we were all mistaken. He is the greatest dark horse in this competition. Historically, half of those who advanced past the first round were at the 9th level of the opening veins, and the remainder were mostly at the 8th level. Disciples at the 7th level were exceedingly rare, let alone those at the 3rd level. Thus, Lin Yuan's achievements undoubtedly possess immense value. In a corner of the arena, Lu Yuyin gazed at the young man in plain robes not far away, her face betraying a hint of surprise. She recalled this individual. The last time they met in the training hall, he was merely at the 2nd level of the opening veins. How had he broken through to the 3rd level in just half a month? Moreover, to defeat a practitioner at the 9th level was truly impressive. Your performance on the stage is an attempt to prove that I was mistaken, is it not? Humph. I shall soon inform you that even if you have defeated Shurya, you remain a waste. A flicker of cold disdain crossed her eyes as she thought to herself. Chao Jun, standing not far away, observed the duel and, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's victory over Shurya, couldn't help but sneer, an intriguing young man. My master specifically instructed me to look after you. I had not taken it to heart, but now it seems I must be more attentive. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, the attitudes of these two individuals were beyond his awareness. Even if he were aware, he would not be intimidated. Possessing the 9 Yang divine vein signified boundless stamina, and with the support of the Tongbei fist and the 8 extremes pulsation, he was confident in overcoming any opponent. As time passed, the 50 matches swiftly concluded, leading into the 2nd round of draws. This time, Lin Yuan faced another practitioner at the 9th level of the opening veins. Much like his victory over Shurya, he easily defeated his opponent. Following this, in the 3rd round, only 25 competitors remained. One contestant received a bye, while the remaining 24 entered into combat. The contestant Lin Yuan faced was named Guo Wei. On the stage, Guo Wei, clad in azure attire and wearing a cheerful expression, said, Junior Lin, I am a member of the Guo family. Surely, you have heard of my lineage? Lin Yuan responded, Ah, are you here to avenge Guo Cheng and the others? Not at all. Their defeat was merely a consequence of their inadequacy. They brought it upon themselves. Our Guo family is not so petty. It is simply that Elder Guo is my senior, and I cannot refuse his request. Therefore, I shall exert my utmost effort this time. Understood, then let us commence. With that, the two engaged in battle. As anticipated, Guo Wei was soon vanquished. I concede, he said. You are too modest, Junior Lin. With your prowess, even if you do not secure the championship in this grand competition, obtaining a place among the top few should be effortless. Once we both enter the inner sect, do not forget to invite your elder brother for a toast. Agreed. Guo Wei's character was rather admirable, unlike Guo Cheng, who was exceedingly rude. As he descended from the arena, Lin Yuan pondered. Meanwhile, Guo Cheng and his brother stood amidst the crowd, their bodies trembling after witnessing the outcome of the battle. Guo Wei was the most exceptional member of their generation. If he could be defeated by Lin Yuan, had they not been courting death with their earlier provocations? Initially harboring thoughts of revenge, they now found themselves devoid of any such intentions. Following 12 matches, the 3rd round of combat concluded. In the 4th round, only 13 participants remained. After drawing lots, 12 engaged in battle while one was granted a bye. Lin Yuan emerged victorious once again, advancing to the 5th round. Only 7 contenders remained, among whom were Lu and Chao. This time, fortune favored him as he drew a bye. The remaining 6 participants battled it out, resulting in the elimination of 3. The final trio consisted of Lu Yuyin, Chao Jun, and a swordsman named Guan Mao. Together with him, the 4 of them drew lots to determine their match order. Upon revealing their numbers, it was evident that his number was 1. Turning to the other 3, he noted that Guan Mao shared his number, while Lu and Chao both drew number 2. Upon learning the draw results, Lu Yuyin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan and remarked, You have managed to avoid me through so many rounds. Your luck truly is remarkable. Lin Yuan shrugged and remarked, Isn't this perhaps a form of fate? It signifies that you and I are destined to meet in the finals. Lu Yuyin scoffed lightly and replied, Let us first conquer your opponent before discussing the finals. Should you falter in this round, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Lin Yuan smiled calmly and replied, I extend the same words to you. Brother Chao's prowess is exceptional. You ought to exert yourself. Lu Yuyan turned away, leaving a remark. Just an insignificant outer sect insect. You should prioritize your own well-being. The woman's arrogant words rendered Xiao Jun's expression quite grim. All four of them had fought valiantly to reach the top four. Why did Lu Yuyan only regard Lin Yuan with esteem while looking down on him? Was he truly inferior to that young man? That arrogant wretch, I shall make you beg for mercy beneath my feet later. Gazing at her curvaceous figure, Xiao Jun thought fiercely to himself. Lin Yuan was designated as number one, thus he took the stage first in the semifinals. On the opposite side of the arena, Guan Mao had also entered, wielding a long sword, and with a cupped fist, he proclaimed, "My name is Guan Mao, and I am proficient in the art of swordsmanship." Lin Yuan returned the greeting, stating, "I am Lin Yuan from the outer sect, proficient in the art of fist fighting. Blades and swords are merciless. Should I inadvertently injure you, I hope Brother Lin will not take offense. It is of no consequence. Brother Guan, feel free to unleash your full potential," Lin Yuan replied. "Then I shall make my move," Guan Mao declared, as he raised his sword and lunged forward with a swift thrust. Lin Yuan swiftly evaded. Contemplating, this individual possesses impressive speed. No wonder he has reached the top four. Outside the arena, disciples and elders fixated on the battlefield, their eyes filled with curiosity. Who will emerge victorious in this clash? Gu Shuqin sat in her seat, her emotions long since dulled by astonishment. Lin Yuan's entry into the top 100 was already a delightful surprise, yet her accomplishments did not cease there. She astonishingly swept through the competition, advancing to the semifinals. "Oh, Yuan'er, you have truly astonished your master-'s wife," the beautiful lady mused to herself. On the arena, the gleam of swords flickered repeatedly as Guan Mao relentlessly swung his long sword, striking fiercely at his opponent. Lin Yuan executed the eight extremities pulsation, deftly maneuvering within the arena to evade his opponent's strikes. Confronted by a man who resembled a rat, Guan Mao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As his swordsmanship grew increasingly erratic. How infuriating. How can this person be so elusive? He felt a profound sense of helplessness. The sword techniques he usually took pride in were rendered utterly ineffective in the presence of his adversary. Lin Yuan sensed the change in his opponent and inwardly shook his head. Although this individual was skilled with the sword, his temperament was excessively hasty. When faced with a slightly formidable adversary, he would readily lose his composure. Having displayed such grandeur for an extended period, it was now my turn to take action. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, his martial arts skills activated, allowing him to instantaneously appear before his opponent. Guan Mao's expression shifted sharply. He had not even discerned the man's footwork before he suddenly materialized before him. Tongbei Quan. Lin Yuan delivered a powerful strike, prompting Guan Mao to swiftly raise his sword in defense. Bang! His fist collided with the blade, and Guan Mao felt an immense force surge through him, causing the entire sword to tremble and his grip to ache painfully. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yuan raised his fist once more, pressing the advantage with ferocity. His formidable blows fell upon his opponent like a torrential storm. Guan Mao, caught off guard, could only hastily defend himself, his exceptional swordsmanship rendered utterly ineffective. Chapter 28, Defeating Guan Mao, advancing to the finals. Suddenly, a sharp metallic snap echoed through the air as Lin Yuan's fist shattered the blade of Guan Mao's sword. This left Guan Mao in a state of disbelief. Although his sword was not a spiritual weapon, it was forged from superior iron and possessed remarkable durability, far beyond the capacity of a mere meridian-opening cultivator to break. How could anyone achieve such a feat purely through brute strength? Was this even human? Surely, no body cultivator could possess such overwhelming power. In this moment of astonishment, Lin Yuan's fist struck his chest. With a violent thud, Guan Mao coughed up blood and was sent flying off the stage. Lin Yuan was declared the victor by the referee. Senior brother Lin is truly formidable. Senior brother Guan stood no chance against him. I declare, from this moment on, Senior brother Lin is my idol. Senior brother Lin is so handsome. I wish to have 10 of his children. The disciples erupted in enthusiastic praise. On the high platform, the elders displayed expressions of satisfaction at Lin Yuan's performance. His speed surpassed even that of Guan Mao. He must have practiced some form of extraordinary movement technique. I suspect his agility exceeds that of other meridian-opening disciples. Could it be that he has mastered a mystic grade technique? The yellow grade could never achieve such results. With such swift martial skills paired with his fierce punches, he has established an invincible position among peers. Listening to the accolades from his colleagues, Song Mian's countenance grew increasingly grim. The better Lin Yuan performed, the higher the likelihood of being noticed by the sect, making it all the more difficult for him to act against him. Darn it, why has this boy suddenly gained such combat prowess? He was so mediocre before. Could fortune truly allow someone to improve so drastically in such a short span? Song Mian cursed inwardly, his mind racing as he pondered countermeasures. Meanwhile, Gu Shuqin was filled with delight. Lin Yuan had actually triumphed over Guan Mao. This victory secured him a spot among the top 2 competitors, ensuring at least a runner-up position, which filled her with both excitement and pride for her disciple. Could Yuan'er actually claim the championship? This thought suddenly crossed her mind. But she quickly shook her head to dispel it. The championship battle would likely pit him against Lu Yuyan, and despite Lin Yuan's strength, defeating her would be exceedingly difficult. Lu Yuyan had annihilated her opponents in mere moments during the second round, leaving no one capable of enduring even a single strike from her. Had it not been for the aura she emitted still being that of a meridian-opening cultivator, none would doubt her advancement to the condensation realm. Such performance was truly monstrous. There was no one in the outer sect who could match her prowess. Lin Yuan is likely incapable as well. Securing second place is sufficient to boast for a while in front of others. I should abandon any fantasies of becoming champion. The beautiful woman shook her head and secretly chuckled. Below the stage, Lu Yuyan watched the battle between Lin Yuan and Guan Mao, her delicate face showing no emotion. Swift footwork? Strong fists? In the face of absolute power, these are mere illusions, easily dispelled. Please, the second contestant, take the stage. As the referee began to speak. Both Lu Yuyan and Chao Jun had already leaped onto the platform, ready to compete. Will I strike you down, or will you surrender on your own? The woman, wielding a long whip, spoke coldly. Chao Jun couldn't help but scoff. Arrogant fool, do you think I am as weak as the other disciples? Lu Yuyan disdainfully replied. In my eyes, all you outer disciples are the same, mere ants, utterly incapable. Haha. Chao Jun suddenly burst into laughter. How ridiculous. In all my years. This is the first time I've encountered such an arrogant person. You shall surely pay for your hubris. Enough with the nonsense. Since you refuse to back down, brace yourself for a beating. With that, Lu Yuyan raised her jade hand and struck fiercely with the whip. Chao Jun had already activated his precious physique. Emanating a golden aura, his aura heightened. Crack. He raised his palm with ease, catching the whip's tail, sneering, is this your strength? Pathetically weak. Whoosh. Lu Yuyan exerted force in her arm, retracting the whip and coldly stating, the duel has only just begun. I hope you can still laugh afterward. Crack, crack, crack. She began to swing the whip wildly, resembling countless agile snakes, continuously striking at her opponent. Trivial skills, Chao Jun formed seals with both hands, creating a shield around him to block her onslaught. Is this the effect of the golden spirit body? Truly marvelous. It is rumored that each of the 5 element bodies possesses corresponding strengths. The golden spirit body can harness the power of the earth's metallic attributes for its own use. With such power, Chao Jun's attributes would be significantly enhanced, enough to crush cultivators of the same rank. It seems that Miss Lu is facing a formidable opponent. The elders exclaimed. In contrast, Lu Imo displayed no concern, calmly watching his niece's duel. Heh, you think a mere golden spirit body can defeat my Yuan'er? How naive. A smirk graced his lips, filled with disdain. On the stage, as Lu Yuyan swung her long whip, Chao Jun suddenly reached out, grasping the whip's tail once more. And with all his might, yanked it. Instantly, the whip was wrenched from the woman's grasp and tossed aside. You've lost your weapon. What do you have left to fight me with? Faced with such a situation, Lu Yuyan remained unfazed, her expression still calm. Do you think that taking my weapon means you've won? How childish. Though disarmed, the woman continued to taunt, igniting Chao Jun's anger. Pretentious fool. I shall tear your mouth apart. He charged forward, reaching Lu Yuyan in an instant, and threw a punch aimed at her face. Bang. Contrary to expectation. Lu Yuyan raised her palm, catching his arm, halting his fist just an inch from her face, preventing any further advance. You. Chao Jun's expression shifted to one of shock. He felt as if his arm were caught in a vice, pain radiating through him. He never anticipated that this seemingly slender woman could unleash such astonishing power. Humph. Lu Yuyan coldly scoffed, lifting her other hand to deliver a palm strike. Smack. Chao Jun, unable to defend, was sent flying. Fortunately, the golden spirit body aided him in landing safely. Even so, the pain in his chest caused him to grimace, questioning, I possess a precious body. My strength is enough to subdue peak meridian opening cultivators. How could you, a mere mortal, be my opponent? Where did that power come from? Are you cheating? Lu Yuyan mockingly retorted, laughable. Why would I need to cheat to defeat a waste like you? You must think too highly of yourself. As she spoke, her pupils suddenly turned a brilliant purple, radiant violet light exploding from her eyes, piercing through the crowd. Chapter 29, Chao Jun's defeat. The finals begin. This is the Violet Radiant Spirit Eye. It is indeed the legendary Violet Radiant Spirit Eye. No wonder her power surpasses that of the Golden Spirit Body. She possesses such formidable ocular strength. The innate abilities of the Violet Radiant Spirit Eye are comparable to those of spiritual bodies, second only to the major sacred bodies. The Golden Spirit Body is far too weak in its presence. The elders expressed their astonishment. The disciples, though unaware of the origins of the purple eyes, could tell from the power exhibited by the woman that these eyes must be extraordinarily powerful. Chao Jun clutched his chest, his face paling to an extreme. He could hardly believe that the opponent possessed such a formidable spirit eye. It seemed that he was destined to lose this duel. I concede. He began to utter, but before he could finish, Lu Yuyan leaped into the air, her left leg bent and gathered, while her right leg extended and propelled her swiftly towards him. This caused Chao Jun's pupils to constrict, and he hastily raised his arms to shield his chest. Falling goose cutting wind leg. The girl's kick landed precisely on his arm, and Chao Jun was struck with immense force, sliding rapidly backward until he flew off the stage, crashing hard to the ground. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ghostly pale, his breath weak to the utmost. That damn woman. He had prepared to concede, but she continued her assault. I declare. The referee was about to announce the result when Chao Jun shouted defiantly, I refuse to accept this. This woman maliciously harmed a fellow disciple. She has violated the rules. Lu Yuyan approached the edge of the stage, looking down at him mockingly. How have I violated the rules? You haven't conceded yet. Am I not allowed to strike? I was about to concede, but you haven't said it yet, have you? You. Xiaojun's face was filled with rage. And he was about to retort further when he suddenly heard a voice resonating in his mind. Rebellious disciple. Defeat is defeat. Do not seek excuses. Leave the stage quickly and spare yourself further embarrassment. It was the voice of Song Mian. One could discern the anger in his tone, stemming from his disciple's foolish actions. According to the competition rules, before a contestant concedes, their opponent may continue to attack. Although Lu Yuyan's actions were somewhat excessive, they ultimately did not violate the rules. Moreover, as a member of the Lu family, even if she did contravene the rules, the judges would likely turn a blind eye. In his fury, Xiaojun had not considered this. Now, upon reflection, he quickly realized. That damned woman, I shall make you pay dearly for this. He cursed inwardly and, dragging his injured body, slowly departed. That kick was punishment for your insolence. In the future, mind your words in front of me. Lu Yuyan gazed at the retreating figure with a warning. Xiaojun hesitated, his eyes ablaze with fury, suppressing the urge to retort as he hastened to exit the arena. The disciples surrounding the stage wore expressions of profound contemplation. Although the outcome of the battle had been anticipated, the manner in which it unfolded took everyone by surprise. Xiaojun was defeated, and in such a complete manner. Lu Yuyan possessed the rare gift of spiritual vision. Such formidable talent was scarcely found even among the Inner Sect. Explaining her audacious demeanor. In the spectator seats, after witnessing the duel, Gu Shuqin had entirely relinquished any hope. Lu Yuyan's prowess was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair. In the presence of Lin Yuan, there seemed to be little chance of victory. The spirit eyes provided a significant enhancement to the cultivator, their power far surpassing that of both the treasure body and the ordinary body practitioners. Although Lin Yuan possessed considerable talent and had mastered 2 martial arts techniques, to Lu Yuyan, he was merely an ordinary body. The chasm between the spirit and the ordinary could not be bridged by mere talent. Wait. Could the formidable energy within Yuan's meridians be a form of spiritual body? Gu Shuqin suddenly pondered this, and a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. With the assistance of that meridian, Yuan might indeed have the qualifications to engage in a contest with the Lu family girl. Below the stage, after watching the battle, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Yuyan's strength was somewhat unexpected. Sensing his emotions, Ao Lingxiang spoke up. Little Yuan, are you worried about not being able to defeat her? Indeed, her innate spirit eyes appear quite formidable. In that earlier contest, she effortlessly vanquished the golden spirit treasure body with scarcely any effort. The treasure body is the weakest among all physiques. It is entirely reasonable for it to fall before the spirit eyes. However, the spirit eyes are merely a tier stronger than the treasure body. Your divine vein is vastly superior to her spirit eyes, far exceeding just 1 tier. Oh, is the divine vein significantly stronger than the spirit eyes? Of course. The 9 Yang divine vein ranks among the most powerful innate abilities in the world. How could a mere pair of spirit eyes compare? That is a gross insult to the divine vein. My apologies, Sister Shuang, but my divine vein is only a single strand. I have yet to unleash its full potential. 1 is more than sufficient. That little girl has just opened her meridians. She too cannot fully harness the power of her spirit eyes. You need not fear her. Simply go forth and fight with all your might. Understood. I will heed your advice, Sister Shuang. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Sister Shuang's choice of words was indeed quite fierce. However, after engaging in a conversation with her, he felt a newfound confidence. Lu Yuyan, is it? You previously dared to label me as useless. Allow me to demonstrate who the true waste is. Contestant Lin Yuan, please take the stage. The referee's voice resonated as Lin Yuan leaped onto the arena. The previous battle had just concluded. Does Miss Lu require a moment to recuperate? The referee inquired. Casting a considerate glance at the girl in purple, Lu Yuyan shook her head slightly. No need. I hardly exerted any effort against Xiaojun very well. Then prepare to commence at your discretion. The referee, understanding the situation, stepped aside, leaving the arena to the two. I never anticipated that the so-called waste I encountered by chance in the training room would advance this far in the competition. Indeed, you have proven me wrong. Lu Yuyan remarked, her arms crossed in contemplation. Lin Yuan spoke indifferently, perhaps my surprises for you are not limited to this. Lu Yuyan scoffed. Are you suggesting you possess the confidence to defeat me? It is not entirely impossible. The arrogant young man, whose golden spirit body faltered under my prowess, how dare you? A mere 3-meridian mortal, utter such words? You shall soon find out. Then allow me to witness your strength. Do not disappoint me too greatly, or else this grand competition may prove rather tedious. Lu Yuyan adjusted her stance, her voice icy. Her pupils remained a vivid purple, indicating her intention to unleash her spiritual vision right from the outset. Will you not use a whip? I am set to activate my spiritual vision. For me, weapons are merely encumbrances. For practitioners of lower tiers, reliance on spells in combat is uncommon, as they typically engage in close-quarters brawls. Should the distance between the two be too close, weapons would yield little advantage. Thus, Guan Mao found himself in such a pitiful state against Lin Yuan. Had he discarded his longsword earlier and fought unarmed, he might have endured longer. Chapter 30. The Fierce Battle with Yuyan, Astonishment among the crowd. Lin Yuan understood this principle and nodded, saying, "Very well, let it be so." No sooner had the words left his lips than he saw Lu Yuyan's figure flicker, already appearing within a yard of him. The swiftness of this woman indicated that she was employing some form of martial arts technique. With this thought in mind, he too activated the 8 extremes pulsation, swiftly retreating. Attempting to flee? A trace of derision flickered in Lu Yuyan's eyes as she once again summoned her martial skills to pursue him. My footwork is called Flying Swallow Skimming Shadows, a high-level martial art of the Xian rank. With your low-level techniques, you're utterly exposed before me. The young woman spoke as she instantly reappeared by his side, raising her palm to strike. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled lightly, channeling the full force of the 8 extremes pulsation, his figure vanishing with the swiftness of lightning. Lu Yuyan struck at the empty air, her brows knitting in disbelief. How is it possible? Your speed surpasses mine. Could it be that you are also employing a profound-level martial art? She questioned, turning to him. Senior sister Lu, you jest. My family is modest. I cannot afford such martial techniques. The footwork I currently employ is merely of the low yellow tier, he replied. What nonsense. A low yellow tier martial technique possesses such speed? She retorted. While it may be of a lower grade, if the practitioner possesses a keen intellect and masters it to perfection, its effectiveness can be formidable. Yet you, despite using a profound-level technique, have only scratched the surface and cannot even unleash half of its potential. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan's expression darkened slightly. She could not deny the truth in his words. She indeed had not fully comprehended the flying swallow shadow. By all accounts, profound-level martial arts should not be wielded by a practitioner at the opening vein stage. One must at least reach the core pellet stage to harness the majority of such techniques' power. Even if I have only grasped the basics, it's sufficient to deal with an ant like you, who is merely at the 3rd level of opening vein, she scoffed, again summoning her footwork to launch another assault. Lin Yuan naturally did not remain idle. He activated his martial techniques, his figure darting like the wind. The audience witnessed 2 figures, one clad in purple and the other in white, ceaselessly flickering on the stage, dazzling their eyes. Brother Lin's speed is astonishing. Sister Lu can hardly touch the hem of his garment. It was unexpected that Brother Lin not only excelled in offense but also possessed unparalleled swiftness. What use is speed? In a duel, the foremost consideration is combat prowess. Without sufficient strength, no amount of swiftness can secure victory over an opponent. The spectators voiced their differing opinions. On the high platform, the elders expressed their views as well. Though Lin Yuan is quick, in terms of offensive capability, he is likely no match for Miss Lu. Indeed, when he exhausts his energy, that will mark his defeat. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten how he previously defeated Shirya with his boxing technique? His striking power is just as formidable as his speed. And yet, in the presence of the purple radiant spirit eyes, all ordinary bodies are but mere ants. Lu Mo observed the stalemate of the battle, his expression betraying no signs of disturbance. Although he was unaware of how Lin Yuan unleashed such rapid speed, it was evident that mere swiftness was insufficient. Lu Yuyan needed not to pursue. She simply awaited the moment when her opponent could no longer endure and would strike, thus seizing the opportunity for victory. Gu Shuqin understood this principle as well. Her delicate features were furrowed in concern, clearly apprehensive about her disciple's fate. On the stage, Lu Yuyan, after pursuing for a considerable time without making contact, began to feel her usually calm demeanor waver. Brat, do you only know how to run? Dare you face me in a fair fight? The young girl shouted aloud. Upon hearing the words, Lin Yuan suddenly evaded and swiftly positioned himself beside his opponent, launching a powerful punch that sliced through the air. As you wish, he declared. Caught off guard, Lu Yuyan instinctively raised her hand to defend herself, only to feel the force of his fist collide with her arm, causing her to stagger back several paces. You scoundrel! I shall teach you a proper lesson. The unexpected blow ignited a surge of fury within the young woman, propelling her to unleash her full power as she charged forward. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed through the air, the impact resonating with the force of flesh against bone, as the battle rapidly escalated to a fever pitch. The spectators erupted in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. It is truly astonishing that Lin Yuan can match Lu Yuyan in strength. This is utterly remarkable. Lu Yuyan is the possessor of the violet radiant spirit eyes, and even the golden spirit body cannot contend with her. How is it that Lin Yuan can endure for such an extended period? Could it be that this individual possesses a unique physique? The elders in the viewing area now were expressions of surprise, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Lin Yuan's extraordinary performance was evidently incongruous with common logic. Yet, they could not discern any particular distinction in him. Lu Mo's perpetually calm demeanor finally exhibited a hint of fluctuation. None of the others at the same level as Yuan'er had encountered a worthy opponent. This young man, being 6 minor realms lower, managed to contend at such a level, undoubtedly harboring a significant secret. He speculated internally and resolved to investigate Lin Yuan thoroughly after the competition. Eager to uncover what treasures he possessed, Gu Shuqin swallowed hard, finally realizing that she had grossly underestimated the strength of Lin Yuan's meridians. To be able to compete on par with the Xiao spiritual eye, what could be the origin of Yuan's meridians? Could it be a spiritual meridian? Spiritual meridians. akin to spiritual bodies and spiritual eyes, are innate divine abilities second only to the sacred body. If Lin Yuan indeed possessed a spiritual meridian, he might truly stand a chance of matching the spiritual eye. On the arena, the two had been entangled in battle for quite some time, with neither able to gain the upper hand. How infuriating! How could this young man's endurance be so formidable? Despite the continuous power supplied by my spiritual eye, I find myself fatigued before him. As time wore on, Lu Yuyan clearly sensed her stamina waning. Glancing at her opponent, he appeared as vibrant as ever, his fist's power and speed showing no signs of diminishing, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. No, I cannot afford to continue depleting my strength in this manner. In the heat of battle, she decisively resolved to unleash her full power, delivering a palm strike that sent him staggering backward, while she deftly retreated 3 zhang, using her martial arts. Noticing her sudden withdrawal from combat, Lin Yuan couldn't help but taunt. Isn't your Xiao spiritual, I suppose, to be formidable? Why are you retreating now? Lu Yuyan's delicate face turned icy as she replied coldly, I must admit, among this group of outer disciples, you are the most capable. The others are mere waste in my eyes, while you just barely escaped that category, deserving the title of fellow cultivator. If your strength were to rise even slightly, reaching the 9th level of meridian opening, you might genuinely have a chance to defeat me. However, at present, you possess no opportunity whatsoever. Chapter 31. Unleashing the Hidden Cards, Securing Victory in the Finals. As she spoke, a brilliant purple light erupted in her eyes, and the aura radiating from her body surged dramatically. I have now activated the 2nd stage of my spiritual eye. At this stage, my power will ascend beyond my current bounds, reaching the level of congealed pill realm. Coupled with the profound martial skills I employ, you will inevitably find it impossible to withstand my assault, and you will likely sustain severe injuries. So, will you choose to concede, or will you face my attack? With her luminous purple eyes fixed upon him, Lu Yuyan spoke icily. Under her piercing gaze, the blinding purple light struck Lin Yuan, compelling him to squint as his consciousness inquired, Sister Shuang, do you believe I can endure this strike? Yes. However, with my current strength, I am not yet a match for a congealed pill realm cultivator, am I? What is there to fear? She can unleash the full power of her Xiao spiritual eye, and you can likewise fully manifest the might of the 9 suns divine meridian. When the moment arrives, who shall emerge victorious remains uncertain. Very well. How shall I fully unleash the power of the divine meridian? I shall instruct you. Ao Ling Shuang conveyed the method to activate the divine meridian to him. Lin Yuan quickly memorized it and immediately began to channel it. At this moment, the audience erupted in an uproar. Congealed pill realm. She could actually elevate her strength to the congealed pill realm. Is this truly still the outer sect competition? Surely, this cannot be the battle of inner disciples? As Miss Lu stated, Lin Yuan stands no chance of withstanding her attack. It would be wise to concede early to avoid sustaining serious injuries that could lead to lingering afflictions. The disciples voiced their opinions in unison, nearly all believing Lin Yuan to be doomed. On the platform, the elders shook their heads slightly, expressing their regrets. What a pity for Lin Yuan. Had it not been for Miss Lu, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top honor in this competition. Indeed, considering that he is merely at the 3rd level of meridian opening, his advancement to this stage is a testament to his exceptional prowess. Among previous champions, he ranks among the most elite. Miss Lu's strength is overwhelmingly formidable, sufficient to stand alongside cultivators at the early stages of the congealed pill realm. Lin Yuan's defeat at her hands is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone shared this sentiment, including Gu Shuqin. Yuan, to have fought to this extent, you have already proven yourself exceptional. There is no need to strain further, concede and step down. I shall prepare a meal for you upon our return. She communicated through her consciousness. Upon hearing her soothing voice, Lin Yuan reassured her, do not worry, mistress. I know my limits. In response, Gu Shuqin furrowed her brows deeply. What does Yuan mean by this? Is he intending to continue fighting? That is an assault comparable to that of a congealed pill realm cultivator. How could Lin Yuan possibly withstand this? Seeing that he still had not conceded, the expressions of everyone changed. Could it be that he intended to forcibly endure Lu Yuyan's strike? In the audience, Song Mian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This arrogant lad, even in such a dire situation, refuses to surrender. He should brace himself for severe injury. He could almost envision Lin Yuan being incapacitated by Lu Yuyan's kick. The sect does not nurture the weak. Once Lin Yuan loses his status as a disciple, he would be free to act without restraint. Lu Mo gazed at the young man, perplexed. He could not comprehend why, at such a moment, Lin Yuan still refused to yield. Did he truly possess some means to counter the spirit eye? On the arena, seeing Lin Yuan remain silent, Lu Yuyan lost her patience and coldly declared, since you choose to seek your own demise, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, she leaped into the air. Mimicking the kick she had aimed at Chao Jun, her left leg bent and her right leg extended, she descended like a great goose, cutting through the winds with swift ferocity. The falling goose wind leg. This was a mid-level martial skill of the Xian rank, and combined with her temporarily enhanced cultivation. Upon hitting her opponent, Lin Yuan would either be severely injured or even face death. Boom. At that moment, Lin Yuan's cultivation surged dramatically, instantly rising to the 9th level of the opening meridians, radiating an overwhelming and vigorous aura. Tongbei fist. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 strikes overlapped, enhanced by yang energy. The power approaching that of a high-level Xian martial skill. Boom. As fist met foot, a tremendous sound erupted, sending waves of heat pulsating outward, causing the garments of both combatants to flutter wildly. After a brief moment of force clashing, Lin Yuan was knocked back several steps, retreating a dozen meters. Lu Yuyan, suspended in midair, was propelled backward and crashed heavily onto the arena. The young woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her pupils darkening, her breath weakening rapidly as she plummeted back to the 9th level of opening meridians. At that moment, disbelief clouded her face. She lost? How could she possibly lose? This was inconceivable. She was a prodigy of the purple radiant spirit eye, endowed with exceptional talent. And yet she had been defeated head-on by a mere junior at the 3rd level of opening meridians. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan steadied himself. Although he did not spit blood, a trace of it trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he too had sustained injuries. Yuan'er, high above, Luomo shouted, rushing to the arena to assist his niece. The referee also leaped onto the stage, glancing between the 2 competitors, unsure how to declare the outcome. Judging by the extent of the injuries, it should be Lin Yuan who emerged victorious, yet the other was a miss of the Lu family. He, a mere outer elder, dared not offend them. Elder, please announce it. Our Lu family has lost, Lu Mo calmly stated. Uncle Mo. Lu Yuyan's face twisted in discontent. Enough, Yuan'er. I know you are unwilling to accept this, but the truth is that you have lost. Our Lu family is not one that cannot bear defeat, nor do we have members who cannot accept loss. Lu Mo spoke earnestly, imparting wisdom to his niece. Hearing this, Lu Yuyan slowly began to accept reality, nodding in agreement. I understand, Uncle Mo. I was simply blinded by my own arrogance. Having always experienced smooth sailing in her growth, this was her first encounter with failure against her peers. And it was natural for her to struggle to confront her defeat. However, being a prodigy endowed with the spirit eye, she quickly adjusted her mindset and turned to Lin Yuan. This time I lost. Your strength exceeded my expectations. I am genuinely curious about how you managed to defeat me. Lu Yuyan's words reached everyone's ears, sparking curiosity about what Lin Yuan possessed. Could it be some sort of spiritual entity? In the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yuan understood that concealing the truth was futile, so he candidly confessed, I possess a unique meridian. The combat power I can unleash far surpasses that of ordinary meridians. Chapter 32, Exceptional Spirit Meridian? The women show affection a unique meridian? Could it be a spirit meridian? Yet even if it were a spirit meridian, could it truly allow one to defeat a spirit eye? As they pondered this, Lu Mo stepped forward, approaching Lin Yuan, and inquired, May I examine your body? Although it was a question, should Lin Yuan refuse, Lu Mo would undoubtedly force the examination. After all, Lin Yuan was merely an unaccompanied disciple, unable to reject the demands of an inner elder. Certainly, he acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Lu Mo raised his hand and placed it on Lin Yuan's shoulder, releasing his spiritual sense into the young man's body. Soon, he discovered the abnormality of Lin Yuan's meridians. This is yang energy, such intense yang energy, accompanied by immense power. How could there exist such formidable meridians in this world? Lu Mo's expression was one of astonishment. Even he, well-versed in the ways of the world, had never encountered such powerful meridians. This was nearly 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. One meridian equated to 10 of regular individuals. No wonder this young man was so extraordinary. Noticing the surprised expression on her uncle's face, Lu Yuyan could not help but ask, What is it, Uncle Mo? What is so unusual about his body? Lu Mo retracted his spiritual sense and withdrew his hand. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. After all these years, this is the first time I have encountered someone so remarkable. This young man is indeed exceptional. Yuan'er, you have no shame in losing. Oh, Lu Yuyan's curiosity deepened, prompting her to probe further. What makes him so extraordinary? His meridians are filled with an exceedingly vigorous yang energy, like a dragon or a tiger, ceaselessly flowing. In terms of both strength and quantity, they surpass your spirit eye. What? Lu Yuyan exclaimed, stronger than my spirit eye? What sort of meridian does he possess? Could it be a spirit meridian? The crowd was equally astonished. If it were indeed a spirit meridian, should it not be on par with the spirit eye? How could it be so vastly superior? Lu Mo explained, spirit meridians, spirit eyes, and spirit bodies all have classifications. Your purple radiant spirit eye is considered a high-quality spirit eye, while this young man's meridian, if I am not mistaken, should be classified as an exceptional spirit meridian. Exceptional. The crowd gasped in unison. They had never heard of such a grading system, but the term exceptional itself suggested immense strength, clearly surpassing that of the high quality. Lu Yuyan frowned and asked, How strong is this exceptional ranking? How much stronger is it than my high-quality spirit eye? Lu Mo stroked his beard and replied seriously. To give you an analogy, if we were to compare this ranking to the cultivation levels of practitioners, low quality would correspond to the first level, medium quality to the second level, high quality to the third level, while exceptional would equate to the 9th level, merely second to the saint body. 9th level. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but marvel. Truly, an exceptional spirit meridian was far superior to ordinary spirit bodies and spirit eyes. With such a spirit meridian aiding him, Lin Yuan's victory over Lu Yuyin was entirely reasonable. An exceptional spirit meridian? Second only to the saint body? Lin Yuan could not help but find it amusing. It seemed that these disciples were unaware of the formidable reputation of the 9-yang divine pulse. However, this was understandable, as Ao Ling Shuang had stated. Such a pulse was exceedingly rare, and it was normal for ordinary individuals to fail to recognize it. Although he was misunderstood, he chose not to clarify the matter. The more one explained, the more convoluted it became. Even if he revealed the truth, they would not believe him. It was better for them to think of him as inferior to the sacred body. After all, time would reveal everything. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Yuyin did not immediately accept them, but instead expressed her skepticism. Is it truly just an exceptional vein? I feel that his combat prowess is not inferior to that of those with sacred bodies. Lu Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. What you say is quite absurd. Have you ever fought against a sacred body? I haven't, but his endurance and strength are terrifying. I simply don't believe that his spiritual pulse could elevate him to such a level. You are overthinking this. Above the spiritual pulse lies the divine pulse. Such a powerful vein is capable of battling across an entire major realm. In the face of a divine pulse, you would surely be unable to withstand 3 moves. How could you possibly engage him for so long? That may be so, but I believe enough. I cannot be mistaken about this. You were injured in the previous battle. You should hurry and tend to your wounds. Under the elder's urging, Lu Yuyin furrowed her brow and cast one last glance at Lin Yuan before leaping down from the arena. Elder, is it time to announce the results? Lin Yuan gently spoke. Elder Lu had previously stated this, so the referee naturally no longer hesitated and promptly announced, in this final match, Lin Yuan is the victor. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin. You are truly remarkable. I adore you, Senior Brother Lin. The disciples erupted into cheers and praise. Through this grand competition, Lin Yuan successfully established his prestige among the outer disciples. It would not be long before his name resonated throughout the entire outer sect. Those who ranked in the top 10, please follow me to the affairs hall to collect your rewards, Geng Xiu declared, rising and striding toward a pavilion, including Lin Yuan. 10 disciples followed suit. Senior Brother Lin, I am Su Mei, a maiden of 28 springs, and I have admired you for a long time. May we become acquainted? Senior Brother, I have just come of age and have never had a partner. Would you consider me? Junior Brother, do not mind those young girls. I possess esteemed abilities and am exceptionally skilled in the art of intimacy. I can accompany you day and night in your cultivation. Does that please you? Just after stepping down from the arena, Lin Yuan found himself surrounded by a throng of female disciples, each gazing at him with an almost ravenous intensity. Make way. Make way. A bunch of frivolous women. How could Senior Brother Lin be within your reach? Suddenly, one individual broke through the encirclement, swiftly positioning herself beside Lin Yuan. Grasping his arm like a protective she-beast, her face a mask of vigilance as she scanned the surrounding women. Lin Yuan is undoubtedly the beloved of Miao Yizi. How could these women presume to share the affections of their senior brother? Upon the sudden appearance of the newcomer, discontent was evident on the faces of the gathered women. What audacity you possess, you little harlot. Do you truly believe that Senior Brother Lin would ever take a liking to you? Miao Yizi. Do you even have the audacity to compete for Senior Brother Lin's attention? Have you not considered your reputation within the outer sect? It is already so tainted, and yet you dare to be a nuisance. Get away, you vile creature. Do not tarnish our senior brother with your presence. As the women launched their verbal assault, Miao Yizi was about to retort when Lin Yuan raised his hand, pulling her into his embrace. He declared with a commanding voice, Yizi is my woman. Anyone who dares to insult her henceforth shall be deemed to insult me. Do you comprehend? The astonishment was palpable, not only among the women but also the male disciples on the periphery. What was happening? This harlot had a man. Hadn't she always refused to allow men any advantage? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, warmth surged within Miao Yizi, nearly bringing her to tears. Mother and father, do you see? Yizi has finally found the man who cherishes me. Recovering from their shock, the women quickly regained their composure and spoke up. Senior brother, you must not be unaware of this woman's past. Allow me to enlighten you. Do not be deceived by her innocent facade. She is nothing but a seductress, having ensnared countless men in her web. Is it true that our junior brother is fond of such a green tea bitch? I too am capable. As the clamor continued, Lin Yuan's expression darkened with irritation. He waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of energy that repelled the women, and coldly stated, I am fully aware of Yizi's circumstances and need no reminders from you. She has already been admonished and has reformed her ways. I hope you will refrain from discussing her past conduct in the future. With that, he lifted Miao Yizi effortlessly and swiftly leaped away from the encircling women. As the two figures moved away, expressions of resentment lingered on the faces of the female disciples. They could not fathom what merits the little harlot possessed that warranted such favor from Senior Brother Lin. Was it merely her beauty? Though they might not surpass her in looks, they certainly did not consider themselves lacking either. Soon after, within the affairs hall, as the champion of this grand competition, Lin Yuan successfully received a reward of 3,000 essence stones and a congealing pill. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Lin Yuan chuckled with resignation, remarking, "With my mere cultivation at the 3rd level of the meridian opening stage, I am still far from being able to utilize the congealing pill." For him, the ascending yuan pills awarded to the subsequent 9 participants were far more beneficial. After distributing the rewards, Geng Xiu, having heard the young man's words, couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Historically, the champions of the grand competition are cultivators at the 9th level of the meridian opening stage. The congealing pill is just right for aiding their breakthroughs. Only you, my young friend, are an exception." Lin Yuan stored away the elixir and nodded, expressing his surprise at achieving such commendable results in his first competition, as he had merely intended to test the waters. "This indicates your remarkable talent. Within the outer sect, there is no one who can rival you, and it is only a matter of time before you enter the inner sect." Upon hearing the mention of the inner sect, Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, "Master, I have heard that one can enter the inner sect as long as they break through to the condensation realm before the age of 30, is that correct?" Geng Xiu slightly inclined his head, replying, "While that is indeed what is said, the criteria for entering the inner sect are not solely based on cultivation level. One must simply pass the inner sect assessment within the stipulated age to become a disciple of the inner sect." The inner sect assessment? Lin Yuan displayed a look of perplexity, for he had not heard Gu Shuqin mention this previously. Indeed, the internal assessment poses little challenge for cultivators at the pill condensation stage. Thus, as long as one's age and cultivation level align, there exists an almost certain probability of gaining entry into the inner sect. It all makes sense now. No wonder I have never encountered anyone discussing this matter. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something and inquired again. "According to your words, can cultivators below the condensation sphere realm also participate in the inner sect examination?" "Indeed. Although this assessment may be rather simple for disciples at the condensation sphere level, it remains a considerable challenge for those at the meridian opening realm, rendering it nearly impossible for them to succeed. Hence, it is unlikely that any meridian opening disciples would register for the inner sect examination. Has there ever been a case in the history of our sect where a meridian opening disciple successfully passed the inner sect examination?" "Yes, there have been instances." Geng Xiu paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "However, they are exceedingly rare, with only a handful of individuals, all of whom were prodigies of the sacred body caliber. For us with ordinary physiques, such aspirations should be set aside." "Sacred body caliber, you say?" Lin Yuan murmured softly, believing that his 9-yang divine pulse talent was at least on par with the esteemed sacred bodies. Thus, he felt he had a chance to challenge the assessment records. Geng Xiu continued, "Although your spiritual pulse is indeed formidable, it still falls somewhat short when compared to the sacred bodies. Therefore, do not dwell on this matter any longer. Focus on solidly breaking through to the condensation pill stage, and you will naturally gain entry into the inner sect. Given your extraordinary talent, it is certain that you will achieve success in condensing the pill within a few years." Lin Yuan refrained from contesting the words of his interlocutor. Instead, he clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed leader. I shall take my leave now. Go forth and diligently cultivate. The future of Yunlan Sect relies on the efforts of you younger generations," replied Geng Xiu, patting the young man's shoulder before departing. Lin Yuan cast his gaze around and observed the other 8 contestants, yet he did not spot Lu Yuyan's figure. It seemed that she had not come to claim her prize at all. He surmised that she likely deemed the sect's reward of mere spirit stones beneath her notice. In his mind, he pondered this. The outer disciples' residential area. When Lin Yuan returned to the courtyard, it was already dusk. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, a variety of delectable dishes adorned the stone table. Gu Shuqin and Miao Yizi were already seated nearby, eagerly awaiting the meal. "Yuan'er, you have returned," Gu Shuqin gently remarked. Master's wife, why have you prepared such an abundance of dishes today?" Lin Yuan sat beside the 2 women, a smile gracing his face. "Isn't it to celebrate your victory as champion?" he remarked. "You truly have given your master a delightful surprise." Gu Shuqin's gentle visage blossomed with a radiant smile. Today, she was genuinely elated, even more so than on the day of her marriage to Qin Ren. Witnessing her disciple triumphantly vanquish all adversaries and ultimately ascend to the throne of champion filled her with indescribable joy. The sight of her master's exuberance brought immense happiness to Lin Yuan, who humbly replied, "I did not anticipate such a smooth path to victory. Perhaps it was merely good fortune." Miao Yizi pouted, asserting, "What fortune? It is entirely due to your strength. Even a formidable opponent like Lu Yuyan fell before you. There is no one among the outer disciples who can rival you." Gu Shuqin concurred, "Indeed, Yuan'er South's achievement of first place in the tournament is solely attributable to his formidable prowess, and luck has no part in it." Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Master's praise is unwarranted. My achievements are solely due to your meticulous guidance." Gu Shuqin replied with a wry smile, "You truly overestimate me. Defeating Lu Yuyan was solely dependent on the spiritual veins within you, was it not? I hardly contributed. Nonsense, he retorted. Didn't you assist me in my cultivation? Lin Yuan's nonchalant demeanor rendered Gu Shuqin's expression somewhat uncomfortable. After all, their relationship was that of master and disciple. To utter such words in this context was indeed embarrassing for her. Miao Yitzi chuckled softly. Why concern yourself with the judgment of the mundane world, Shermu? In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Only those of formidable power earn the respect of others. To speak bluntly, if Shixiang possessed sufficient strength, no one would dare to comment if he were to claim you for himself. Moreover, you are a widow now. The original spouse has passed away. So it is entirely natural to submit to another man, is it not? Gu Shuqin bit her lip, remaining silent for a considerable time before sighing. You are right. I have been overly concerned with societal norms. Let us assist Shixiang in his cultivation next time. What? How can that be? Why not? After all, we are all Shixiang's women. We shall inevitably become like sisters. Nonsense. You little vixen, where have you learned such unorthodox ideas? I merely wish to add some flavor to the situation. Shermu, you are far too serious. Behaving this way will not garner you favor in the future. You little girl, are you now taking it upon yourself to educate me? Gu Shuqin raised her delicate fist, feigning an intention to strike. Miao Yitzi quickly ducked into Lin Yuan's embrace, timidly saying, Shixiang, won't you say a word in my defense? Lin Yuan gently caressed her head and advised, the mistress is inherently a traditional woman. How could she possibly embrace your liberal notions? Henceforth, refrain from discussing such chaotic matters in her presence. Although he cherished Miao Yitzi's flamboyant personality and had once entertained the fantasy of the mistress embodying such a demeanor, he recognized that every woman is unique. The mature and gentle side of Gu Shuqin was the image of the mistress he held dear, and he appreciated her tender and considerate nature, occasionally accompanied by a hint of girlish temper. A sudden change in her character would leave him feeling somewhat disoriented. Chapter 34. The kindness of the Lu family and the 100 pattern spirit tools. I understand, senior brother. Miao Yitzi playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and resumed her seat. The dinner continued when suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. The three turned to gaze, and upon recognizing the person's countenance, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was Luimo. This was indeed an inner sect elder, a figure of the Yuan'er realm. Unexpectedly visiting them, the reason for his arrival remained uncertain. Could it be that he had come to exact vengeance for Lu Yuan's defeat? A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. As the elder, Gu Shuqin was the first to rise and bow, saying, Outer Sect Elder Gu Shuqin pays respects to Elder Lu. Outer Sect Disciple Lin Yuan pays respects to Elder Lu. Outer Sect Disciple Miao Yitzi pays respects to Elder Lu. Subsequently, the two rose to clasp their hands respectfully. Lu Mo gestured for them to ease their formality, stating, There is no need for such restraint. I am not here to cause trouble today, but rather to convey the goodwill of the Lu family. Upon hearing the phrase goodwill, the three instinctively surmised that the Lu family intended to win them over. After all, Lin Yuan had displayed extraordinary talent in the outer sect competition, possessing formidable meridians. It was only natural for the Lu family to seek an alliance with him. As anticipated, Lu Mo continued, Lin Shitzi, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Lu family as our guest elder. Guest elder? Lin Yuan inquired with confusion. What is the role of a guest elder? What are their responsibilities and obligations? The guest elder is akin to a mercenary. They are called upon to fight for the family when needed, yet they have little to attend to in their day-to-day affairs. Lu Mo smiled gently and continued, Disciple, as you have only just entered the meridian opening stage, we do not require your services at this time. Instead, we shall continue to provide you with resources. Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle. Is there truly such a wonderful opportunity in this world where one can reap benefits without any effort? Lu Mo candidly replied, It is not that no effort is required. Rather, you are simply too weak at present. Even the execution of minor tasks is beyond your reach. However, once you evolve into a formidable force in the future, my Lu family may indeed require your assistance. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with understanding as he remarked, Are you essentially investing in me ahead of time? Indeed, Lu Mo earnestly replied, and I assure you, the Lu family places no restrictions on guest officials. Your position will be merely nominal. Not only will you not be subjected to any commands, but your safety will also be safeguarded. As long as you remember our kindness once you grow stronger, that will suffice. Lin Yuan acknowledged the allure of the other's words. Receiving resources and protection during his vulnerable moments was akin to receiving a lifeline. As for the challenges that would arise once he became powerful, he felt assured that they would pose little difficulty. With the formidable strength of his 9 sons' divine vein, he believed he could effortlessly resolve any troubles that might befall the Lu family. In a moment of contemplation, he turned to the elegant woman beside him, seeking her counsel. Gu Shuqin shared a similar sentiment with Lin Yuan and nodded in agreement, saying, We can accept your invitation. But are you certain that you will not restrict Yuan'er as freedom or interfere with his choices? Lu Mo replied with a serious demeanor, Rest assured. Our Lu family is a prestigious and righteous lineage. and we would never impose difficulties upon our collaborating guest. Gu Shuqin concurred. Indeed, I too have faith in the integrity of the Lu family. Such actions would be unthinkable. She then turned to Lin Yuan, saying, Yuan'er, your teacher believes we can agree to their proposal. What do you think? Lin Yuan nodded and said, very well, I agree to become your guest elder. Lu Mo immediately rejoiced, saying, wise choice, nephew. Since you have chosen to join the Lu family, we shall ensure that you are well treated. He then produced a jade vial and handed it over, saying, this is a Shenyuan pill, containing 10 pieces, as a gift from me to you on our first meeting. Shenyuan pills, 10 of them. The faces of the 3 individuals turned astonished. These were 4th-grade elixirs that could directly enhance a cultivator's prowess without any side effects. The market price hovered around 2,000 spirit stones. To give away such an expensive elixir, and 10 at that, was truly generous. Gu Shuqin, encountering such a significant offering for the first time, instinctively declined. Elder Lu, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Lu Mo placed the jade vial on the table and replied nonchalantly, it is merely a few Shenyuan pills. Please take them without hesitation. Besides, I have more gifts for you, nephew. More gifts. The value of these elixirs already amounted to 20,000 spirit stones, and yet he claimed there was more? Was the Lu family truly so extravagant? As the 3 marveled, Lu Mo had already retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring, presenting it to them with a flourish. This sword is named Qingxuan. It is a spiritual weapon infused with ice attribute energy. Upon infusing it with vital energy, it can unleash formidable power. Nephew, give it a try. The elder tossed the sword, and Lin Yuan swiftly caught it. As soon as he grasped the hilt, an icy aura surged through his hand. Is this what a spiritual weapon feels like? Filled with wonder, he channeled his energy into the sword. With a humming sound, the sword emitted a chilling resonance, and a piercing coldness erupted from it, swiftly enveloping the entire courtyard. This sword is extraordinary. The 3 thought in unison. Elder Lu, given the power of the Qingxuan sword, its rank must be quite high, correct? Gu Shuqin inquired. Lu Mo stroked his beard and replied, it is merely a 100-pattern spiritual weapon, barely acceptable. 100-pattern spiritual weapon, and you say it is barely acceptable? How modest. The term spiritual weapon is derived from the intricate spiritual patterns etched upon it, with the number of patterns determining its rank. A weapon with fewer than 10 patterns is classified as a 1-pattern spiritual weapon, while 10 patterns denote a 10-pattern spiritual weapon. 100 patterns designate a 100-pattern spiritual weapon, and 1,000 patterns classify as a 1,000-pattern spiritual weapon, with those featuring 10,000 or more patterns labeled as 10,000-pattern spiritual weapons. Beyond 10,000 pattern weapons, there exist royal and imperial artifacts. Such powerful tools are far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, with most low-ranking cultivators from modest backgrounds being fortunate to possess even a 1-pattern spiritual weapon. A 10-pattern spiritual weapon is considered quite valuable for those at the meridian opening stage, typically only becoming accessible upon reaching the pill condensation stage. Even the lowest quality 100-pattern spiritual weapons are sold for no less than 10,000 spirit stones in shops. Given the quality of the Qingxuan sword, its value surely exceeds this amount. Lin Yuan understood the preciousness of the 100-pattern spirit weapon and promptly declined, saying, Elder Lu, though this sword is indeed remarkable, my current capabilities cannot fully unleash its potential. I kindly ask you to take it back. He was aware that accepting such generous favors from the Lu family would weigh heavily on his conscience. Chapter 35. Accepting Favors. A lesson from the master's wife. Lu Mo nonchalantly pushed the sword back, responding, you are too courteous, my esteemed junior. As a guest elder of the Lu family, these items are merely the basic benefits afforded to you. In the future, as your strength grows, even greater resources shall be bestowed upon you. Greater resources. Lin Yuan felt a pang of astonishment. The elixir before him, along with the spirit sword, was already valued at several tens of thousands of stone. The more mentioned by the other party could only imply an amount exceeding 100,000, or even several 100,000 stone. For a practitioner of his modest background, such a figure was astronomical, beyond imagination. Noticing the silence of his companion, Lu Mo smiled reassuringly and said, nephew, there is no need for astonishment. A few tens of thousands of stone is but a trifling sum for our Lu family. It is merely a negligible expenditure. If we can gain your esteemed friendship as a prodigy through this, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged knowing nods. As one of the most powerful families under the Yunlan Sect, the Lu family's annual income was not less than several 100,000 stone. Thus, a few tens of thousands were indeed insignificant. In contrast, the friendship of a future powerhouse was undeniably far more precious. Yuan'er, accept his offer, Gu Shuqin suddenly conveyed telepathically. Lin Yuan expressed his concerns, saying, I fear that if I accept their kindness, I will be bound by obligations that I cannot repay. Gu Shuqin reassured him. The Lu family is vast and affluent. They will not impose any demands upon you for a mere few thousand stones. Moreover, with your current modest strength, you are of little assistance to them. Any debts of gratitude can be settled in due time. They do not expect you to accomplish anything significant at this moment. The wise woman's words held merit. For him, the Liu family's olive branch represented a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, under the expectant gaze of the elder, Lin Yuan ultimately nodded and said, "Very well, I shall rely on Elder Mo's guidance from now on." Upon receiving this affirmation, the elder erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, excellent. Henceforth, you shall be a guest elder of the Liu family, and we shall dedicate ourselves to nurturing your talents." The elder could not contain his joy. After all, this young man was the possessor of an exceptional spiritual vein, and successfully winning over such a prodigy was indeed a cause for celebration. Lin Yuan grasped his sword and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Elder Mo, for your kindness. I am immensely appreciative." The elder patted his shoulder and replied, "All right, from now on, we shall consider ourselves as half family. There is no need for such formality in my presence. Aside from elixirs and weapons, is there anything else you require? I shall do my utmost to procure it for you." Lin Yuan shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No more, no more. This is already sufficient. I cannot digest any more at this moment." Greed leads to overreach, and he felt undeserving of such immense kindness from the other party, naturally hesitant to ask for anything further. Liu Mo also sensed that it was time to conclude. Thus he said, "Very well, this is the token of our Liu family, signifying your status as a guest elder. With this token, you will find your passage within the sect considerably smoother, and it will also serve to intimidate any unscrupulous individuals." As he spoke, he produced a token engraved with the character for Liu and handed it over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan accepted the token, nodding in appreciation. "Thank you once again for your kindness. There is no need for such formality. Since you have joined the Liu family, all of this is rightfully yours. Should you encounter any difficulties within the inner circle in the future, feel free to seek me out. I still possess some connections within the sect that can help resolve various matters," the elder replied. "Understood, senior. By the way, my junior, I observed your meridians yesterday and noticed that you have only opened one, despite having reached the 3rd level of meridian opening. How can this be? I am uncertain. It may be due to the uniqueness of my internal meridians, requiring a significant breakthrough to unlock the next one." "Ah, I see." Liu Mo contemplated, thinking it natural that exceptional spiritual meridians would differ from ordinary ones, and thus chose not to probe further. "Well, I have no other matters to discuss. Since our agreement is established, I shall take my leave. Please continue your meal." With that, he vanished in a flash from the courtyard. Gazing at the long sword in his hand and the jade bottle on the table, Lin Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment, his emotions in turmoil. 10 ascending yuan pills, and a spirit weapon adorned with intricate patterns. Was it truly this simple to acquire them? Moreover, without any immediate cost? Is this not an illusion? Enough, Yuan'er. Put away the spirit sword and pills. Remember not to expose them carelessly to outsiders, lest they awaken covetous desires, Gu Shuqin said, handing the jade bottle to the young man. Indeed, Lin Yuan regained his senses and was about to put away the elixir when a thought struck him. He swiftly handed the jade vial back to the other party, saying, "Master's wife, this Xingyuan pill holds considerable value. It is better suited for your use." The beautiful woman promptly pushed the jade vial back, her expression serious as she replied, "This is something the Liu family specifically bestowed upon you. How could I possibly appropriate it?" Lin Yuan remained unfazed, stating, "You and I are inherently one. There is no distinction between what you give to me and what I can offer you. Please, take it and make use of it." How absurd. You have only just embarked on the path of cultivation, and this is the moment you require resources the most. Once we attain any benefits, they must first be allocated to you. It is only when you grow stronger that you can safeguard me and easy. Do you understand? Gu Shuqin imparted these words with earnestness, her delicate visage reflecting her sincerity. Miao Yitzi, initially captivated by the prospect of the ascension pills, suddenly grasped the wisdom in the matron's words. "Senior brother, what Master Mother says is true. The most crucial matter for the 3 of us is for you to strengthen yourself first, enabling you to protect us afterwards." She gazed at the man, her youthful countenance radiating sincerity. "But you also require resources," he countered. "Foolish boy, men and women are not the same. As long as a man is sufficiently powerful, it matters not if a woman possesses nothing. Moreover, once you mature, won't you be able to acquire resources more effortlessly to assist us?" Gu Shuqin's words dispelled Lin Yuan's hesitations, leading him to resolutely collect the pills and affirm, "I understand, Master Mother. I shall strive to grow stronger and protect you both." "Very well. The food has gone cold. Let us eat quickly." Indeed, after the 3 finished their meal, they resumed their cultivation as usual. Another half-month passed. In the courtyard, Lin Yuan remarked, "Master Mother, the activities in the outer sect have concluded. I plan to return home for a visit soon." Lin Yuan organized the daily necessities and addressed the beautiful woman. During this period, through relentless toil and the consumption of elixirs, he successfully transcended 2 minor realms, achieving the 5th level of meridian opening. Meanwhile, Gu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi each made breakthroughs to the third level of essence condensation and the first level of meridian opening, respectively. Ah, senior brother, are you returning home? Miao Yitzi exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden news. Recently, she had successfully opened her meridians and was in exceptionally high spirits. Initially contemplating that, with her current progress, she would reach the later stages of meridian opening this year. Little did she anticipate that Lin Yuan would depart so soon, which would undoubtedly hinder her rapid advancement in cultivation. Chapter 36. Farewell to the two women. Encounter with Song Mian. Lin Yuan responded, indeed. It has been 3 years since I arrived at Yunlan Sect, and my parents must surely miss me. It is high time I return to visit them. Although he referred to them as his parents, they were, in fact, his adoptive mother and father. Nevertheless, they had treated him with great kindness, and he regarded them as his own flesh and blood. A wanderer, after an extended absence, inevitably yearns for home. 3 years is a considerable span for an ordinary person. It is certainly appropriate for me to pay a visit and extend my regards to my dear parents. Gu Shuqin expressed her agreement. Lin Yuan nodded and said, indeed. I will convey my gratitude to them. It is through the care of master and mistress that I have become who I am today. Gu Shuqin smiled and shook her head, saying, we merely assist. The true merit lies within you. The mistress humbly added, had you not accepted me as your disciple a year ago, perhaps I would not be where I am today. That is true. It is indeed fate, replied Lin Yuan. Senior brother, may I accompany you back? Miao Yitzi inquired with eager anticipation. Lin Yuan gently tapped her forehead and asked, what were you up to? Do you wish to see your parents? It wouldn't be out of the question, he replied. Nonsense. If I were to take you back now, my parents would surely insist on you bearing them a healthy grandson. We are cultivators, capable of living for many years. Why the rush? True, we are cultivators. But they are not. Naturally, they would feel anxious, especially since I have already come of age. Oh, that's a point. Miao Yitzi, with a pensive expression, suddenly declared earnestly, if it were senior brother, I would willingly bear children for you. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqin's eyes flickered with surprise, and she immediately interjected, stop this nonsense, you girl. Yuan'er is just returning home to visit. What business do you have in meddling? You don't even know his parents, and your presence would only complicate matters. Miao Yitzi pouted, looking forlorn as she remarked, I merely wish to spend more time with senior brother. Lin Yuan comforted. There will be plenty of opportunities to accompany you in the future. There's no need to be overly concerned about the present moment. Besides, I will only be away for about half a month and will return swiftly. Upon hearing that he would be gone for merely half a month, both women discreetly sighed in relief. Gu Shuqin feigned concern, saying, isn't half a month a bit too short? Staying at home a little longer wouldn't be an issue. Lin Yuanyang smiled gently. That is my home, and this is my home as well. I wish to not only accompany my parents, but also to spend more time with all of you. The charming woman felt her heart warm and softly replied, indeed. Return early and take care on your journey. Senior brother, junior sister will always be here awaiting your return. The three exchanged a few more pleasantries, after which the two women personally escorted the man to the exit of the sect. Finally, under their reluctant gazes, Lin Yuan mounted his steed and galloped away amidst the sound of thundering hooves. Within the vast expanse of the forest, Lin Yuan was riding when suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air, a glint of cold light rushed towards him, aimed directly at the black-maned horse beneath him. The horse let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the force of inertia. Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure and leaped gracefully onto a sturdy branch before the chilling light could reach him. Peering down, he noticed a silver arrow embedded in the belly of his steed, emanating a terrifying force that sapped the life from the black horse. This was the Gale Arrow, a 10-pattern spiritual artifact, infused with vital energy. Your horse has no chance of survival. Not far away, a voice broke the silence, and Lin Yuan turned to see a middle-aged man clad in black, holding a longbow, greedily fixated on him. Song Mian. Lin Yuan recognized the individual before him and furrowed his brow, inquiring, why have you chosen to attack me? The man ceased his pretense and replied candidly, I have come for the treasures you possess. He had waited in vain at the outer gate for half a month, perpetually seeking an opportunity. Yet Lin Yuan remained confined within the courtyard, dedicating himself to his cultivation, never even venturing into the training room. This led him to suspect an illicit connection between Lin Yuan and Gu Shuqin. Otherwise, why would they be inseparable? However, such thoughts were irrelevant now. He had finally discovered his chance, and the fortuitous opportunities that belonged to Lin Yuan would soon be his. Sensing the man's intense yearning, Lin Yuan comprehended the true intent of Song Mian. It was undoubtedly the meteor of that fateful night that had led the man to believe Lin Yuan had acquired some extraordinary chance, resulting in his remarkable enhancement. Sister Shuang, what should we do? Can you handle this person? Lin Yuan could only turn to Ao Ling Shuang for assistance now. Song Mian possessed the formidable strength of the 5th level of the condensation realm, far surpassing the fleeting enhancement of Lu Yuyan's cultivation. Thus, even if he exerted all his efforts to activate the 9 Yang divine pulse, he would inevitably fall short against such an opponent. Do not panic. I can utilize my mental energy to assist you in combat. Can we defeat him? Lin Yuan inquired. Of course, replied Song Mian with an air of confidence. Though I am gravely injured, the potency of my mental energy remains formidable enough to vanquish a Qi-gathering realm cultivator. For him, a mere condensation realm practitioner, to lay an ambush is nothing short of courting death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart settled, and a smile graced his face. Master Song, what do you refer to? I fail to comprehend. Song Mian scoffed coldly. At this juncture, you still feign ignorance? Do you think I have forgotten that night? What event? Are you referring to the meteor? Indeed, that very meteor. You must have acquired some treasure from it that night. Master Song, you jest. I am but a feeble disciple of the opening veins realm. Even if I did obtain a treasure, I would certainly be unable to utilize it. Upon mentioning the opening veins, Song Mian's expression shifted dramatically. Right, weren't you previously at the 5th level of body refinement? How could you break through to opening veins in just a few days? Surely, you must have obtained some miraculous elixir. Speak the truth. Faced with the aggressive man, Lin Yuan remained composed. Does Master truly wish to know? Song Mian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Are you admitting to having encountered an opportunity? Indeed, I have acquired a trifle. What is it? Before I answer that, Master, please reveal to me the true cause of my master's demise. Lin Yuan's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the other. Upon hearing this, Song Mian pondered for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Since you insist on knowing, I shall reveal it to you. It was I who killed Qin Ren. Indeed, the smile on Lin Yuan's face vanished, replaced by a chilling expression as he inquired, why did you kill my master? What wrong has he committed? Or what offense have you suffered at his hands? Huh, his value pales before me. That is his greatest transgression, came the contemptuous reply. You murdered him for this? Is this justification not sufficient? Lin Yuan scoffed. How ludicrous. My master is humble and benevolent, extending kindness to all, treating you as a close confidant, ever ready to assist you. Yet you resort to violence for such trivial gain. You are truly despicable. Ha ha ha. Song Mian laughed heartily. What do you know, boy? What use is benevolence? What value does righteousness hold? In this world, only profit is everlasting. With Qin Ren's foolish disposition, even if I chose not to kill him now, he would inevitably meet his end at someone else's hand. Thus, I am merely granting him an early release. Absurd. So you suggest my master ought to thank you? Naturally, not only him, but you as well. Had you not crossed paths with me today, all that you possess would surely have been seized by another. It would be wise to surrender it willingly. Thereafter, your master uncle will ensure your safety. With that, Lin Yuan could no longer endure the vile creature's words. He drew his sword and leaped forward, transmitting a message. Sister Shuang, I beseech you for assistance. Chapter 37. Slaying the murderer, avenging my master. Understood. Ao Ling Shuang immediately unleashed her spiritual energy, channeling it into the young man's form. Boom. Lin Yuan's aura surged dramatically, swiftly breaking through the 9th level of the meridian opening and advancing into the essence-gathering realm. Upon witnessing the impending attack, Song Mian was about to mock his opponent's audacity, but before he could utter a word, he was astounded to see the other's cultivation rise so significantly. How is this possible? In an instant, he was struck with shock. In all his experience, he had never heard of any secret technique that could elevate one's realm by such a vast margin. Had Lin Yuan employed some extraordinary means? In his moment of astonishment, the young man had already closed in, swinging his sword toward him. Clang! Song Mian immediately raised his longbow to deflect the blow. Hiss! A chilling aura emanated continuously from the blade, and he could even feel the temperature of the longbow plummeting rapidly. Break for me! Lin Yuan suddenly exerted his strength, channeling all his vital energy into the Qin Shuang's sword, and struck down once more. Clang! At last, the longbow could no longer withstand the pressure and was severed by the razor-sharp blade, splitting into two. Gazing at the ruined longbow, Song Mian exclaimed in despair, No, my storm bow. Rather than lamenting your spiritual weapon, perhaps you should prioritize your own safety. The chilling voice of Lin Yuan echoed, prompting Song Mian to raise his gaze, where the glint of a silver blade caught his eye. In a moment of desperation, he could only lift his arm to defend himself. However, how could mere flesh withstand the onslaught of the 100-pattern spirit sword? In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised, with one arm severed and sent flying to the side. Spare me, dear nephew. Please, show mercy. The matter concerning Qin Ren was my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you to forgive me this once. As he endured the blows, he desperately pleaded for mercy. Yet Lin Yuan remained unmoved, his strikes growing ever more relentless. What use is your pleading now? Surely, before my master met his demise, he too must have pleaded for his life. Did you show him any mercy? With each swing of the sword, Lin Yuan's voice dripped with murderous intent. You impudent wretch. If you wish to kill me, then let us perish together. Recognizing that his opponent would not relent, Song Mian resigned himself to his fate, determining to detonate the energy pill within him, causing his aura to swell uncontrollably. Flee. He is going to self-destruct. Ailing Shuang cried out urgently. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, and he summoned all his strength to activate the 8 extremities pulsation, swiftly retreating. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a tremendous force erupted from Song Mian's body, surging chaotically in all directions. Moments later, as the reverberations subsided, Lin Yuan perched upon a high branch, gazing intently into the distance. The spot where Song Mian had stood was now a deep crater, the earth scorched black, devoid of any trace of vegetation, and the remains of his adversary were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the energy from the explosion had obliterated his very bones. Lin Yuan contemplated, relieved that he had the assistance of the 8 extremities pulsation, allowing him to narrowly escape the cataclysmic explosion. He glanced down at his intact garments, exhaling quietly in relief. Had his movements been even a moment slower, he would have undoubtedly been ensnared by the residual waves, facing grievous harm. Quickly, let us check if he left behind any storage pouch or spatial ring, Ao Ling Shuang urged. Indeed, Lin Yuan leaped from the branch and descended into the charred pit, searching for a while before successfully uncovering a storage bag. He surmised that external elders like Song Mian could hardly afford a spatial ring, and this was likely the only relic available. The storage bag, being a fundamental spatial artifact, typically possesses a volume of only 1 or 2 cubic meters. With a market price of several hundred yuan stones, Lin Yuan possessed a storage bag, a thoughtful gift presented to him by Qin Ren during his apprenticeship. Reflecting upon the elder who had shown him such profound kindness, Lin Yuan felt a wave of emotion, his eyes stinging with unshed tears as he choked out, "Master, I have finally avenged you. I shall take good care of your beloved wife, and I hope you find peace in the afterlife." As the sole disciple of his master, Qin Ren had shown him unparalleled care and support, enabling Lin Yuan to ascend from the 1st to the 5th level of body refinement within a year. The dead cannot be resurrected. There is no need to grieve excessively. Simply strive to grow stronger and look after your master's wife. I believe he will find solace. Ailing Shuang reassured him. Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his eye and resolutely declared, "Indeed, I shall not disappoint my master's expectations and will strive to become a formidable force at the earliest opportunity." Having spoken, he set aside his sorrowful emotions and swiftly unleashed his spiritual sense, delving into his storage bag to survey its contents. Within, he found primarily primordial stones, a mere few daily necessities, several spirit-replenishing pills, a tome, and a talisman. Approximately 1,000 primordial stones, such a meager quantity. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but soon realized that the savings of his master and mistress amounted to merely a few thousand yuan stones, which brought him a sense of acceptance. After all, the sect's reward ceremony had yet to take place, so Song Mian had not received any accolades prior, likely possessing little of substantial value. Having something is certainly better than having nothing. Even 1,000 yuan stones is commendable. However, what are these 2 items? Lin Yuan noticed the books and the talismans, choosing to first extract the talisman, which bore the inscription, Binding Pill Talisman. What could this talisman's effect be? Curiosity stirred within him. Ao Ling Shuang elucidated. The Binding Pill Talisman serves to restrain the qi pill, effective solely for cultivators at the pill condensation stage. Those marked by this talisman will find themselves unable to self-detonate. Unable to self-detonate. Is that the sole effect? Indeed. That seems rather lackluster. Take for instance Song Mian, whom he battled previously, even should he desire to self-detonate. Lin Yuan had every confidence he could evade the ensuing explosion. Furthermore, the Binding Pill Talisman merely restricts self-detonation without suppressing the opponent's combat prowess, rendering it nearly futile in a confrontation. After all, one must first compel their adversary to the brink of self-detonation to consider employing such a talisman. If that cannot be achieved, possessing this talisman bears no distinction. As he lamented this, his consciousness shifted to the book, and with a thought, he summoned it into his grasp. At a glance, the cover boldly proclaimed Annotations on Array Techniques, Fundamental Volume. Annotations on Array Techniques? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, "Could this possibly be a treatise on the knowledge pertaining to formations?" As he spoke, he began to peruse the pages of the book. Heaven and earth arise from the Tao. The Tao is manifested in formations. Formations are established by humanity. And when humanity harmonizes with the rhythms, the principles of formations reside within the human essence. The intricate information on the pages overwhelmed Lin Yuan, who sighed helplessly. Indeed, the study of formations is no easy endeavor. No wonder this book shows scarcely any signs of having been opened. It seems that Song Mian stumbled upon it by chance, and, having been unable to comprehend it, never bothered to explore further. Ao Ling Shuang interjected. The 4 auxiliary paths of formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman making are all far from simple. If they were so easily mastered, everyone could ascend to the lofty status of a skilled practitioner. For convenience's sake, people collectively refer to the practitioners of formation masters, alchemists, artifact masters, and talisman makers as skilled practitioners. Due to the arduous nature of these for disciplines and the significant reliance on innate talent, each auxiliary profession holds considerable esteem among cultivators. Indeed, Lin Yuan mused, both alchemists and artifact masters can exchange their crafted elixirs and spiritual artifacts for substantial amounts of elemental stones. Similarly, talisman makers can profit through the creation of talismans. If I could become one of these, I would no longer need to worry about the issue of elemental stones. Lin Yuan sighed. Ao Ling Shuang replied with a disdainful smile, it is rather superficial of you to focus solely on profit. Do you understand why the formation path is placed at the forefront of the pill and artifact symbols? Why? Because the formation path is ever-changing. It can generate lethal arrays as well as evolve into protective techniques. In contrast to the immutable trio of pill and artifact symbols, the formation path possesses boundless possibilities. It is also the only secondary profession capable of significantly enhancing one's combat prowess through mastery of the Tao. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Acknowledging the truth in the words spoken, you are indeed correct. The path of formations is distinct from the other three disciplines. The mastery of formations can be directly reflected in one's combat prowess. When a cultivator battles against a formation master of the same tier, the formation master undoubtedly holds the advantage. Ao Ling Shuang responded. As the tier of the formation master increases, the advantages in combat become increasingly pronounced. Therefore, if you have the time, you might consider exploring this path. Perhaps you possess an innate talent for this discipline. Indeed, I shall delve into it when I have the opportunity, Lin Yuan replied. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter while purchasing a horse after stowing the books in his storage pouch. Lin Yuan gazed at the lifeless black horse not far away and sighed in resignation. Without a means of transport, I must return home on foot. Although those at the meridian opening stage could traverse walls and roofs with ease, it ultimately required stamina. Having a horse would undoubtedly ease the journey significantly. Considering he had ridden for an hour before encountering Song Mian, he realized that he was quite a distance from the sect. Returning to search for a horse was impractical. It would be wiser to continue his journey and procure a steed upon reaching the next city. Half a day later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the nearest city. Upon entering through the city gate, he inquired with passers-by about the location of the stable and promptly made his way there. Good sir, do you sell horses here? Lin Yuan asked directly as he entered the shop. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, replied with a tone of regret. I apologize, young man, but all the horses in my stable have been taken. Not a single one remains. Taken? Lin Yuan echoed. Indeed. That customer not only purchased all the horses from my stable but also secured every horse from stables throughout the city, so even if you visit other establishments, you will find none available. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows deeply. The inability to procure a horse here indicated that he must travel to the next city to acquire one. However, according to the map's depiction, this city was situated a considerable distance of over 100 kilometers from the next. He would require at least 2 to 3 hours of travel to reach it, and that was without any breaks. To encounter such numerous obstacles on a journey back home, was my fortune truly so unfortunate? Lin Yuan sighed and inquired, Shopkeeper, are the horses ready? I have come to collect them. At that moment, a young man entered the establishment and spoke up. Yes, I shall fetch them for you right away, replied the proprietor as he turned to head towards the stable to retrieve the horses. By chance, encountering such a prominent customer, Lin Yuan, with a mindset of curiosity, approached and asked, Esteemed sir, I have heard that you have secured all the horses in the city. May I inquire as to the purpose? The young man turned around, noticing the other's well-tailored attire and distinguished demeanor, thought that he might have some significance, and replied gently, Our family has procured a substantial amount of supplies from the neighboring towns, and relying solely on manpower for transportation is rather slow. Hence we have acquired these horses to assist in carrying the goods. Lin Yuan suddenly realized, so that's the case. It truly is unfortunate. I encountered an unfortunate incident on my way home and lost my horse, which is why I sought to purchase one. I had no idea that all the horses had been claimed by you. Oh, may I inquire where your residence is? If it is on our way, we might be able to offer you a lift. My home is in Luoxiaking. Luoxiaking? The young man's eyebrows arched in surprise. What a coincidence. Our destination is also Luoxiaking. You are also heading to Luoxiaking? Indeed. My name is Deng Rue, a member of the Deng family from Luoxiaking. I am preparing to transport supplies back to the Deng family. Lin Yuan recalled that there indeed existed such a family within the city. However, if his memory served him correctly, the Deng family was merely a minor clan. It seemed rather peculiar that they would require such an abundance of resources. Although a sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart, he chose not to voice his queries. Instead, he inquired, Since our destinations align, might I accompany you? Deng Rue chuckled in response. Bringing someone along poses no issue. However, there is this matter. He raised his hand, his fingers rubbing together, the implication unmistakable. Lin Yuan immediately understood, chuckling softly. Thanks to your kindness, let this small amount of spirit stones serve as a token of my gratitude. He produced 2 spirit stones and handed them to the other. Deng Rue, taken aback by the generosity, exclaimed, Oh, my friend, you are truly too modest. I cannot possibly accept this. Yet, despite his words, his hands moved swiftly to receive the spirit stones, tucking them away without hesitation. Indeed, I appreciate it greatly. It is I who should feel embarrassed. Please, do take me home. On the surface, Lin Yuan exhibited a veneer of politeness, yet internally, he harbored disdain for this insincere individual. If he desired money, he should simply state it outright, rather than feigning indifference towards fame and fortune. Good brother, since we are both from Luoxia City, we are kin. There is no need for such formality between us. Deng Rui, with familiarity, raised his arm and draped it over Lin Yuan's shoulder, inquiring further, by the way, brother, which family do you belong to in Luoxia City? I may have heard of your lineage. The ease with which the other party produced 2 pieces of elemental stone suggested that his family background was undoubtedly formidable. Deng Rui speculated. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I hail from no family. My parents are mere mortals, of whom you are likely unaware. Mere mortals? Deng Rui furrowed his brow, puzzled. Such a lavish spender could hardly originate from a family of commoners. You jest, my lord. A young talent such as yourself must be a scion of some illustrious clan. Are you concealing your heritage out of concern for something? He suddenly smiled, cautiously probing. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. I have not concealed anything. Indeed, I do not come from a distinguished background. Then why did you leave Luoxiao City and travel such a great distance to this city? Because I am a disciple of Yunlan Sect. And this time I returned to Luoxiao City to visit family, which required passing through here. Yunlan Sect. So you are a highly esteemed disciple of Yunlan Sect. My apologies for my earlier assumptions. Upon learning of his background, Deng Rui immediately displayed a look of reverence, clasping his hands in salute and expressing his admiration repeatedly. Lin Yuan waved his hand, saying, Brother Deng, you flatter me. I am merely an outer disciple and cannot be considered a remarkable student. Upon hearing this, the respect in Deng Rui's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by disdain as he thought, so he is just an outer disciple. I had thought him to be someone formidable. In the Yunlan Sect, any cultivator who has broken through to the meridian opening stage can become an outer disciple. And if one has certain connections, even those at the body refinement stage can gain entry. Thus, for families with a modicum of power, the status of an outer disciple is hardly significant, merely a step above the common folk. Their true aspirations lie in the inner discipleship, for only by entering the inner sanctum can one partake in the generous benefits afforded to its members. The precious resources available there far exceed the meager offerings available to outer disciples. Deng Rui, now in his 20s, had also leveraged his family's resources to reach the meridian opening stage, yet he had not entered the ranks of outer disciples. Families like his, with decent standing, do not need to rely on the scant resources of the outer sect for their cultivation. Typically, they wait until they have achieved the condensation stage before venturing to the Yunlan Sect to directly enter the inner discipleship. As for why Lu Yuyan occasionally chooses to train in the outer sect, it is likely just the idle curiosity of a young lady seeking to experience life. You are too modest, Brother Lin. Although outer disciples are not considered formal disciples, it is still quite an achievement. Many aspire to this status and cannot attain it. Deng Rui remarked with a smile, concealing his contempt. Yet, Lin Yuan could discern the condescension woven into his words. These scions of influential families may appear affable, yet deep down, they hold a profound disdain for the common populace. If I were unable to present those 2 spirit stones, he would undoubtedly concoct a reason to dismiss me. Lin Yuan discerned the hypocrisy of his counterpart, but chose not to expose it. Instead, he responded with a calm smile. Brother Deng, you flatter me. I am but a humble disciple who has only recently entered the outer sect, far from qualifying for the inner sect. Chapter 39. Deng Rui seeks assistance. Traveling with beauty, Brother Lin, there is no need for false modesty. After all, inner sect disciples also emerge from the ranks of outer sect disciples. With sufficient diligence, you will surely find your opportunity, Deng Rui remarked, withdrawing his arm from Lin Yuan's shoulder and standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, I shall take your words to heart, Brother Deng. At this point, Lin Yuan noticed the innkeeper leading out a number of horses from the stable and called out, Sir, all your horses are here, 23 in total. Please do count them. Very well. Deng Rui turned to count the horses and, having confirmed the number, handed over the payment. The count is correct. This is the agreed sum. Please verify it as well. In the mundane world, transactions were conducted with currency and banknotes rather than the precious yuan stones, which were far too valuable. Just a single yuan stone could be exchanged for 10,000 pieces of mundane currency, sufficient to support a family of 3 for several years. Thus, when Lin Yuan produced 2 yuan stones, Deng Rui's demeanor became notably warm. After all, for an ordinary practitioner at the opening vein stage, earning a mere dozen yuan stones from hunting and gathering in a month was commendable. To suddenly present 2 was akin to reaping the rewards of several days of labor. However, Deng Rui soon realized he had miscalculated. The monthly stipend for outer sect disciples was 10 yuan stones, and this young man, evidently new to the outer sect, was unaware of the yuan stone's true worth, leading to his extravagant spending. As Deng Rui mounted his white horse, he turned to Lin Yuan and said, Before we return to Luoxiao City, I must retrieve the remaining horses from a few more stables. You should ride one for now, once we leave the city. I will arrange a proper seat for you. Very well. Following Deng Rui, Lin Yuan traversed the city, ultimately collecting around 50 to 60 horses before they departed. Not far from the city gate, Deng Rui brought the group of horses to a halt. The two dismounted, and the members of the Deng family began to load the accumulated goods onto the horses, securing everything tightly before mounting their steeds. Once all the cargo was loaded, Deng Rui awkwardly realized that every horse had been claimed, leaving not a single one spare. Lin Yuan also noticed this situation and couldn't help but furrow his brow. With no extra horses available, would the other party retract their promise? Sensing the shift in his emotions, Deng Rui immediately reassured him, "Rest assured, Brother Lin. Since I have pledged to take you home, I shall certainly honor my word." Having said this, he swiftly turned and approached the front of a carriage, pulling aside the curtain and stepping inside. Within the cramped compartment, a young woman of exquisite beauty was meditating with her eyes closed. Suddenly interrupted, she opened her eyes, visibly displeased, and remarked, "Did I not instruct you to prepare the supplies for departure? Why do you disturb me?" Deng Rui sat across from her, rubbing his palms together, somewhat sheepishly. "Sister Shi, I have encountered a bit of trouble and humbly request your assistance." "What trouble?" she inquired. "I ran into a fellow townsman in the city who wishes to buy a horse to return home. Since we have already purchased all the horses, he hopes we can give him a ride." Considering he is a fellow townsman, I agreed, thinking there would be an abundance of horses available. But it turns out we have just enough, which has created a dilemma. "A fellow townsman? Is he from Luosha City?" "Indeed. What a coincidence to meet someone from the same city so far away. Did you receive any benefit from him?" "None at all. I simply felt a connection and agreed." Spare me the pretense. With your calculating nature, you wouldn't help a stranger without some gain." Sister Shi's keen insight pierced through his facade. "I must admit, I did receive a small benefit." "What benefit?" "2 pieces of essence stones." At this, the woman's gaze flickered, and she lowered her voice. "What is his background? Did you inquire?" Deng Rui waved his hand dismissively. "Sister Shi, there is no need for concern. I have already inquired. He is merely a cultivator from a common family. His apparent wealth is due to his recent acceptance as an outer disciple of Yunlan Sect, unaware of the true value of essence stones. Once he realizes their worth, he will surely regret his actions. Essence stones are not easily earned. Even their family, after all expenses, nets only a few hundred a year, barely reaching 1,000. 2 pieces may seem trivial, but as fare, it is excessively overvalued." Upon hearing the words commoner and outer disciple, the woman's caution dissipated, and she scoffed. "Then let him share a horse with a clan member." Deng Rui hesitated, the horse is laden with supplies, leaving no room for another person. Her beautiful eyes widened in frustration. "Then what do you propose? Should I ride with him in the carriage?" Deng Rui smiled apologetically. "Sister Shi, does your carriage not have an empty seat? It's vacant anyway. Let him sit for the journey. It's not far back, and we shall reach the clan by tomorrow." At this suggestion, the woman clicked her tongue, her expression reluctant. If the individual were a woman, it would be manageable. But a man would inevitably make her uncomfortable. After all, she had never been alone with a male, other than her relatives. And the small space of the carriage would mean their legs nearly touched. Should any physical contact occur during a bumpy ride, it would be exceedingly awkward. "Sister, please assist me this once. I have already made a promise. How can I go back on my word? You wouldn't want me to be seen as untrustworthy, would you?" Unable to withstand her brother's persistent pleas, she finally relented. "Very well, but this is the only exception. You must consult me before engaging in such matters in the future." "Thank you, Sister Shi." Having finally persuaded her, Deng Rui breathed a sigh of relief and promptly exited the carriage, striding quickly to Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin, I have spoken with my sister, and you shall ride in the same carriage with her on our journey back." Lin Yuan's expression momentarily froze. "Are you suggesting that I share a carriage with her? Is that appropriate?" "What could possibly be inappropriate about it? You are merely sharing a ride," came the reply. With a mischievous grin, Deng Rui added, "My sister is a stunning beauty. This arrangement truly favors you." Lin Yuan twitched his lips, rendered speechless. What advantage is there in merely riding in a carriage without engaging in any activity? However, traveling by carriage indeed offers a more convenient means for cultivation compared to horseback riding, which is a definite advantage. He refrained from inquiring why he could not ride the horse while his companion took the carriage. The goods upon the horse were of considerable value, making it inappropriate for him, a stranger, to handle alone. Thus, taking the carriage was the most suitable option. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Brother Deng." "Not at all." Deng Rui replied, "Having taken your belongings, it is only right that I see to your needs." As he spoke, he guided Lin Yuan to the side of the carriage and continued, "This is the one. You may board directly. Oh, and do bear in mind that my sister dislikes men staring at her." "Rest assured, Brother Deng, I am well aware of such courtesies." Lin Yuan gently responded and then gracefully pulled back the curtain of the carriage to enter. Chapter 40. The Beauty, Surprise, and Growing Affection. As soon as he stepped into the carriage, a subtle fragrance reminiscent of a young maiden filled the air, evoking an involuntary sense of delight. Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze sweeping from the ground upward across the figure before him. Delicate, powder-pink embroidered shoes enveloped her slender feet, leading up to a flowing gown of pale green. 3,000 strands of silk-like hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, Her features were exquisite, and her beauty striking. As Deng Rui had remarked, this woman was indeed remarkable. A beauty that could rival Miao Yizi's allure. Had he not encountered the two women previously, he might have been captivated. However, having already tasted the fruit of experience, he remained largely unmoved. On the other side, Deng Fushi caught sight of this unexpected guest and couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. How handsome! The compatriot that Xiao Rui spoke of turned out to be such a striking gentleman? Why hadn't he mentioned this before? The young girl pondered inwardly, having initially assumed him to be a rough fellow, only to be pleasantly surprised by his appearance. Indeed, he was quite handsome. But it was a pity that his family background was so ordinary. If only he were a tad more affluent. Amidst her surprise, reflecting on his humble origins, she sighed softly to herself. Greetings, I am Deng Fushi, hailing from the Deng family of Luoxiaking. Xiao Rui must have mentioned our destination to you? Ah, I am Lin Yuan. I apologize for the inconvenience during my return journey. Not at all. Everyone faces difficulties. Our chance meeting is also a form of fate. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they each resumed their cultivation. Deng Fushi produced a pill the size of a mung bean, just as she was about to ingest it. She was momentarily stunned by Lin Yuan's actions. A Yuan stone? He was actually using a Yuan stone for cultivation? How extravagant! Lin Yuan was absorbing the essence of the primordial stone when he suddenly noticed the astonished gaze from the other party. He couldn't help but ask, what is the matter? Miss Deng? Is it not so, young Master Lin? Do you cultivate solely using primordial stones? Indeed, is there a problem with that? Lin Yuan found it rather peculiar. Was not the primary function of the elemental stone to absorb energy? Why then, was the other party so astonished? Deng Fushi elucidated, the issue is not truly a problem. It is merely that elemental stones hold significant value for smaller clans. Consequently, we typically exchange elemental stones for vitality pills to aid our cultivation. One elemental stone can be traded for 10 vitality pills, sufficient for several days of practice. Conversely, utilizing an elemental stone for cultivation would result in the consumption of nearly 1 stone per day, which is exceedingly wasteful. Lin Yuan understood that during his time in the body refinement stage, he could not utilize the essence stones due to his unblocked meridians and had not absorbed them before. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the meridian opening stage, which explained his lack of awareness about this matter. Neither his master nor his master's wife had mentioned it, likely because the elders' stipends were sufficient to support their cultivation with essence stones. It did seem somewhat wasteful. But the efficiency of cultivating with essence stones surpassed that of vitality pills, he remarked. Indeed, the efficiency is superior, yet it is undeniably wasteful. At least for the younger generation of the Deng family, such consumption is unsustainable, Deng Fushi replied. In addition to these reasons, there was another point. Cultivators in the meridian opening stage could not fully absorb the energy within the essence stones. Typically, they could only absorb half, with the remainder becoming inaccessible until reaching the core formation stage, at which point complete absorption was possible. Therefore, it was customary for cultivators in the meridian opening stage to refrain from directly using essence stones for cultivation, opting instead for the more economical vitality pills. Of course, this was a trivial matter for affluent families. Lin Yuan smiled calmly and said, "Thank you for your explanation, Mississippi. I shall continue my cultivation." Ah, are you still planning to cultivate using elemental stones? Well, for the time being, I do not lack elemental stones. Efficiency holds greater significance for me. Lin Yuan, having spoken, closed his eyes to enter a state of meditation. Within his storage bag lay 3,000 essence stones awarded by the sect, alongside some savings from his previous monthly allowances. Such expenses for cultivation were indeed manageable. Observing his earnest demeanor, Deng Fushi felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Despite her explicit words, why did he still choose to cultivate using essence stones? Was it possible that he was affluent and lacked for nothing? Or was he merely feigning wealth in her presence? If it were the latter, it would indeed be rather foolish. Ultimately, she remained unable to discern the truth of his character, shaking her head in resignation as she consumed a vitality pill to commence her own cultivation. Half a day later, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, the members of the Deng family ceased their journey, dismounted, and kindled a bonfire to prepare for rest. Lin Yuan and Deng Fushi also emerged from the carriage, settling down in a cross-legged position near the campfire. As visibility diminishes at night, confronting demonic beasts becomes exceedingly challenging. Thus, we generally refrain from hastening our journey after darkness falls. Lin Yuan remained silent, while Deng Fushi took the initiative to explain. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable allure towards this enigmatic man, compelling her to engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, upon hearing Deng Fushi speak, Deng Rui and the other members of the Deng family were utterly taken aback. What was happening? The eldest young lady was conversing with a man, and a complete stranger at that? Was the sun rising in the west? Lin Yuan smiled knowingly and softly remarked, "Thank you, Miss Deng, for the reminder. It is indeed unwise to travel in the dark. Safety is paramount." "Yes, but I wonder if it will delay you," he continued. "Not at all. I do not mind sacrificing this one night," she replied. With their conversation concluded, Lin Yuan resumed his meditative practice. Deng Rui hurried to the young woman's side, puzzled. Sister Shi, what is going on? Are you perhaps taken with this pretty boy? Deng Fushi's cheeks flushed crimson as she immediately retorted, what nonsense are you speaking? I am the eldest daughter of the Deng family. How could I easily develop feelings for a man? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Deng Rue teased. It is only natural for a beauty to be enamored with a handsome man. It is quite normal for you to react this way. After a moment, he changed his expression and cautioned, this fellow is undeniably handsome, but his background is humble and unworthy of you. Even if you were to like him, father would certainly disapprove. So, Sister Shi, please remain calm and dismiss any unrealistic notions. Deng Fushi, flustered and annoyed, exclaimed, what absurdity are you spouting? I never said I liked him. Why would you speak of worthiness? And as for unrealistic thoughts, do you think me so foolish as to not understand? Deng Rue chuckled lightly. I am merely concerned for you. Since Sister Shi comprehends, I suppose I have spoken too much. Suddenly, Deng Fushi's expression turned serious. I believe this person is extraordinary. Oh, why do you say that? Look at what he holds in his hand. At her words, Deng Rue turned to see Lin Yuan gripping A, absorbing its energy. Is that A? He asked, astonished. Indeed, he is cultivating with the. Surely not. He explicitly told me he comes from an ordinary background, with parents who are mere mortals. How could he possibly have the means to absorb? Deng Rue pondered. Perhaps we have misjudged him. His family might indeed be ordinary, but he possesses exceptional talent and has caught the attention of the higher-ups at Yunlan Sect, thus being granted a significant amount of Deng Fu, she deduced with clarity. Deng Rue nodded thoughtfully. Sister, she makes a valid point. Otherwise, it is inexplicable how he could be so generous, giving me two immediately and even using for cultivation. He must have some powerful backing. Chapter 41, Nighttime Assault. Qing Shuang draws her blade at that moment. His gaze towards Lin Yuan shifted entirely. Previously, he regarded him as nothing more than a common cultivator, insignificant and inconsequential. Now, he had transformed into a disciple of a prominent figure in Yunlan Sect. The disparity was nothing short of astronomical. Recalling his previous disdainful remarks, Deng Rue could not help but berate himself. Blast! I am such a fool. How could I not recognize such an impressive individual standing before me? I must be blind. Fortunately, he had not offended Lin Yuan. Otherwise, even 100 Deng families would not suffice to defend against him. Sister Shi, we must do everything in our power to curry favor with him. If we can secure such a powerful ally, the Deng family's rise to prominence will be but a matter of time. Deng Rue conveyed excitedly. Deng Fushi shot her brother a disapproving glance. You rascal, did you not just tell me to remain calm? Why now do you speak of gaining his favor? Deng Rue scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. This is a different situation. Previously, I lacked the foresight to recognize his true identity, and I certainly did not want you to associate with a pauper. However, now that we know of his capabilities, you should take the initiative. Deng Fushi was momentarily at a loss for words. Her brother's attitude had shifted too drastically. Was it truly necessary to be so obsequious? Although she did indeed harbor a slight admiration for Lin Yuan, it had nothing to do with his background. She simply appreciated his demeanor. Yes, it was his demeanor. Nothing more. As the siblings conversed, a sudden cry of pain pierced the air. Ah! The abrupt sound turned everyone's attention to a fallen member of the Deng family. Lying on the ground with a long, deep wound, blood gushing forth, clearly beyond saving. Who dares to harm a member of the Deng family? Deng Fushi shouted, her gaze swiftly locking onto several figures clad in black. Miss Deng, I shall take the lives of you and your kin on behalf of the heavens. The leader of the black-clad men spoke, his tone icy and arrogant, clearly dismissive of the clan members before him. Who are you? Why do you attack us? Deng Fushi furrowed her brow. The man replied indifferently, someone has paid for your lives, and we are merely here to do the job. Who is your employer? Industry regulations prevent me from disclosing that. How much did they offer? I can double it for you. Deng Fushi pleaded, aware that they were likely outmatched. The man scoffed. An ordinary clan member is worth 50. You and Deng Rue are valued higher, at 1,000 each. Can you afford that? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Deng family members fell. According to his words, they would need to produce at least 4,000 to escape this calamity. A substantial sum even for the family head, let alone for the clan members. Deng Fushi implored, Sir, we do not have that much. Could you grant us a day's grace? I assure you I will deliver thee in full once we return to the Deng family. The black-clad man erupted into laughter. Huh, you think I can still collect if I let you go? Do you take me for a fool? With that, he signaled loudly, brothers, attack. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed as a group of black-clad men unleashed their aura, clearly at the opening vein stage. Opening vein. They're all at the opening vein stage. At this moment, Deng Fushi's heart sank to the depths of despair. She, the strongest among them, was merely at the 5th level of opening vein, followed by Deng Rue at the 3rd level, while the others were merely body refinement stage members. With their capabilities, they were certainly no match for these black-clad assailants. Damn the employer. Deng Fushi cursed silently, taking out a talisman, sorrowfully declaring, there is no other choice. I must use this to escape. I am sorry, my kin. On the other side, Deng Rue also retrieved the talisman, just as he was about to activate it when. Suddenly, a swift sound echoed, and the head of the leading black-clad man was severed by a single strike. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and the chilling aura froze the blood instantly. The entire scene was stunned into silence. What just happened? How did the leader die so abruptly? The remaining black-clad men stood frozen in place, utterly oblivious to the battle around them. Lin Yuan, wielding the Qing Shuang sword, cast a cold gaze upon them and spoke indifferently. Will you end this yourselves, or shall I take action? Upon hearing these words, the group swiftly realized their predicament, decisively discarding their long swords and turning to flee with all their might. The leading man, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of meridian opening, perished beneath the sword of the young man without even a scream, indicating that the latter was likely a practitioner of the condensation realm. Such a formidable foe was far beyond the capabilities of these mere ants of the meridian opening realm, leaving them no choice but to flee instinctively, hoping for a slim chance of survival. If they delayed even a moment longer, they too might meet their demise at his hands. Observing their retreating figures, a glimmer of derision flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as he took a light step forward. With the 8 extremities pulsation, by harnessing his martial prowess, he covered the distance in just a single step, overtaking the cloaked figures, and with a series of swift sword strikes, he dispatched them one by one. The members of the Deng family stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. They were all dead. All perished. In such a brief span of time, these mercenaries of the meridian opening realm had been entirely annihilated. The strength of that young man was utterly terrifying. No wonder the young lady held him in such high regard. This was the reason. Whoosh. Lin Yuan stepped back, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the blade of his sword, softly murmuring, "What enemies has the Deng family incurred to warrant such a fate? They have even resorted to hiring cultivators to eliminate you." Upon hearing these words, the crowd regained their composure. Deng Fushi immediately performed a respectful bow, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir, for your timely intervention. The Deng family is profoundly grateful for your assistance." Deng Rui also bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Your noble righteousness is commendable. We, the Deng family, will forever remember your benevolence and will certainly repay it in the future." Lin Yuan spoke calmly. "There is no need for excessive courtesy. It is merely a matter of assisting one another in our shared journey." The few men clad in black were primarily hired rogue cultivators, lacking substantial backgrounds. Thus he felt no hesitation in dispatching them. Deng Fushi replied with a bitter smile, "Your casual act of kindness is, to us, a life-saving grace. We are determined to repay you, no matter the cost." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Then let us discuss it further upon our return to Luoshao City." His actions were not motivated by a desire for reward, but rather by the understanding that the mercenaries, having slaughtered the Deng family, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him as well. Thus, it would be wiser to take the initiative, sparing himself from witnessing further bloodshed. Deng Fushi nodded in agreement and addressed the question posed earlier. The Deng family has not incurred any significant enmity, if one must speak of it. Perhaps the Sun and Lu families in the same city have a minor grievance with us. Chapter 42. Flattery from the Deng family, the blossoming affections of a young girl. Lin Yuan recalled that within the city of Luoshao, the Sun and Lu families stood as the two most formidable clans, virtually monopolizing the city's resources. The recent assault on the Deng family could not possibly stem from an infringement upon their interests, could it? Deng Fushi disowned the thoughts of her counterpart and confirmed. In recent years, our Deng family has encountered a certain fortuitous opportunity. The head of our family has transcended to the realm of Ningguan, consequently elevating our clan status and allowing us to ascend alongside the Sun and Lu families, positioning ourselves as the third prominent family in Luoshao City. Lin Yuan understood, so they have taken a disliking to the Deng family and have joined forces against you? Deng Fushi bit her lip. Indeed. The pie of the city is rather small, and they surely do not wish for a third party to come and share it. Our expedition to procure supplies is in preparation for the battles that may ensue. Lin Yuan expressed his understanding. Given the circumstances, you should indeed make thorough preparations. It is quite unexpected that the disputes among our families would involve you. Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize for this. Nevertheless, I have merely eliminated a few mercenaries, which hardly constitutes interference in this matter. Should the Sun and Lu families find me displeasing and wish to take action against me, I shall not fear them. Lin Yuan spoke with an air of calmness, his expression betraying no tumult. Luoshao City was merely a small town, and among the two prominent families, the strongest cultivators barely reached the realm of the condensation sphere. With Ao Lingshuang's assistance, he could effortlessly vanquish them. Gulping, the crowd could not help but swallow at the audacious words of the young man. They harbored no doubts regarding his capabilities. The ability to dispatch several high-ranking meridian opening mercenaries with ease was a testament to his prowess, indicating he had undoubtedly entered the condensation sphere, rivaling the family heads of the two clans. Furthermore, unlike the larger families, Lin Yuan had no extensive ties or obligations to consider the lives of his kin. As a disciple of a sect unburdened by such concerns, he could kill without trepidation, retreating if overwhelmed and returning for vengeance once he had grown stronger. Such an individual was someone that family factions would generally prefer not to provoke. Young master possesses formidable strength, and I am in utmost admiration. Deng Fushi once again clasped her hands in praise, then turned to issue orders. Everyone, please take stock of the supplies and check for any losses. Additionally, ensure that the body of our fallen kin is dealt with properly to avoid attracting any beasts. Upon receiving the young lady's command, the crowd sprang into action. First inspecting the supplies one by one, then digging a deep pit with shovels to bury the bloodied corpse. After completing these tasks, they finally paused, gathering around the campfire to rest while quietly consuming the provisions they had prepared. Lin Yuan, having brought no provisions, consumed a single pill of abstinence and sat cross-legged in solitude. It was evident that a respectful distance surrounded him, as none of the Deng family dared to approach. They regarded him with profound reverence. Deng Fushi occupied the nearest spot to Lin Yuan, delicately holding a few thin pancakes in her graceful hands. Despite being the esteemed eldest daughter of the Deng family, she could not afford the pill of abstinence, and thus partook of the same humble rations as her kin. "Young Master Lin, have you dined this evening? Might you require some of these pancakes?" she inquired, having not discerned the nature of the pill Lin Yuan had ingested. And noticing that he had not partaken of food for an extended period. "I appreciate your kind offer, Miss Deng, but I have just consumed the pill of abstinence, so I shall decline," he replied courteously. Lin Yuan declined, stating, "The pill of abstinence." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted once more. This pill, though seemingly modest in value at several yuan stones, was indeed costly, as purchasing food and meat required merely a few coins, with negligible expenses. In contrast, consuming the pill of abstinence would deplete dozens of yuan stones within a month. Even a practitioner at the condensation stage would hesitate to indulge in such extravagance. The few pills within Song Mian's storage pouch were presumably rewards from the sect. Had he been required to purchase them himself, it would undoubtedly have caused him considerable distress. Lin Yuan is indeed able to indulge in the consumption of the pill of abstinence. He truly deserves the title of a distinguished disciple of the sect. At this moment, the expressions of the clan members were filled with even greater reverence. The young woman, reflecting on his status, could not help but chastise herself. "Deng Fushi? How foolish of you. He is a disciple of the Yuan'er sect. How could he possibly lack the means to acquire the pill of abstinence? It is utterly embarrassing that I even inquired if he required provisions." This situation was akin to a maidservant asking her master if he would like to consume leftover food. Others would undoubtedly perceive such a question as peculiar. Swiftly retracting the thin cake, she cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, I apologize, my lord, it was my impertinence. Please do not hold it against me. It is of no concern. I still have to cultivate. You all may take your rest." "Very well." Deng Fushi, feeling a sense of relief, returned to her place, finishing her provisions before commencing her own cultivation. During this time, she occasionally opened her eyes to steal glances at the man, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. What a rogue he is, possessing the strength of the condensed pill realm and the means to enjoy the pill of abstinence. Why does he deceive us into believing he is merely an outer sect disciple? I almost believed he was of humble origins. The young woman puffed her cheeks, unable to resist conjuring excuses for him. Perhaps he is reluctant to disclose his identity while traveling. Sighing inwardly, she mused, "How wonderful it would be if such a strong and handsome man were my husband." This thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, and she hastily shook her head to dispel it. After all, he was a prominent disciple of the Yunlan Sect, of noble lineage and extraordinary status. How could he ever take a liking to someone from a modest family like hers? Perhaps this was simply a case of fate being unkind. With a quiet sigh, she cast aside her tangled thoughts and focused intently on her cultivation. The following day, as dawn cast its gentle light across the horizon, everyone packed their belongings and set out once more on their journey home. Inside the carriage, the two individuals sat opposite each other, engrossed in their silent meditation. Following last night's unexpected encounter, Deng Fushi's demeanor towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly respectful, and she dared not exhibit any sign of negligence. Even before boarding the carriage, she meticulously cleaned the seat cushions, hoping to leave a favorable impression on him. Suddenly, a resounding roar of a beast reverberated through the forest, piercing the ears of all present. The galloping white horses were startled, coming to an abrupt halt, whinnying in alarm. Within the cramped carriage, due to the horse's sudden stop, Deng Fushi was propelled forward by inertia, crashing into the front. Lin Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation when a fragrant breeze suddenly enveloped him, and a young maiden's delicate form leapt into his embrace, pressing closely against him. The occurrence was so abrupt that neither of them could react in the moment. "Ah!" Deng Fushi let out a soft gasp, hastily extricating herself from his arms and returning to her seat, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time in over 20 years that she had engaged in physical contact with a male, leaving her feeling flustered. How could I have been so close to him? Recalling the man's robust and broad chest, the young woman felt an overwhelming shyness, her enchanting eyes fixed on the ground. Unable to meet his gaze, it seemed that Miss Deng's figure was quite soft. Lin Yuan reminisced about the previous sensation, feeling a flicker of restlessness within. Having only been apart from his mentor and junior sister for a single day, he realized his resolve needed fortification. Shaking his head inwardly, he suppressed his desires. Just as a voice from outside the window called out, "Miss, there was a roar from a beast in the forest earlier, startling the horses. You were not harmed, were you?" Chapter 43, The Beauty's Melancholy, a farewell to parents. Upon hearing this, Deng Fushi composed herself and replied, "I am fine, let us continue our journey." That is a relief. The group set off once more, and tranquility returned to the carriage. Nevertheless, the atmosphere between the two remained somewhat awkward due to their recent close encounter. After a moment, Dang Fushi could not help but lift her gaze, only to meet the man's eyes. Her heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze. In contrast, Lin Yuan maintained his composure, observing the beauty's bashfulness. He took the initiative to speak. Ahem, I apologize, Miss Dang, for my earlier indiscretion. Dang Fushi shook her head, saying, it is nothing, merely an accident. And I should be the one to apologize for disturbing you. How could a lady of such exquisite beauty claim to be a disturbance? Ah, you flatter me, sir. My appearance is quite ordinary. I hardly deserve the title of beauty. Though she feigned modesty, her heart swelled with delight. He praised me. He actually praised me. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Lin Yuan was unaware of her true thoughts and merely assumed she was being polite. He casually remarked, Miss need not be so modest. Your beauty would stand out even within the ranks of Yunlan Sect, capable of captivating many disciples. But would it captivate you? Dang Fushi blurted out in her heart. While outwardly blushing, she replied, you flatter me too much, young sir. Even if I could enchant ordinary disciples, before those core disciples, I would merely be an ordinary woman with mere appearance, unworthy of their attention. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes shimmered with anticipation, fixed intently upon him. Lin Yuan failed to grasp her underlying implication and countered straightforwardly, why should we seek their approval? As cultivators, we contend against fate itself. And we must sweep aside all obstacles with unwavering resolve. If our power is sufficiently formidable, what need is there for the validation of others? Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dang Fushi's eyes as she forced a smile, replying, you speak truly, sir. It seems I am indeed foolish. Fear not, with your exceptional talent, you shall undoubtedly rise to become a powerhouse one day. Then I shall hold your words as a promise. With that, the conversation came to a close, and the two resumed their cultivation. Xiao Yuan, that girl is evidently fond of you. Have you considered winning her heart? A voice suddenly echoed from the sea of consciousness. Ah? She likes me? Lin Yuan felt astonished. Indeed. Did you not hear the words she just uttered? She implied that she could not catch the attention of the core disciples, which was, in essence, a query about whether she could capture your gaze. However, I am not a core disciple. Your actions last night have already led them to regard you as a disciple of a formidable sect. Have you not noticed the change in their attitude towards you today? Upon deeper reflection, Lin Yuan realized that there was indeed some truth to it. When he first arrived yesterday, the clan members regarded him with wary and disdainful glances. However, after last night, their demeanor transformed. One by one, they concealed their former hostility, their faces now adorned with respect. After all, to effortlessly slay several mercenaries of the opening vein realm indicated that he possessed at least the cultivation level of the condensed pill realm. Such youthful achievement would naturally lead them to believe that he hailed from a formidable background. So, Miss Dang harbors feelings for me? Upon discerning the sentiments of the other party, Lin Yuan felt somewhat out of sorts. A graceful maiden, worthy of a gentleman's pursuit, as a normal man. It was only natural for him to entertain thoughts of claiming a beauty such as Dang Fushi for himself. Yet, to pursue every enchanting woman one encounters would be rather excessively flirtatious. Moreover, he was currently unable to even safeguard his master and junior sister, leaving him little energy to attend to another woman. Should he choose to be with her, he would inevitably have to confront the Sun and Lu families. Even if he possessed the strength to deal with them, such a display would be too ostentatious, and he had no need to go to such lengths for a single woman. Furthermore, the Sun and Lu families might well have their own powerful backers. And should someone emerge from the shadows, even the formidable Ao Ling Shuang could find herself in a precarious situation. What troubles you, Xiao Yuan? Are you lost in thought? Not at all. I merely ponder our brief encounter, which bears little significance. Upon returning to Luoshao City, it is likely we shall part ways amicably. Very well. This young lady possesses an ordinary constitution. Even if her essence remains intact, it would avail you little in terms of advancement. So missing this opportunity is not a matter of regret. Indeed, with countless extraordinary blooms in the world, how could I possibly pluck them all? My return to Luoshao City is solely to pay a visit to my parents and reconnect with old friends, while striving to avoid unnecessary troubles. With that, he once again closed his eyes in meditation. Half a day later, at the gates of Luoshao City, young master, will you not come and visit our Deng family? Deng Fushi gazed earnestly at the handsome youth, her beautiful eyes betraying a palpable reluctance. No need. I must return home early to see my family. But we have yet to repay your kindness. Perhaps we shall speak of it again when fate allows. With those words, Lin Yuan stepped through the city gates, disappearing into the throng. Sister, he has already departed, Dang Rui reminded, observing her sister rooted in place. How could he not perceive her feelings for Lin Yuan? However, the disparity in their statuses rendered her affections a mere unrequited longing, destined to bear no fruit. Yes, let us go. The young lady, regaining her composure, walked towards the interior of the city, her expression tinged with melancholy. At this moment, she could not help but regret not confessing her feelings earlier. Had she cast aside her reservations and been more proactive, perhaps they might have had a chance together. Now that he had left, any thoughts of confession were rendered futile. Alas, such is the nature of fate. With a quiet sigh, she endeavored to set her thoughts aside, her steps growing resolute. In a modest corner of the city, within a simple courtyard, a middle-aged couple worked and conversed. Old Lin, it has been 3 years since Yuan'er returned home. I wonder how he fares at Yunlan Sect? Yuan'er was chosen by the immortal master back then. They said he possessed decent talent, so life in the sect must be treating him well. Is that so? Yet, I recall that each of those chosen was deemed talented. Does that mean they all thrive? Rest assured, Yuan'er is diligent and capable, kind-hearted and sensible. Heaven will surely favor him, and he shall become a strong individual. As they conversed, a creaking sound interrupted. The courtyard door swung open, revealing a young man. Who is this friend, Yuan'er? Is that truly you? Yuan'er, is it really you? The couple rushed forward, their faces alight with excitement as they scrutinized the young man before them. The features of their son, as they remembered, now appeared more mature than in their recollections of his youth. Father, mother, it is I, your Yuan'er has returned. Lin Yuan smiled brightly, reminiscent of the youth he once was. Chapter 44, Childhood Sweethearts, Confessions of the Heart. Come, hurry in and speak. The elderly couple quickly welcomed their son into the courtyard, their expressions filled with concern. Yuan'er, have you been well in the sect? Have you gone hungry or felt cold? Lin's mother was the first to speak. My dear daughter-in-law, what kind of question is that? Yunlan Sect is a powerful lineage that has been passed down for many years. How could it possibly allow its disciples to suffer from hunger and cold? Father Lin cast a sidelong glance at his wife and turned to say, Yuan'er, how do the masters of the sect treat you? What of your fellow disciples? Have they bullied you in any way? Lin Yuan smiled and said, my master has treated me very well and has provided me with much assistance. He then recounted his experiences over the past 3 years, omitting details regarding dual cultivation and Ao Ling Shuang. What? You say you secured first place in the outer sect competition? Upon hearing their son had achieved such an honor, the couple's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Yes, I attained the championship by sheer luck, relying on my innate talent. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. There must have been a considerable number of outer sect disciples, correct? Indeed. Over 10,000 participated in the competition. The couple exchanged glances, rendered speechless by their emotions. Ha. Excellent. With such an accomplishment, I, Lin Yuan, have no regrets in this life. Truly, my son Lin Yuan, to have become first upon joining the sect, you are the pride of your mother. Amidst their astonishment, they quickly regained composure, their faces alight with radiant smiles, showering him with praise. Oh, father and mother, you flatter me. Being first in the outer sect of Yunlan Sect is not particularly impressive. The real powerhouses reside within the inner sect. Fear not, my son. For I believe in your talent and am confident you will surely enter the inner sect. Indeed, I, too, have faith that you shall enter the inner sect and achieve even greater heights. The three conversed in the courtyard for quite some time, the smiles on their faces never fading. Ah, it has already reached noon. Yuan'er must be hungry. I shall go prepare a meal for you. Lin's mother glanced up at the son and then hurried into the kitchen. Before long, a table laden with dishes was prepared, and the three of them gathered around to share the meal. Previously, Lin Yuan had consumed a fasting pill, so today he need not partake in a meal. However, since he was in the company of family, he certainly did not mind the brief interlude for this repast. As they were dining, a sudden knock echoed at the courtyard door, accompanied by a light, melodic voice. Uncle Roan, Lingo has brought you some wine. Upon hearing this, the three turned their gazes towards the sound and beheld a girl in a cloth skirt entering the courtyard, clutching a wine pouch, her eyes meeting theirs. Ah, are you Lin Yuan, my elder brother? Realizing that an additional person graced the courtyard, she momentarily paused in surprise, but quickly recognized his identity. Lin Yuan recognized the other person immediately and exclaimed, is that you, Linger? He recalled the days of yore when he had just been adopted by his parents, and they had first met. From that moment on, they often played together, their bond resembling that of childhood sweethearts, inseparable and profound. However, after he joined the Yunlan Sect, their paths diverged, and he had not seen her since. This separation had caused him sorrow for a time, as thoughts of his childhood companion would occasionally resurface in his mind. Today, upon returning home to visit his family, he intended not only to reconnect with his parents but also to seek her out for a nostalgic reunion. To his surprise, before he could even set out, the young girl appeared at his doorstep. Brother Lin Yuan, it truly is you, Yilingo exclaimed, her small feet swiftly carrying her towards him as she leaped into his embrace, her emotions running high. Lin Yuan gently patted the slender back of the other, speaking softly, it is I, Lingo has grown up. I can hardly recognize you, dear sister. Over the span of 3 years, Yulingo had transformed from a girl into a graceful young woman, having grown significantly taller, with a more pronounced figure. Brother Lin Yuan, you two have become even more handsome than before. As she separated from the embrace of the man, Yulingo's eyes sparkled with joy and longing, eagerly gazing at his face. How have you fared at home these past 3 years? Your parents haven't scolded you, have they? Of course not. They have treated me well, she replied. And what of you, Brother Lin Yuan? How is life in the sect? Quite well, though without you by my side, it feels as though something is missing. Are you saying that you have thought of me during these 3 years? Yilingo inquired, her cheeks flushing as she cautiously posed the question. Lin Yuan replied with calm assurance, indeed, we have known each other since childhood. After so many years of affection, how could I not think of you? Upon realizing the other's feelings, Yilingo felt her heart race wildly. With a lowered gaze and a bashful demeanor, she confessed, Linga misses you dearly. Just how much do you miss me? Day and night. My thoughts are consumed by you. Haha. Father Lin suddenly laughed heartily, since your feelings run so deep. Yuan should promptly propose to the Yi family, and we can set a date to celebrate your union, fulfilling the wishes of us elders. Hearing this, Yuling felt an immense joy in her heart, but then she recalled the young man's esteemed status and couldn't help but feel inferior. Uncle Lin, you jest. Brother Lin Yuan is a distinguished disciple of Yunlan Sect. While I am merely a lowly commoner, how could I possibly be worthy of him? 3 years prior, during the Yunlan Sect's assessment, she had not been favored by the sect, and from that moment, she understood that she and he belonged to entirely different worlds. Nevertheless, she could not forget him. Every night, she struggled to sleep, unable to resist reminiscing about the moments they shared. Today, upon unexpectedly seeing her beloved return, she could no longer contain her emotions and cast aside the disparity in their statuses to confess her feelings. Yet, when Father Lin mentioned this matter, she once again confronted the harsh reality, her expression falling into despondence. Mother Lin glared and said, "Silly Linger, what are you talking about? So what if he is a distinguished disciple of Yunlan Sect? He still needs to marry and have children, doesn't he? Your bond is so strong. What reason does he have not to take you as his bride?" Father Lin remarked, "Indeed, have you forgotten the days of your childhood when you played house? You even took on the roles of husband and wife. Yuan, you must not let Ling down." As memories of their youthful antics flooded back, Yiling's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head deeply, too shy to lift it. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, "Of course I remember. At that time, Linger declared that she would become my wife when she grew up and serve me for eternity. Does that promise still hold true?" Upon hearing this, Yilingo bit her lip and replied, "Naturally, it is still valid, but I fear that you may not find me worthy, brother." Lin Yuan gently caressed the other's head, saying, "Lingo is so charming and enchanting that I would gladly cherish her in the palm of my hand. How could I possibly overlook her?" Brother Lin Yuan. Yilingo lifted her head, her heart filled with anticipation as she inquired, "Would you be willing to marry me?" "I would be willing, but..." Lin Yuan paused, feeling a pang of guilt. "I already have several companions in my sect. Linger, can you accept them?" In that instant, Yilingo's expression shifted subtly. Although she understood that given his exceptional qualities, he would undoubtedly have admirers around him, hearing it directly from her beloved's lips still stirred a sense of disappointment within her. Chapter 45, Preparing for the Proposal, Unexpected Turn of Events. Upon hearing this, Lin's father and mother did not display any displeasure. Rather, a sense of pride emerged on their faces. Their son had truly made something of himself. He had even learned to court young ladies. Although they felt a swell of pride within, Lin's father nonetheless admonished him outwardly, saying, "You rascal, instead of diligently cultivating in the sect, all you do is pursue women. How can you justify the feelings of those young ladies?" Lin's mother agreed, saying, "Your father is right. Moreover, many women harbor impure intentions. Can you discern who is virtuous and who is not?" Lin Yuan spoke calmly, "Rest assured, mother, I am quite confident in this matter. As for the emotions father mentioned, I understand that Linger certainly does not wish to share my affection with anyone else. However, this world is undeniably pragmatic. The worldly gentry often possess multiple wives and concubines. Not to mention us cultivators. As long as I possess the capability to care for all of them, there should be no issue." He then turned to Linger and continued, "Although I cannot guarantee an abundance of love, I will strive to protect you and fulfill my responsibilities as a man." Gazing at the solemn man, Yilingo suddenly smiled and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I believe you can do it, brother. Does this mean you agree?" "Indeed. It is already a tremendous blessing that you are willing to accept Linger. How could I dare to covet your exclusive love?" She had long since come to terms with her situation and understood that, as a mere mortal, being able to dedicate herself to a cultivator was already a lofty aspiration. Thus, she felt no further demands could be made. "Very well, Linger, after this visit concludes, you shall accompany me back to the sect." Dismissing his serious demeanor, Lin Yuan smiled as he embraced her, making his decision. "Ah, can I truly go to the sect even without any cultivation talent?" Yilingo felt a surge of anxiety. The prospect of a rural girl moving to the city certainly filled her with trepidation. Lin Yuan comforted, "It's all right. I have some connections within the sect, so bringing a few family members will not be a problem. My parents can also come to live with me then." Father Lin immediately waved his hand and said, "Enough. Enough. As for the lives of you young ones, we two old folks shall not interfere. Since you have said so, I trust you possess the capability to look after Linger. Thus, your mother and I can rest easy, and from now on, we shall simply enjoy our twilight years in this quaint little town." Mother Lin concurred, saying, "Neither your father nor I possess any aptitude for cultivation in the past. Our presence here was of no consequence, and we have lived comfortably in the serene environment of Luoxia City." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, this is also acceptable. As the elders have mentioned, they have grown accustomed to their life in Luoxia City, and it is certain that they would struggle to adapt to other places. In light of this, I shall honor my parents' wishes and refrain from imposing any demands." Lin's mother inquired, "When do you plan to visit the Yi family to propose?" Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Is there truly a need for such urgency? Of course, you shall not be able to stay at home for long. So it is prudent to expedite the arrangements for your nuptials. Otherwise, upon your return to the sect, the opportunity may elude you." His reasoning was sound, and thus he consented to make preparations. The customary wedding ceremony in the secular world is rather straightforward and does not demand excessive time, so he readily agreed. Should his master's wife and younger sister feel envious, he would ensure a celebration for them as well. Lin Yuan pondered. Yuling'o stood aside. Her delicate face instantly flushed upon hearing that Lin Yuan intended to propose to her family. Marrying. She was actually going to wed her elder brother Lin Yuan. The wish she had cherished for years was finally coming true. Was this truly not a dream? Just as she was lost in thought. Lin Yuan's family had already set their plans in motion. Shortly thereafter, they prepared the betrothal gifts and made their way to the Yi family. Yuling'o's family was quite similar to Lin Yuan's. Her parents were humble farmers. It was said that their ancestors once possessed remarkable abilities. Yet subsequent generations failed to inherit such talents, leading to a gradual decline until they found themselves in their current predicament. Are we truly bringing such meager offerings? Would it not appear too humble? Mother Lin gazed at the betrothal gifts and the carrying pole, her expression tinged with concern. Father Lin, seemingly indifferent, remarked. Our Yuan'er has already attained a high level of cultivation. These mundane formalities are merely superficial. Yuling'o concurred. Uncle Rong speaks the truth. If my parents were to learn of brother Lin Yuan's accomplishments, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed and would not oppose this union. During the recent purchase of the betrothal gifts, she had discovered Lin Yuan's remarkable ranking in the outer sect competition, leaving her speechless for quite some time. First place in the competition. That was indeed the first place in the Yunlan Sect's grand tournament. It is essential to note that the territory governed by the Yunlan Sect spans over 10 million square kilometers, an expanse that is home to countless individuals. Among them, the primary choice for those seeking to join a sect is none other than the Yunlan Sect. One can thus fathom the immense number of disciples within its ranks. Lin Yuan's ascendance to the pinnacle among numerous disciples undeniably attests to the value of his accomplishments. It is no wonder that brother Lin Yuan expressed confidence in facilitating my entry into the sect for residents, thought Yuling'o to herself. At that moment, Lin Yuan had transformed in her eyes into a prodigious disciple, highly esteemed by the sect. How could the leaders possibly refuse such a modest request as allowing a few family members to reside together? Subsequently, the four of them chatted and laughed, strolling leisurely along the way. Before long, they arrived at the Yi residence. Old Yi, as Lin's father recited softly. He had just pushed open the gate when an arrogant voice reached his ears. These two old fools dared to refuse my request. They truly deserve their fate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four men changed dramatically. They swiftly set down their burdens and rushed into the courtyard, arriving at the door of the house. There, within the ancient abode, stood a young man clad in luxurious attire, his hands clasped behind his back, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Not far from his feet, two middle-aged individuals lay in a pool of blood, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, clearly lifeless. Father, mother. Upon witnessing the grim sight of the two, Yuling'o cried out in anguish and hurried to kneel by their corpses, weeping bitterly. The young man, observing her distress, could not help but exclaim with glee, the little girl from the Yi family. I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, arriving at my doorstep. A few days prior, he had chanced upon the maiden at the market, captivated by her beauty and wishing to take her as his concubine. Due to the bustling crowd, he had refrained from making a move, instead sending his subordinates to investigate her family. With the aid of his family's formidable intelligence network, he soon discovered the Yi family's residence and promptly arrived with lavish gifts, seeking to court Yuling'er. To his dismay, her parents had vehemently refused, leading to a violent confrontation. The elderly couple, mere mortals, stood no chance against the cultivator. With just 2 punches, he had rendered them bloodied and lifeless. You scoundrel! What offense did my parents ever commit against you? Why did you kill them? Yuling'er raised her head, her voice a raw scream of accusation. The young man smirked dismissively. They not only rejected my proposal but also insulted me. Such offenses warrant death. It is a pity that mortals are so fragile. I had hoped to toy with them a while longer. Proposal? Yuling'o glared at him with fury. What proposal? Do we even know each other? Chapter 46. The Arrogance of the Sun Family. Slaying 2. The young man confessed, a few days ago, I encountered you in the city and found you quite enchanting, which prompted me to investigate your family. He continued, I, Sun Xiang, the illustrious 3rd young master of the Sun family, am of such esteemed rank that my desire to take a common girl as a concubine is a favor from the heavens. Yet, these 2 old fools, lacking in appreciation, dared to call me a drunken wastrel, a debauched scion. Do you not think they deserve their fate? 3rd young master of the Sun family. The faces of the onlookers paled. The Sun family was a prestigious clan in Luoxia City, with few daring to defy their might. It was no wonder this man was so brazen. Upon learning his identity, Lin Yuan remained unfazed and spoke. The 2 elders of the Yi family were correct. You are indeed an arrogant and indulgent fool, using your meager strength to bully mortals. You are unworthy of being called a cultivator. Oh, Sun Xiang, insulted to his face, did not immediately retaliate with anger, but instead turned with curiosity. And who might you be to speak so disrespectfully to me? Are you unaware of my family's reputation in Luoxia City? Lin Yuan scoffed. Is the Sun family truly remarkable? A mere low-tier family at the condensation realm level holds no significance within the Yunlan Sect. With such limited strength, how dare you bully the weak and act with such impunity? What audacity grants you this courage? Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. How audacious of Lin Yuan to provoke the Sun family. Such boldness is truly remarkable. Having resided in Luoshao City for an extended period, the illustrious names of the Sun and Lu families have loomed over them for decades, fostering an ingrained sense of reverence that instinctively led them to overlook Lin Yuan's standing. Suddenly, Sun Xiang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How presumptuous, young man. What are you to dare to comment on the Sun family? Do you seek to court death and visit the underworld? What difference does it make if I comment on you? As Lin Yuan spoke, he exuded his vital energy, revealing the prowess of a meridian opening cultivator. A cultivator of the meridian opening stage. Sun Xiang's expression faltered in astonishment, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent. With a wary demeanor, he inquired, to which family do you belong? You seem unfamiliar. Surely you are not from our falling sky city. You need not concern yourself with that, Lin Yuan replied, and in that instant, he unleashed the 8 extremes pulsation, swiftly appearing before Sun Xiang. How swift! Sun Xiang's body trembled, and he quickly gathered his energy, raising his fist to strike at Lin Yuan. Smack! Lin Yuan extended his hand and effortlessly grasped the opponent's forearm, rendering him utterly immobile. Sun Xiang felt as though he were under an immense weight, his arm aching and numb. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan raised his other hand and delivered a powerful punch, sending Sun Xiang hurtling against the wall with tremendous force. Puff! Sun Xiang coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire aura diminished, indicating that this blow had inflicted significant injury upon him. Impudent scoundrel, how dare you harm the young master of the Sun family? Prepare to pay with your life. A voice, aged and thunderous, suddenly echoed through the air as a cloaked elder appeared, his face ablaze with fury. And he lunged toward Lin Yuan, launching a palm strike. Solar palm. Unyielding fist. The two engaged in their respective martial techniques, and with a resounding clash, the elder was propelled backward without any hesitation, his body soaring like a kite with severed strings, crashing through the dilapidated walls of the small room and landing outside. Puff. Blood spewed from his mouth, disbelief etched across his features. He was a cultivator of the 9th layer of the pulse-opening realm. Considered nearly invincible against those below the essence-gathering realm, yet he had been defeated by this junior in a single move. Such formidable strength, could this individual truly be a master of the essence-gathering realm? Lin Yuan wiped his sleeves and calmly remarked, "Is this the extent of your strength? How utterly disappointing." Upon witnessing this, Sun Xiang was equally astonished. He was all too aware of the elder's prowess, which stood at the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage. Yet, even so, he was still no match for this individual. Who, then, was this extraordinary figure? Yuan'er, how do you intend to deal with this person? Lin Yuan turned his head to inquire. Yuan'er, startled by the formidable strength of her opponent, regained her composure and resolutely declared, "Please, brother Lin Yuan, eliminate this beast to avenge my parents." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiang trembled, immediately pleading for mercy. "Hero, spare my life. I was blinded by Missia's beauty, which led me to commit a grievous mistake. I am willing to compensate you with precious stones. I beseech you to let me go." He was still so young, with many experiences yet to explore. How could he possibly meet his end here? Lin Yuan said coldly, "You took the lives of the 2 elders merely because they rejected your unreasonable demands. Such heinous acts are utterly intolerable. It would be best for you to seek repentance in hell." Clang! Lin Yuan gripped the hilt and swiftly drew the Qing Shuang sword. A flash of cold light slicing through the air. Sun Xiang's head separated from his body, which, now devoid of control, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The severed head rolled several times, its expression one of sheer horror, the mouth agape, tongue twitching in a final spasm. He could never have imagined that he would perish within the confines of a commoner's abode. After all, he was the young master of the Sun family, a scion of a power that reached the heights of Liao Xiaocheng. To die so unexpectedly, killed by a youth several years his junior. Such absurdity was beyond belief. "No. Young master." An elder immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to Sun Xiang's side, attempting to reattach the severed head to the lifeless body. This ludicrous scene elicited a derisive laugh from Lin Yuan, who remarked, "A practitioner of the opening vein realm is ultimately still a mere mortal. Even a severed limb cannot be restored, let alone a head. Spare yourself the folly." The elder, already seething with rage, was incited further by Lin Yuan's taunt and retorted vehemently, "You cruel villain. To dare slay the young master of the Sun family, we shall never let you go." The moment the words left his lips, regret washed over him. After all, the opponent was a formidable expert capable of easily defeating him. Was he truly inviting death? Let you go? Apologies, but I shall not extend mercy to you either. Lin Yuan once again drew his sword and cleaved down, causing the old man's head to roll. Meeting the same fate as Sun Xiang, both departing this world in silence. How ferocious. A relentless slaughter of 2 direct descendants of the Sun family is an unimaginable act within the confines of Luoshao City. What shall we do now, Yuan? With Sun Xiang's demise, the Sun family will soon be aware, and when they come knocking, we shall undoubtedly find ourselves in grave trouble. The Lin couple's faces were etched with fear, leaving them momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Lin Yuan coldly remarked, "Since the Sun family is so unreasonable, I shall teach them what it truly means to be unreasonable." Do you really intend to confront the Sun family? Indeed. The 2 elders were momentarily taken aback. Such an action was undeniably audacious, considering that they were up against a deeply entrenched family within the city. Yuan'er expressed her concern, saying, "Brother, The Sun family's power is formidable. It would be unwise for us to challenge them with just our small group. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. For Sun Xiang is already dead, and my parents' vengeance has been avenged. Lin Yuan gently patted her head and affectionately remarked, "Silly girl. While you may wish to spare the Sun family, do you think the Sun family will show you the same mercy?" Chapter 47, Confronting the Sun Family. Father Deng's astonishment. Yuan'er was well aware that this matter was unlikely to conclude peacefully. Nevertheless, she could not help but express her concern. "I am merely afraid that you will find it difficult to contend with them. After all, the Sun family is no ordinary clan, and you are but one person. When they come at you en masse, it may prove challenging to fend off their combined strength." Lin Yuan smiled calmly, assuring, "Rest assured. The Sun family is hardly a concern for me. This time, I will subdue them completely, preventing any future troubles for my parents." Seeing the confidence radiating from his son, Lin Rong felt a surge of assurance as well, nodding in agreement. The Sun family has long been arrogant and has allowed their kin to commit misdeeds, drawing the ire of the common folk. This action will serve as a warning, making them realize that Luoshao City is not a place they can trample upon freely. With both father and son expressing such sentiments, Yulingo cast aside her worries, affirming, "Since brother Lin Yuan possesses the capability to do so, I shall support your decision." Subsequently, they procured a coffin to lay Ye's parents to rest, honoring their memory before heading towards the Sun family estate. At the Sun residence, a guard inquired of his comrade, "Old Wei, do you think the family head's intervention will compel the Deng family to submit?" "Fear not," replied his colleague confidently. "The family head has recently advanced to the 3rd level of the condensation realm, making him the foremost expert in Luoshao City. Even the Lu family must tread lightly before our Sun family's might. The Deng family is but an easy target. 3rd level of the condensation realm. The family head has achieved such a profound state. Truly, the heavens favor our Sun family." The guard rejoiced, for within the city, the heads of the Lu and Deng families were at the 2nd and 1st levels of the condensation realm respectively. Despite the small gap in levels, the disparity in combat prowess was stark. In such a small city, the martial skills employed by cultivators were largely similar, leaving little room for bridging the gap in realm. Thus, even a single level advantage was sufficient for the Sun family to reign supreme. Passers-by, overhearing the conversation, were left astonished, recognizing that the Sun family had reached an unparalleled status, rendering them invincible. Alas, the Sun family was already formidable, and now they have grown even stronger. Our lives will undoubtedly become more arduous. The people lamented, "The Sun family is ruthless and unjust. It is a wonder they face no retribution from the heavens, instead being showered with blessings. Truly, the heavens are blind, and the path of justice is askew. Is there no one to bring the Sun family to account?" Just then, a chilling voice pierced through the air. "A mere 3rd level of the condensation realm dares to claim supremacy? Is the vision of the Sun family so limited?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was the Sun family, the tyrants of Luoshao City. Who would dare provoke them, risking annihilation? Who possessed such audacity? As 2 guards momentarily stood in shock, they quickly regained their composure and bellowed in fury, "Who dares to insult the Sun family? Come forth and face your demise. To disrespect our family means that tomorrow will be your day of reckoning." As their threats echoed, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly materialized before them, launching 2 punches with swift precision. Bang! Bang! The guards had no time to react, sent sprawling through the air. "You are a practitioner of the opening meridian's realm." The guards, lying on the ground, were left wide-eyed with shock as they sensed Lin Yuan's cultivation level, momentarily forgetting their pain. Such a young practitioner of the opening meridian's realm was indeed a rarity within the city. Lin Yuan did not respond, but directly inquired, "Where is your family head? What business do you have with him?" "I have matters to discuss with him." "What matters?" "That is not for you to question. Simply tell me where he is." "The family head recently went to the Deng residence and is not currently in the manor." Lin Yuan murmured softly, quickly deducing the intentions of the other party. The head of the Sun family, having just broken through to the 3rd level of the condensation pill realm, undoubtedly sought to flex his muscles, to serve as an example to others, thereby asserting the Sun family's supreme status within Luoshao City. The target of this oppression was, without a doubt, the rising star, the Deng family. "Brother, since the head of the Sun family has gone to the Deng family, what should we do? Should we wait for him to return?" Yulingo inquired as she approached the man. "There is no need to wait. Let us head directly to the Deng family to find him." "Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Was it not ostentatious when Sun Xiang murdered your parents?" At these words, Yulingo recalled the death of her parents, a vengeful glimmer igniting in her beautiful eyes as she gritted her teeth. "Ostentatious. Too ostentatious. The beasts of the Sun family deserve to be executed in the most brutal manner, to appease the spirits of my parents in the afterlife. Rest assured, Linger, I will seek justice for your parents." Thus, the 4 of them altered their course, heading straight for the Deng family. Deng Manor. In the main hall, when Deng Fushi and Deng Rui returned to the family, their father was still in seclusion for cultivation, so they rested at home for a while. After about half an hour, they finally saw their father. "Sierra, Ru'er, you have returned safely. I can finally feel at ease," Deng Xian said, looking at his unharmed children with a pleased expression. With a sigh, Deng Fushi replied, "While Xiao Rui and I have returned safely, we lost a family member in the process." "A family member lost?" Deng Xian furrowed his brows. "What happened?" While transporting supplies, we were ambushed by several mercenaries. That family member met a tragic end and died on the spot. Mercenaries. What was their cultivation level? All at the opening vein realm. With the leader at the 9th level of the opening vein realm. Then you must have been no match for them. How did you manage to escape? Fortunately, there was a fellow townsman in our group who gallantly intervened and killed all the mercenaries, allowing us to escape. A fellow townsman? Where did this fellow townsman come from? It was Xiao Rui who encountered him while buying a horse. He claimed to have lost his mount and asked us for a ride, since it was on our way. We agreed. Is that so? Deng Xian said, marveling. To kill mercenaries at the peak of the opening vein realm, that fellow townsman must possess remarkable strength. It seems there are indeed hidden talents within Luoshao City. Deng Rui interjected. Father, that fellow townsman said his name is Lin Yuan and is about our age. Are you not aware of such a figure in the city? Deng Xian pondered for a moment and shook his head. I have roamed Luoshao City for decades and have never heard of a powerful individual by the surname Lin. The older generation does not recall anyone, let alone the younger ones. Deng Fushi, who had hoped to glean information about Lin Yuan from her father, felt her bright eyes dim at his words. Noticing his daughter's despondent demeanor, Deng Xian furrowed his brow slightly. What is it, Sierra? Are you unwell? Deng Rui answered on her behalf. Sister has been absent-minded throughout the journey. She must have taken a liking to that Lin gentleman. Deng Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively saying, Sierra, you usually do not take an interest in any man. What about Lu Yin from the Lu family, or Sun Lu from the Sun family? They are young and already possess high-level cultivation. They could inherit their father's positions. If you are indifferent to such talented young men, what makes you think that fellow could catch your eye? Chapter 48. Speculations from the Deng family. Arrival of Sun Hu. Deng Rui chuckled. That gentleman only drew a single sword and effortlessly slew a 9th-level opening vein cultivator. Such prowess is not to be compared with Lu Yin or Sun Lu. Upon hearing this, Deng Xian's expression shifted in disbelief. You mean he killed a 9th-level opening vein cultivator with a single sword? How is that possible? Could he be a condensation pill realm expert? Deng Rui asserted. From what I observed, he has likely already stepped into the condensation pill realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve such ease. Deng Xian's countenance shifted as he sighed. A condensation pill realm expert of your age is indeed remarkable. With his cultivation, he could enter the inner sect of the Yunlan Sect. Deng Rui laughed softly. He did mention that he is a disciple of the Yunlan Sect. Though merely an outer disciple, I suspect he intentionally concealed his true identity to avoid drawing attention. Deng Xian concurred. How could such an extraordinary talent be merely an outer disciple? He must be lying. Now do you understand why sister has taken a fancy to him? Indeed. He realized that with such talent, Lin Yuan could be considered a prodigy, destined to garner admiration from many. Moreover, given that Deng Fushi's background and talent pale in comparison, it was only natural for her heart to flutter. Upon this understanding, Deng Xian felt compelled to apologize. I am sorry, Sierra. It is my inadequacy that prevents me from providing you with a better home and more resources. Otherwise, you would not need to feel inferior in front of him. Deng Fushi shook her head repeatedly. Father, you were too harsh on yourself. I am immensely grateful for the circumstances you have provided. How could I dare to wish for more? Deng Rui agreed. Indeed, our Deng family is among the top families in Luoshao City. Being born into such a family is already a blessing. To desire more would be overly greedy. Deng Xian sighed. While our Deng family is relatively well off in Luoshao City, when viewed in the context of the entire territory governed by Yunlan Sect, we are merely a lower-tier family, the bottom of the barrel. The siblings understood their father's words to be true and refrained from arguing. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Realizing the shift in mood, Deng Fushi cleared her throat lightly, breaking the silence. Cough, father, were you not in seclusion just now? Why have you suddenly emerged? Did you achieve a breakthrough? Upon mentioning this topic, Deng Xian's face lit up with joy. Yes, after several days of seclusion, I have successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the condensation pill realm. 2nd level of the condensation pill realm. Instantly, both siblings were filled with excitement. With the heads of the Sun and Lu families at this cultivation level, the Deng family had previously been at a disadvantage, requiring caution in dealings with the two families. Now that their father had made a breakthrough, the Deng family could finally hold their heads high and no longer fear them. Excellent, father. With such cultivation, we no longer need to rely on the faces of the Sun and Lu families. The Deng family had endured too much for too long. Now that their father had broken through, they could finally stand tall and proudly be recognized as one of the 3 prominent families in Luoshao City. As the siblings reveled in their joy, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. To be named among the 3 prominent families with my Sun family? Who gave you the courage? As the voice fell, a middle-aged man abruptly appeared in the hall. He was none other than Sun Hu, the head of the Sun family. Seeing the visitor, the expressions of the 3 changed dramatically. As the head of the Deng family, Deng Xian stepped forward first, saying, Sun brother, your unexpected visit has taken us by surprise. However, did our Deng family not have any conflicts with you recently? May I ask the reason for your visit? Sun Hu sneered. Your existence as the Deng family is a conflict in itself. Luoshao City needs only my Sun family to govern. You Deng family may either submit or prepare to become history. This declaration left the 3 of them in shock. Deng Xian furrowed his brows tightly, questioning. What do you mean, son brother? Even if your strength is formidable, it merely matches that of the Liu family patriarch. Moreover, I have recently ascended to the second level of the condensation sphere realm. Whichever family head you face, you cannot overcome. How dare you boast of supremacy? Deng Rui could not restrain himself. The Deng family is not one to be underestimated, especially with the Liu family backing us. What audacity does your Sun family possess to claim dominance over Luoshao City? At this moment, they all deemed Sun Hu excessively arrogant, disregarding the existence of other families entirely. Sun Hu scoffed dismissively. What audacity? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, he channeled his energy, revealing the unmistakable aura of the third level of the condensation sphere realm. You have actually broken through to the third level of the condensation sphere. Deng Xian exclaimed in astonishment. He had hoped that his own advancement to the second level would elevate the Deng family to one of the three major clans. But he never anticipated that his opponent had also made a breakthrough. In an instant, their advantage vanished, and the Deng family remained at a disadvantage. Both Deng Fuxi and Deng Rui were equally taken aback, their expressions darkening. Sun Hu, brimming with pride, declared, "Indeed, I recently achieved this breakthrough and promptly arrived at the Deng family. You should consider yourselves fortunate to be my first visit." Deng Xian, masking his surprise with a forced smile, responded, "We are indeed honored by your presence, brother Sun, but regarding your demand for submission, could we perhaps negotiate?" Sun Hu replied arrogantly, "I shall not repeat myself. If you do not submit, I will strike now. Dare I ask, can the Deng family patriarch withstand the repercussions?" Deng Xian's smile faded, and his expression grew somber. Deep down, he knew he was no match for Sun Hu. Yet to submit would render the foundation he had built over the past decade worthless. Such a conclusion was utterly unacceptable to him. Deng Rui gritted his teeth. "Father, even if he has broken through to the third level, you possess the second level. The difference of a minor realm does not guarantee overwhelming victory. If we fight to the death, the outcome remains uncertain." "Oh?" Sun Hu turned to the pair of siblings, his face displaying surprise. "You two are still alive?" The three were taken aback but quickly realized the implication. "Indeed, it was you who hired mercenaries to assassinate us. Despicable. What grievance does the Deng family hold against you that would compel you to expend such vast resources to eliminate us?" The siblings glared, questioning in unison. Sun Hu sneered, "Kill you? You overestimate yourselves. My aim was merely to sever the Deng family's supply lines. Taking your lives was incidental. I did not expect those mercenaries to be so inept that they could not even subdue two minor cultivators of the opening veins realm." As for the survival of the siblings, Sun Hu was not particularly surprised. Families like the Deng, who were at the condensation sphere realm, typically equipped their direct descendants with swift escape talismans, sufficient to flee from peril. Thus, he assumed they had survived thanks to such talismans. Deng Rui retorted coldly, "That must be a disappointment for you. Not only did we escape unscathed, but we also returned with all our supplies." "What?" Sun Hu frowned. "You returned with all your supplies? You two minor cultivators of the opening veins realm are fortunate to have made it back at all. How could you possibly safeguard those supplies?" Deng Fuxi, a flash of inspiration igniting her mind. Feigned profundity. The Deng family has been fortunate to receive the assistance of a great master, who annihilated the mercenaries that night. This esteemed individual is currently resting within our Deng estate. Should you dare to act recklessly, we cannot predict what bloody consequences may arise. Upon hearing this, Sun Hu's expression shifted dramatically. The Deng family had actually allied with a powerful elder? Why had he never heard of this before? Could they have summoned external aid? To slay those mercenaries, the one who acted must possess considerable power in the condensation sphere realm. What leverage did the Deng family hold to secure such formidable assistance? Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Observing his reaction, the three members of the Deng family felt a surge of delight. They had not anticipated that their desperate fabrications would genuinely intimidate their adversary. Regaining his composure, Deng Xian declared, "Brother Sun, as my daughter stated, the esteemed elder is resting within our estate. If you are wise, you will depart at once. Should the elder discover your intentions, he will surely eliminate you on the spot, leaving a river of blood in his wake." Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Sun Hu's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, scoffing, "If your Deng family truly possesses such a powerful elder, why then do you cower? To me, it appears you are merely bluffing, seeking to intimidate me." With that, he lifted his head, clasped his hands, and called out loudly, "Sun Hu of the Sun family sincerely seeks an audience." Might the esteemed elder deign to reveal himself for discussion? This provocation sent a jolt through the three of them. Deng Fuxi immediately rebuked, "Impudent! How can a person of such stature be approached by a mere braggart like you?" Deng Xian added, "A revered master in training must avoid interruptions at all costs. Your disrespectful behavior is bound to offend him. It is already too late for you to escape. Prepare to collect your remains." Sun Hu, his face marred by vigilance, took several steps back, scanning his surroundings warily while hastening his energy cultivation, ready to flee at any moment. However, after waiting for a while, he saw no sign of the esteemed elder. At this moment, he could finally ascertain that the claims were mere fabrications, a ruse to deceive him. Releasing a quiet sigh of relief, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. A mere child from the Deng family dares to deceive me with such lies. Thinking I would fall for it?" Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the three members of the Deng family darkened entirely. now that their deception had been exposed. They were sure to incur Sun Hu's wrath, and with the current strength of the Deng family, they would find it nearly impossible to contend with the Sun family. With no other choice, they prepared for a desperate battle. With a silent lament, Deng Xian gathered his energy, readying himself for a fierce confrontation. Noticing his intent, Sun Hu scoffed. A mere second-level condensation sphere cultivator dares to bare his fangs before me? Watch as I uproot your teeth. No sooner had he spoken than a cold voice echoed from outside. A mere third-level condensation sphere insect dares to flaunt his might and utter boastful words? At this, the expressions of the four within the room shifted dramatically. Who could possibly possess the audacity to insult Sun Hu? Deng Xian was deeply intrigued. The siblings immediately recognized the voice's owner, their faces lighting up with joy. It was young Master Lin. The chivalrous young Master Lin had arrived. The Deng family was saved. Sun Hu swiftly turned to the door, where a young man in plain clothing stood in the courtyard, tall and strikingly handsome. Haha, I wondered who it could be. Turns out to be an ignorant youth. Now, tell me your origins. If you lack a formidable background, be prepared to leave your tongue behind today. Upon seeing the young man, Sun Hu could not help but laugh again, arrogantly commanding. In his view, this youth, so young, could not possibly possess significant power. The audacity to mock him likely stemmed from a certain background, prompting him to inquire about the other party's origins beforehand. Deng Xian shared a similar sentiment. If this young man truly possessed significant connections, he might be the salvation for the Deng family. Seizing upon this glimmer of hope, he clasped his hands together and implored. I am Deng Xian, the head of the Deng family. I humbly beseech you, young friend, to extend your hand in our rescue, and in due course. My family shall offer substantial gratitude. Upon hearing their father's words, the siblings promptly revealed the identity of their savior. Father. He is the esteemed fellow townsman I mentioned earlier, the one who rescued us from the mercenaries. There is no need for concern, since young Master Lin has arrived. He will undoubtedly come to our aid. Standing aside, Sun Hu quickly grasped the situation upon hearing their exchange. It became evident that the mercenaries he had previously hired had all met their demise at the hands of this young man. This suggested that the individual's cultivation had most likely reached the formidable realm of Ningguan. Such a youthful practitioner at that level was indeed alarming. Could he possibly be an heir to a powerful faction? Realizing the extraordinary background of the young man, Sun Hu immediately donned a facade of obsequiousness, bowing respectfully. It is indeed a great honor to have young Master Lin gracing our humble city of Luoxiao. I apologize for my earlier oversight in not receiving you properly. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. This sudden shift in demeanor elicited a sardonic smile from Lin Yuan, who remarked, Who was it that threatened to sever my tongue just moments ago? How quickly one forgets their own words. Sun Hu, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from retorting. Instead, he forced a smile and replied, I apologize, young Master Lin. My earlier remarks were thoughtless. I implore you to disregard my foolishness. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his demeanor indifferent as he inquired, Since you are aware of the offense, how do you intend to make amends? Sun Hu, with a furrowed brow and a respectful bow, replied, Whatever young master wishes from the Sun family, I shall endeavor to fulfill. I only hope that you will refrain from intervening in the matters between the Sun and Deng families. Lin Yuan, with a hint of defiance, declared. Yet I am determined to intervene. What will you do about it? The youth's words caused Sun Hu's heart to sink, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, May I ask? Why do you wish to aid the Deng family? What connection do you share with them? Lin Yuan rejected, saying, I have merely crossed paths with them. And there is no significant connection. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Deng family felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. Fearing that the other party would remain indifferent and disregard their lives, Sun Hu, perplexed, inquired, Then why do you wish to intervene in this matter? Lin Yuan gazed at the other party and stated candidly, Your son Sun Xiang has provoked me, and thus I have come to settle the score today. Chapter 50, Confrontation with Sun Hu, the appearance of the binding talisman Sun Xiang? What mischief has this wretched boy committed to draw the attention of such a formidable figure? Sun Hu understood his son's character well. He was a reckless and overbearing young man, entirely unrestrained. Yet, he was also aware of the boundaries, never daring to offend those who wielded true power. How then could he possibly have entangled himself with such an individual? With lingering confusion, he continued, My son, lacking in manners, has offended you. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Furthermore, if it is not too bold of me to inquire, might you enlighten me as to the foolishness he has committed? Lin Yuan candidly confessed, He has slain the parents of my beloved. How do you believe I should deal with him? Beloved. The four were taken aback. Such a young prodigy, yet he had a beloved in Luoxiao city? Moreover, he was fortuitously murdered by Sun Xiang? What an uncanny coincidence. In a moment of astonishment, Sun Hu quickly responded, regardless of his motivations. There can be no justification for his wanton act of violence. Furthermore, having killed your esteemed parents-in-law, he must undoubtedly face retribution. Even death would not be an excessive penalty. Lin Yuan let out a chilling smile. You speak wisely. I intend for him to pay with his life to atone for the sins of the deceased elders. What? The four of them stood in stunned silence. Sun Xiang had been killed? He was the third young master of the Sun family. One of the few legitimate heirs of Sun Hu, and he had perished just like that? This was utterly outrageous. Surely, One should consider the status of their opponent before taking such drastic measures. Noticing their astonishment, Lin Yuan's expression grew cold. What? Do you believe he did not deserve to die? The three members of the Deng family were the first to regain their composure and quickly chimed in. Deserve to die. Absolutely deserve to die. That beast, Sun Xiang, who bullied the weak and harmed the common folk, should have faced 1,000 deaths long ago. Young Master Lin, your act of slaying that scoundrel has indeed rid us of a bane in our Liaoxian city. It is a commendable deed. Life for a life. Debts must be repaid. Since Sun Xiang dared to kill without cause, he must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Upon hearing their remarks, Sun Hu's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. Though he verbally accepted that Sun Xiang should die to make amends, as a father, how could he bear the thought of losing his child? His earlier words were merely a form of flattery to appease the others. Lin Yuan noticed the pallor of his face and immediately questioned, Master Sun, it seems you hold a strong disapproval of my actions, do you not? Sun Hu, filled with inner indignation, felt constrained by the youth's status and dared not express his true feelings. He could only lower his head and reply, I would not presume to criticize. My son's demise was deserved. If you have assisted us in purging our ranks, I should be grateful to you. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Deng family could not help but twitch their lips. To express gratitude to the very one who caused one's son's death was truly beyond comprehension. Lin Yuan's gaze lightly swept over the other party, and he spoke softly. As the saying goes, a life for a life. 2 lives have been lost on my side, while your son family has only lost 1. I believe the head of your family should take responsibility for the remaining life. What do you think? Sun Hu was infuriated. It was not enough that his son had been killed. Now they even dared to demand his life as well. This was utterly outrageous. Despite his fury, he forced himself to suppress his anger and squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Please, young master, do not jest. Even if my son was at fault, he has already paid the price for his actions. How can you impose your grievances upon those who are innocent? Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Irrelevant? The reason why Sun Xiang has become this way is precisely due to your family's excessive indulgence, acting as accomplices. As a father, you ought to be the one who disciplines your child. How can you have the audacity to utter such words as irrelevant? Sun Hu trembled with anger at this remark, gritting his teeth in retort. Yes, I have my shortcomings. However, my dear sir, you must understand that my family has always held considerable influence in Luoxia City. What harm is there if our clan's members display a bit of arrogance? To put it bluntly, if Sun Xiang had harmed someone other than your in-laws, would you still have come to me seeking retribution? Or even demand my life and compensation? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the other party, exclaiming, absurd. A prestigious lineage is by no means an excuse for arrogance. Moreover, your Sun family hardly qualifies as a noble clan. Your repeated misdeeds will ultimately incur consequences. Even if I were to remain absent, valiant individuals shall inevitably arise to uproot you entirely, bringing an end to the Sun family's malevolence. Sun Hu suddenly burst into laughter, saying, ha ha ha. Very well, your strength grants you the liberty to speak as you wish. However, before you criticize the Sun family, I implore you to reflect upon whether your own actions are indeed just. Lin Yuan coldly declared, to repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. My actions bear no shame upon my conscience, thus why should I concern myself with the notions of justice? Upon hearing this, Sun Hu realized that evasion was futile, and thus summoned all his strength, proclaiming, well said. Since you harbor animosity towards my son, let it all be directed at me. Today, as the head of this family, I wish to witness the depths of your prowess, to see if it aligns with your previously arrogant demeanor. With a thunderous roar, pure essence of the 3rd level of the condensation realm surged around him, creating powerful waves that rattled the nearby tables and chairs. Observing this, Lin Yuan communicated through thought. Sister Shuang, I shall depend on you this time. Understood. With the assistance of Ao Ling Shuang, his aura began to swell uncontrollably, swiftly advancing from the opening veins to the condensation stage. A secret method to enhance cultivation. Sun Hu's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. A method capable of elevating one by an entire realm. The origins of his opponent must be extraordinary indeed. Nevertheless, he was already on the precipice of action, compelled to strike first in the hopes of gaining the upper hand. Earth Fiend Fist. He concentrated the energy in his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, raising his fist to meet the challenge. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and just as with the elder of the Sun family earlier, Sun Hu's body did not falter in the slightest. He soared through the air, crashing violently against the unforgiving wall. Thud! As his body slid down from the wall, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, utterly drained of vitality. The 3 onlookers were left in astonishment. 1 punch. Lin Yuan astonishingly defeated Sun Hu with a single punch. This is truly remarkable. In his moment of surprise, Sun Hu retrieved the talisman from his bosom, infusing it with his vital energy in an attempt to activate it. Lin Yuan immediately activated his footwork, swiftly approaching and delivering a decisive strike with his sword. With a sharp sound, Sun Hu's entire hand was severed, and the once faintly glowing talisman dimmed considerably. Sun Hu's eyes widened in fury, realizing that with the loss of the talisman, his chance of escape had vanished. In desperation, he detonated the energy pill, causing his aura to surge uncontrollably. Sensing his opponent's intention, Lin Yuan quickly cast a talisman, which struck Sun Hu's forehead, simultaneously channeling his vital energy. Under the influence of the talisman, the turbulent energy pill was instantly stabilized, and the surging aura gradually calmed. Chapter 51. The Slaying of Sun Hu. Reluctance of the beauty. Sun Hu exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? How can it suppress my energy pill? After a moment of lingering fear, Lin Yuan regained his composure and said, this is the binding talisman, capable of restraining your energy core. Once afflicted by this talisman, you shall no longer entertain the notion of self-detonation. Fortunately, he had previously acquired this talisman from Song Mian's storage pouch. Otherwise, the entire Dang residence would have been obliterated, and countless clan members would have perished in the ensuing chaos. The words of his opponent plunged Sun Hu into utter despair, his face ashen as he uttered, you have triumphed. I am no match for you. Please, grant me a swift end. Lin Yuan unexpectedly asked, do you not plead for mercy? Sun Hu retorted, what good would pleading do? Would you truly spare me? No. So, the outcome remains unchanged, does it not? Even if you are indifferent to your own fate. Do you not care for the lives of the Sun family members? After my death, who would care about the deluge? The lives of my kin matter little to me. If their demise could ensure my survival, I would not hesitate to make that choice. You are indeed a cold-blooded beast, Lin Yuan declared, and with that, he swung his sword, severing Sun Hu's head. Blood gushed from his neck, staining the ground in a crimson hue. Gasp. The three onlookers could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He is dead. Sun Hu has perished just like that. Moreover, he could not even resort to self-detonation, dying in such a humiliating manner at the hands of his adversary. In mere moments, the once mighty ruler of Luoxia City had fallen. A scene so shocking it rendered them momentarily speechless. After dispatching his foe, Lin Yuan released his vital energy, cleansing the blood from his blade, then turned to address. I apologize, Master Dang, for soiling your residence. Upon hearing this, Dang Xian finally regained his composure, hastily waving his hands. Not at all, young master, you overstate the matter. Your slaying of Sun Hu has greatly aided our Dang family. A mere drop of blood is easily cleaned. Dang Fushi praised, young master, you are righteous and chivalrous. Your act of vanquishing the tyrant Sun Hu makes you a true hero of Luoxia City. Dang Rui added, your noble spirit shall be celebrated. When word spreads, the citizens of Luoxia City will sing of your valiant deeds. Lin Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, addressing the assembly. You are all too kind. My actions were merely driven by a desire for vengeance, bearing no connection to the common folk. There is no need for such formality among us, as I am somewhat acquainted with young Master Dang and Miss Dang. Dang Fushi smiled radiantly. Who would have thought that after our last parting, we would have a chance to meet again? It is indeed fate. Lin Yuan nodded and remarked, indeed, there seems to be a touch of fate. Yet it may well conclude here. Dang Fushi, feeling anxious, inquired, what do you mean, my lord? Soon, I shall return to Yunlan Sect. Hence my stay in the city will be brief, and we shall part ways. Instantly, a look of reluctance crossed Dang Fushi's face. Ah, will you not stay a few more days? Alas, my return to the city is solely to visit my parents, and once that purpose is fulfilled, I must return to the sect for my cultivation. Dang Fushi parted her lips, wishing to persuade him to stay, yet she found herself at a loss for words. How could she possibly say, I wish to accompany you back to the sect? After all, she was not yet a disciple of Yunlan Sect, and her family affairs were pressing, making it difficult for her to extricate herself. Most importantly, without a formal status, even if she were to go, she would have nowhere to reside. Dang Xian discerned his daughter's affection for Lin Yuan and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up, my lord. But before he could finish, a servant's voice echoed from outside, Master, 3 individuals wish to enter the Dang residence. They seek Lin Gongzi. Oh? Dang Xian swallowed his words and redirected, my lord, are they here for you? Indeed, please let them in. Very well. Dang Xian promptly instructed the servant to admit them. Soon after, Lin Yuan's parents and Yuan'er entered the hall, reuniting with him. Brother Lin Yuan, you ran off so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, you vanished. Yuan'er exclaimed, her light footsteps carrying her quickly to his side. However, upon catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent, she turned to find a headless corpse lying amidst a pool of blood. What has happened here? She gasped, covering her mouth in horror. The absence of a head rendered her momentarily unable to identify the deceased. It was none other than the head of the Sun family. Lin Yuan spoke, revealing the identity of the other party, the head of the Sun family. Both the elders and the young girl were left stunned. In such a brief moment, had Lin Yuan truly managed to kill him? The speed was astonishing. He was a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, and yet he had perished so effortlessly? Brother, you are truly remarkable. Yuan'er turned her gaze towards the young man, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Merely a 3rd level practitioner of the condensation realm, it is not an extraordinary achievement. Should you diligently cultivate in the future, you too may have the opportunity to reach such heights. Lin Yuan sheathed his long sword and spoke calmly. Ah, is it possible for me as well? Yuan'er expressed her disbelief. She had lacked the talent for cultivation since childhood. What grounds did the other party have to claim that she could open her meridians and condense her core? Lin Yuan merely smiled, offering little explanation. With the formidable power of the Yin Yang divine art, coupled with the vast flow of Yang energy within him, He was confident that even if Yuan'er were merely a waste of talent, he could nurture her into a formidable force. Suddenly, Deng Xian interjected, "Young Master Lin. Who are these individuals?" Lin Yuan replied, "These two are my parents, and this is my beloved." He then turned to introduce, "This is Deng Xian, the head of the Deng family, and these two are the young master and young lady of the Deng household." Upon hearing this, the three members of the Deng family immediately clasped their hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Greetings, Mrs. Lin." At this moment, the elderly couple finally realized the gravity of the situation and were taken aback, exclaiming, "Head of the Deng family, you are far too courteous. We are mere commoners. What right do we have to receive such honors from you?" Although the Deng family may not wield the same influence in Luoshao City as the Sun and Lu families, they are nonetheless one of the most prominent clans. The fact that the head of the Deng family was bowing to two ordinary citizens was something the elderly couple could never have imagined in the past. Deng Xian kindly remarked, "What are you saying, sir? With a son as exceptional as young Master Lin, you must be of noble lineage. How can you call yourselves commoners?" The elderly couple understood that their esteemed treatment was entirely due to their son, and thus they humbly replied, "You flatter us, head of the family. Ultimately, we are merely common folk. It is only because Yuan has excelled that we can bask in reflected glory." Deng Xian stroked his beard and said, "To raise a son of such remarkable talent, your contributions are invaluable. There is no need for undue modesty." Lin Rong repeatedly waved his hand, saying, "No, no. It is not us. It is entirely due to Yuan'er's own diligence that he has achieved such success today." Lin Yuan chuckled softly, "Father, please do not speak so. If it were not for your and mother's benevolent adoption back in the day, how could I possibly exist as I do now?" The mention of adoption caused the three members of the Deng family to exchange glances, their expressions shifting with a dawning realization. Chapter 52, The Annihilation of the Sun Family. Great gains acquired in light of this revelation, Lin's parents wore complex expressions, choosing not to respond. Observing their silence, Lin Yuan deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Master Dengs, now that son who is deceased, how do you propose we handle the Sun family?" Upon broaching this topic, Deng Xian's countenance hardened with resolve. "Naturally, we must eradicate them completely, leaving not a single survivor. With the head of the Sun family gone, their existence has become unnecessary. Should we show mercy and allow even a few of their kin to escape, they could very well emerge as a future threat." Lin Yuan understood this principle well. After all, he had read numerous fantasy novels in his previous life, many of which featured protagonists whose families were annihilated at the outset, leaving them to escape alone and subsequently return to seek vengeance once they had developed their powers. He was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. Even if it meant sacrificing many innocent lives, he was resolute in his decision. "Very well, as the head of the Deng family has stated. Let us join forces and eradicate the Sun family entirely." Lin Yuan made a resolute decision. However, Deng Xian furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is easy for us to speak, yet as the subordinate city of Yunlan Sect, Luoshao City must abide by the sect's laws. Does the head of the family imply that the Yunlan Sect prohibits acts of extermination among factions? Indeed, such actions are utterly inhumane. And since we all serve as pawns of the Yunlan Sect, the sect naturally wishes to avoid conflicts that could lead to mutual annihilation among its own." Lin Yuan nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging, "The head of the family speaks wisely. It seems this matter is rather complicated." In the midst of his contemplation, an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Is the head of the family aware of any factions within the sect that have committed extermination acts without facing punishment from the sect?" Deng Xian replied, "Yes, indeed. The territory of the Yunlan Sect is vast, with countless families like the Sun family. Every day, numerous families face extinction, while new ones rise to take their place. As for the sect's punishment, with a bit of connections, one can easily navigate through it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. And with a smile, he declared, "We need not fear the sect's regulations any longer. Let us act decisively." Deng Xian, perplexed, asked, "What does the young master mean? Do you have confidence in evading the sect's punishment?" With a swift motion, Lin Yuan produced a token from his bosom, the corners of his lips curving upward. "Might I inquire, head of the family, does my identity grant me the ability to resolve this predicament?" Upon seeing the token emblazoned with the character Lu, Deng Xian's brows twitched in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The Lu family guest elder's token. You are actually a guest elder of the Lu family. The Lu family is among the most prestigious clans within the Yunlan Sect. Setting aside the cultivation levels of the Lu family members, the formidable strength of their ancestral patriarch at the Dao platform realm is sufficient to compel most factions to yield. This is a true noble lineage, far surpassing the likes of the Sun and Lu families. Moreover, the title of guest elder of the Lu family is not bestowed lightly. One must be invited by a senior member of considerable standing within the family to earn such a position. Therefore, this identity can be regarded as exceedingly distinguished." Deng Rui and Deng Fushi had also heard of the Lu family's illustrious reputation, and at this moment, their gazes toward Lin Yuan were filled with admiration and respect. Although Father Lin and Mother Lin had never heard of the Lu family, they could infer the strength of this clan from the reactions of the Deng family. So, Yuan has such an esteemed identity? How remarkable. The elderly couple couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for their son. Observing Deng Xian's astonished expression, Lin Yuan inquired once more, "Master Deng, Given the influence of the Liu family, is it not sufficient to avert punishment? Indeed, it is more than sufficient. Deng Xian nodded fervently, then added, with your noble status, not only would the annihilation of the Sun family go unchallenged, but even if you were to raise the Lord's manor of Luoshao City to the ground, the outer affairs hall of the sect would not dare to utter a single protest. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, stating, the head of the family speaks too gravely. I do not intend to target the city lord's manor. My sole objective is to eradicate the Sun family. Let us prepare to depart at once. Very well. I shall immediately summon the members of the Deng family. This time, we shall launch a full-scale assault and ensure that not a single member of the Sun family escapes. Soon, the campaign against the Sun family commenced with great fervor. An hour later, a report was delivered to the head of the family, Master. We have eliminated a total of 164 members of the Sun family, including both direct and collateral branches, leaving no survivors. In the grand hall of the Sun family, strewn with bodies, Deng Xian listened to the report with satisfaction. Excellent. You have all performed admirably. Once I have assessed the resources of the Sun family, I shall personally host a commendation ceremony to reward you. The family members responded with joy. Thank you for your benevolence, Master. All right, you may leave now. Deng Xian waved dismissively, then turned to Lin Yuan, beaming, young master. We have achieved a resounding victory in this battle. The Sun family offered almost no resistance and has been utterly annihilated. All treasures remaining in their possession have been seized and are contained within this storage bag for your review. Upon receiving the storage bag, Lin Yuan probed within with his spiritual sense and discovered over 20,000 spirit stones, a low-grade yellow-level cultivation technique, several low-grade yellow-level martial skills, hundreds of low-grade elixirs, dozens of low-level talismans, a few common-quality spiritual artifacts, and various herbs used for alchemy. The sheer quantity of spirit stones and diverse resources quickened Lin Yuan's breath. 20,000 spirit stones. Such a substantial sum meant he need not worry about resources for cultivation any longer. Furthermore, the martial skills, techniques, herbs, elixirs, talismans, and artifacts could also yield considerable returns if liquidated. Indeed, he had struck gold. In his excitement, he soon regained his composure and thoughtfully addressed Deng Xian, Master Deng. While I contributed to the extermination of the Sun family, your efforts were equally commendable. Thus, please take a portion of what is within the storage bag. Deng Xian was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. Young master, you jest. The reason we were able to eliminate the Sun family so smoothly was due to your slaying of Sun Hu, which left the Sun family members leaderless and quickly led to their collapse. The lion's share of the credit belongs to you, and naturally, the spoils should be yours alone. We would never dare to covet the wealth of our benefactor. He understood very well that without Lin Yuan, the Deng family might have already faced annihilation at the hands of Sun Hu, and the current triumph would have been impossible. Thus, he regarded Lin Yuan as their savior and would not dare to seize the possessions of his benefactor. Lin Yuan understood this as well. Nevertheless, given that the Deng family had indeed contributed during this campaign, he felt a twinge of guilt if he remained silent. Thus, he resolved to express his gratitude. Let us acknowledge merit where it is due. You have indeed rendered great service, and I must reward you accordingly. Please accept these spirit stones. Chapter 53. A plea for assistance. Genuine feelings of a young lady. Deng Xian appeared hesitant. Is this truly appropriate? Does the family head still see me as an outsider? Noticing Lin Yuan's slightly displeased expression, Deng Xian's heart raced, and he quickly acquiesced. My apologies, young master. I have been overly modest. I shall accept your kind gesture without further ado. He promptly retrieved his storage pouch and accepted 5,000 spirit stones from Lin Yuan. Upon witnessing such a substantial sum, Deng Xian could not help but exclaim, young master, is this not rather excessive? Indeed, it is considerable. However, having offered it, you should take it without hesitation. Very well. After receiving all the spirit stones, Deng Xian bowed deeply. Thank you for your generous reward. Should you require my assistance within Luoshao City in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me. The Deng family will certainly do all in our power to assist. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, stating, this is the reward you all deserve. There is no need for the head of the family to be so courteous. He then couldn't help but exclaim, even a modest family like the Sun's possesses such substantial wealth. One can only imagine how formidable the financial resources of the more powerful families must be. Deng Xian explained. Though the Sun family is small, it has been passed down for over a century. When considering their annual income of thousands of yuan stones, their current savings are indeed not particularly remarkable, as much of their wealth has been squandered. Lin Yuan nodded and remarked, indeed, as you have stated, it is quite scarce. The fact that the Sun family has accumulated merely 20,000 yuan stones over a century is a testament to their extravagant and wasteful lifestyle. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Deng Xian extended an invitation to the other party to take a seat, citing the celebration banquet as the reason. At the Deng residence, the spacious family courtyard was adorned with numerous banquet tables, filled to capacity with family members. Lin Yuan, along with Yuan'er and his parents, occupied the principal table, accompanied by Deng Xian, the Deng siblings, and several key members of the Deng clan. Now, let us raise a toast together in honor of young Master Lin. Deng Xian proclaimed, lifting his glass and surveying the gathering. Cheers. I raise my glass to you, young Master Lin. I express my gratitude for your decisive action against Sun Hu. I sincerely thank you here. The kindness you have shown will forever be etched in the hearts of the Deng family. Your noble spirit commands my utmost admiration. The crowd echoed their thanks, their gratitude evident in their expressions. Lin Yuan raised his cup in return, amiably stating, "The Sun family lacks virtue and will eventually face retribution. I am merely acting preemptively. There is no need for further flattery. Please indulge in your drinks." "Very well. Let us heed the young master's words and drink to our heart's content." The crowd engaged in lively conversation and laughter, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Yiling'o, attending such a grand banquet for the first time, appeared somewhat ill at ease. Sitting quietly beside her beloved, savoring the food without daring to speak, Deng Fushi observed the young girl's delicate and charming visage, internally assessing. This young lady is indeed lovely. No wonder she has captured young Master Lin's attention. I wonder how her talents measure up? Curiosity piqued. She raised her cup and addressed the girl. "Miss Yi, I have heard that you are the beloved of the young master. I dare to toast you." Suddenly being singled out for a toast, Yiling'o's countenance shifted to one of panic. Timidly, she responded, "Thank you, Miss Deng, for your kind gesture. I am most honored." "Miss Yi, you jest. You are the young master's beloved. How could I possibly address you as Miss?" "You flatter me, Miss Deng. I am merely an ordinary commoner. In terms of lineage, I fall far short of your status. It is solely due to my connection with Brother Lin that I am fortunate enough to occupy a seat at this table. Miss Yi, you are truly humble. Since you have won the young master's affections, you must possess extraordinary qualities. How could you be merely ordinary?" Her words drew the attention of everyone at the table. Curious to understand what made Yiling'o so exceptional that she could be the beloved of Lin Yuan. Under their gaze, Yiling'o lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushed. And she replied, "Miss Deng, you flatter me. I possess no remarkable traits. My bond with Brother Lin stems from our childhood acquaintance and the deep friendship that has endured to this day. Childhood acquaintances. So they are childhood sweethearts. That explains everything." The crowd, enlightened, could not help but express their admiration. To have met someone as exceptional as Lin Yuan in childhood is indeed a fortune accrued from a previous life. As Deng Fushi grasped this, a profound sense of envy arose within her. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to Yiling'o, and in talent, she surpassed her. Yet, despite this, she was denied Lin Yuan's affection, simply because they were strangers, while the other had known him since childhood. Oh, heavens! Why must you be so unfair? Why was this little girl fortunate enough to encounter the young master in her youth, while I was not? Deng Fushi silently lamented, biting her lip. Her expression tinged with disappointment. Deng Rue, noticing his sister's unusual demeanor, immediately understood her thoughts. Resolute, he stood and addressed Lin Yuan, "Young master. Our meeting yesterday from a distance can be considered fate. You are of noble birth with extraordinary talents, and I, of humble lineage. Should not presume to make requests before you. However, my sister has been preoccupied with thoughts of you, and as her younger brother, I cannot bear to see her in such distress. Thus, I must boldly ask if you could consider her feelings." At this declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Deng Rue's words were akin to a direct challenge. With so many present, Lin Yuan could hardly evade the matter and was compelled to provide a clear response. Deng Fushi, taken aback by her brother's audacity, chastised, "Nonsense. What right do you, a mere commoner, have to speak so freely before the young master? While I admire and respect him, it has not reached the point you suggest. Please refrain from making such remarks, as they may cause discomfort." With that, she turned to Lin Yuan, rising to apologize. "My apologies, young master. My brother has spoken out of turn and may have inadvertently offended you. I hope you can forgive him." Her words prompted a silent nod of agreement from the onlookers. This way, she provided Lin Yuan with an opportunity to decline the lady's affections without causing embarrassment to either party. Despite her verbal disavowal, Deng Fushi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuan, clearly invested in his response. Amidst the interactions between the siblings, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly and spoke softly, "Miss Deng, I am already aware of your feelings from yesterday. However, considering I have several beloved companions, adding you to the mix would only diminish the affection each of us could receive. Moreover, given your beauty, it would be a disservice for you to align yourself with someone as capricious as I." Upon hearing this, Deng Fushi's emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. She was disheartened by the young man's numerous romantic entanglements, which, as a woman, she could not overlook. Yet, she felt elated that Lin Yuan's words implied a willingness to accept her, albeit with careful consideration of her feelings, hence his hesitance to initiate this relationship. The crowd comprehended the underlying meaning of his words, and Deng Rue, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Young master, does this mean you are open to accepting my sister's feelings? But it ultimately depends on her choice." Chapter 54. Accepting the beloved, the marriage of three. Lin Yuan remained silent, clearly acquiescing to the statement. Deng Fushi, possessing remarkable beauty and yet to be married, was certainly someone he could accept. However, out of a sense of responsibility, he feigned reluctance. Observing this, Deng Rue swiftly turned and asked, "Sister Shi, given that the gentleman has expressed himself thus, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to endure this slight?" The others, without needing further contemplation, would undoubtedly decide in favor of acceptance. At a tender age, Lin Yuan has already attained the formidable strength of the condensation realm. And as a guest elder of the Liu family, his status far surpasses that of Deng Fushi by several tiers. A man of such exceptional caliber would not be entangled with a minor clan like the Deng family for the purpose of taking a concubine. Should Deng Fushi have the fortune to commit herself to him, enjoying even a mere sip of soup by Lin Yuan's side, her future would undoubtedly shine bright. As for the matters of romantic entanglements, what do they truly signify? In this world, every somewhat capable man seems to maintain multiple wives and concubines. If sufficient benefits are provided, one might as well endure a modicum of emotional sacrifice. The woman clearly comprehended this principle. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, she resolutely declared, "My lord, I harbor no objections regarding this matter, regardless of how many women you may have now or in the future. As long as you reserve a place for me in your heart, I shall be content." Upon hearing this, the tension among the onlookers dissipated. As long as Deng Fushi acquiesced, the matter was settled, especially since Lin Yuan had tacitly accepted the arrangement. It was improbable he would retract his words. Observing her unwavering resolve, Lin Yuan ceased his reluctance and stood, proclaiming, "Very well. Since the lady has expressed herself so, how could I be a man of unfaithfulness? Henceforth, you shall remain by my side as my woman." The unidirectional affection finally received a response from the beloved, and Deng Fushi, overwhelmed with joy, nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Thank you. My lord, thank you. I shall surely accompany you day and night, serving you with utmost devotion." Lin Yuan also promised, "I will do my utmost to take good care of you." At this moment, Lin's parents, who had been left to the sidelines, could no longer restrain their opinions. "Oh dear, Miss Deng is a young lady of good standing. How can you treat her so poorly, Yuan?" they exclaimed. "With Miss Deng's esteemed family background, wouldn't she be a rightful wife wherever she goes? How could you possibly demean her in such a manner?" Though the elderly couple feigned displeasure, their hearts were elated. Goodness! To think that our Yuan could win over the eldest daughter of the Deng family. Truly, our family's fortunes are on the rise. The prosperity of the Lin lineage is undoubtedly assured. Their words left Deng Fushi both astonished and flustered, and she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "Uncle, aunt, you flatter me excessively. To be the woman of your son is already a tremendous fortune. How could I dare to aspire to the position of a rightful wife? That would be utterly presumptuous." Deng Xian concurred. "What my daughter says is true. It is a blessing for her to marry your son. And the thought of being a rightful wife is far beyond her imagination. Let us proceed with the wedding in accordance with the customs of concubinage." A wedding. Deng Fushi's heart quivered, and her countenance grew somewhat flustered. Was the marriage to occur so swiftly? She was not yet mentally prepared for such a significant step. Lin Rong's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, "Take a concubine? How could that be permissible? Miss Deng is a treasure beyond measure. We must honor her with the most distinguished of marriages." No need, he continued. "For a mundane wedding, a simple arrangement suffices. That simply won't do." Observing his father and Deng Xian engage in mutual denial, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "All right, father, as the head of the family has stated. This is indeed a worldly affair. Let us proceed with the customary arrangements." He paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward the young lady. "Lingo, our own wedding has yet to be arranged. How about you join Miss Deng in marrying me?" Linger, who had been enveloped in a sense of melancholy, suddenly perked up at her beloved's words and forced a smile, saying, "Very well, that would indeed be quite convenient." Lin Yuan turned to Deng Fushi and asked, "Sierra, what do you think about this?" Given the circumstances, Deng Fushi could hardly refuse. Though reluctant in her heart, she nodded and replied, "All right, I shall comply with your wishes." Thus, preparations for the wedding among the three commenced with fervor. That evening, within the Lord's mansion, Lord Qi was engrossed in official documents when he received a notification from his servant. "Let him in," he instructed. Soon after, a man dressed in fine robes stepped into the hall, bowing respectfully. "I, Lu Xing of the Liu family, pay my respects to the Lord. We are old friends." "Liu brother, there is no need for such formalities," Qi remarked, closing the document and looking up at his visitor. "What brings you to my residence at this late hour?" Lu Sheng produced a crimson invitation from his robes and replied, "I believe you have received this invitation as well?" "Indeed, it is quite surprising that the eldest daughter of the Deng family is to be wed," Qi responded. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Naturally, I intend to attend. The Deng family is one of the prominent families in Luoshao City. It is only right to give them due respect. Are you not aware of the events that transpired in broad daylight? The Deng family mobilized their entire clan to eliminate the Sun family, an act that blatantly violates the sect's regulations. As the enforcer of this city, you not only fail to punish such wrongdoing but instead choose to attend and congratulate them. What does this say about the dignity of the Lord's mansion? What face do you have left?" Lu Xing's words were firm and articulate, seemingly advocating for justice on behalf of the Lord's mansion. Qi saw through Lu Xing's intentions and scoffed. Every day, numerous factions are annihilated within the sect. What significance does a mere Sun family hold? Will you simply stand by and watch as they act with impunity? Lu Xing pressed, his tone growing more intense. Enraged by the questioning, Qi retorted, "Impudent. You are but a subject. What right do you have to question my decisions? If you truly harbor discontent towards the Deng family, resolve it yourself rather than fanning the flames of discord before me." He had already received intelligence regarding the annihilation of the Sun family, learning that the Ding family had the assistance of a formidable young expert who easily dispatched Sun Hu. Such a young individual capable of slaying a condensed pill realm cultivator must possess significant connections. Why would he be foolish enough to provoke such a person? Lu Xing's expression darkened upon hearing this. You suggest I handle it myself? The fate of the Sun family is a stark warning. How would my Lu family dare provoke disaster? Seeing his silence, Qi continued. I understand your concerns about becoming the next Sun family. However, the Sun family's demise was due to their offense against a powerful figure, not an arbitrary act. As long as your Lu family remains prudent, that formidable individual is unlikely to target you. Lu Sheng bit his lip, resigned. Thank you for your counsel, my lord. I shall take my leave now. He had initially intended to use the lord's mansion to suppress the Deng family, but given the lord's stance, that plan seemed futile. Chapter 55, The Wedding of Two Maidens. The Deng family's fortune after Lu Sheng departed. Qi hesitated momentarily before picking up his pen to draft an official document. Recently, the Sun family was tragically annihilated. The assailants' origins are unknown, and their strength is formidable. I dare not offend them, thus I report this to the court for your deliberation on whether to impose punishment. He called out, bring this letter to the Foreign Affairs Hall of Yunlan Sect. Yes, my lord. The following day, at the Deng residence, crimson drapery adorned the entire estate, and family members filled the space with laughter and chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. Who would have imagined that the eldest daughter, who had remained virtuous for over 20 years, would ultimately wed a man of common origins? Commoner? Little do you know, the groom is a disciple of a prominent figure from the Yunlan Sect, with both status and power that are quite formidable. So he is a high-ranking disciple of Yunlan Sect. No wonder he has captured the heart of the eldest daughter. Have you heard? He is not only marrying the eldest daughter but also a commoner. 2 brides at once? How fortunate is he? How could the eldest daughter endure sharing her husband with another woman? In the presence of a core disciple from Yunlan Sect. The eldest daughter of the Deng family is but an ordinary girl, no different from any commoner. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's background, the family members expressed their awe, acknowledging the stark reality of class disparity. In the eyes of true powerhouses, even the esteemed Deng family of Luoshao City was but a myriad, devoid of any real standing. At that moment, within the bridal chamber, the 2 brides sat before a bronze mirror, preparing their appearances, filled with anticipation yet tinged with nervousness. After all, it was their first time marrying, and it was only natural to feel unsettled. Melian, is something troubling you? Deng Fushi suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Sister Fushi? I feel somewhat guilty towards you. Why do you say that? As the latecomer, I have intruded upon your relationship with Lin Yuan, which feels rather inconsiderate. What are you saying, sister? As the eldest daughter of the Deng family, it is my immense honor to share my service to Lin Yuan with you. Even if you were not to join us, there would surely be many admirers following him, so your presence is not singularly significant. The younger girl's words took Deng Fushi by surprise. You are so open-minded, Melin? While she was willing to share Lin Yuan with other women, it did not mean she was entirely indifferent. Such matters would inevitably weigh on her mind. Yumelin smiled brightly. Perhaps it is because of my humble origins. So I have never held any expectations. As long as I can remain by Lin Yuan's side, I shall be content. Deng Fushi nodded slightly, murmuring, indeed. I used to have lofty ideals, dreaming of a lifelong partnership, until Lin Yuan appeared and taught me that as long as one is exceptional, I can be untroubled by the presence of other sisters. Yumelin beamed. Then from now on, we shall be sisters who support each other. Sister Fushi, please take care of me. Certainly, Melin. From now on, we shall accompany each other and serve Lin Yuan together. As the 2 young women conversed, their makeup was nearly complete, and they donned their wedding gowns, stepping out together. Lin Yuan, resplendent in his wedding attire, awaited their arrival outside. As they appeared, he stepped forward to take their hands, gently saying, let us proceed to the ceremony. Yes. Before the gathered guests, the wedding commenced swiftly. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our parents. Third, we bow to each other as husband and wife. Finally, we enter the bridal chamber. The conventional ceremony bore little complexity. After the simple rites, the 3 of them entered the bridal chamber. The white sheets, red drapes, and 2 beautiful brides adorned the space. Lin Yuan sat in the center of the bed, gazing at the 2 ladies beside him, a look of contemplation dawning in his eyes. He never anticipated that a man of humble existence in his past life would be favored by so many beauties in this one. With a sigh of introspection, he ceased his waiting, simultaneously lifting the 2 red veils with both hands. The exquisite visages of the 2 ladies instantly came into view, adorned with delicate makeup. My dear ladies, he addressed them, their faces flushed with shyness. Linger, sheesh, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let us commence now. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the room, quietly absorbing the energy he had garnered from the 2 young women. Upon opening his eyes, he let out a gentle breath, his face alight with joy as he remarked, with the assistance of Lingu and Xiu, I have successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, drawing ever closer to the condensation pill. Ao Lingshuang commented, these 2 girls possess insufficient cultivation. Their essence energy is rather feeble, and they do not have a naturally dense constitution. It is indeed fortunate that you were able to elevate your realm by 1 level through their power. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, remarking, The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. To advance from the 5th stage of body refinement to the 6th stage of meridian opening in just a month is indeed an extraordinary feat. I shall first consolidate my gains before gradually seeking further enhancement. With that, his gaze fell upon the bedsheets, and he could not help but feel a sense of contentment. No wonder the ancients sought the blessings of harmony. This experience is truly unparalleled. Lin Yuan softly sighed. The two girls, who were meditating nearby, instantly blushed upon hearing him. Their first experience of marriage was unlike any other, and that peculiar process was truly too embarrassing to discuss. Noticing the shift in their emotions, Lin Yuan teasingly asked, Yuan'er, sheesh, how did it feel just now? It was quite nice, brother, one replied. I found it pleasant as well. The young master has been very gentle with us, said the other in a soft voice. Lin Yuan smiled gently. Now that you are married, shouldn't you change how you address each other? The two young women initially let out a soft sound of surprise, and then in unison, they responded, husband. Haha, very well, henceforth, I shall cherish you both dearly. Thank you, husband, for your affection. After a moment of tender intimacy among the three, Lin Yuan rose to leave the room, allowing them the space to absorb the warmth of their union. Young master, have you completed your nuptial rites? In the courtyard. As Lin Yuan prepared to practice his tombe boxing, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he found Deng Xian gazing at him with utmost reverence. Indeed, father-in-law. As night has fallen, have you not yet retired? You flatter me, young master. With my meager abilities, how could I possibly deserve such a title? Deng Xian repeatedly waved his hands, appearing both anxious and deferential. Lin Yuan replied calmly, since I have married your daughter, it is only fitting that I address you as such. Furthermore, you need not call me young master, simply refer to me as Xiao Yuan. Deng Xian, feeling somewhat constrained, responded. That would indeed be overly presumptuous. I shall continue to address you as young master, as it brings me a sense of comfort. Very well then. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Indeed, young master, as you were once a resident of Falling Cloud City, you must be aware that our Deng family did not possess the strength we enjoy today. Yes, if my memory serves me correctly, 3 years ago, the Deng family was still a modest clan. How has such rapid progress been achieved in such a short span? It is due to a fortuitous opportunity one encountered. An opportunity? Lin Yuan's expression shifted, curiosity evident as he asked, what is the reason for this? May I inquire further, esteemed father-in-law? Chapter 56, The Exceptional Yuan Stone. Delight of Deng Xian surveyed his surroundings cautiously before transmitting his voice. There may be unscrupulous individuals lurking nearby. Would you kindly step inside for a more private discussion? Certainly. The two swiftly made their way to his small chamber, closing the door behind them. Lin Yuan took the initiative to inquire, may we speak freely now, father-in-law? Instead of responding verbally, Deng Xian retrieved a Yuan stone from his robe, presenting it to the young man. He candidly explained, this very object assisted me in breaking through from the 9th layer of meridian opening to successfully entering the condensation realm. Isn't this a Yuan stone? Lin Yuan questioned, scrutinizing the stone closely. Deng Xian shook his head, stating, while it bears a resemblance to an ordinary Yuan stone, the essence contained within far surpasses that of a low-grade Yuan stone. Is that so? May I have the opportunity to experience it? Of course, please feel free. Upon receiving his affirmation, Lin Yuan extended his hand to grasp the stone, channeling his energy to absorb its essence. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated within him as the overwhelming Yuan energy erupted from the stone, flooding into his limbs and bones until it reached his limit. Gasping for breath, he quickly released his grip, astonishment etched across his face. The richness and purity of the Yuan energy were hundreds of times more potent than that of ordinary Yuan stones. What on earth could this be? Could it be a high-grade Yuan stone? As he mulled over the energy he had just absorbed, he speculated. This is not a high-grade Yuan stone, but rather an exceptional Yuan stone. The chilling voice of Ao Ling Shuang suddenly pierced the air. Exceptional. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he urgently inquired, what is a supreme elemental stone? Could Sister Xuan elaborate? The supreme elemental stone, she began, is a creation from the primordial dawn of the universe, formed from the purest essence of world origin energy. It not only contains refined elemental energy but also harbors fragments of the fundamental laws of the universe. When cultivators absorb it, they can enhance their comprehension of myriad paths, assisting them in constructing a superior Dao platform. Such a thing only existing since the world's inception? It must be exceedingly rare, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Indeed, she affirmed. Common, medium, and inferior elemental stones are renewable resources that can be used and still regenerate, and given the normal consumption of cultivators across the realm, they are virtually inexhaustible. However, the supreme elemental stone is different. Only a few were birthed at the dawn of creation, and once depleted, they become extinct. With this, Ao Ling Xuan deduced, the history of this continent must be relatively brief. Otherwise, the supreme elemental stones would have long been exhausted by previous generations. How could a mere ant of the meridian opening realm like you come across one? I am not well versed in the history of Tianlan continent, but according to your words, Sister Shuang, even if these stones have not yet been depleted, the sheer rarity of them makes it quite fortunate for Deng Xian to stumble upon one. Indeed, it is a stroke of luck, perhaps a blessing from the heavens. By the way, Sister Shuang, You previously mentioned fragments of laws and the construction of a Dao platform. What exactly are these? Those matters pertain to realms beyond the Yuan dance stage, and they are still far too distant for you to concern yourself with at present. Very well, let us set those matters aside for now. Is there a difference between the elemental energy in supreme elemental stones and that in ordinary ones? The elemental energy within supreme elemental stones is far purer and more concentrated, with an absorption efficiency hundreds of times greater than that of inferior elemental stones. Hundreds of times. Lin Yuan's heart trembled, and he immediately spoke. Does that mean that as long as I possess this primordial stone and continue my cultivation, I will swiftly break through to a higher realm? Ao Ling Shuang refuted, saying, in theory, it may appear so, but in reality, it is quite the opposite. The essence within a top-tier primordial stone is far too overwhelming for low-tier cultivators. Merely absorbing it for a brief moment necessitates several hours of digestion. You should have felt this just now, did you not? Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I merely took a moment's breath, yet I acquired a vast reservoir of vital energy, which now accumulates within me. It will likely take a considerable time to fully assimilate. Ao Ling Shuan continued, moreover, exquisite elemental stones are not omnipotent. Should a cultivator possess limited talent, no matter how much vital energy they absorb, they will inevitably encounter a bottleneck, making no progress. I understand now. Ultimately, it all hinges on one's innate talent. These exquisite elemental stones merely serve as treasures to expedite cultivation, not as panaceas for overcoming obstacles. As the two engaged in discourse within the Sea of Souls, outside, Deng Xian observed Lin Yuan's sudden silence and assumed he was engrossed in assimilating the vital energy within. Consequently, he refrained from interruption. At this moment, Lin Yuan concluded his conversation with the Dragon Maiden and expressed his apologies, saying, I beg your pardon, esteemed father-in-law. I was momentarily taken aback by the elemental stone and failed to respond promptly. Deng Xian smiled and inquired, not at all, young master. How did you find it? Is it truly remarkable? Quite powerful indeed. The vital energy within this stone is formidable. I feel as though I have been suddenly enlightened. Almost to the point of bursting with its intensity, Lin Yuan replied. Haha, I was similarly astonished by its power at first, which is why I later approached my cultivation with utmost caution, absorbing it gradually to avoid overwhelming myself. Deng Xian shared. Does your esteemed father-in-law know what this is? Lin Yuan asked. I do not. Do you, young master? Stao Yuan, let us not speak the truth just yet. Let us first secure this item, Ao Ling Shuang suggested. Lin Yuan initially intended to reveal the truth, but the Dragon Maiden's sudden remark left him momentarily hesitant. Deceiving his father-in-law? That seemed rather inappropriate. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yuan communicated his refusal, stating, This belongs to another. Even if we were to obtain it through deceit, it would be ill-gotten gains, leaving us unsettled at heart. Furthermore, Deng Xian is no novice, possessing considerable experience. He would likely deduce that this is a special type of elemental stone. Our fabrications would most likely be seen through, leading to an inevitable awkwardness, so it is best to be forthright. Upon hearing this reasoning, Ao Ling Shuang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Since this individual dares to present the item for our inspection, he must possess some degree of suspicion. Ordinary rhetoric would likely not deceive him. With a decision made, Lin Yuan spoke candidly. My father-in-law, I have learned from ancient texts that elemental stones are categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, with an additional classification known as the supreme grade. Supreme grade? Are you implying that this is a supreme elemental stone? Indeed, supreme elemental stones are exceedingly rare. Your acquisition of such an item is truly a stroke of fortune, a testament to your extraordinary destiny. Lin Yuan sighed with contemplation. Deng Xian clasped his hands and inquired, Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sir. I am rather curious about the distinction between exquisite elemental stones and ordinary ones. Might you enlighten me? Certainly, Lin Yuan replied, proceeding to elucidate the remarkable properties of the elemental stones in detail. At last, Deng Xian grasped the rarity of these stones. So, this is indeed the legendary exquisite elemental stone. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure, he exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, the value of this item requires no further elaboration. You must safeguard it diligently and ensure that it remains undiscovered by others. Lin Yuan advised. Chapter 57. A great treasure acquired. Lu Jiu's malicious intent. Deng Xian remained silent for a moment, hesitating before suddenly resolving. My lord, to be frank, the reason I am willing to divulge this item is that I wish to see if it can assist you in your cultivation. Ah? Are you implying that you wish to bestow this treasure upon me? That is indeed my intention. What prompts such a thought? I have realized that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. No matter how much vitality I absorb from the essence stones, my progress has stagnated. Thus, keeping this item in my possession would be a waste. It would be better to allow it to accompany a worthy master and fulfill the value it is meant to possess. Deng Xian spoke with genuine sincerity, his demeanor reflecting earnestness, clearly indicating he was not jesting. Lin Yuan initially felt that the precious primordial stone was somewhat wasted in the hands of the other party, and he had contemplated whether there might be an opportunity to obtain it. However, he was taken aback by Deng Xian's true intentions. Such a valuable item. How could he dare to appropriate it? Even if he accepted this gift, how would he repay the favor? My lord, There is no need for modesty. I have made my decision. You have saved the Ding family, and this item shall be our token of gratitude. Furthermore, if you still feel uneasy about this, I ask that you treat my daughter Shio kindly. She is my only daughter, and I hope that she will become a formidable force to revitalize the Ding family. Then you may simply hand this item over to Shio. No, though Shio possesses commendable talent, she cannot compare to you. This treasure can only shine and fulfill its purpose in your hands. Moreover, as you grow stronger, you will be able to provide Shio with greater resources, will you not? You speak wisely. At this point, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated and decisively replied, very well, as you wish. I, as your son-in-law, assure you that from this day forward, I will take good care of Shio and protect your family. As long as I draw breath, the Ding family shall know peace. My lord, you possess great talent. I believe you shall sweep away numerous formidable foes and ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Deng Xian solemnly stated as he presented the primordial stone. Lin Yuan reached out to accept it, vowing, when I ascend to the pinnacle one day, the summit shall certainly have a place for the Deng family. Excellent. I shall await the arrival of that day. He laughed heartily. Now, I must return to my cultivation, father-in-law. Very well, off you go. Thus, Lin Yuan successfully obtained the precious elemental stone and hastily returned to his chamber. At this moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. His heart felt as though it would leap from his chest. A precious elemental stone. This was indeed a coveted opportunity that countless individuals yearned for. Yet he had acquired it with such ease, as if in a dream. Wonderful, Xiao Yuan. With this elemental stone to aid you, not only will your cultivation speed increase significantly, but we shall also be safeguarded during battles, no longer needing to worry about a depletion of vital energy. Aling Shuang exclaimed in delight. Depletion of vital energy? Am I not endowed with the Nine Suns Divine Pulse? Should I still worry about a lack of vital energy in combat? The Nine Suns Divine Pulse merely signifies abundant yang energy, it does not equate to infinite vital energy. The opponents you faced thus far have been of average constitution, so you did not experience fatigue. However, when you encounter sacred bodies or those with dual pupils in the future, the rapid consumption of vital energy will indeed outpace the replenishment of yang energy, necessitating the use of elixirs or treasures to restore your vital energy. Are you suggesting that the conversion of yang energy into vital energy also requires time? Indeed. Henceforth, with the precious elemental stone, it is as if you can replenish your vital energy in an instant. This is simply extraordinary. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed in surprise. This exquisite elemental stone was akin to a mana restoration item from his past gaming experiences, was it not? Moreover, this item boasted no cooldown, allowing for continuous usage, instantly replenishing one's energy to full capacity. It was essentially akin to a cheat, was it not? How could others possibly compete? He could vividly envision a scenario where, during a fierce battle against formidable foes, while others were consuming restorative pills to gradually regain their vitality, he would already be fully revitalized, ready to unleash his ultimate abilities once more. Invincible, utterly invincible, with the exquisite elemental stone in his possession. Who in this world could possibly stand against him? Haha. Lin Yuan secretly chuckled, unable to contain his smugness. Although the exquisite origin stone was indeed remarkable, one must not become overly reliant upon it. After all, certain trials prohibit the use of external aids and require sufficient inner endurance. Furthermore, this item must not be displayed before others, for the consequences of such folly need not be elaborated upon. Understood, Sister Shuang. I shall exercise prudence in its use. Lin Yuanzheng nodded thoughtfully, then sat cross-legged to begin assimilating the essence he had just acquired. At the Yunlan Sect, in the Foreign Affairs Hall, a middle-aged man clad in cloud-patterned attire was engaged in work when he suddenly noticed a familiar face and looked up with a smile. Brother L? What brings you to my humble abode today? Have you encountered some difficulties? LGO cupped his hands in greeting. I greet you, Brother Ben. I indeed come seeking your assistance, and I hope you might oblige. There is no need for formality, my friend. Your brother once saved my life. As the sibling of my benefactor, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Your words are too kind. What I seek is not a daunting task. Merely information regarding an outer disciple. Would that be convenient for you? Is that all? Indeed. Very well. What is the name of this disciple? Lin Yuan. Upon hearing the name, Huangbin murmured it softly, soon realizing, you mean the Lin Yuan who triumphed in the outer sect competition? Precisely. May I inquire why you wish to investigate his background? I was acquainted with Qinren, who once extended his kindness to me. Upon hearing of his passing, I wish to visit his disciple, offer some gifts, and express my condolences. And who might Qinren be? He is Lin Yuan's master. Then why not seek him out directly? I have searched for him several times in the residential area, but to no avail. I assumed he must be out. Hence my inquiry here. I see. You certainly know how to express gratitude. Allow me to assist you in your search. Though he spoke amiably, Huang Bin was acutely aware that LGO's motives were likely to ingratiate himself with Lin Yuan. After all, he was the newly crowned champion of the outer sect. With a promising future ahead, any sensible individual would seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Before long, Huang Bin located Lin Yuan's file amidst a stack of documents, which detailed his recent comings and goings within the sect. On September 10th, he had departed the sect, ostensibly to visit home in Luoshao City. September 10th was just 2 days ago, so he has returned to Luoshao City? Indeed. Do you intend to seek him out there? It depends. If time permits. I may well do so. This response caused Huang Bin to furrow his brow. If the intention was merely to cultivate a relationship, did it necessitate such fervent efforts? Even journeying to a city 1,000 miles away to pay respect seemed excessive. At that moment, an attendant entered to announce, Deacon Huang. A letter has arrived from a subordinate city. Very well, bring it to me. Receiving the letter from the disciple, Huang Bin read it and his brow furrowed even deeper. Noticing this, LGO asked, What troubles you, Brother Bin? Has something occurred in the subordinate city? Without responding, Huang Bin tossed the letter towards him. You may read it for yourself. LGO picked up the letter and quickly scanned it, exclaiming in surprise, The Sun family in Luoshao City has been exterminated? What kind of power did they possess? Luoshao City is one of the most insignificant cities within the sect's territory, with the strongest families likely at the condensation stage. This implies that the perpetrators must possess at least that level of cultivation. Indeed, and the incident occurred in Luoshao City, which is Lin Yuan's hometown. Could it be that the murderer is? As they spoke, their gazes met, and they simultaneously concluded, Lin Yuan. Impossible. Huang Bin immediately refuted. No matter how formidable he is merely a junior at the opening vein stage. How could he possibly slay a master of the condensation stage? The true assailant must be someone else. LGO, however, shook his head. Brother Bin, you underestimate him. After all, he is a champion of the Outer Sect. He must possess some hidden cards. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to kill a condensation stage expert. Huang Bin narrowed his eyes. Why are you so certain, Brother L? Do you know of his hidden capabilities? LGO sighed. Initially, he had not wished to divulge the matter of the meteoric opportunity. But with Lin Yuan capable of slaying a condensation stage cultivator, he recognized he would not stand a chance against him on his own. Given the current situation, he needed Huang Bin's assistance to have any hope of seizing that opportunity. Indeed, Brother Bin, he confessed. As he spoke, Huang Bin finally grasped the reality of the situation. Meteoric opportunity, he murmured softly, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Brother L, if what you say is true, this matter is of grave significance. Are you absolutely certain? Without a doubt. LGO affirmed earnestly. Brother Bin, I reveal this information with a specific purpose in mind. This youth has ascended from a mere 5th layer of body refinement to the opening vein stage in mere days and has secured the title of champion in the Outer Sect competition. The power of that opportunity must be extraordinary. If we can obtain it, our cultivation will soar, and even the elusive Yuan'er stage will be within our grasp. The Yuan'er stage. Upon hearing this, Huang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had lingered at the 3rd layer of qi gathering for decades, tirelessly seeking breakthrough elixirs. Yet with little success. Had there been no external factors, his innate potential would have long been exhausted, leaving no room for growth. Now, with such a monumental opportunity presented before him, how could he not be tempted? Seeing his growing interest, LGO seized the moment. Brother Bin, I assure you, should we truly obtain the opportunity from him, I will take only a small portion to achieve my breakthrough to the qi gathering stage, leaving the lion's share for you. It would at least enable you to condense your Yuan'er, and perhaps even construct a Dao platform, stepping into that extraordinary realm. Huang Bin could not deny the allure of LGO's proposition, but being a seasoned cultivator, he quickly regained his composure and spoke softly. Brother L, if I can condense my Yuan'er, I would consider myself exceedingly fortunate. Constructing a Dao platform is beyond my aspirations. LGO's expression brightened. So, you agree? Huang Bin's gaze deepened, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Lin Yuan's strength remains uncertain. If he can kill a condensation stage cultivator, he might not be incapable of contending with a qi gathering stage expert. Moreover, as the champion of the Outer Sect competition, the sect holds him in high regard. If such an outstanding disciple were to perish within the Yunlan Sect, it would not be long before we were traced. LGO smiled nonchalantly, reassuring him. Brother Bin, you worry too much. No matter how formidable that youth's opportunity, it cannot elevate his cultivation by 2 major realms. With your intervention, it would undoubtedly be a straightforward task. As for the sect's investigation, if we obtain such an opportunity, do we still need to remain here? Besides, neither of us has family ties. When the time comes, we can simply escape the borders. The vast seas will welcome our leap, and the skies will allow our flight. Huang Bin had already contemplated this. And after a brief moment of reflection, he made his decision. Very well, let us embark on this grand endeavor. Victory will grant us boundless freedom. Defeat may lead to our demise. LGU laughed heartily. Rest assured, Brother Bin, with you by my side, we shall not falter. In Luoshao City, at the Dang residence, Lin Yuan was practicing his martial arts in the courtyard, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had been targeted by 2 nefarious individuals. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch, and the sound of 4 distinct reverberations echoed through the air. In the distance, a willow tree was struck, and in an instant, it split into 2. The substantial trunk and its lush branches crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. At last, he had mastered the 4 resonances of the Tongbei fist. Lin Yuan's face radiated excitement as he communicated telepathically, according to the martial arts manual. The power of the 4 resonances is comparable to that of low-level Xian tier martial techniques. With the assistance of my divine veins, it should be sufficient to rival Earth tier techniques. Correct? Ailing Shuang countered, "No, the disparity between Earth tier and Xian tier martial arts is exceedingly vast. Even the difference in power between high-level Xian tier and low-level Earth tier techniques can be several times greater. Thus, the Tongbei fist you are currently executing can at most be classified as high-level Xian tier. You must reach at least the 6th resonance to even approach the threshold of Earth tier." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim in admiration, "The power of Earth-level martial arts is truly formidable. No wonder even noble ladies like Lu Yuyan have yet to practice it. How astonishing! To strike down a willow tree from such a distance. My brother is truly remarkable. Your strength continues to grow, dear husband. I fear there are few peers among your contemporaries who could match you." The two women beside him, witnessing this scene, gasped in awe, their lips parting in admiration. It was evident that their complexion had improved significantly, resembling flowers in full bloom, made all the more radiant by the diligent care of a devoted man. Lin Yuan turned around with a smile and said, "There are always greater talents beyond one's own, in realms beyond the heavens. Although I may dominate in the outer sect, I am certain there are extraordinary individuals within the inner sect, whose innate abilities are undoubtedly on par with mine." Deng Fushi raised her delicate fist and declared, "I firmly believe that with your exceptional talent, my husband, you would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle even within the inner sect." During this time, she had learned from him that Lin Yuan was not an inner sect disciple and had no significant background. He had merely seized a certain opportunity to claim victory in the outer sect grand competition and had garnered the favor of the Lu family. Although this revelation differed somewhat from her initial assumptions, she felt no disappointment. With Lin Yuan's prodigious gifts, even in the absence of external support, he would surely advance to the Yuan Dan realm in the future. Such an extraordinary talent was indeed a treasure she had scarcely hoped to attain. Chapter 59. The arrival of the thug, the death of Lu Jiao. Her esteemed son-in-law possessed unparalleled gifts. It would not be long before he succeeded in forming the elixir. Deng Xin emerged from the room, a smile gracing his features. Lin Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I apologize, father-in-law, for inadvertently damaging the willow tree in your yard." "It's a trivial matter," he replied. "Just a single willow tree. We can simply replant it." Haha. Lin Yuan was about to respond when he suddenly heard a voice from above. "While a willow tree can be replanted, a crime cannot be easily pardoned. Who is it?" The crowd looked up, only to see two middle-aged men descending from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard. They were clad in the robes of the Yunlan Sect stewards. Upon recognizing their attire, Deng Xian's expression changed to one of astonishment. Lin Yuan expressed his astonishment. "A steward's uniform? Is this individual a steward of the Yunlan Sect?" Given the rarity of encountering inner sect stewards in the outer sect, he failed to recognize the other's identity. Deng Xian replied solemnly, "Indeed. The threshold for becoming a steward in the Yunlan Sect is the Qi-gathering realm. This individual, being a steward, indicates a notable level of cultivation. We may be facing trouble." The expressions of the two hinted that their intentions were far from benevolent. As expected, the man in uniform spoke first. Accusing Lin Yuan, as an outer sect disciple of the Yunlan Sect, you have wielded your strength to bully weaker families, even annihilating their entire clan. This act is a serious violation of our sect's regulations, specifically Article 39. Are you aware of your crimes? The audacity of a sect steward seeking me out for the sake of the Sun family was bewildering. Did the Sun family possess some hidden backing within the Yunlan Sect? Amidst these thoughts, Lin Yuan maintained his composure and responded, "The Sun family has been tyrannical and oppressive, relying on their strength to dominate within Luoshao City, inciting resentment among the populace and drawing the ire of heaven. Such behavior, deserving of retribution, must not go unchallenged. As the one who stood up against them, if the sect chooses not to reward me, why then should I be held accountable?" His words were delivered with an air of calmness, devoid of the fear typically associated with interrogation. In response, Huang Bin shouted vehemently, his gaze sharp, "Absurd. Even if the Sun family is heired, it is the responsibility of the sect to administer punishment. Since when does it fall to you, a mere junior, to overstep your bounds and enact personal justice?" Lin Yuan scoffed with a hint of sarcasm. "What if I were to claim that the Sun family murdered my beloved's parents? Shouldn't vengeance be met with vengeance? And a life taken be repaid with a life?" Huang Bin countered, "Even if they were guilty of murder, does that implicate the entire family as the perpetrators? Why must you seek to annihilate them entirely and extend the consequences to the innocent?" Lin Yuan calmly replied, "I am not the only one who would act in such a manner. If any of you possess the strength, you would undoubtedly avoid placing yourselves in jeopardy." Huang Bin internally acknowledged the validity of his words, yet outwardly scoffed, "You sharp-tongued brat, regardless of your reasons, if you have committed a crime, you must face punishment within the sect. Surrendering now, I shall allow you to endure a lesser degree of suffering." Lin Yuan ceased any further trivialities and directly produced a token, presenting it before the two individuals. Gazing at the prominent character for Lu inscribed on the token, their eyes widened in disbelief. The Lu family's guest elder token. This young man is, in fact, a guest elder of the Lu family. Such a status is indeed extraordinary. It seems they have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Esteemed steward, do you still intend to take me back to the sect?" Lin Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, his expression laced with irony. "Brother L, why did you not inform me of this matter?" Huang Bin anxiously inquired through their mental connection. Jiao, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure and responded, "Brother Bin, do not panic. Even if he is a guest of the Lu family, What does it matter? Distant waters cannot quench a near thirst. The Lu family strong ones are still miles away and cannot offer him protection. We merely need to slay him on the spot. Seize the opportunity and hastily retreat from the domain of Yunlan Sect to ensure our safety. After a pause, he added, as long as we flee far enough. The sect will not dare to pursue us, let alone the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Huang Bin's agitation gradually subsided, and he composedly declared, all right, I understand. After their brief exchange, he raised his gaze toward the young man, his expression growing more severe. Lin Yuan, the Emperor's law applies equally to commoners. Being a guest of the Lu family is no excuse for your reckless behavior. Cease your resistance and return with me to the sect, or I shall not hesitate to take action. At his words, the crowd frowned in confusion. Knowing that Lin Yuan had the Lu family's protection, this individual still insisted on enforcing the law with such audacity. Was he out of his mind, or did he possess some hidden support? A glance at LGO beside him led Lin Yuan to understand the reason. Surely, it was this man who had informed the steward about the incident with the meteor, prompting him to risk offending the Lu family to capture me solely to seize my fortune. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he urgently conveyed through their mental connection. Sister Shuang, these two will undoubtedly stop at nothing to kill me. Are you confident in handling them? Ao Ling Shuang replied with composure, no worries. They are merely insignificant ants at the gathering chi stage. With my strength, I can easily dispatch them. However, I am concerned that if this matter becomes public, you may attract unwanted attention. The ability to slay those at the gathering chi stage while being at the opening vein stage is truly extraordinary. Once the sect discovers this, they will undoubtedly interrogate him on how he accomplished it. At that point, should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, one cannot predict what actions the higher-ups might take. Given the circumstances, there is no other option. We must first deal with these two before considering the next steps. Although he was reluctant to face the sect's scrutiny, if he did not unleash his power now, death awaited him. Thus, he was left with no choice. Very well, I shall now transfer my energy to you. This time, it will be at the level of the gathering chi stage, so prepare yourself. As Ao Ling Shuang finished speaking, without waiting for a response, an overwhelming force surged forth from her soul and infused into the young man's body. With her action, Lin Yuan's cultivation began to soar, swiftly breaking through to the gathering chi stage. Huang Bin, poised to strike, suddenly noticed the surge in strength from his opponent, his face instantly filled with shock. Gathering chi stage? This person has ascended to the gathering chi stage? What kind of secret technique allows for such a leap across two major realms? Caught in a daze, Lin Yuan quickly adapted to the power within him, drew his sword, and coldly declared, if you seek to take what is mine, you shall be destined for disappointment. With that, he swung his sword in a decisive arc, unleashing sword intent at the gathering chi stage, which swiftly surged toward the two men. Swish. Huang Bin hastily dodged, narrowly evading the attack. LGO, however, was not so fortunate. His reflexes were too slow, and he was struck by the sword intent, his arm severed and sent flying. Ah, my hand. LGO cried out in agony, quickly turning to search for his severed limb, desperate to reattach it. Lin Yuan once again wielded his sword, and the sharp gleam of the blade cleaved through his opponent's body, dividing it into two halves, blood gushing forth abundantly. He is dead. A dignified elder from the outer sect has perished just like that. In his final moments, he uttered not a single word. It is likely that Lu Jiao himself never anticipated that this journey to Falling Sky City would mark the end of his life. Observing this scene, Huang Bin swiftly concluded that he was no match for this individual. Thus, he made a decisive choice and soared into the sky to flee. A trace of disdain flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as he leaped into the air, pursuing relentlessly. Chapter 60, Slaying Huang Bin, the Spirit of Ling Shuang. Although practitioners at the Qi gathering stage cannot traverse through light, their speed is remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, the two had soared several dozen miles. Sensing someone hot on his heels, Huang Bin pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Lin, my esteemed nephew, this entire endeavor was instigated by that vile Lu Jiao, and I had no part in it. I implore you to spare me. I assure you, as your uncle, I will not divulge today's events. Lin Yuan activated the 8 extremities pulse and swiftly closed the distance between himself and his opponent, coldly stating, Master Uncle, are you not aware that only the dead can truly safeguard secrets? As he spoke, he channeled his vital energy into the blade of his sword and struck at his adversary. Clang! Huang Bin had already drawn his large knife to parry the blow. The clash resonated with the sound of metal colliding, and his long blade was cleaved in two. How was this possible? Witnessing the destruction of his weapon, Huang Bin was overwhelmed with shock. This was a high-quality 10-pattern spirit tool, for which he had spent several thousand yuan stones. How could it be gone so swiftly? How could the opponent's sword be so sharp? Could it be a 100-pattern spirit tool? Before he could ponder further, Lin Yuan's voice accompanied the glimmer of his blade. A spirit tool may save you once, but can it rescue you a second time? In a moment of desperation, Huang Bin summoned a black shield, positioning it beside him. Bang! The sword struck the surface of the shield, which did not cleave through as it had before, but instead reverberated, causing the shield to begin cracking, its spiritual patterns dimming, indicating it was losing its spiritual power. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Bin retrieved the talisman, infused it with vital energy, and then tossed aside the ineffective shield, transforming himself into a streak of light that vanished in an instant, leaving only a dark point visible. A speed-enhancing talisman, perhaps? Lin Yuan silently murmured, then swiftly retrieved a similar talisman from the spoils of the Sun family and activated it to pursue. Whoosh! The sound of the wind whistled incessantly in his ears. Despite exerting all his strength, the figure ahead grew increasingly indistinct, seemingly on the verge of vanishing completely. What should we do, Sister Xuan? If this continues, we are bound to lose them, Lin Yuan asked urgently. The talisman he is using is of a higher grade than yours, allowing him to unleash a swifter speed. Entrust your body to my control, and I shall demonstrate to him what true speed entails. Very well. Lin Yuan, devoid of any vigilance, resolutely relinquished control of his body. Subsequently, Ao Ling Shuang seamlessly took command of the man's form, her eyes transforming into a profound azure hue. A cold snort escaped her throat, and with a flick of Lin Yuan's finger, a fissure appeared in the stable void, into which she stepped. 100 miles away, oblivious to the presence behind him, Huang Bin exhaled a sigh of relief. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes, that wretched brat, causing me to lose 2 spirit artifacts. I shall avenge this grievance in due time. No sooner had he spoken. The void ahead suddenly, and a figure emerged from the rift, bearing a chilling expression. You seek to avenge yourself against me? How could this be? The sight before Huang Bin left him utterly astounded. The shattered void. This person could actually rend the fabric of space. This was a hallmark of a Dao platform realm powerhouse. For even a Yuandan realm cultivator merely grazes the surface of spatial power, unable to wield it fully. Only upon ascending to the Dao platform can one master the forces of space adeptly enough to traverse the void. Lin Yuan's actions were astonishing. Had he truly established a Dao platform? A young cultivator of such caliber was indeed a marvel beyond comprehension. Faced with the astonished steward, Lin Yuan did not allow him a moment to regain his composure before delivering a decisive strike. With a resounding crash, the terrifying force of his palm shattered Huang Bin, reducing him to mere dust that scattered in the wind. Simultaneously, the steward's storage bag, now devoid of its owner, plummeted from the sky. Thus, a once mighty chi-gathering realm expert perished, unable even to self-detonate before his demise, a truly lamentable fate. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yuan shifted his form and made his way toward the descending storage bag. Amidst the mountains and forests, he landed gently, his pupils having returned to their original dark hue. Sister Xuang, is this truly your strength? It's remarkably formidable. Regaining control of his own body, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel. Although he had been unable to manipulate his physical form moments ago, his senses remained intact, allowing him to observe Ao Ling Shuang's actions clearly. While he could not fathom the difficulty of breaking through the void, it was evident that such feats were beyond the capabilities of low-tier cultivators. Yet, Sister Xuan executed it with ease, indicating her strength exceeded his imagination. Killing a mere chi-gathering insect is nothing of significance. With diligent practice, you too can reach such heights, her cool voice resonated. Despite her efforts to mask it, Lin Yuan could detect a tinge of fatigue in her tone. Sister Xuan, have you exhausted yourself this time? Utilizing spatial powers indeed incurs a toll. Yet occasional use is manageable. Even so, it must still affect your body, right? It's because of my predicament that you have become this way. I am truly sorry. Do not fret, little Yuan. It's merely a slight depletion of my soul energy. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery. If I were to withhold this small expenditure and allow you to fall into peril, that would be the true regret. Regardless, Lin Yuan vowed to remember Sister Xuang's kindness and repay her generously in the future. We are fortunate to have met and shared trials together. There is no need for formality. However, I must caution you, never allow others to manipulate your soul si. Should you encounter ill-intentioned individuals who attempt to seize control, there would be no turning back. I understand, Sister Xuang. Aside from you and Master, no one else shall enter my soul si. That is not enough. Even your Master could harbor malice. Although Lin Yuan had faith in Gu Shuqin, he conceded, very well, I shall trust only you. Ordinarily, I would not act thus. But the situation was dire, and I had no choice. Do not worry, Sister Xuang. We are one, and I can place my absolute trust in you. At his words, a warm current flowed through Ao Ling Shuang's heart as she softly replied, since you trust me so deeply, I cannot let you down. Let us strive together to strengthen you and aid my own recovery. Agreed, Sister Xuang. Let us work hard together. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then extended his hand to draw on Huang Bin's storage bag. Within it lay over 10,000 spirit stones, along with an assortment of pills and talismans, truly befitting a cultivator at the chi-gathering stage, far surpassing what Song Mian possessed. After swiftly perusing the resources within, Lin Yuan couldn't help but express his delight. With the aid of premium spirit stones, he would no longer need to expend ordinary spirit stones for his cultivations. He could allocate them entirely to other endeavors. Ao Ling Shuang spoke up, indeed, the premium spirit stones have saved me a considerable amount of money. Moreover, those miscellaneous items, once liquidated, will yield a substantial sum. I shall visit the trading hall to sell them the next time I have the opportunity. Lin Yuan spoke as he stowed away his storage bag, preparing to return to the city when he suddenly heard a whistling sound slicing through the air from the horizon. Chapter 61, The Yuan'er Cultivator and the City Lord's Visit. Whoosh. The figure of a middle-aged man clad in yellow materialized nearby in an instant. He first surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, how peculiar. I distinctly sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation just now. emanating from what must be a Yuan realm cultivator. Yet, why can I not find a trace of them? Has that fellow departed? Amidst his confusion, his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, and he inquired with a smile, "Young man, did you happen to see anyone else pass by here just now?" Lin Yuan maintained a serene demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. As he clasped his hands in greeting, "To the esteemed elder, I have not seen him." The middle-aged man expressed his regret. "Very well. It seems that individual has likely departed." With that conclusion reached, he lingered no longer and transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing from sight. He was indeed a formidable entity of the Yuan realm. Observing this, Lin Yuan's expression betrayed a hint of turbulence. He had inadvertently trespassed into the domain of such a powerful being. Fortunately, the other party bore no ill will, otherwise, he would have found himself in quite a predicament. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, he transmitted a thought, "Sister Shuang, now that the threat has been neutralized, may we return?" "Wait, that individual has not ventured far. He remains concealed in the woods, watching you." "What?" Lin Yuan felt a sudden tightness in his heart. He must be doubting your strength, suspecting that you are concealing your true abilities. "What shall we do? If I do not lend my power, we will have to rely solely on your cultivation level in the meridian opening realm to make our way back slowly." "Very well, I understand." Thus, Lin Yuan activated his technique, leaping into the air, his figure dancing among the branches, gradually moving further away. In the position he had just vacated, the middle-aged man's silhouette slowly emerged, gazing at the already distant youth, murmuring softly, "Is it not him? Yet why does this young man exude a peculiar aura, distinct from other practitioners of the meridian opening realm?" After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. "I have indeed become increasingly suspicious. To think that I would regard a younger individual as a being of transcendent capability. It is evidently an impossible notion." With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving only a fading afterimage at the spot. In Luoshao City, after the Deng family had dealt with the remains of Lgio, they waited for a considerable time and finally welcomed Lin Yuan's return. "Brother, you have finally come back. Husband, Sierra has been so worried about you." The two women immediately rushed forward, as if they had not seen him for days. Lin Yuan, with an arm around each of the two women's slender waists, smiled lightly and remarked, "It is merely a matter of dispatching a steward. There is no need for concern." Goyalu. Beside them, Deng Xin could not help but swallow hard. A steward? That was a steward of the Yunlan Sect. Though not as exalted as an inner sect elder, he was nonetheless a pivotal figure within the sect, responsible for numerous affairs and an indispensable element in the sect's operations. Thus, the death of any steward would prompt an investigation by the Yunlan Sect. If the demise were not due to natural causes but rather at the hands of nefarious individuals, the sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. This principle serves as a safeguard for the safety of inner sect members. "My lord, the sect will eventually trace the steward's death back to you. How do you intend to respond when that time comes?" Deng Xin expressed his concern. Upon hearing this, both women displayed expressions of anxiety. "Brother, they wouldn't imprison you in the heavenly prison, would they?" "My husband, the steward holds a significant position. If the sect pursues this matter, you will certainly find it difficult to absolve yourself." In response, Lin Yuan calmly reassured them, "Fear not, for I am a guest of the Lu family, with their backing as my support. The assassination of a steward without connection should not pose a considerable problem. Rather, we should be more concerned about how they will interrogate me regarding my sudden surge in power." This statement struck a chord, and the expressions of the three grew somber. Indeed, compared to Huang Bin's death, Lin Yuan's abrupt emergence of strength warranted greater scrutiny. "Brother, how have you managed to attain such formidable power?" Yulingo could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. In that moment, both Deng Fushi and Deng Xian fixed their gazes intently upon the young man, eager to uncover the answer to this pressing question. Lin Yuan displayed an expression of regret, saying, "I apologize, everyone. This matter is a secret of mine and truly inconvenient to disclose." A flicker of disappointment passed through Deng Fushi's eyes, but she soon responded with a light laugh. "It's quite all right, my husband. Everyone possesses their own secrets. Moreover, your strength has surged so astonishingly, the method of your enhancement must be of utmost significance. It is perhaps best that we remain unaware, for should anyone attempt to pry into your soul, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to you." Lin Yuan nodded and expressed his gratitude to Xia for her understanding. "Regarding my matters, I shall discuss them with Elder Lu upon our return to the sect. I am certain a solution will present itself." In the midst of their conversation, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Knock, knock. Who could it be?" "It is the city lord's residence, Qiji." The mention of the city lord caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. Deng Xian promptly stepped forward to open the grand door, welcoming the visitor. "It is an honor to receive you, my lord. I apologize for not greeting you sooner." Qiji entered the residence and, facing Lin Yuan, bowed respectfully, stating, "I have come today to seek forgiveness from the young master." Deng Xian instinctively inquired, "What offense could you possibly have?" Lin Yuan deduced, "The crime mentioned by the lord of the city must pertain to the outer affairs hall of the sect, correct?" Without needing to speculate, he was aware that the news of the Sun family's annihilation had undoubtedly been relayed back to the sect by the other party. Qiji candidly admitted, "Indeed, the reason why the powerful figures from the outer affairs hall have come is due to my disclosure of the Sun family's affairs, which has consequently brought you trouble." young master. Lin Yuan waved his hand, stating, as the lord of Luosha City, it is your duty to convey the news within the city. I do not hold it against you. However, you must have witnessed the events that transpired earlier, correct? When it came to the crux of the matter, Qi remained unflustered, responding calmly, indeed, did the young master wish to eliminate me to conceal the truth? He had arrived outside the Dang residence to observe the unfolding drama well before Huang Bin and his companion made their entrance, witnessing the entire event in its entirety. Lin Yuan gazed intently at the other party, and after a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, saying, not at all. Besides you, I am certain many members of the Dang family witnessed what transpired just now. Should I eliminate them all? He understood that even if he were to eradicate every witness, the sect would inevitably uncover the truth behind Huang Bin and LGO's demise, for their purpose in venturing out was to enforce the law. This matter could not be concealed, regardless of his efforts. Qi clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, my lord, for your mercy. You are truly an unparalleled hero, and I hold you in the highest esteem. Although he was unaware of how the other had ascended two formidable realms. Achieving such a miraculous feat undoubtedly implied an extraordinarily fearsome background, commanding profound respect. Chapter 62, The 100 Cities League, Selection Participation. Lin Yuan calmly replied, Lord City Master. You flatter me. I trust your visit to the Dang residence today is not solely to seek forgiveness, is it? Qi stroked his beard and said, young master. Your insight is truly remarkable. I indeed have another matter to discuss, if you would be so kind as to spare a moment to listen. Not at all. Lord City Master, please speak freely, Lin Yuan encouraged. The biennial 100 Cities Tournament is soon to commence. Are you aware of this event? The 100 Cities Tournament? Lin Yuan's face reflected a sense of bewilderment. What kind of competition is this? Qi elucidated. Within the realm of Yunlan Sect, there exist thousands of affiliated powers, among which the number of cities is paramount. These cities are categorized into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, corresponding to the cultivation realms of Yuan Dan, gathering Qi, and condensing Pill, respectively. Do you mean to say that as long as a certain level of cultivator appears within a city, it can be elevated to the designated tier? Indeed. For instance, our Falling Cloud City is classified as a lower-tier city, should a family force of gathering Qi level emerge within its confines. It could be upgraded to a middle-tier city. I see. So, this 100 Cities League is a competition among 100 cities? Strictly speaking, it is a contest among upper-tier cities. Moreover, it does not involve 100 cities, but rather several hundred. Several hundred. Lin Yuan's expression shifted with surprise as he directly inquired, does the Yunlan Sect encompass hundreds of advanced cities? Does that not imply the existence of numerous Yuan Dan level powers? Indeed, came the response, and within some of these advanced cities, there exists more than one Yuan Dan level faction. Thus, with 100 advanced cities, it is reasonable to estimate that there are at least over 100 Yuan Dan level powers. Such a multitude of Yuan Dan level forces signifies the presence of several hundred Yuan Dan cultivators, which surely qualifies as elite practitioners, does it not? Are they truly as commonplace as cabbage? Lin Yuan couldn't help but express his thoughts. Qi chuckled and said, it may seem significant, yet in reality, it is not. Consider this. Within the vast expanse of Yunlan Sect, there exists a population exceeding 100 million. Among them, merely 10% possess the innate ability to open their meridians. Of those in the meridian opening realm, only 10% can condense pills. Among those in the pill condensation realm, only 10% can reach the gathering Qi stage. This leaves us with merely 100,000 individuals. Furthermore, within the gathering Qi realm, only 1% have the opportunity to condense a Yuan Dan. Thus, when calculated, we are left with only 1,000 individuals. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, you are indeed correct. In this light, the number of Yuan Dan cultivators within the sect, amounting to several hundred, is rather scarce. Qi continued. The 100 City League competition I mentioned pertains to the events held among these hundreds of cities, where cultivators represent their respective cities. Securing a position within the top 10 yields substantial rewards. Lin Yuan expressed his curiosity, inquiring about the specifics of the rewards. The prizes for those placing 2nd to 10th consist of 10,000 Yuan stones and a 100 patterned spiritual artifact. The champion's reward includes 30,000 Yuan stones, 1,000 patterned spiritual artifact, and a piece of purple cloud agarwood. Purple cloud agarwood? What is that? He was informed that it is a block of wood harvested from the ancient purple cloud tree, imbued with vibrant vitality from the ancient wood, which cultivators can refine to significantly enhance their physical constitution. Enhancing the physical constitution? Does that improve one's cultivation level? Not directly, came the reply, but with an enhanced physique. The flow of vital energy becomes swifter and more seamless, thereby increasing combat prowess. I see. Lin Yuan pondered. This purple cloud agarwood must be quite rare, wouldn't it? Otherwise, why would it be considered a champion's reward? Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a rarity. The ancient purple cloud trees are exceptionally scarce in the world. For a prestigious city to offer such a treasure as a reward is a testament to their wealth. If one were to convert it into elemental stones, its value would be at least several 100,000 stones. Several 100,000, Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Doesn't that mean it is worth even more than 1,000-pattern spiritual artifact? Qiji scoffed. A high-quality 1,000-pattern spiritual artifact is merely worth a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. How could it possibly compare to the purple cloud agarwood? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. It seems the rewards for the championship are indeed substantial, worthy of my endeavor. Do you know the requirements and methods for participating in this event? The 100 Cities League mandates that contestants be under the age of 25 and must be local cultivators within the Yunlan Sect. As for the method, one simply needs to attend the selection in the nearby advanced city, and upon passing, they can represent that city. I meet both the age and origin criteria. Could you guide me to the nearest advanced city? Certainly. Following Qiji's guidance, Lin Yuan learned the location of that city. Young master, please remember to fill in Luoshao City as your place of origin during registration. This way, should you achieve a ranking, our city will also receive some benefits. I understand. I will list Luoshao City. Then I shall rest easy. With the purpose of their journey fulfilled, Qiji promptly turned to leave. My lord, do you intend to participate in this grand competition? After the city lord departed, Deng Fushi inquired. Well, since the next inner door assessment has yet to commence, I might as well check it out. Perhaps I could win a prize. However, as the lord mentioned, any cultivator under 25 can participate. And there will undoubtedly be many at the condensation stage. You are merely at the opening vein stage. It may be quite challenging to emerge victorious. Even if I lose, it is merely an experience. That's true. Should I and Lingo accompany you? After all, it is an advanced city, and with many strong competitors, danger is likely to arise. I shall go alone. Very well, we shall await your return in Luoshao City. Having made his decision, Lin Yuan lingered in Luoshao City for half a day longer. Finally, amidst the reluctant gazes of the two women, he mounted his white steed and embarked on a new journey. Jiang City. This was the nearest advanced city to Luoshao City, and it took Lin Yuan over an hour to reach it. In the central square, a colossal arena stood proudly. A young man in splendid attire stood atop the platform. Surveying the crowd with an air of arrogance, is there no one brave enough to challenge me? If so, the representative spot for Jiang City in this 100 Cities League is mine. Xiao Wei's strength was undeniably terrifying. He had just defeated Shou Qing, a third-layer condensation stage cultivator. It appeared that among the younger generation of Jiang City, none could rival him, having broken through to the second layer of condensation stage at such a young age. And with the assistance of the Qi Luo divine body, he could easily sweep through his peers. May I inquire if he is a match for Miss Lu? Upon mentioning Miss Lu, the crowd's expression shifted, and they quickly shook their heads. Miss Lu possesses the Star Destiny Bone, capable of harnessing the power of countless stars, making it effortless for her to fight beyond her rank, let alone a mere Xiao Wei. In terms of combat prowess, Miss Lu is comparable to the pinnacle of the condensation stage. Xiao Wei is nothing more than an ant in her presence. Had Miss Lu not already secured a guaranteed spot, there would be no opportunity for this individual to flaunt his prowess on the platform. The public sentiment was overwhelmingly in favor of Miss Lu, showcasing her significant reputation in Jiang City. City Lord, given that Xiao Wei has already reached this level, shouldn't the selection be concluded early? A distant official queried the man seated at the head of the table. If Lin Yuan were present, he would recognize that the city lord in question was the middle-aged man dressed in yellow whom he had seen earlier. All known young talents from our city have already taken the stage. It is unlikely anyone else will challenge, so let us conclude. The man in yellow stood, preparing to announce the results when suddenly a voice rang out from outside the crowd. If no one is challenging, then I shall take the stage and give it a try. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young man clad in simple garments soared onto the arena, landing lightly. Who is this person? He seems unfamiliar. Does Jiang City have such a figure? I have not seen him before. Perhaps he hails from another city. Quite handsome. I wonder what his strength is like. One would presume he possesses some degree of skill. Otherwise, how could he dare to challenge? The crowd buzzed with curiosity regarding the identity and strength of this unexpected visitor. The referee turned to him and frowned. What is your name? What is your cultivation level? Lin Yuan, 6th layer of opening veins. 6th layer of opening veins? Haha. Xiao Wei burst into laughter, his expression mocking. Young man, do you not realize I am a condensation stage cultivator? A mere child of opening veins dares to take the stage. Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Lin Yuan replied calmly, who has decreed that one in the opening vein stage cannot ascend the platform. There are no such regulations. Yet to challenge me with your level of cultivation is not only an act of self-deprecation but also an affront to my dignity. Unfazed by Xiao Wei's words, Lin Yuan turned directly to the referee and inquired, might we commence the battle? The referee cautioned, your opponent's cultivation is a full realm above yours. There exists a significant risk of injury in this confrontation. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely, Lin Yuan affirmed. Very well, then take care of yourself. With that, the referee leapt down from the arena, leaving the stage to the two combatants. Xiao Wei glared at his opponent, a malevolent expression crossing his face. You, who are blissfully unaware of your own limitations, have even received a warning from the referee yet still dared to challenge me. I shall shatter your bones and make you pay for your ignorance. Such excessive chatter, Lin Yuan retorted. Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully, executing the 8 extremities pulsation technique. His figure darting forward with the swiftness of light, arriving before his opponent. How swift? Xiao Wei's heart tightened. and he hastily channeled his energy to deliver a punch towards his adversary. Bang! Lin Yuan also threw a punch, resulting in a collision. He stood firm. His physique as steadfast as Mount Tai, while Xiaowei staggered back several steps, his palms tingling with numbness, his face a mask of astonishment. He had been repelled. How could this be possible against an opponent who was merely a 6th-level practitioner of the opening veins realm? In his shock, Lin Yuan swiftly advanced again, launching another attack. Xiaowei had no time to think. He raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! 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 The arena resonated with the sounds of fists and feet colliding as Lin Yuan pressed his advantage, relentlessly overpowering his opponent. This scene left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. Am I not seeing clearly? A practitioner from the opening veins realm has forced a condensing pill realm opponent into a corner? Moreover, Xiaowei appeared utterly incapable of retaliation, barely managing to defend himself. Who on earth is he? How can he fight across such a vast realm? Could he perhaps be an heir of a prestigious family? Gasps of amazement echoed, and Lin Yuan's origins began to take on a mystical air in their eyes. On the high platform, a man in yellow stood up at the first sight of Lin Yuan. This young man is actually here to participate in the selection? Is he perhaps a cultivator from a nearby city? Amidst his confusion, he then witnessed the young man gaining the upper hand, which astonished him even further. To achieve such a feat, this young man must possess a physique of the saint body level. Such an extraordinary talent must surely have an impressive background. I wonder what it could be. As the man pondered, he suddenly recalled the spatial fluctuations from earlier, and a shocking hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could he be the disciple of that esteemed friend? At that moment, a servant spoke up. Lord City Master, what troubles you? Do you know the young man who just took the stage? The man snapped back to reality, slightly shaking his head. I do not know him. He merely resembles a younger relative of an old acquaintance, which compelled me to observe him closely. So that is it. However, even if you do not recognize him, this young man's strength is formidable. If we could recruit him to the giant river city, our chances of winning the upcoming 100 Cities tournament would greatly increase. Let us continue to observe. This young lad may yet surprise us further. As the two conversed, the competition in the arena raged on with fervor. Bang! Xiaowei unleashed a martial technique that sent his opponent staggering back, coldly declaring, You possess some strength to have pushed me this far, but given time, I might not be your match. For now, however, I suggest you concede. As he spoke, his body radiated a blue light, and the surrounding energy began to stir. This was the manifestation of the blue Luo treasure body. It seemed Xiaowei was prepared to go all out. How would that young man respond? With the abilities he had shown, he must have a method to counter it. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager to see Lin Yuan's performance. Indeed, as they had anticipated. The moment Xiaowei finished speaking, Lin Yuan's aura began to swell, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the opening veins realm. No need for time. You are not my opponent now. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yuan gathered his energy into his palm and struck forward. The transcendent fist. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 4 resonant pulses echoed as the overwhelming intent of his fist shattered the winds, locking onto his opponent with precision. Xiaowei gritted his teeth in response. What of your elevated cultivation? You will still fall beneath my blue Luo treasure body. He formed seals with his hands and unleashed a wave of blue light to meet the palm intent. The azure cloud seal. Bang. The two forces collided, with Lin Yuan's intent effortlessly crushing the wave of light, striking directly at Xiaowei. With a thud, Xiaowei was sent soaring into the air, crashing back to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Defeated. He had actually been defeated. The outcome of this match, characterized by such a disparity in strength, was truly unexpected. Wei, a woman in a flowing skirt rushed onto the stage, lifting Xiaowei's body with a worried expression. Are you all right? It's just a minor injury, Xiaowei replied, but his pale face betrayed his words. Your aura is so weak. How can you call this nothing? The woman, filled with concern, then stood and angrily pointed at Lin Yuan. How could a mere practitioner of the opening veins realm defeat someone from the condensing pill realm? You must have cheated. The judge returned to the stage, prepared to announce the results, but the woman's sudden outburst left him momentarily at a loss for how to rule. If it were any other family, it might be different, but the Xiao family was one of the few powers of the Qi-gathering realm within Giant River City. Even he dared not offend them lightly. Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, poised to counter the argument when the figure of a man clad in yellow suddenly materialized around them. Madam Xiao. The selection battle of the League is the focus of the entire city, with so many eyes upon us, even if one wished to resort to underhanded methods, the opportunity would be scarce. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the others. Upon seeing the visitor, the crowd hastily bowed in respect. The lady also performed a courteous bow and promptly replied, Some tactics are imperceptible to the naked eye. It is entirely possible he concealed a pill in his mouth prior to the contest, swallowing it at a pivotal moment to enhance his cultivation and combat prowess. Chapter 64. Securing the spot. Dialogue with the city lord at her words. The onlookers could not help but twitch their lips in skepticism. Earlier, when Lin Yuan spoke, his words flowed with ease and confidence, devoid of any unnaturalness. Thus, it was implausible that he had been harboring a pill. This woman was clearly fabricating tales, engaging in malicious slander. The man's expression darkened immediately. Nonsense. I am a practitioner of the Yuan'er realm, with keen spiritual perception. No ruse could escape my notice. If he had been containing a pill, I would have discovered it long ago. How could he have progressed to this point? The woman, undeterred, retorted, then pray tell. Why is it that he has managed to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the opening veins realm? Instantly, curiosity flickered across the faces of the crowd. To enhance one's cultivation amidst battle is no simple feat. Aside from employing secret techniques or consuming elixirs, it relies solely on innate talent, based on the previous skirmishes. The first two options could be eliminated, leaving the possibility of a unique constitution. Lin Yuan's subsequent words confirmed their conjecture. I have augmented my strength through my own meridians. If you doubt my claim, you may have the city lord personally verify it. The youth spoke with sincerity, his expression unperturbed, clearly unafraid of scrutiny. Your own meridians? The crowd exchanged glances filled with intrigue, the first thought that sprang to mind being the spiritual veins. Could this young man possess spiritual veins? Yet even with such veins, could one truly transcend great realms in battle? The man in yellow, harboring curiosity, stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Young brother, I beg your pardon for any offense. Not at all, came the reply. Lin Yuan extended his arm in cooperation. The man's courteous demeanor astonished those around him. Is this truly their esteemed lord of the city? A cultivator of the Yuan'er realm, typically aloof and imperious. Now showing such deference to a mere youth of the opening veins realm? Could this young man possess an extraordinary background? At that moment, the man lifted his hand to grasp the other's arm, releasing his spiritual consciousness to probe. Soon, he discerned the vigorous meridian within Lin Yuan, and a look of astonishment washed over his face. What kind of vein is this? It possesses such formidable power. Overwhelmed with emotion, he withdrew his hand and exclaimed, Incredible! Truly incredible! Such surging strength is unparalleled in my experience. May I have the audacity to inquire, young master, what kind of meridian is this? Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, I am uncertain about the nature of this meridian. It must be a form of spiritual vein. The man refuted, No. A spiritual vein could never exhibit such a terrifying enhancement. This meridian's grade must undoubtedly exceed that of a spiritual vein. Exceeding a spiritual vein? Could it be the legendary divine vein? A gasp escaped the crowd upon this thought. A divine vein. Such an existence is comparable to a sacred body. If the meridian within this individual truly possesses such caliber, would he not be akin to a prodigy of the sacred body? To think such a figure could emerge in the city of Zhejiang. Could it be that the city lord has made an erroneous judgment? Amidst the astonishment of the assembly, the man preempted the judge's words and declared, I announce that in this selection battle for the city of Zhejiang, young friend Lin Yuan is the ultimate victor. He shall henceforth represent our city in the forthcoming league. Lady Lu attempted to interject, but the man interrupted, I have already conducted my examination. Lin Yuan has not committed any violations and has legitimately defeated Xiao Wei, so there is no need for further discussion. He then turned and addressed Lin Yuan, young friend. You have emerged victorious. Please accompany me to the city lord's mansion, where I shall convey the specific details of the league. Very well. With that, the two ascended into the air, leaving the crowd below in a state of astonishment that lingered for some time. A practitioner of the divine vein has indeed arisen in Zhejiang City. It appears they are destined to witness history unfold. Inside the city lord's mansion, within the grand hall, Lin Yuan followed the man in the yellow robe to this place. The latter did not take a seat but instead extended his hand and said, Please, young friend, take a seat. Allow me to pour you some tea. How could a formidable figure of the Yuan'er realm serve him tea? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Hastily waving his hand, Senior, you are overly courteous. I can manage on my own. No need to trouble you. Very well, please make yourself at home, the man replied. Settling into the main seat with a sense of nostalgia, I never anticipated that after our brief encounter not long ago, we would reunite so swiftly. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, I never anticipated that you are the lord of Giant River City. Perhaps this is what fate has in store for us. Haha. As you have said, we indeed share a bond. Let us take this opportunity to get acquainted. My name is Lu Ku, and you are already aware of my identity. May I inquire about your origins? Are you perhaps a member of the ancient Lin family? Having previously heard Lin Yuan's name, and considering his innate celestial talents, he instinctively assumed that Lin Yuan hailed from a prominent family, and in the eastern region, only the Lin family fit that description. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, Not at all. I hail from a humble family in Luoxia City, which is worlds apart from the illustrious ancient clans. There is no connection whatsoever. A humble background? Lu Ku furrowed his brow. Given your extraordinary talent, how could you possibly come from such ordinary origins? The truth is as I have stated. I see no need to deceive. Are your parents mere mortals? Do they possess any cultivation? Or perhaps a unique constitution? They are indeed mortals, devoid of any special endowments. This revelation left Lu Ku in a state of bewilderment. Logically, with such a supreme divine lineage, one would expect the talents of his parents to be equally remarkable. Surely they must have had some capacity for cultivation. The notion of them being mere mortals was utterly preposterous. Lin Yuan discerned the thoughts of the other party and took the initiative to confess. In truth, I have been separated from my biological parents since childhood. The elderly couple residing in Luoxiao City are my adoptive parents. Lucas suddenly understood. Now it makes sense. No wonder there is such a disparity in talent between you and them. It stands to reason that your biological parents must possess extraordinary abilities. capable of giving rise to such an outstanding prodigy as yourself. Lin Yuan forced a smile and said, "You flatter me, my lord. Since I can remember, I have had no recollection of my biological parents, nor do I comprehend the reasons behind their abandonment of me." Luca offered comfort, saying, "I believe they must have had their own unspoken difficulties. Otherwise, how could parents ever forsake their own child? Indeed, how tragic." Lin Yuan sighed, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Ahem. Luca cleared his throat and said, "Young friend, there is no need to be disheartened. I am willing to mobilize the resources of the Liu family and the city lord's mansion to assist you in uncovering information about your biological parents. Then I am truly grateful, esteemed elder. Do not mention it. By the way, young friend, to whom do you currently owe your apprenticeship?" "Yunlan Sect." "Are you an inner disciple?" "Not at all. I have merely opened my meridians and have not yet participated in the inner sect examination." "I see. And who is your master?" "My master has passed away." "Ah?" Luca was momentarily taken aback. In his view, the other party's master must have been an extraordinary figure. How could they have died? After Lin Yuan provided an explanation, he finally understood the circumstances. "With your talent, young friend, it is truly a pity that you have only been apprenticed to an outer sect elder." "Not at all. My master and mistress treated me well. Without their guidance, I doubt I would be who I am today." "That is indeed true. Do you have any other masters?" "None. Why do you ask?" "Because during our initial meeting, there were significant spatial fluctuations in the nearby area, likely caused by a powerful individual at the late Yuan Dan realm. I suspect that this fellow cultivator may be connected to you." Luca expressed the long-held curiosity that had been brewing within him, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan was about to deny it, Ao Ling Shuang's voice suddenly resonated. "Xiao Yuan, just say that person is your protector. This one instills some caution in him, allowing your subsequent journey in the League to proceed more smoothly." Upon hearing this, he found her reasoning sound, and thus he temporarily changed his stance. "I apologize, City Lord. I was lying earlier. That senior indeed has a connection to me." Luca's eyes brightened. "Oh? What is the nature of this relationship? Might the young friend be so kind as to elaborate?" "He is my protector." "A protector?" "Indeed. I fortuitously encountered him during my training journey. The senior, recognizing my extraordinary talent, took the initiative to help me open my meridians, thus allowing me to formally embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, given my mediocre background, I would have had no hope of awakening my meridians in this lifetime." "How enlightening," Luca exclaimed. Then inquired further, "Does the young master know the origins of this esteemed senior?" "I do not know. He has never revealed anything about himself, merely advising me to diligently cultivate. He stated that when my skills have matured, he would disclose everything." "Oh, I see." Luca felt a tinge of regret at not obtaining a definitive answer, yet he praised, "That esteemed friend's selfless dedication is indeed a blessing for you, young friend." "Yes, I am also deeply grateful for his contributions. If there is an opportunity, may I meet him? This senior does not welcome strangers, so it may be somewhat difficult." "In that case, I shall not press the matter." Luca feigned indifference, stroking his beard before returning to the main topic. "Well then, young friend, allow me to explain the rules of the 100 Cities League. This grand competition will take place within the Yunlan Mountains, with over 300 advanced cities participating. Each city is allowed 2 contestants, and you are one of them." "2 contestants? Who is the other? Has she been selected already?" "The other is my daughter. Named Yi-chan. Due to her considerable strength, she did not need to participate in the assessment and was directly granted a reserved spot." "Yi-chan? You mean Louis Chan? What a lovely name. Haha, she is now 22, which makes her 2 years your senior. I shall introduce you both shortly, so you can forge an excellent partnership in the League." "Very well. How will the League proceed? Will we hunt beasts in the mountains?" "You guessed correctly. The contestants will hunt beasts in designated areas, seizing their cores to earn points according to their ranks. A first-tier beast is worth 1 point, a second tier worth 10, a third tier worth 100, and so forth." "I understand. Given the cultivation levels of this League's participants, most will likely hunt third-tier beasts, correct? When compared to human cultivation levels, a third-tier beast's strength is akin to that of a condensation realm cultivator." "Indeed. Although you are but at the opening meridian stage. Based on your performance today, it seems you could easily slay a third-tier beast. Perhaps, but it ultimately depends on the circumstances." Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. "Who is it?" "It is I." A cool female voice responded, and Luca replied, "Come in." Creak. The door swung open, revealing a young woman, tall and elegant. She wore a flowing white dress that accentuated her beauty, with her long hair cascading down. A pair of high-heeled sandals revealed her exquisite toes, and her entire demeanor exuded an aura of coldness that deterred any unwelcome thoughts. "Allow me to introduce, young friend, this is my daughter Yi-chan, who possesses a stellar fate bone and commendable talent." After introducing the young woman, Luca turned to Lin Yuan. "Yuan'er, this is Lin Yuan, who emerged as the champion in our Jiang City selection battle and will be participating in the 100 Cities League alongside you." Upon their first meeting, Lin Yuan gave the young woman a brief glance, his face betraying a hint of admiration. She was indeed beautiful, her looks comparable to that of his master's wife. Though her demeanor was rather cold, it would be preferable if she were a tad more approachable. A glimmer of astonishment passed through Lu Yi-chan's eyes as she silently praised, What a handsome man. But that is all. I am Lin Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Liu. Lin Yuan stood up and greeted first. I heard you defeated Xiao Wei, did you not? Your strength is commendable. Barely able to keep pace with me. This time, do assist me well in the league. The girl spoke with an indifferent tone, clearly regarding her counterpart with disdain. Luca frowned and retorted, Lin Gongzi's prowess is no less than yours. You should unite and combat the enemy together, rather than one aiding the other. Lu Yichan chuckled lightly, scoffing, Father, what nonsense are you spouting? I am the possessor of the star fate bone, second only to the sacred body in terms of talent. How could he possibly compare to me? Moreover, my cultivation has reached the condensation realm, while he is merely a fledgling in the opening vein stage. No matter how gifted he may be, he cannot surpass me by a whole major realm. From where do you derive such absurd conclusions? Such contemptuous demeanor infuriated Lu Ku instantly. Impudence! Lin Gongzi is a distinguished guest of our Lu family. Is this your manner of treating guests? Do not assume that possessing a mere bone grants you any significance. Our guest possesses a divine vein. In terms of talent, he far surpasses your star fate bone. Even if you were a phoenix, you would still have to bow before him. Do you understand? Divine vein. Lu Yichan's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, impossible. A divine vein is on par with the sacred body. Such a person would have long been recruited by powerful factions. How could he possibly appear in Zhejiang City? Luca snorted. I know this is astonishing, but it is the truth. Otherwise, how could he, with his opening vein 6th level cultivation, defeat Xiao Wei? Who possesses a precious body? The girl nodded thoughtfully, her emotions gradually cooling. Perhaps he truly possesses a divine vein. But so what? I, Lu Yichan, am not Xiao Wei. My star fate bone is incomparable to the Qi Luo precious body. Even if he defeated Xiao Wei, he would certainly not be my match. Seeing his daughter so obstinate, Lu Ku was momentarily at a loss for words. My little ancestor, that is a divine vein. The king of veins. A top-tier meridian. Possessing such a vein. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could at least become a formidable figure in the Purple Mansion realm in the future. If he were to gain further opportunities, he might even aspire to transcend into the supreme extraordinary realm. Such a prodigy is worth befriending for anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Not to mention, he has a mysterious and powerful protector. In such circumstances, Lu Yichan continues to provoke him. Is she not being utterly foolish? Chapter 66, A Father-Daughter Conversation. The eve of the league, all right, Father, I must return to my training. I shall take my leave. Seizing the moment of his silence, the girl uttered a parting remark and swiftly departed. Lu Ku intended to say more, but found she had already vanished from sight. This girl is becoming increasingly arrogant. He chided under his breath, then turned to bow slightly. I apologize, young friend. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood, resulting in her haughty and impolite demeanor. If she has offended you, please do not take it to heart. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, remarking that her ignorance of his strength was quite natural, and he had no intention of quarreling with someone so uninformed. Luca concurred, stating that once she became aware of Lin Yuan's prowess, she would undoubtedly treat him with utmost respect and refrain from any insolence. Well, have all the rules been thoroughly explained? He inquired. If there is nothing else, I shall retreat to my cultivation. Since the rules have been elucidated, and you wish to cultivate, our city lord's mansion possesses a dedicated training room. Would you care to try it? Luca offered. Certainly. Where is it? Lin Yuan replied. Allow me to escort you, Luca said, leading Lin Yuan into the training room where he commenced his meditation in silence. Later that night, in the conference room, Lu Yichan entered, asking her father, Father, have you summoned me so late for something urgent? Lu Ku, slightly exasperated, retorted, Is it not due to your previous reckless words? Surely. They have left a poor impression on young Master Lin. Reckless words? What are you insinuating, father? She protested. Enough. Listen to me carefully and refrain from any further retorts. Faced with her father's genuine ire, Lu Yichan dared not argue further, but inquired, I truly do not understand why you hold that boy in such high regard. Is it merely because he possesses a divine pulse? It is not solely the divine pulse. There is a formidable figure backing him, Lu Ku revealed. A formidable figure? She echoed. Indeed, his guardian is at least a late-stage Yuandan realm expert, and may even be a Dao platform realm powerhouse. The Dao platform realm. Lu Yichan's complexion paled as she pressed. Are you certain such a person exists behind him? Absolutely. After all, he is the bearer of a divine pulse. His status is extraordinary, and naturally, he will attract powerful guardians. Do you know his origins? She asked. He claims to be of commoner descent, though I cannot ascertain the truth. However, the existence of his divine pulse and guardian is indisputable, so you must never offend him again. Moreover, when the opportunity arises, apologize to him in person to mend your relationship. Apologize to him? Lu Yichan's face reflected her reluctance. I did not utter anything particularly offensive. Is it truly necessary to be so serious? This is to foster his goodwill towards you, providing a chance for friendship and deeper emotional exchange. Ah, deeper exchange? Are you suggesting that I should pursue a romantic involvement with him? That is indeed my thought. You. Do not jest. He is merely a novice in cultivation. What qualifies him to be my partner? His current cultivation may be inferior to yours, but what of the future? With the strength of his divine pulse, He is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Will you still be able to maintain your pride before him then? Her father's words rendered Lu Yichan speechless. She had to concede that the divine pulse was indeed superior to her fate bone. However, the prospect of submitting to someone of a lesser realm was exceedingly difficult for her. Noticing his daughter's sudden silence, Lucas softened his tone. Perhaps I have been too hasty, but I merely wish to convey that Lin Yuan's future will far exceed our imaginations. Even if you cannot be together, you should strive to be on good terms with him. Do you understand? Yes, Chan understands, Lu Yichan replied obediently, nodding. As you say, I will refrain from offending him again, but gaining my favor will not be so simple. It will depend on his actions. If he surpasses me in strength in the future, I might consider it. Seeing her attitude, Lu Ku could only sigh in exasperation, thinking to himself, if he surpasses you, will you really consider him? Does he think there are no other women in the world? Realizing further argument would be futile, he simply said, very well. As long as you understand. It is getting late. Hurry back and rest. All right, father. After the young lady departed, a beautiful woman entered from a side door. Her expression filled with concern. Husband, what if you are pushing Chan too hard? What if her future happiness is compromised? Lucas scoffed. Pushing? Young Master Lin is exceptionally gifted and extraordinarily handsome. What is there to push? Indeed, he is remarkable, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. I am aware of that, which is why I suggested she make an effort to befriend him rather than insisting on Lin Yuan alone. Is your urgency tied to the matter of the Yunlan Sect? Yes, the time of our agreement draws near, and with my current cultivation, I would undoubtedly fall short against that fellow. If I can gain the support of the one behind young Master Lin, my crisis will be easily resolved. So you intend to sacrifice your own daughter? What do you mean by sacrifice? If she were to unite with young Master Lin, it would be her fortune. Once Lin Yuan's divine pulse is revealed, know that countless women would willingly pursue him. That may be so, but enough. Let us leave it at that. I must prepare for tomorrow's matches. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Yuan and his companions boarded the flying vessel early. After an hour of sailing, they successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Yunlan mountain range. In this competition, you need only slay third-tier monsters at the periphery. There is no necessity to venture too deep. Otherwise, encountering higher-tier beasts may leave you with no opportunity to use the teleportation talismans. Lu Ku advised the two as they awaited the commencement of the contest. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, we shall prioritize our safety. He and the young lady held a blue talisman, provided by the tournament officials. Upon shattering it, they could instantly teleport back to the starting point. A decision that signified the cessation of their participation, precluding any return to the arena. After stowing away the talisman, the remaining participants from the city began to arrive, creating a lively atmosphere. Is that not Miss Lu? A gentleman clad in splendid attire approached, his voice filled with familiarity. It has been quite some time. You have become even more exquisite. Upon recognizing him, Lu Yichan's eyes flickered with disdain, her tone frosty as she replied, Master Wei, your flattery is misplaced. The tournament is set to commence shortly. I kindly ask that you remain in place and do not disturb me. I merely wish to engage in conversation with you. How could that be considered a disturbance? He countered. I believe you are indeed interrupting me, she retorted, her demeanor as frigid as the winter's chill. Seeing her icy response, Wei Shang opened his mouth, then sighed. Are you truly unaware of my affections for you? Why do you persist in rejecting me? Lu Yichan coldly replied. I regret to inform you, sir, that I harbor no interest in you. There is no need for you to squander your time on me. Very well. If I am so unwelcome, I shall refrain from pursuing you any further, Wei Shang stated, turning away with a nonchalant air. His unexpected departure left Lu Yichan taken aback. Typically, this fellow would engage her in conversation for an extended period before taking his leave. Today, however, he had spoken only a few words before departing. What could have prompted such a sudden change in behavior? Chapter 67, The Deception of Two, the tournament commences. Lin Yuan inquired with great interest, which city does young Master Wei hail from? What is his strength? Lu Yichan responded, he comes from Chiashan City. The last time we met, he was at the 4th level of the condensation realm. I wonder if he has made any progress since then. The 4th level of the condensation realm? That is indeed not a weak strength. It's passable, but I have already advanced to the 5th level of the condensation realm. And I am also 2 years younger than him. I see. Then he certainly cannot compare to you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, given the 2-year age difference. The man's cultivation level paled in comparison to that of the young girl, highlighting a significant disparity in talent. No wonder Lu Yichan found him unremarkable. At the mere age of 22, she had already achieved the 5th level of the condensation pill realm. With such a rate of advancement, it seemed plausible that she could break through to the chi-gathering stage before turning 30. He could not help but inquire telepathically. Ao Lingxiang replied. That should indeed be the case. Does that mean she could condense her Yuan'er by the ages of 40 or 50? He mused. It is noteworthy that the lifespan of a Yuan'er realm cultivator is approximately 500 years. Therefore, a cultivator in their 30s would have lived merely a tenth of their life. Such prodigious talent is genuinely astonishing. Ao Lingxiang explained. It is quite normal to experience rapid breakthroughs during the meridian opening and condensation pill stages. However, once one reaches the chi-gathering stage and opens their chi-si, The difficulty of advancement increases significantly. A cultivator of ordinary talent may require a decade or even several decades to ascend a minor realm, making it exceedingly challenging to condense a Yuan Dan even before their lifespan expires. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the progression of cultivation beyond the gathering chi stage is the true watershed for assessing a practitioner's innate talent. Indeed, the difficulty of breaking through from the gathering chi stage to the Yuan Dan stage is exceedingly high, far surpassing that of the preceding realms. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Shang and a young man clad in gray stealthily congregated. Brother Wei, with such a beauty as Miss Lu, do you truly wish to share her with me? The young man's lips curled slightly, his slender eyes surveying the distant maiden in white, his gaze unmistakably laced with avarice. Sigh, I naturally do not wish to. But this wretched woman is impervious to my advances. No matter how much effort I invest, she remains unmoved. It is truly disheartening. Wei Shang lamented with a sense of helplessness. Ha ha ha, I have long advised you not to squander time on women. If you desire one, simply resort to the seduction powder. Why exert such effort in pursuit? The young man's demeanor was one of disdain, his tone devoid of any respect. As if even a celestial beauty endowed with destiny was merely a trivial plaything in his eyes. Indeed, brother, he speaks wisely. Once the tournament commences, I will take charge of ensnaring her, while I entrust the formation to you, Wei Shang replied. Rest assured, with my expertise in formations, concealing energy signatures over a small area shall be but a trivial endeavor. At that time, Miss Lu will undoubtedly become a captive creature. Entirely at the mercy of us two brothers, the young man spoke, as if envisioning a lavish scene, an involuntary drool escaping the corner of his mouth. A deep-seated revulsion welled within Wei Shang, yet for the sake of obtaining the long-desired maiden, he forced a smile. Then I must trouble brother he. You are too courteous. Brother Wei, should you encounter any difficult beauties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall undoubtedly do my utmost to aid you. The young man replied nonchalantly, having already regarded the maiden as his own possession. Unbeknownst to all of this, Lu Yichan remained oblivious, patiently awaiting the commencement of the tournament. During this time, several men approached her, only to be met with her firm rejections. Sha Yuan, this mountain range harbors many exotic beasts, including several 7th-tier demon creatures. You must exercise caution and avoid intruding upon their territory, Ao Ling Shuang suddenly conveyed through thought. While she could assist in intimidating the beasts, it was prudent to avoid trouble whenever possible. Lin Yuan's expression tightened as Zheng nodded and said, Thank you, Sister Shuang, for the information. I will certainly be vigilant. A 7th-tier demon beast is comparable to a human of the Purple Mansion realm, undoubtedly ranking among the sovereigns of the beast world. As the crowd engaged in conversation, a robust man clad in splendid attire appeared in midair and declared in a resounding voice, I am Gao Hong, hailing from Zhantian City. I will preside over this grand tournament of 100 cities. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted, all conversation ceased, and they attentively focused on his words. Lin Yuan inquired curiously, Lord Lu, what is the origin of the Battle Heaven City? Why does everyone fall silent upon hearing its name? Lord Lu explained. Battle Heaven City is situated in the heart of the Yunlan Sect's territory, and its lord, Gao Hong, possesses the formidable strength of the Dao Platform Realm. The Dao Platform Realm. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Such prowess has surely transcended the realm of advanced city-states, has it not? Indeed, by all accounts. They could rightfully proclaim themselves a nation, yet, Gao Hong refrains from expanding his territory, choosing instead to maintain his identity as a city, thus allowing participation in the 100 Cities League. Possessing power yet opting not to expand, this Lord Gao truly exhibits remarkable restraint. The larger the territory, the greater the resources amassed. Zhantian City could have ascended to Zhantian Nation. But Gao Hong's reluctance to do so suggests either an abundance of resources or an ulterior motive. After a moment of reflection, he ceased his musings and began to attentively listen to the words of others. The rules of the 100 Cities League are, I believe, well understood by all present. We shall now proceed to the formal commencement of the competition. I implore you to remember the paramount importance of safety. In the event of danger, prioritize immediate evacuation. Having conveyed these crucial points, he raised his hand and declared, the 100 Cities League is now officially underway. As his words echoed, the competitors swiftly moved, darting into the mountains. Let us depart as well, Lu Yichan remarked, her lips parting elegantly, before soaring into the fray. Lin Yuan had already embarked on his journey, leaping through the forest. Upon witnessing a contestant who could not fly, the other city lords were taken aback. Lord Lu, have you truly allowed a mere junior from the opening vein realm to participate in the tournament? Surely, this cannot be correct. After all, Giant River City is a prestigious city. Cannot even a single cultivator of the condensation pill realm be selected? Do you believe that having Miss Lu is sufficient, rendering the strength of another irrelevant? They expressed their skepticism. Lord Lu clarified, it is not as such. Although this young friend is from the opening vein realm, his strength rivals that of the condensation pill realm, which is why I chose him to compete. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. The implication that someone from the opening vein realm possessed the prowess of the condensation pill realm suggested that he must have the sacred body talent, enabling him to transcend a major realm in combat. The sacred body? There are no prodigies of such caliber even within the inner sect of the Yunlan Sect. How could a mere Giant River City possibly possess one? Lord Lu must not be jesting with us. That young man is surely a connection of yours, is he not? To sacrifice a good ranking for a mere connection is quite unreasonable. Given Miss Lu's combat prowess, coupled with a competent cultivator of the condensation pill realm, victory seemed attainable. Now, it appears that opportunity has slipped away. At this moment, everyone was convinced that Lin Yuan must have ties to the Lu family, prompting his unwarranted entry into the competition for rewards. In response, Luca merely smiled faintly, opting not to provide further explanation. Chapter 68. The bait is hooked. The aphrodisiac in the Yunlan mountain range, amidst the vast expanse of the forest. Young man, when you encounter a third-tier beast, notify me first, otherwise, with your own strength. You will surely. Louis Chan was in the midst of her admonition when suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. A robust gray wolf was cleaved in two by Lin Yuan's sword, blood gushing forth from the wound. This is the howling sky wolf. Recognizing the beast, she was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a genuine third-tier beast, formidable in strength. How could Lin Yuan have slain it with a single strike? Is he truly a cultivator of the opening vein realm? While she was lost in thought, Lin Yuan had already disposed of the wolf's carcass, exclaiming joyfully, "What good fortune to encounter a third-tier beast as soon as we enter the arena." "Indeed, quite fortunate," Louis Chan replied, regaining her composure and nodding softly. "Were you about to say something, Miss Lu?" "Nothing of consequence. Let us continue to explore and see if we can encounter more beasts like this." Before long, Lin Yuan swung the azure frost sword, cleaving the neck of a large rat, instantly severing its head from its body, life extinguished in an instant. As he dissected the carcass to extract the gray demon core within, a smile involuntarily graced his face. With this addition, we have now secured 7 third-tier demon cores. Such efficiency is indeed commendable. Since the commencement of the competition, they had disregarded the first and second-tier demon beasts, directly seeking out the third-tier ones. By sheer luck, they encountered 7 within a remarkably short span of time. Nearby, Louis Chan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is quite swift. However, we are still far from the championship. Based on the previous top scores, we will need to hunt at least 100 third-tier demon beasts to be competitive." Lin Yuan's earlier performance had truly impressed her, and thus she no longer underestimated him, adopting a much more amiable demeanor. "Young Master Lin." Lin Yuan was poised to proceed when he suddenly heard the other party speak, prompting him to turn and inquire, "What is it, miss?" Louis Chan lifted her hand to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her crimson lips parting as she spoke. "It is evident that you seem intent on showcasing your prowess before me. I can see that you are indeed remarkable. Yet to become my man, you still fall short by a measure. Strive diligently, and when the day arrives that you surpass me, I shall certainly consider your affections." "Ah?" Lin Yuan's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Was Miss Lu overly optimistic about herself? He merely wished to slay more beasts to draw nearer to victory. Who claimed he sought to impress her? From where did she discern any affection from him? Did this woman, perhaps accustomed to flattery, assume that all men should revolve around her? Reflecting upon the earlier encounter with Wei Shang, as well as the many suitors who had approached him, he solidified this suspicion in his mind. Though he felt speechless internally, for the sake of the competition's outcome, he nodded and replied, "You speak the truth. My cultivation does indeed lack in certain aspects. Once I grow stronger, we may converse about matters of the heart." Satisfied, Louis Chan remarked, "You possess a degree of self-awareness." No sooner had the words left her lips than she noticed the man had already turned to depart. This prompted her to stamp her foot in irritation, exclaiming, "What an impolite fellow. He doesn't even allow me to finish speaking," just as I began to harbor a modicum of fondness for him. It seems I shall have to test him further in the future. With that, she hastily took flight to catch up with him. The pair traversed the mountains for an hour, collectively dispatching 15 third-tier beasts. With 6 hours allotted for the competition, ample time remained, and there was no need to risk deeper ventures for points. Having nearly eradicated the nearby beasts, Louis Chan proposed delving deeper into the mountains, only to be promptly rejected by Lin Yuan. "Very well, let us explore the surroundings then. If we fail to encounter any third-tier beasts, we must venture deeper." The young woman spoke with youthful vigor, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Lin Yuan was about to say something when he suddenly heard a cooing sound. The two of them turned in the direction of the noise and saw a rabbit, over half a meter tall, with purple ears, appearing in the grass not far away. "What kind of beast is this?" "This is the purple-eared rabbit. Such a large size indicates it is at least a third-tier beast. Quickly kill it and seize the demon core." As Louis Chan explained, she drew her sword and charged forward. Upon seeing the aggressive approach of the humans, the rabbit turned and fled. The purple-eared rabbit? Lin Yuan recalled that his master had once explained this type of beast to him. The purple-eared rabbit is docile by nature and is generally kept as a pet by humans. Wild ones are rarely seen, and even if they are, they are usually first or second tier, with third-tier ones being mostly artificially bred. The words echoed in his mind, and Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as he immediately realized this was a trap. "Do not chase it. This beast is deceitful." He attempted to stop her, but Louis Chan had already flown far away, unable to hear his words. Damn it. She knows the name of the purple-eared rabbit. How could she not understand its nature? Cursing under his breath, he quickly pursued the direction in which the girl had gone. Meanwhile, Louis Chan had chased for a considerable time and finally approached the purple-eared rabbit near a cliff. "Little rabbit, let's see where you can run." Seeing the creature pressed against the sheer cliff face, seemingly with nowhere to retreat, she couldn't help but sound triumphant. Whether it can run or not is uncertain, but today, you cannot escape. Familiar voices suddenly sounded, and Louis Chan turned to see two young men appearing not far away. One of them was, unexpectedly, Wei Shang. Young Master Wei. What did you mean by your earlier words? Are you intending to make a move against me in the arena? Noticing their unfriendly gazes, she instinctively questioned. Wei Shang did not respond. Instead, he snapped his fingers, and the ground beneath the girl suddenly exploded, billowing clouds of red smoke that quickly enveloped her form. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid gas filled her nostrils, causing her to feel unwell and cough violently. What is this? What have you buried? Struggling against her discomfort, she demanded sharply. Wei Shang grinned wickedly. This is lust powder. A mere whiff can confuse the mind and ignite one's desires. I have released 100-fold dose this time. I need not elaborate on the consequences, do I? What? Louis Chan's face turned pale with fear. Although she had never encountered such a thing before. She had heard rumors that many innocent women had succumbed to the lust powder, quickly activating its effects and devolving into mere objects of desire. Would she also become like that? The very thought of herself in such a lewd state made her feel as if she were on the brink of collapse. Moreover, they had used 100 times the normal amount. The consequences were simply unimaginable, despicable, shameless. She had thought him to be cultured and refined. Yet he turned out to be such a lecherous beast. Louis Chan furiously cursed as she pulled out a blue talisman from her bosom, intending to crush it and escape. Doing so would mean the end of her competition, and with Lin Yuan's solitary demon-slaying capabilities, he would surely miss out on the championship. But faced with the threat of these two beasts, she had no other choice. Seeing her actions, Wei Shang smirked mockingly. Miss Liu. Lust powder not only ignites desire but also saps physical strength. With your cultivation at the core formation stage, there is no possibility of exerting any force after inhaling such a large dose. As expected, Louis Chan found herself trembling, unable to crush the talisman. And her heart sank into despair. What to do? If she couldn't even break the talisman, was there any hope of escape? Relying on Lin Yuan? That seemed unlikely. No matter how extraordinary his strength, he could not possibly contend with two core formation cultivators. Was she truly destined to wait for humiliation? In her moment of desperation, she suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, during the league, there are supervising elders patrolling the arena. Your actions against the other contestants already violate the rules. If you dare to act recklessly, you will face severe penalties. The youth in gray scoffed. No need for Miss Liu to remind us. We have already considered this. Thus, we set up a concealment formation here in advance. Unless someone specifically comes to investigate, it is impossible to perceive the situation here with the naked eye. Now, cast aside all your worries and enjoy the service of my brother and me. A concealment formation. These two had gone to such lengths to set up a formation just to capture her. Truly premeditated and insidious. The young woman's face turned pale as she collapsed to the ground, utterly engulfed in despair. She now had no possibility of rescue, and even self-destruction was beyond her reach. So that rabbit was your bait? Indeed, this rabbit is my spiritual pet, specially acquired to entice you. I had thought you would see through this trap. Yet you pursued it without hesitation, truly lacking any sense. Wei Shang taunted once more. The gray-clad youth interjected, Brother Wei, your words are mistaken. Miss Liu does have intelligence. But perhaps her brain has been diverted elsewhere. As he spoke, he patted his chest, his gaze fixated on the girl's pronounced curves. A lewd grin plastered across his face. Wei Shang wholeheartedly agreed. Brother, he is correct. With such development, Miss Liu will never suffer for want of children. Furious at their brazen teasing, Louis Chan shouted, Scoundrels! You two lecherous fiends shall meet a wretched end. The young man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Let death come. To enjoy a beauty like Miss Liu, he would die without regrets. Are you not afraid of this being exposed? Do you think we will let you leave alive? Wei Shang stated bluntly. Having committed such deeds, how could we hesitate to kill? Every year, during the 100 Cities League, many contestants fall prey to demon beasts. What does it matter if we add one more? I possess the star bone. I am not an ordinary contestant. Your misdeeds will surely be discovered. That is a matter for later. For now, let us indulge. The two of them approached her with lustful expressions. No, Louis Chan murmured softly. Wishing to bite her tongue and die, yet she lacked the strength to do so and could only watch as they advanced towards her. Suddenly, in her dire moment, a flash of sword light surged forth, aimed at the two men. Who? The two, caught in their own self-indulgence, were caught off guard and could not evade in time. Their sleeves were sliced, leaving thin wounds on their skin. Lin Yuan activated the 8 Extremes pulse, his figure flickering into view as he shielded Louis Chan behind him. With a sigh, he remarked, Alas, I have already warned you of a potential deception. Did you not heed my words? Upon the arrival of the man, Louis Chan initially felt a surge of joy, but quickly succumbed to guilt as she replied, I apologize. Deep down, I was aware that a third-tier violet-eared rabbit should not emerge from the mountains. However, in my pursuit of additional points, I failed to contemplate the implications and hastily followed. Lin Yuan cast a fleeting glance at her bosom, murmuring to himself, Isn't this the very essence of the saying large breasts? No brains? After the girl spoke, she swiftly added, These two intend to harm me. You must escape and inform the city lords that there are assailants planning to commit violence within the competition arena. Naturally, The two would not permit Lin Yuan to do so. After a brief moment of astonishment, they seized their weapons and charged at him. Unfazed, Lin Yuan, wielding his sword, communicated through thought, Sister Shuang, facing two opponents of the condensation realm is somewhat taxing for me. I kindly ask for your assistance. No problem, she replied. As Ao Ling Shuang made her move, his aura surged dramatically, instantly propelling him beyond the condensation realm. With a clang, he drew his sword, forcing back his adversaries, and coldly declared, "You truly fear no repercussions from the authorities for committing violence against competitors within the arena?" At that moment, the expressions of the two shifted drastically. Condensation realm. You have just ascended an entire realm? Is there truly a method in this world to achieve such a significant enhancement? Lin Yuan disregarded their reactions and unleashed a punch. The Tombe fist. Bang, 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 bang. He initiated with a sequence of 4 thunder strikes. A formidable will of the fist materializing in his hand, akin to a solid boulder crashing upon them. Thud. The two fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, spewing blood and turning pale in an instant. This unforeseen turn of events left the three utterly astounded. Louis Chan's rosy lips parted in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. They were defeated. Those two wretches were, astonishingly, vanquished. How did Lin Yuan manage to achieve this? Is this truly the extent of his prowess? Meanwhile, the two individuals clutched their chests, their faces pale with shock. A single punch had left them injured. His strength is formidable. They had already recognized that they were no match for him and could only concede for the time being. Wei Shang's mind raced as he forced a smile and said, "I apologize, my brother. In the heat of the moment, we may have offended you, and I hope you can forgive us." The young man in gray added obsequiously, "Since you are nearby, I presume you have long coveted Miss Lu's form. In that case, let us 3 take turns. And we shall all relish in the beauty of the fairy. Would that not be delightful?" This audacious proposal made Lin Yuan twitch his lips in disdain as he promptly declined. "I'm afraid I do not share such inclinations with my fellow practitioners." Fellow practitioners? The duo was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining their composure. Wei Shang replied gravely, "Though we may not rival you, if we resort to self-detonation, you will undoubtedly suffer as well. Are you certain you wish to pursue mutual destruction? Self-detonation?" Lin Yuan laughed heartily, addressing the two lustful women. "You must be cowards, fearing for your lives. If there were truly a means of escape, would you willingly choose self-destruction?" With that, he brandished his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that sliced through the tumultuous winds. "Watch out." As the sword light approached, the two immediately released their vital energy to defend themselves. However, their defenses were swiftly shattered, leaving them with numerous sword marks upon their bodies. Just wait. This isn't over. After hurling a fierce retort, they extracted talismans, poised to shatter them. Yet, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared before them, a powerful aura radiating from him. With blinding speed, he swung his sword towards their waists. And in an instant, their robes were torn asunder, revealing a line of blood on their bodies. The upper half and lower half of their forms gradually separated as they collapsed to the ground. Gathering chi, they murmured their final words, eyes closing, as life faded away from them. In Chapter 70, the potency of the medicine manifested, fierce as wolves and tigers. Had Lin Yuan still been at the condensation realm, they might have had a chance to escape. However, the sudden surge of his gathering chi realm cultivation left them utterly unprepared. They could not even shatter their talismans before being slain by a single strike. With a gentle sigh of relief, Lin Yuan finally let go of the tension that had gripped him. The reason he had not initially tapped into the power of the gathering chi realm was that, upon sensing it, the adversaries would undoubtedly flee. By only elevating himself to the condensation realm, he was able to lower their guard, ensuring a decisive strike without leaving any path for survival. Meanwhile, Louis Chan watched in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening as she stammered, "They're dead." Lin Yuan actually killed both of these brutes. It is important to note that Wei Shang possessed the cultivation of the mid-stage of the condensation realm in the gray-clad youth. Being a master of array techniques, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength as well. Together, even she might struggle to withstand their combined might. Yet, Lin Yuan accomplished the extraordinary feat of not only defeating them head-on but also slaying them both. Such power is truly terrifying. Furthermore, if she sensed correctly, the aura he unleashed with his final sword strike likely reached the level of the gathering chi realm. Wasn't he a practitioner of the opening veins realm? How could he elevate his prowess by 2 significant realms? Could he have concealed his true cultivation? As a flurry of questions raced through her mind, she felt both bewildered and grateful. She had been saved. Thank goodness for this fellow who came to her aid in a critical moment. Had those two beasts succeeded, even if she survived, her life would have been irrevocably ruined. Reflecting on her recent ordeal, a sense of dread washed over her. Especially when the young man with the surname he proposed the idea of a 4-person journey, her heart nearly leaped into her throat, fearing that Lin Yuan might acquiesce. The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. At this moment, Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward her, their eyes meeting. "Thank you, young master, for your timely rescue." She began to express her gratitude, but suddenly found herself dizzy and feverish. The effects of the medicinal properties of the Desire Woman powder were taking hold. Lin Yuan did not witness Wei Shang administering the aphrodisiac, thus he inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "What is happening to you?" "The lust powder. They used it on me." "What? Although he was unaware of its exact nature, the very name suggested its dubious character, undoubtedly a substance designed to incite desire. Considering the time it took for him to arrive, the effects of the drug must have already permeated her being. Would she not require a man for relief? Aside from himself, it appeared there were no other men present. Was this not an exceedingly awkward predicament? While he certainly appreciated her beauty, his admiration stemmed merely from a natural response to an attractive woman. Emotionally, he felt no affection for her. You must leave. I can manage on my own. Lu Yiqian murmured, her lips barely moving as she strained to maintain focus. Yet, the potency of the lust powder surged like relentless tides, crashing over her and swiftly overwhelming her senses, transforming her into a creature driven by primal desire. Ah! The young woman let out a soft moan, frantically lunging towards him and wrapping her arms around his body. It was evident that she had completely lost her reason, her entire being consumed by unbridled longing. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Yuan softly murmured, Miss Lu, this is entirely your own volition. It is not I who am taking advantage of the moment. Please do not hold me accountable afterward. Having spoken, he extended his hand to untie the belt around her waist, simultaneously conveying through thought, Sister Shuang, I kindly ask you to sense the surroundings and alert me immediately if anyone approaches. Fear not, there happens to be a concealed array here, likely set up by the two individuals earlier. Is that so? Then I must express my gratitude to them. With that concern alleviated, he finally felt free to proceed with his endeavors. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan lay flat on the ground, gazing at the young girl atop him. His previously relaxed expression could not help but contort into a frown. How many drugs has this person consumed? Why has it not ceased after such an extended period? It seems the dosage was excessive, making it difficult to dissipate in a short time. Ao Ling Shuang speculated. What shall we do? There are only 6 hours left in the tournament. If this continues, we will have no time to slay the demonic beasts. Lin Yuan's expression was laden with anxiety. His participation in this competition was motivated solely by the enticing rewards for the championship. However, given the circumstances, time was decidedly insufficient, and his points could not possibly rival those of the other competitors. How could he aspire to secure a ranking under such conditions? Slaying a 4th-tier beast would yield 1,000 points, equivalent to the defeat of 10 3rd-tier beasts, thus providing a means to even the score. Yet, with their current strength, presenting a 4th-tier beast core to the authorities would be utterly implausible. 4th-tier beasts were on par with formidable practitioners in the gathering Qi realm, and both he and Lu Yiqian were unable to contend with them, let alone slay one. It appeared that alternatives were dwindling. Ao Ling Xian also felt a sense of helplessness. The purple cloud Xinxiang wood was indeed a rare treasure, and she too wished for Lin Yuan to succeed. However, in light of the present predicament, being unable to extricate themselves rendered the notion of hunting beasts utterly futile. Lin Yuan had once attempted to push her away, yet the girl immediately lunged at him again, as if she possessed an inexhaustible strength, solely intent on accomplishing that singular task. Alas, what a vexatious adversary she was, ruining my league results. With a resigned sigh, he ceased his struggles and allowed her to have her way. After all, having taken control of the girl's body, it would be inappropriate for him to incapacitate her or resort to any other measures, as doing so would prevent the medicinal effects within him from dissipating, likely inflicting severe harm on his body. Thus, he could only silently endure her actions. Ao Ling Shuang consoled him, stating, though your results have been compromised, this girl is a practitioner of the condensation realm, endowed with a starborn fate bone and possessing a robust essence. Within her lies the power of the stars. Absorbing it will not only enhance your cultivation but also strengthen your physique, proving to be greatly beneficial for you. In this way, it can be regarded as not entirely a loss. Lin Yuan responded, well, let this essence serve as compensation for the damage she inflicted on my achievements. Exchanging the champion's reward for this woman's essence is, albeit reluctantly, still worthwhile. With this thought, he ceased his distractions, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate, immersing himself in the rich dark energy he had acquired. Beyond the mountains, a group of city lords sat together, discussing the ongoing league competition. Lord Su, I hear your son has broken through to the 7th level of the condensation realm. He must be the highest-ranked contestant this time, correct? Oh, not at all. There are always greater heights to reach. My son is competent, but his physique is rather ordinary, and his strength pales in comparison to the youngsters here. By the way, Lord Lu's daughter placed in the top 10 last league. This time, she surely has a chance at the championship, doesn't she? Brother Pong is jesting. My daughter is too restless to be of much use. The outcome of this league will depend on the contestants from your cities. Brother Lu, you are too modest. Your daughter already showed championship potential 3 years ago, and after 3 years, she must be even stronger. The crown of this league undoubtedly belongs to Giant River City. Indeed. Brother Lu, if even your daughter cannot succeed, then who can? Laughter and chatter filled the air, revealing their optimism for Lu Yiqian. Yet, some secretly scoffed, thinking that with a mere novice from Giant River City participating, how much could Lu Yiqian achieve alone? It seemed certain that Giant River City would either rank last or at least fail to secure a top position. Not far away, Gao Hong sat cross-legged upon a large boulder, meditating. My lord, I recently heard the roars of beasts in the woods, along with powerful energy surfacing. Could this be a sign of a beast tide? An elderly man suddenly appeared beside him, his expression grave. Gao Hong replied nonchalantly, I have thoroughly explored the forest within 100 miles. There are only a few 5th-level beasts, all residing deep within. As long as the contestants do not intrude upon their territory, there should be no issues. You need not worry about a beast tide. With my strength, I can easily contend with such creatures. 5th-level beasts are comparable to Yuan'er realm cultivators, and he had already established his Dao platform. With such a significant gap in realms, he could effortlessly eliminate those beasts. However, the elder remained anxious. If it were merely 5th-level beasts, I would not be overly concerned. But based on my previous perception, the energy I sensed was no less than 6th level, possibly even approaching 7th level. 7th level? Gao Hong burst into laughter. Old Kong, do not jest. Such terrifying beings as 7th-level beasts dwell in the heart of the mountains. They would not appear on the outskirts. 6th-level beasts might be a possibility, but with my strength, I am confident in handling them. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted from the mountains, and a deep purple light curtain swiftly emerged, enveloping the entire region within 100 miles. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gao Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly moved to the forefront of the light curtain, raising his hand to concentrate his energy and strike forcefully. Bang! His immense power crashed against the curtain, yet it did not tremble in the slightest, resembling an impenetrable iron wall, severing them from the mountains. Witnessing this, the crowd was thrown into disarray. Their lord, a Dao platform realm expert, could not shatter this barrier? What was its origin? Could it be a formation set by a malevolent expert, aiming to hunt the prodigies of our cities? It was likely so. It appeared our contestants were in grave danger. In that moment, anxiety gripped everyone, their brows furrowing in worry. The participants in this league were all outstanding youths from various cities, including the offspring of the city lords. If they were to perish, it would be a profound blow to the future and development of the 100 cities. Some cities could face a succession crisis, leading to a decline in status and making it difficult to rise again. This was an unacceptable situation for any city lord. Everyone, retreat for now. Allow me to attempt this once more. Gao Hong commanded, and the crowd quickly dispersed, leaving a vast open area. He then channeled his energy, causing the air to tremble and the ground to crack open beneath them. Heavenly Gang Fist. The burly man unleashed a devastating punch, shattering the void as it struck the light curtain. Boom. A colossal noise echoed, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's view. With a casual wave of his hand, Gao Hong dissipated the smoke, revealing the purple curtain still unyielding in its place, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing where he had struck. However, it soon returned to its original state, showing no signs of having been hit. This sight plunged the hearts of the crowd into despair. The Heavenly Gang Fist was a high-level Earth-tier martial technique, and with Gao Hong's 4th-level Dao platform cultivation, its power was evident. Yet, even with such a full-force strike, he could not breach this curtain. How could they? Mere Yuan'er realm ants hope to break through? Gao Hong maintained a composed demeanor as he approached the curtain, placing his hand against it to sense its properties. He concluded, this object contains a potent aura of beasts. It must have been set by a powerful beast, possibly at the 7th level. 7th level. The crowd's faces paled. That equated to a beast king of the Purple Mansion realm appearing in the outer regions? What could be the reason for this? Could it be that a rare treasure has emerged? At this juncture, the only viable course of action was to summon a powerful expert from the Purple Mansion realm to dispel this obstacle. Clenching his fists, Gao Hong spoke with resignation. Purple Mansion realm? Upon mentioning this, the crowd's thoughts immediately turned to the leader of the Yunlan Sect. She was the only powerful figure who had long resided within the sect. As for the other reclusive masters or those who had secluded themselves for years, they were not to be counted on. Those elders would be difficult to summon. It was wiser to approach the sect leader directly. You all stay here. I shall personally go to invite the sect leader to break the formation. With that, Gao Hong tore through the space, vanishing from sight. The remaining individuals stood anxiously in place, their hearts hoping for his swift return to rescue the contestants. Within the mountains, Lin Yuan was assisting the young girl in alleviating the effects of the potion when a resounding roar echoed through the mountains, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, causing the very earth to tremble. Simultaneously, a violet luminescence abruptly manifested, enveloping the entire horizon. What is happening? The sudden upheaval startled him, prompting an immediate cessation of his cultivation. Meanwhile, due to the dosage, Louis Chan remained in a daze, fervently twisting her waist. Ao Ling Shuang swiftly employed her spiritual energy to investigate, deducing, this luminous barrier exudes a distinct aura of malevolence. Likely a protective enchantment established by a powerful entity of the demon race. A formidable demon? Indeed, based on the energy emanating from above. This particular demon has likely just ascended to the 7th tier and is eager to showcase its prowess. A 7th tier demon beast. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, could it be that such a formidable demon has come specifically to target humanity? Perhaps, for indeed, every 3 years, you contestants embark on a mission to eradicate a significant number of demon beasts, and during this time, many disciples intrude into the mountains, disrupting the local ecological balance. It is only natural for the demon clan to harbor grievances. However, despite your assertion, it seems rather excessive for a 7th-tier demon sovereign to mobilize over the mere deaths of a few 3rd-tier demon beasts. While you may deem it an exaggeration, the powerful beings of the demon clan may not share your perspective. As the two conversed, deep violet beams of light streaked through the air, piercing the forest. followed by a cacophony of anguished cries. It was the contestants of the 100 Cities League. They were under attack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan understood that the demon clan indeed intended to annihilate all participating contestants, and he was undoubtedly on the list of targets. This is bad. It is unwise to linger here. We must evacuate swiftly. With a firm resolution in his heart, he raised his hand to cast a spell, pushing away the submerged maiden, and stood up to prepare to don his clothing. Give it to me. I want it back. Lu Yichan, having suddenly lost something of great significance, felt immense discomfort course through her body. She let out a low growl while lunging towards the man. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he struck the back of the opponent's head with a decisive palm. The girl let out a muffled groan and collapsed, losing consciousness. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to this drastic measure. Otherwise, they would both perish at the hands of the great demon. Swiftly donning his clothes, Lin Yuan glanced down at the girl's bare, delicate form. With a sigh of resignation, he extended his hand and retrieved the long-abandoned white dress nearby, gently helping her into it. Chapter 72. The true dragon reveals its divinity. The great demon submits. Sister Shuang, while that great demon remains unaware of our presence, let us quietly slip away. As Lin Yuan's words echoed, a middle-aged man clad in purple suddenly appeared above him, hovering in midair. With a slight furrow of his brow, he seemed to have discerned something, raising his hand and striking downwards with great force. Boom! A semi-transparent purple handprint crashed onto the ground, shattering the concealed barrier in an instant, and the ensuing shockwave swiftly engulfed Lin Yuan. Dense smoke enveloped him, obscuring the situation entirely. However, the middle-aged man could still sense lingering traces of life beneath, indicating that his opponent was still alive, to endure my strike and still be unscathed. This young man is indeed intriguing. Curiosity laced his voice as he swiftly descended to the ground. With a flick of his hand, he dispelled the smoke, revealing Lin Yuan's figure, which remained entirely intact, showing no sign of damage. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted slightly as he inquired, "First, human boy, you are merely a mere ant of the meridian opening realm. How did you withstand my strike? Ant? Are you referring to yourself?" A cool voice resonated from the void, as a blurred figure gradually took form in front of the youth, ultimately revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with long hair, dressed in a blue-green gown. Her ethereal presence and flawless features exuded an otherworldly grace. The fabric of her upper garment was accentuated by a pair of prominent fruits, raising concerns about its sturdiness, while her long skirt split elegantly, revealing perfectly sculpted, snow-white legs akin to two jade pillars, subtly visible in the breeze. Below, a pair of exquisite feet, bare and adorned with 10 rounded toes, playfully exposed to the air. "Who are you to dare mock me?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened, realizing that with his formidable strength, he had failed to detect the presence of this woman. Was her cultivation even higher than his? Prideful and unyielding. The woman did not answer, but coldly declared, "A mere newly transformed insect dares to call itself I? Who gave you such audacity? You." The insult ignited the middle-aged man's fury. "How dare you? I hail from the 9 nether black-scaled python clan, possessing the bloodline of the true dragon. What do you amount to? Daring to speak so brazenly in my presence?" The woman, named Ao Ling Shuang, smiled disdainfully. "Is having the bloodline of a true dragon something to boast about? You are but a small insect. Today, I shall show you what a true azure dragon is." As she spoke, she began to channel her bloodline power, manifesting a colossal azure dragon silhouette behind her, its majestic form adorned with shimmering blue scales that sparkled like gemstones under the sunlight. The dragon's head bore long, thick horns, and its eyes blinked, exuding the regal aura of a king among demons. At that moment, the middle-aged man stood in stunned silence. The azure dragon! The divine beast azure dragon! It was astonishingly alive before him. Could this truly not be an illusion? Boom! With the emergence of the silhouette, a powerful beastly aura erupted from Ao Ling Shuang, overwhelming her opponent. The middle-aged man, unable to evade, was directly suppressed by this aura, his body prostrating on the ground, too afraid to raise his head. This was the suppression of bloodlines, when faced with a divine beast of a significantly higher rank, regardless of the opponent's cultivation level. The instinct of the bloodline compelled immediate submission. Ao Ling Shuang crossed her arms, a smirk playing at her lips. "Do you now see what I am?" "I see it. I see it." The middle-aged man trembled, repeatedly affirming, "You dared to attack my companion earlier. Had I not intervened in time, you would have become a corpse. What do you propose for your apology?" "I was wrong, my lady. I did not know you were here, and I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me. From now on, I am willing to serve you devotedly." The middle-aged man kowtowed frantically, tears of despair welling in his eyes. He had never anticipated that upon leaving his seclusion to slay a few insignificant human ants, he would encounter a being of divine beast caliber. How unfortunate. Ao Ling Shuang snorted coldly. "You think a few words will earn my forgiveness? Do you believe I am so easily appeased?" "Princess." The middle-aged man's head snapped up in shock. "Are you the princess of the Azure Dragon clan?" "Indeed," Ao Ling Shuang declared proudly. "Otherwise, with the mere bloodline power of an ordinary Azure Dragon, could I so easily subdue you?" The middle-aged man nodded in understanding, realizing that the aura he had felt earlier emanated from her bloodline, its power so overwhelming that it had rendered him kneeling in submission. This indicated that her divine beast blood was exceptionally pure, confirming her identity as the daughter of the Dragon King. From the 9 nether black-scaled python clan. I bow before you, princess. Upon learning her identity, the middle-aged man bowed again, speaking respectfully. As Lin Yuan rested her chin on her hand. Pondering, the 9 nether black-scaled python clan is among the more elite of the python tribes. To reach the 7th rank, you must have relied heavily on your bloodline, correct? The middle-aged man, named Yuan'er, admitted, indeed, my bloodline has allowed me to cultivate to this level, though it was only with great fortune. Without it, I fear I would have stagnated at the 6th rank. As Lin Yuan frowned. Did you not claim to possess the bloodline of a true dragon? Why then do you struggle to break through to the 7th rank? With the might of dragon blood, you should have already ascended to the sacred transformation realm. How could you remain at the 6th rank? Yuan'er opened his mouth to respond, but sighed instead. Alas, the bloodline of my ancestors has thinned over generations. By my time, it has been diluted beyond recognition. What true dragon bloodline can I claim? My earlier words were mere bluster. As Lin Yuan twitched her lips, feeling speechless as she feigned anger. You little insect, how dare you deceive this princess? Coupled with your previous actions, you have compounded your crimes. It seems I must teach you a proper lesson. Seeing her roll up her sleeves, Yuan'er trembled in fear, hastily declaring, Forgive me, my lady. It was all my fault. I am willing to offer my lifetime collection of spiritual herbs. Please, do not hold it against me. Oh, As Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. What spiritual herbs? Show me. Soon, Yuan'er retrieved a mountain of herbs from his storage ring, causing Lin Yuan's eyes to widen in astonishment. These are red spirit fruits, and purple divine sand, spirit king vines, azure mystic ginseng. My heavens! Recalling the knowledge he had studied previously, he recognized several of the herbs, though many were unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, the unique radiance emanating from the herbs and their potent fragrance indicated that they were anything but ordinary. I've struck gold. This time, I have truly struck gold. With such comforting thoughts in his heart, he could not help but begin to feel a sense of anticipation. As Lin Yuan smiled gently and nodded. Very well, since you were so earnest, I shall forgive your previous transgressions. Having said this, she turned to Xiao Yuan and instructed. Please collect all these herbs. Understood, Sister Xuan. Lin Yuan promptly retrieved his storage bag, hastily collecting the medicinal herbs into it. However, due to the overwhelming quantity of herbs, several bags soon reached their limits, leaving him in a state of vexation. It was truly a pity to have such a wealth of precious herbs before him, yet be unable to take them away. Observing this, As Lin Yuan immediately extended her hand towards the middle-aged man, inquiring, Do you have any surplus storage artifacts? Might we borrow them for a while? Yang had initially thought that since the bags were already full, the other party would incur fewer losses, but was taken aback by the request. How could a person, no, how could a beast, be so shameless? After all, they were divine beasts. Was it really necessary to seize the possessions of a mere lesser creature? Despite his considerable reluctance, he complied and produced several storage bags, handing them over while saying, Your Highness, do you find these sufficient? Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, Isn't it rather cumbersome to carry so many items in a storage bag? Why not simply use a spatial ring? Even the most basic of spatial rings possesses a volume of at least several hundred cubic units, equivalent to dozens of storage bags. As Lin Yuan elucidated, spatial rings are embedded with restrictions that can only be unlocked by the owner's spiritual consciousness. Therefore, even if one were to acquire such a ring, others would be unable to access its contents. Yuan'er then produced a dozen spatial rings from his bosom, his expression one of resignation as he remarked. As your highness has stated, even if I were to possess these rings, I would be unable to break the restrictions. Presenting them to you would render them equally unusable. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. The rings in the opponent's possession were evidently acquired from slain human cultivators, and given the exorbitant price of spatial rings, only individuals of at least the Yuan'er realm could afford to purchase them. It thus appeared that at least a dozen Yuan'er realm experts had perished at the hands of this demon. Truly, the might of the demon race is fearsome. It seems I have been woefully ignorant. Lin Yuan chuckled at himself, then proceeded to join As Lin Yuan in placing the remaining herbs into their storage bags. After completing this task, he stretched contentedly, his spirits lifted as he remarked, Indeed, indeed. Such a bounty of precious herbs will suffice for us to exchange for a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, As Lin Yuan countered. Exchanging for spirit stones would be a tremendous waste. These rare herbs can yield far greater value through barter, especially the primary materials used in alchemy, which would surely make many high-level alchemists envious. Lin Yuan suddenly realized, Sister Xuan, I have been short-sighted. Sister? How could this young man, a mere novice, dare to address the princess as such? What could their relationship possibly be? Observing the youth's demeanor, he did not appear to belong to the demon race. How then could he be acquainted with the princess of the dragon clan? A torrent of questions surged within him, yet he remained silent, fearful that the other party might demand some precious treasure from him. Although he refrained from voicing his inquiries, As Lin Yuan was still able to perceive his thoughts. Thus, she took the initiative to clarify, This individual is a companion I chanced upon, and we share a profound bond. Treat him as you would treat me, do you understand? The sinister figure nodded repeatedly, Understood. Understood. Lin Yuan, witnessing the scene, could not help but chuckle silently to himself. A dignified 7th-stage demon emperor. who would strike fear into the hearts of many, now appeared as humble as a servant. Only a divine beast like As Lin Yuan could subdue such an individual so thoroughly. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of gratitude. Fortunately, he had Sister Shuang's assistance, which had spared him from numerous crises. Once he grew stronger in the future, he vowed to repay her kindness. Your name is Yuan'er, is it not? Allow me to inquire, why do you seek to harm the humans residing in the mountains? After delivering the warning, As Lin Yuan finally voiced the question that had lingered in her mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan perked up his ears, equally curious about the motive behind such actions. When the matter was brought up, a glimmer of hatred flickered in Yuan'er's eyes. A century ago, in the Yunlan Mountains, a Zishuan Dao fruit emerged, fortuitously situated within my territory. It was rightfully mine. However, that wretched woman from the Yunlan Sect, relying on her formidable strength, forcefully seized my Dao fruit, causing me to languish at the 6th stage for 100 years. Fortunately, I encountered another opportunity that allowed me to break through to the 7th stage. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and remarked, so you have chosen to vent your frustrations upon other human cultivators due to this matter? How can this be deemed as misplaced anger? Those young competitors are all drenched in the blood of demonic beasts. The notion of life for a life implies that they are merely paying the price for their own vile actions. While this may be true, it is important to acknowledge that those individuals are not the true culprits who robbed you of your Dao fruit. Their demise at your hands does seem somewhat akin to collateral damage. If they are to be considered collateral damage, does it then justify the slaughter of the countless demonic beasts within the Yunlan mountain range? This statement left Lin Yuan at a loss for words. Indeed, demonic beasts are also sentient beings. They, too, yearn to survive. If humanity dares to brazenly take their lives, they must also be prepared for the possibility of being hunted by the powerful members of the demonic race. Sensing his own emotional lapse, Yuan'er hastily clasped his hands together and said, I apologize, my lord, I was overly agitated just now. However, I must insist that none among them are innocent, and you need not champion their cause. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, it matters not. I merely spoke casually, without any intention of lamenting their fates. On the contrary, their demise serves my interest well, as it enables me to secure a more favorable ranking. Suddenly, Yuan'er smiled ominously. Are you referring to the standings of the 100 Cities League? Indeed, Lin Yuan confirmed. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending victory, Yuan'er remarked. What do you mean by that? Lin Yuan inquired. Aside from yourself, all other competitors have already fallen to my hand. What? Lin Yuan was taken aback. To think he had eliminated all the competitors? This individual was indeed formidable. The sinister figure explained. It is because the aura of this place is concealed by the formation that you were the last person I discovered, by the time I found you. Those insignificant juniors had long since perished. For that, I must sincerely thank you. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly, a surge of emotion welling within him. He had once fretted over how to seize the championship, yet now the title lay before him as if bestowed by fate, a testament to the unpredictable nature of existence. Chapter 74. The Young Girl's Lament, a heartfelt stir, my lord. There is no need for formality. I had intended to eliminate those individuals regardless. Thus, in a roundabout way, I have inadvertently aided you. Indeed, but did they not possess escape talismans? How is it that none managed to flee? I had preemptively established a barrier using my bloodline power. Unless one is adept in the pathway of space, mere talismans would prove ineffective. Is that so? Your barrier is indeed quite formidable. Not at all. Compared to Her Highness's divine abilities, mine are but trifles. Haha, given that you have slain so many promising youths. Do you not fear the retaliation of Yunlan Sect? Behind the high-level city stands Yunlan Sect. The deaths of such talents will surely incite their ire. With a sneer, he replied, had I remained at the 6th tier, I might have harbored some trepidation towards that woman. However, having ascended to the 7th tier, what is there to fear? My purpose in this endeavor was to compel her to reveal herself, allowing me to settle past grievances. Lin Yuan understood immediately. Are you seeking revenge for the stolen fruit? Yuan'er let out a sinister laugh. Revenge is beyond my reach, but at the very least, I deserve an explanation, do I not? At that moment, the girl lying on the ground emitted a soft moan as her consciousness gradually returned, awakening from her stupor. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the figures of 2 men and 1 woman. Who are these 2? She instinctively questioned, and suddenly recalled the events that had transpired earlier. If her memory served her right, after the demise of those 2 brutes, the effects of the drug within her body had fully manifested, plunging her into a state of desire, ultimately leading her to Lin Yuan. Although she could not recall the subsequent events, the actions from the last moment indicated that they must have engaged in intimacy. Her gaze shifted to the ground nearby, where a crimson stain was evident. The blood still fresh and uncoagulated. It was over. She had lost her virtue. Her most cherished possession had been taken from her in this desolate wilderness. This was utterly absurd. Louis Chan's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Instinctively, she rushed forward and swung her fist, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! Why have you taken my purity?" Lin Yuan grasped her fist firmly, frowning as he said, "You approach me seeking intimacy. How can you claim that I have taken your purity? It is, in fact, you who has forcibly claimed mine. It was due to the aphrodisiac. It was not my own desire. How dare you take advantage of my vulnerability? Would you not push me away?" As she spoke passionately, she clenched her other delicate fist and raised her hand to strike the man. observing her unreasonable demeanor. Lin Yuan swiftly retaliated with a firm slap. A resounding sound echoed, leaving a vivid red mark on her smooth cheek, rendering the young girl momentarily stunned. Had she truly been struck? By someone of her own age? Moreover, this individual had also violated her. How could such a despicable person exist in the world? Seizing the opportunity while she fell silent, Lin Yuan solemnly stated, the effects of such a drug, if not alleviated through intimate connection, will not only destroy your entire meridian system but will also reduce you to a mere vessel for copulation, leaving you in an eternal state of unconsciousness. Do you truly wish to become that? Louis Chan slowly shook her head. If she were to descend to such a state, it would be better for her to be killed outright. Lin Yuan continued, thus, my actions were not merely an exploitation of your vulnerability. Rather, I have rescued you. And you ought to express your gratitude. Do you understand? However, as he spoke, the young woman suddenly burst into tears. This left Lin Yuan utterly perplexed. What was the matter with her? Why did she weep so unexpectedly? What is the cause of your tears? Have my words offended you? No, she replied. Your words are not amiss, yet you have taken possession of me, struck me, and spoken so forcefully, without even offering a word of comfort. It feels so unjust. Leaving me quite distressed. She sobbed as she articulated her feelings. Lin Yuan comprehended that although the young woman appeared haughty and imposing, she fundamentally possessed the innocence of a girl, yearning for a man's affection deep within her heart. Sighing, he spoke softly, I apologize for my impulsive action earlier. It was merely a reaction to your overwhelming excitement that led me to resort to such measures. Louis Chan gradually ceased her sobbing, her beautiful eyes glistening with a tender softness as she inquired, what do you intend to do next? How do you plan to address our relationship? Are you expecting me to take responsibility? Shouldn't you bear some responsibility as well? Oh, are you implying that you desire me to take charge? She retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. How dare you bully me, you scoundrel? I certainly do not crave your accountability. The young girl stamped her small foot and turned her head away, feigning disdain. In response, Lin Yuan remained calm, stating, I saved you, and you granted me your essence. That balances our debt. I do not seek any further recompense. Louis Chan's eyes widened in protest. Balance? You decidedly benefited far more. Did I not nearly suffer due to your actions regarding my competition results? That counts as a sacrifice on my part. Competition. At the mention of it, the girl quickly asked, how many hours have passed? Is the competition still ongoing? It has been 2 or 3 hours since you lost consciousness, he replied. 2 or 3 hours. We still have time to improve our scores. That is unnecessary. We have already secured the championship. What? Lin Yuan proceeded to explain the events that had transpired, and at last, the girl grasped the situation. A 7th-tier demon emperor. The divine beast, the azure dragon. Gazing at the two individuals beside her, Louis Chan's face was painted with astonishment. Such legendary beings existed. To encounter 2 of them in one moment was both a blessing and a curse. Little girl Louis Chan, I have encountered a demon emperor and a princess. In her shock, she quickly regained her composure and bowed respectfully. Ao Ling Shuang regarded her coolly, her voice icy. I do not wish for any beings outside our quartet to be aware of this matter. Do you understand? The girl nodded vigorously. Understood. Understood. What a jest. This is the princess of the Azure Dragon clan, and even a mere glance could spell her demise. How could I dare defy her orders? Ao Ling Shuang had already cast a silencing spell on Louis Chan, thus she was unconcerned about any potential disclosures. With a sinister chuckle, the creature remarked, human girl. To be able to submit to young Master Lin is indeed a fortune accrued over countless lifetimes. At this moment, he realized that the couple had recently engaged intimately, prompting his comment, submit. At the utterance of this word, Louis Chan glanced once more at the man beside her, admiring his handsome visage and recalling his extraordinary prowess. Alongside his association with the divine beast, her heart began to race uncontrollably. With such striking looks, formidable strength, and an astonishing background, he could easily be deemed the embodiment of her dreams. Having such a man as her husband seemed rather appealing. Chapter 75, The Young Girl's Whims. The arrival of the sect leader at this moment, Lin Yuan's image in her heart had transformed into that of a towering figure. Young master, I must apologize for my earlier impulsive behavior and any offense I may have caused. I kindly ask for your forgiveness, Louis Chan said, her soft voice breaking the silence. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that this woman would actually apologize? Perhaps it was due to Sister Shuang's influence. Nevertheless, I can comprehend your reaction. As long as you do not repeat this mistake in the future, all shall be well, he replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, I assure you, I shall not err again. Furthermore, my lord, regarding our affair, rest assured, I shall keep it confidential. That is not my intention. What do you mean then? The young woman, having surrendered her innocence to her lord, looked at him with her sparkling eyes, filled with hope, eagerly anticipating a response that would reflect her desires. Lin Yuan jestingly inquired, Miss Liu, what is your intention? I find myself somewhat perplexed. This scoundrel, fully aware yet feigning ignorance, internally cursing. Louis Chan managed a forced smile and replied, I am already yours, sir. Would you truly abandon me? Did you not previously assert that you were indifferent to my responsibilities? How is it that you now claim to belong to me? That was merely a case of my words not reflecting my heart's true sentiments. What causes such dissonance? Alas, I beseech you, do not torment me further. Can you bear the thought of seeing me lead a life of turmoil and solitude? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. Was it truly so dire? Nonetheless, he understood that at this juncture, it was impossible to simply brush the matter aside. With a resigned sigh, he lamented. A fateful entanglement indeed. I merely sought to participate in a competition, yet here I am entangled with you. Lu Chan, feeling wronged, replied, Do you harbor disdain for me? Sir? She considered her unparalleled beauty and exquisite figure, accustomed to being pursued by men. Yet now, observing his demeanor, she sensed a reluctance to accept her, which inevitably stirred feelings of disappointment within her. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, It is not so. Having another woman simply signifies an additional responsibility. I currently lack the strength to adequately care for all of you. Lu Chan's expression shifted. Do you mean to say, Master, that you have other women? Indeed. Can you accept them? In her previous self, she would have found it utterly intolerable to share a husband with other women. However, the prospect of serving Lin Yuan softened her stance. After all, he was a human companion to the esteemed divine beast, and his future accomplishments were undoubtedly promising. Should she let this opportunity slip away today, she might never find such an exceptional partner again. Sigh, what's the harm in having a few more sisters? They could even assist in sharing the burdens of domestic life. It hardly seemed a significant grievance. Comforting herself with these thoughts, her expression grew resolute as she nodded earnestly and said, I can accept it, Master, as long as I can remain by your side. I do not mind if you have several women. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. You have agreed, but I have yet to do so. Oh dear brother, beloved. Please accept this humble servant. In her eagerness to win the man's affection, Lu Chan disregarded the presence of others and began to act coyly. TSK. Is Miss Lu not one to keep her distance from strangers? How can she utter such words? That may be true for other men, but when it comes to you, my esteemed sir, she naturally wishes to be as close as possible. As she spoke, she gently wrapped her arm around his and swayed back and forth. Lin Yuan's resilience was not as formidable as his opponent's. Noticing the teasing glances exchanged between Yuan'er and Sister Shuang, he hastily pushed them away and coldly remarked, Very well, let us observe your forthcoming performance. Should you manage to satisfy me, I may consider accepting you. The young maiden's expression brightened with delight. Yes, my lord. I shall strive to excel and earn your approval at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, there remains some time before the league concludes. I shall take a moment to cultivate and digest my essence. At the mention of her essence, Lu Chan's exquisite visage flushed with warmth. For it was something she had cherished for 22 years, and now it had been so easily relinquished. Thankfully, the one she had entrusted herself to was Lin Yuan, who was willing to take responsibility. Had it been another man, she would have contemplated drawing her sword in despair. Boom. As Lin Yuan settled into a meditative posture, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the violet light barrier above, swiftly resembling a spider's web, until it ultimately shattered, dispersing into a myriad of luminous particles. A formidable presence of a purple mansion realm expert had made their move. The four exchanged glances, and with a sinister expression, Yuning promptly vanished from sight. Lin Yuan frowned, pondering the swift arrival of reinforcements, uncertain of which formidable figure from the human race had come. Ao Lingshuang, releasing her spiritual awareness, softly murmured, We shall know at a glance. Her mental prowess was considerable, capable of extending several hundred zhang. A feat beyond Lin Yuan and Lu Chan. To allow them a glimpse of the outside situation, she waved her arm, conjuring an image before them, revealing a confrontation between the malevolent creature and a woman. On the outskirts of the mountains, the malevolent figure stood majestically in the air, arms crossed. Addressing the woman, Yun Zhongzhu, why have you only now chosen to emerge? I have been waiting for you for half a day. The woman, clad in a flowing white gown adorned with cloud patterns, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a translucent veil that revealed her bright, expressive eyes. She first released her spiritual awareness, swiftly surveying the forest, and upon discovering the lifeless bodies of all her comrades, her exquisite face contorted with fury. You wretched creature! Have you truly slaughtered every last one of our Yunlan Sect's hundreds of elite participants? Not a single soul spared? Due to Ao Lingshuang's urgent use of a concealment technique, she failed to detect Lin Yuan and the others. The malevolent figure scoffed. What is this? Is it permissible for you humans to slay our demon kin, yet we are forbidden from retaliating? How can that be the same? Our participants are but juniors, and we only slew beings of the same rank. How can you compare this to your wanton massacre of the weak? I care not for your notions of juniors. If you dare to come and kill our kind, you must be prepared for the consequences. Such fallacious reasoning, even if you have slain a few of our kind. Those beasts are of no concern to you. On what grounds do you claim the right to speak out? Is my identity as a powerful demon enough? If that is your stance, then as an elder of the human race, I too shall seek vengeance for my juniors. With that, the woman drew her sword. Channeling her energy, her formidable aura of the purple mansion realm unmistakable. The thought of so many talented individuals from the cities perishing made her heart bleed. They were the very pillars of the sect's future. With their talents, many could have reached the Qi-gathering realm, and some might even attain the Yuan'er realm. Though they could not overturn the Yunlan Sect standing in the eastern region, they would have significantly bolstered the sect's strength. Now, all were slain by this demon. How could she not feel anguish? Chapter 76, A Standoff of the Strong, a proposal from the malevolent one in the face of the woman's terrifying presence. The malevolent figure remained unfazed, similarly exuding a potent demonic aura, declaring sharply, Yunqiang, have you forgotten your actions from a century ago? A century ago? The woman faltered momentarily, then realized, you refer to the matter of the purple Xiandao fruit? Indeed. According to the agreement made between the beast sovereign and your human ancestors, the fruits produced within the Yunlan mountain range rightfully belong to the beast of the territory. Yet you violated this pact and forcibly seized the Dao fruit, and to this day, I have yet to receive an explanation. The malevolent figure articulated each word with fervor, expressing his discontent vehemently. Yunqiang gripped the hilt of her sword, hesitating for a long while before finally sighing, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in that matter. Now that you have killed, let us consider this grudge settled. Settled? He scoffed. You speak so lightly. The losses I endured from stagnating at the 6th level for a century cannot be easily dismissed. If you do not compensate me today, this matter shall never be resolved. With a swift motion, the woman slashed her sword, cleaving through the air with icy resolve, even if I was at fault first. You have already slain so many of my sect's exceptional juniors. You know as well as I that their potential for growth is immeasurable. To use your heinous actions to offset my past transgressions is sheer opportunism. The astonishing intent of her sword radiated outward, yet the malevolent figure remained unperturbed, sneering, ha. If consuming the purple Xiandao fruit proceeds without incident, it would yield a purple mansion realm powerhouse for your Yunlan Sect. Surely, such value does not need further elaboration. Among the fallen juniors, how many could even establish a Dao platform, let alone reach the purple mansion? Frankly, they are worth less than a mere fragment of the Dao fruit, and you dare claim I am the one taking advantage? Has the Yun Zhongju lost her wits or simply grown shameless to utter such words? Such scornful remarks ignited Yunqiang's fury as she glared back. The purple Xiandao fruit is indeed extraordinary, yet it does not guarantee success in breaking through. If one were to fail, then the fruit would be wasted. Its value cannot be compared to the lives of the living. The malevolent figure erupted into laughter. How ludicrous. If one could exchange hundreds of lives for a Dao fruit, I believe anyone would be willing to do so. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for such a statement? With a flick of her delicate hand, Yunqiang retorted coldly, our values differ, and I am disinclined to engage further. Now, return to your lair. And do not let me catch you slaughtering my sect's disciples again, or I shall not show you mercy. The malevolent figure glared back. Leave? But you have yet to compensate me. Where am I to go? Yunqiang gritted her teeth. You have slaughtered so many from my sect. And yet you have the audacity to demand compensation? I care not. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will make a scene daily. Let us see who can outlast whom. You. A dignified 7th level demon emperor has truly lost all sense of dignity. It is undeniable that a demon beast of this caliber, once it begins to create a ruckus, becomes exceedingly difficult to handle. The opponent stands alone, whereas the Yunlan Sect is interconnected. Their circumstances are entirely unequal, unless compelled by circumstance. None would wish to offend such a powerful entity. Seeing the other party's predicament, the malevolent figure's mind whirred, and he proposed, Yun Zhongju. I see that managing a large sect is challenging. Therefore, I shall not make excessive demands. As long as you can ensure the well-being of a certain human, we can consider this matter resolved. A human? Yunqiang questioned, perplexed. Are you not accustomed to dwelling deep within the mountains? How do you know a human? The malevolent figure waved a dismissive hand. You need not concern yourself with that. Let us just say he is fated to cross paths with me. Besides, he should be a disciple of the Yunlan Sect and would not engage in actions harmful to the sect. You can rest assured. Furrowing her brows in contemplation, the woman replied, I must see him first before making any arrangements. Not a problem. Please wait a moment while I inform him. Otherwise, I fear he may be startled upon seeing such a prominent figure as yourself. With that, the malevolent figure vanished in an instant. Below, the onlookers were filled with confusion. A 7th level demon actually knew a human? Moreover, he was willing to forego compensation just to seek protection for that individual. Who could be so fortunate? Gao Hong soared into the air, approaching the woman, and unwillingly said, Zhongju, that wretched creature has slain so many of our elites. Is this matter truly to be put to rest? Yunqiang sighed. Indeed, my actions a century ago were somewhat improper. Their deaths are a price for my past misdeeds. I will instruct the elders of the Reward and Punishment Hall to compensate you for the losses incurred by the various cities. Let us consider this matter closed. Upon hearing the word compensation, Gao Hong's anger subsided significantly, his expression softening, though those 2 juniors from my city were exceptional. They are not of the Gao family's direct line. Their deaths are regrettable, yet among the other fallen participants, many are the sons and daughters of the city lords. Their grievances may not be so easily appeased. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed dramatically. I assure you that the compensation will be adequate, and no city lord will be left wanting. If they remain dissatisfied, they are free to seek vengeance, and the sect shall provide them with spiritual support. Vengeance? A mere Yuan realm cultivator seeking revenge against a 7th level demon beast? Is that not courting death? Gao Hong raised the corner of his mouth and nodded in praise, saying, Master, your integrity is commendable. I believe they will certainly understand your predicament. To be fair, given the circumstances, Yunqiang's willingness to offer compensation is already a display of great benevolence. She could have pretended to engage in a drawn-out battle with the vicious one, only to later claim her limitations and express her inability to avenge the younger generation, thus concluding the matter without any real sacrifice. After all, that was a 7th-tier beast sovereign. The act of killing must have its reasons, and the sect could not genuinely afford to hold a grudge against such a being. While Yun Qianying's actions might leave some city lords feeling slighted, as the leader of a major sect, she must prioritize the interests of the sect. And this approach is relatively fair and prudent. Ultimately, the various cities are merely vassals of the Yunlan Sect, not core members. And none of the fallen contenders were true paragons of excellence. Otherwise, even at the cost of their lives, she would have ensured the perpetrator faced a brutal reckoning. Of course, had such paragons participated, the vicious one would not have dared to act against them. He understands that some can be killed, while others cannot. And he would not risk jeopardizing his relationship with the Yunlan Sect to the point of lethal conflict. Chapter 77. First Encounter with the Sect Leader. The Order of the Cloud King in the mountains at this moment, As Lin Yuan and her companions, having observed the projection, immediately grasped the intentions of the vicious one. He intended to find a powerful ally for Lin Yuan. Your Highness, you must have heard my conversation with that woman. What do you think of my actions? The vicious one swiftly returned to the trio, his face brimming with obsequiousness. The Dragon Maiden's expression darkened slightly. Your actions were commendable. But have you considered what you would say if that woman delves into your relationship with little Yuan? What reason do you have to assist a human? Louis Chan, who had been basking in joy, now felt a wave of anxiety wash over her upon hearing the Dragon Maiden's words. Indeed, the esteemed master is no fool. She will undoubtedly suspect the identity of our young master. If she were to treat him as a spy from the demon race, the consequences would be dire. The vicious one declared proudly, rest assured, I have every confidence in my actions. That woman would never harm our young master. Why are you so certain? Firstly, our young master is human. Secondly, he is a disciple of the Yunlan Sect. Even setting aside that identity, with my status as a 7th-tier demon, does Yun Qianying truly dare to act against him? Does she think I am to be trifled with? Upon hearing this, the trio nodded in silent agreement. A 7th-tier demon is overwhelmingly powerful. Any intelligent person, including Yun Qianying, would not dare to offend such a being. Furthermore, she would likely extend her favor to Lin Yuan, proactively seeking to win over the vicious one to gain the goodwill of a formidable demon, and perhaps even aspire to recruit him as an ally, which would be more valuable tas any rare treasure. Ao Ling Shuang finally felt reassured and nodded in commendation. You make a valid point. It seems you were quite astute. Aha, your Highness flatters me. Shall I summon that woman now? Would you like to step aside? I have my own ways to avoid detection. You may go ahead. Understood. Your Highness. Louis Chan voiced her concerns. What about me? You stay here. There is no need for you to worry. As Lin Yuan's voice faded, Yuning and Yun Qianying appeared before him. Did you not say one person? Why are there two? Upon seeing the pair, she instinctively furrowed her brow. With a 7th-tier great demon present, she did not question why her spiritual sense had failed to detect the two. She assumed they had been concealed by the demon's peculiar methods. Yuning chuckled lightly. Do not be hasty. This girl is also from your Yunlan Sect. Since she is a teammate of the young master in the tournament, I spared her life. Young master? Who exactly is this small man to be addressed as such by such a formidable being? While Yun Qianying's mind was engulfed in confusion, Louis Chan had already stepped forward to pay her respects. In her sect disciple Louis Chan, greetings to the esteemed sect master. At that moment, the girl's heart began to race. She had encountered yet another formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, it was the sect master of Yunlan Sect herself. The very presence of such a person before her felt like a dream. Although she had been in the inner sect for 2 years, she had never met the sect master in person until now, and being so close ignited a mixture of excitement and nervousness within the young disciple. Yun Qianying glanced at the girl and remarked, at such a young age, possessing a 5th-level cultivation in the condensation realm, your talent is commendable. You have promising prospects of reaching the Yuan'er realm in the future. Thank you for your kind words, sect master. Louis Chan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. She had received praise from the sect master. What an incredible honor! In response to the girl's excitement, Yun Qianying merely nodded slightly, then directed her gaze towards the young man. She understood that he was the main focus of this encounter. Noticing her gaze, Lin Yuan bowed in return. Outer Sect disciple Lin Yuan, greetings to the esteemed sect master. Outer Sect disciple? Yun Qianying exclaimed in surprise, then sensed his realm of cultivation and inquired. How old are you? When did you join the Yunlan Sect? Esteemed sect master, I am 18 this year, and in a few months, I shall turn 19. 18 years old with a 6th-level cultivation in the opening veins realm is quite decent. But may I be so bold as to ask how you came to know Yuning? At that moment, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Yuning. With a fierce glare, interjected, Sect Master Yun, must you pry so deeply? I'm merely curious. If they choose not to share, it is of no consequence. Very well. I shall indulge your curiosity. The reason I was able to break through to the 7th tier is due to the assistance of the individual behind this young master. To repay their kindness, I sought your protection for him. The one behind him? Yun Qianying's curiosity deepened at this revelation. Are you implying he has a significant background? As for how significant, I cannot say, but certainly not one we can afford to offend. Then why join Yunlan Sect? Is there a conflict between having a powerful background and joining our sect? There is no direct conflict. It is merely a bit unusual. Enough with the roundabout talk. Just tell me if you can agree to my condition. Yuning feigned impatience and asked directly. Yunqiang pondered for a moment, then nodded lightly towards Lin Yuan. Very well, as Yuning's benefactor and a disciple of my sect, I shall do my utmost to look after you. However, let me make this clear. You must not engage in actions that could harm the sect. Otherwise, I will still have to deal with you according to sect rules. Do you understand? Lin Yuan responded, rest assured, sect master. Having spent several years at Yunlan Sect, I have long regarded it as my home. My sole ambition to grow stronger is to repay the sect. I harbor no rebellious thoughts whatsoever. His candid words brought comfort to Yunqiang, who smiled and said, well, since you are so earnest, I shall grant you this Cloud King token. This item will assist you in resolving many troubles within the sect. In the event you encounter insurmountable challenges or dire situations, simply use your spiritual sense to activate the token, and I will receive an immediate signal to come to your aid. The Cloud King token. Upon hearing this, Louis Chan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. As an inner sect disciple, she was well aware of its significance. Only those designated by the sect master could receive such a token. And encountering the token was akin to encountering the sect master himself, symbolizing an exalted status. It had been millennia since the sect had bestowed such an item. To speak frankly, should Lin Yuan receive this token, he would be the sole disciple within the sect to possess it, with a standing second only to the sect master. The fact that Yunqiang could bestow such a precious item reflects her regard for Lin Yuan. Yunia understood the implications of this token and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, sect master Yun, you are indeed generous to offer such a treasure. Yunqiang sighed, I cannot afford to disregard the Beast King's trust. I must ensure Lin Yuan's safety. Otherwise, if a 7th-tier beast were to unleash its fury, the consequences would be dire. Yunia solemnly pledged, given your sincerity, I promise to care for this young man. Should Yunlan Sect face difficulties in the future, I shall offer my utmost assistance. Yunqiang's eyes brightened, and she quickly clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, I thank you for the Beast King's promise. She had not anticipated forming such a powerful alliance during this venture. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Chapter 78. Departing the mountains, the crowd condemns do not hesitate to reach out should you encounter difficulties in the future. I must also apologize for the lives lost previously. That was indeed my fault. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Lin Yuan accepted the token, bowing in thanks. Thank you for bestowing this token, sect master. I shall not let your kindness go unrewarded, and I will strive to become a formidable force for our sect. Yunqiang responded, such ambition is commendable. I believe you can achieve it. Now, I must attend to the aftermath of this competition. Will you accompany me back? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal, stating, with so many competitors perishing in the mountains during the 100 Cities League, the city lords must harbor grievances. Even if you do not pursue the perpetrators' crimes, they will inevitably vent their fury upon me, as I am the one seeking protection as a criminal. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to conceal our relationship. This way, you will not be put in a difficult position, and I can remain safe. Yunqiang agreed. That makes sense. However, how do you intend to explain your survival? That is simple, Lin Yuan replied. We can assert that this area is shrouded in a concealment array, and the Beast Sovereign did not have the opportunity to detect our presence before engaging in conflict with the sect master. Very well, that rationale is plausible. I shall take my leave for now. Understood, my lord. Travel safely. After Yunqiang departed, Lin Yuan could not help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, the other party did not probe further. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to clarify various inconsistencies. My lord, with the decree of the Cloud King, you may now traverse the Yunlan Sect with ease. Louis Chan exclaimed, turning to embrace the man's arm, her face radiant with excitement. Lin Yuan also expressed his delight, stating, Indeed, Master Zong is truly magnanimous. I have certainly latched onto a significant benefactor this time. After speaking, he turned to express his gratitude, saying, Senior, you have gifted me so many medicinal herbs, and now you bestow upon me the protection of the sect. Such continuous kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Yuning waved his hand dismissively, saying, You are too courteous, young master. As a companion of Her Highness the Princess, it is only natural that I assist you within my capabilities. This is merely a trifling matter, and you need not feel any obligation. Ao Ling Shuang reappeared, offering her praise with satisfaction. Little bug, you have indeed performed admirably this time. In light of your unwavering loyalty, I shall grant you a token of appreciation. Upon finishing her words, she concentrated her energy, pricking her fingertip to draw forth a drop of blood the size of a grain of rice, which she then passed to him, saying, This is my blood. Though it is not essence blood, it contains the purest lineage power. If you refine it, you may have the prospect of achieving sainthood in the future. Blood of the true dragon, Yuning exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement, overwhelmed with joy as he said, Thank you, Princess, for your tremendous grace. Should you ever require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. I would willingly sacrifice my very life. Ao Ling Shuang nodded softly, I sense your sincerity, and should we encounter difficulties in the future, we shall seek your assistance. Moreover, considering the time, we must be on our way. Yuning swiftly retrieved a jade slip from his bosom and handed it to the young man, saying, "This is a sensing jade slip. When shattered, I will be immediately alerted. You may utilize it in times of peril, and I shall rush to your aid without delay." Understood. Lin Yuan stowed away the jade slip, and the dragon maiden returned to his soul sea. Subsequently, he and Louis Chan shattered the talisman and departed amidst a swirl of azure light. At the periphery of the mountains, whispers of discontent arose among the assembly. Has the master truly forgiven that beast? What of our revenge? Shall we seek it ourselves? That creature is a 7th-tier demon beast, even with the master's strength. Victory would be precarious, and we stand no chance against it. Let us abandon the thought of vengeance. The master's willingness to offer compensation is already a testament to his benevolence. We should accept our misfortune and move on. Yet, I cannot acquiesce. Upon learning the outcome, the city lords displayed a range of emotions. Some grumbled, while others simmered with indignation, particularly those who had lost their own children, unable to suppress their sorrowful tears. In response, Yun Qiang, with a heavy heart, said, "This incident is my doing. I have wronged you all. Direct your grievances toward me. I shall strive to allocate more resources as compensation." Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt a slight alleviation of their anguish, although some muttered under their breath. "Direct our grievances at you? Do you take us for fools, willing to risk our lives?" They were mere ants in the presence of a purple mansion realm expert, forced to comply with directives, harboring their discontent quietly, as no one dared to voice it aloud. "Yuan'er, have you truly departed this world without becoming an unparalleled powerhouse?" Among the throng, Lu Kuo's eyes glimmered with tears as he sighed deeply, his heart nearly shattered by grief. She was his beloved daughter, gifted with the Starbone destiny, destined to ascend to the Yuan'er realm, with even the potential to challenge the Dao platform realm. Yet, due to this unforeseen calamity, her life had been extinguished. And as a father, his sorrow was profound. Witnessing this, many recalled Louis Chan's remarkable talent, and their hearts found some semblance of balance. Look, even the prodigy with a destiny has perished. What significance do our own progeny hold? This is the true loss. The deaths of other competitors pale in comparison. Brother Lu, death is irreversible. Do not let sorrow consume you. A fellow lord stepped forward to offer solace, but before he could finish, a flash of blue light heralded the arrival of 2 figures before the crowd. In an instant, all were rendered speechless. What is happening? Are there still survivors? Were they not all slain by the Beast King? As the leader, Yun Qiang approached, inquiring, "Are you 2 participants in the tournament?" Noticing the gravity of her demeanor, Lin Yuan silently marveled. The master truly possesses an unparalleled talent for performance, rendering the act indistinguishable from reality. Indeed, we hail from Jiujiang City and participated in this tournament. How is it that you survived while the others perished? It is a long story, Louis Chan began, recounting how they had been ensnared by 2 nefarious individuals. And the onlookers quickly grasped the situation. To think that participants would dare to harm their fellow competitors. These individuals have no regard for the tournament's rules. Beasts. Utterly barbaric. Such a breach of conduct has never occurred in all the tournament's history. Their crimes warrant the severest punishment. To be so easily dispatched is a grave injustice. Which city do these scoundrels hail from? Their families must be held accountable. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation, vocally condemning the 2 transgressors. Louis Chan replied. One is named Wei Shang from Chieshan City. The other's name is unknown, likely a teammate from the same city. Upon hearing this, all gazes turned towards the lord of Chieshan City. Cough, cough. The teammate of Wei Shang is called Chenghe. My lord, I share your outrage at the mistreatment of Miss Liu. Upon returning, I shall ensure that the Wei and Cheng families face severe repercussions to provide you with justice. The lord of Chieshan City promised, clearing his throat. Louis Chan shook her head gently. Let not the innocent bear the brunt of their misdeeds. Their kin likely never anticipated such malice. Besides, those 2 beasts are already dead. Let this matter rest. Miss Liu, your magnanimity is commendable. I shall merely caution them and refrain from punishment. As his words fell, a city lord interjected. Wait, Miss Liu. You claim that your companion single-handedly felled 2 solidifying realm cultivators? How did he accomplish such a feat? With that, all eyes turned to Lin Yuan. Indeed, he was merely in the meridian opening realm. How could he possibly have slain 2 solidifying realm cultivators? Yun Qiang too felt a surge of curiosity, realizing the situation was far more intricate than she had initially thought. Lin Yuan had already prepared his words and calmly stated, I possess a 4th-tier thunder talisman, which I utilized to eliminate the enemy while they were unprepared. The 4th-tier thunder talisman, when activated, it unleashes a thunderous bolt, comparable to the full force of a Qi-gathering realm expert, capable of slaying a Dan formation realm cultivator. But wait, isn't it prohibited to carry talismans in the competition? Isn't this a violation? Some voiced their doubts, yet Yun Qiang interjected, the fact that he has returned alive is commendable enough. Let us not concern ourselves with issues of rule-breaking. Moreover, I have observed that no other participants have returned. So the championship should rightfully be awarded to the city of Giant River. Might this be a tad inappropriate? If all other contestants have perished, granting the title to just one individual transforms it into a solitary competition, rendering the championship award rather frivolous. Yun Qiang countered. While it is true that their survival was largely due to fortune, luck is indeed a facet of strength. Furthermore, the competition does not stipulate that only one person cannot be crowned champion, thus the title must be awarded, otherwise, it would reflect poorly on us. Her argument was sound and left no room for rebuttal. Thus, Lin Yuan and Louis Chan successfully claimed the championship, along with a plethora of rewards, including the prized Zian Xinxiang wood. During this time, someone inquired if these two were the individuals entrusted by the Beast Emperor, but Yun Xieying promptly dismissed the notion. The crowd did not dwell on it, as both Lin Yuan and Louis Chan were merely juniors and could not possibly be associated with the Beast Emperor, who had no reason to aid them. Young master, you have yet to enter the Inner Sect, correct? Once you pass the Inner Sect assessment, you may come directly to Cloud Emperor Peak to seek me out. I would be honored to accept you as my disciple. As they parted ways in a small grove, Yun Xieying's words left Lin Yuan astounded. Thank you, Sect Master, for your kindness. I shall remember this. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall return to the sect. You may do as you please. With that, the woman shattered the void and departed. Beside her, Louis Chan could not help but express her envy. Young master, since the sect master has spoken so highly of you, it is certain you will become her disciple in the future. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, remarking, it is merely the ways of the world. The reason she is willing to take me as her disciple is primarily due to the reputation of my formidable lineage, rather than my innate talent. Louis Chan, nestled in the man's embrace, arched her brows and replied, what of the ways of the world? With your exceptional gifts, it is only a matter of time before she rejoices in her choice. I, Yuan'er, am truly fortunate to be your woman. At this moment, it became evident that Lin Yuan was not only accompanied by divine beasts and formidable demons, but also had a sect leader by his side. Such a daunting background filled her with both trepidation and immense joy. Look, this is her man. So outstanding, so handsome. He is indeed a magnificent gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. Lost in her thoughts, her heart swelled with emotion, and she could not help but lift her head to offer her crimson lips. Lin Yuan deliberately tilted his head to evade the affectionate kiss, a playful expression adorning his face. Did you not previously advise me to strive earnestly? Did you not claim to consider my feelings? Why the sudden eagerness to draw near? Alas, I was foolish before, unable to recognize your valor, she replied. And then? Then I wished to be with you, to bear your children. Ah, to desire to conceive my offspring. You are unworthy, you wretched one. Woe is me, you are scolding me. And what of it? If it pleases you, feel free to berate me. How surprising, I did not perceive that you possess a rather base nature at heart. Hee. Indeed, I am rather base. Good sir, dear brother, hasten to cherish me, for I long for your affection. Louis Chan shed her previous aloof demeanor, now fawning over her master like a devoted maid. Lin Yuan was equally unreserved, delivering a firm slap to his partner's posterior while pressing his lips against hers. The two savored the moment for quite some time before gradually parting. The young girl lowered her head slightly, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson hue, her gaze beginning to drift into a daze. Lin Yuan immediately comprehended that the lingering effects of the aphrodisiac within the other party had not been entirely eradicated. The residual potency had once again ignited. I feel so hot, my lord. My body is in such discomfort. Please, I implore you for assistance. I have already helped you alleviate this for several hours. How can it still persist? How much of the potion did you consume? They said they administered 100-fold dosage to me. What? Lin Yuan was astonished. 100-fold? Has that rascal Wei Shang completely lost his moral compass? Such an enormous dosage could transform a person into a beast. Without several days of profound engagement, the effects of the medication would surely be insurmountable. With such an extended duration, would he not be driven to exhaustion? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yuan chuckled wryly and shook his head. Exhaustion be damned. He had to proceed, for it was unthinkable to let another man take his place. After all, he did not possess a penchant for cuckoldry. Even if he had yet to fully acknowledge this woman in his heart, he would not permit another man to touch her. Having made his decision, he swiftly lifted Louis Chan into his arms and exited the grove, approaching Lu Ku. Lord City Master, Miss Lu has fallen under the spell of a love potion and urgently requires my assistance. Is there a private room available aboard the airship? Just as Lu Ku was about to exchange a few words with him upon the return of his daughter, he saw the two being summoned away by Yun Xieying, leaving him to wait in the shadows of the forest. After a considerable time, he was unexpectedly met with this response. Indeed, there is. Please follow me. Aware that the effects of the love potion could not be delayed, he dared not ask further questions and promptly led Lin Yuan onto the airship, personally escorting him to the room. With a soft click, the door closed behind them, leaving Lu Ku standing outside with a countenance marked by complexity. On one hand, he felt the joy of reuniting with his daughter. On the other, he was bewildered by the relationship between Lin Yuan and her. He was uncertain how to navigate this situation. It was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events that his daughter had lost her purity to Lin Yuan, as he had previously wished for them to be together. However, this was an unforeseen incident, and he could not ascertain whether Lin Yuan would take responsibility. What if he did not? What would become of his daughter then? Would she be condemned to a life of solitude? Moreover, given his daughter's proud disposition, whether she could accept Lin Yuan remained an enigma. Alas, it was truly a perplexing predicament. With a heavy sigh, he stood at the edge of the deck, awaiting the conclusion of their encounter. Observing this, the onlookers could not help but lament the fate of such a remarkable woman, endowed with celestial grace, who had surrendered herself to a mere novice. It was indeed a tragic waste. Days later, within the confines of the airship's chamber, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his face etched with exhaustion. 3 days and nights. This person had actually spent 3 days and nights. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the divine pulse. Otherwise, he truly could not have endured. As the young girl awoke from her slumber, her first sight was the wearied visage of the man before her. "I am so sorry. Young master, have I caused you such prolonged toil?" she inquired, nervously rubbing her small hands together. "Do you not know how long it has been?" he asked. "When the effects of the medicine took hold, I was delirious and lost track of time. Then take a guess at how long it might be." "1 day?" "Incorrect." "2 days?" "Still wrong. It can't be 3 days, can it?" "Indeed." With a gulp, Louis Chan was utterly astonished. 3 days. She had taken a full 3 days to dispel the poison. Such an extensive duration must have nearly rendered her incapable of closing her eyes in rest. Chapter 80. The young girl's flattery in the journey home. Moreover, Lin Yuan had endured for such an extended period, for one at the opening pulse realm. This was entirely beyond the norm. It seemed her man possessed extraordinary talent in this regard. Contemplating this, the young girl's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she repeatedly apologized. "I am so sorry. Truly, I am sorry. It is all because of me that you have suffered so greatly, young master. Please, to punish me as you see fit." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and remarked, "There is no need for punishment. You must compensate me. Do you understand?" "Of course." "What kind of compensation does the young master desire?" "I shall do my utmost to satisfy you." At that moment, I couldn't think of anything specific, so I decided to address it later upon returning. "Very well, young master. Yuan'er will heed your arrangements." Louis Chan nodded and suddenly sensed the other party's cultivation level. Gasping in surprise, "Young master, have you made a breakthrough?" "Indeed, after assimilating your essence energy, I successfully ascended 2 minor realms." "My essence," the young girl murmured, her expression growing increasingly bashful as she softly added, "It is an honor for me to assist you with my own abilities." "Not only me, but your cultivation has also advanced, has it not?" "My cultivation?" Louis Chan exclaimed in astonishment, quickly assessing her internal state and discovering she had broken through to the 6th level of the condensation realm. "I have truly broken through," she exclaimed excitedly. "I cannot believe that merely spending a few nights with a man could lead to such a breakthrough. It is utterly miraculous." "Young master, what is happening? Why have I also grown stronger?" "During the process of helping you dispel the drug's effects, I utilized a combined cultivation technique, which facilitated the cycle of yin and yang, allowing you to reap some benefits as well." "Combined cultivation technique?" "Indeed, this technique is quite formidable. I shall impart it to you now, and from this point forward, we shall cultivate together, ensuring that both of us achieve significant enhancements." Lin Yuan spoke as he imparted the knowledge of the yin-yang divine art into the mind of his companion. Louis Chan soon absorbed the information, and, overwhelmed with excitement, she stepped forward to place a kiss on the man's lips. "My lord, you are truly a gift from the heavens. From now on, I shall remain by your side every single day, devoted to you forever." Within just a few days, she had ascended to a minor realm, a testament to the formidable nature of this technique. Although she had not yet fully comprehended it, she understood its intrinsic value. Lin Yuan, however, generously shared the entirety of it with her, a gesture of immense kindness that left her both touched and elated. The prospect of becoming powerful through their shared cultivation deepened her affection for him, solidifying it into an unwavering devotion. Sensing the intensity of her emotions, Lin Yuan could not help but pull her into an embrace, teasingly inquiring, "Do you truly intend to serve me forever? Will you not marry?" "I am but a possession of my lord, devoid of the right to decide my own fate. Whether to marry or not is up to you," she replied playfully. "You certainly have a way with words, my dear. Where did you learn such eloquence?" he asked, intrigued. "One simply becomes adept when one falls in love," she giggled. "Oh, it appears you were born to be played with," he remarked with a smirk. "Indeed, I am meant to be cherished by my lord," she replied with a playful laugh. After a moment of tender exchange, Lin Yuan gave her a playful squeeze before rising to leave. "My lord, will you not continue your training?" she asked. "I have practiced enough for now. It is time to see your father," he replied. Upon mentioning Lu Ku, Louis Chan suddenly recalled that she had not spoken a word to her father since returning from the mountains, having spent 3 days with Lin Yuan. Surely, he must have been worried about her absence. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly dressed and followed Lin Yuan out of the room. On the deck, Lu Ku had waited several days and was finally reunited with his daughter. "Yuan'er, are you all right?" he asked, approaching them with concern etched on his face. "I am well now, father. The poison has been completely eradicated," she reassured him. "That is good to hear. Now, what do you plan to do about the matter between you and my lord?" he inquired, his tone serious. Without hesitation, Louis Chan declared, "Father, I am already my lord's, and I intend to serve him wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. You will support our union, will you not?" "Support? Of course, I will," Lu Ku responded eagerly. Though internally, he wondered about the sudden shift in his daughter's feelings toward Lin Yuan, as she had previously shown disinterest. If her change of heart was due to losing her virtue, it seemed an unlikely reason for such steadfast resolve. The way she looked at Lin Yuan made it evident that he had captivated her entirely. Despite his confusion, he refrained from questioning her further. Her willingness to commit was a delightful surprise, and there was no need for more inquiries at this moment. Now, it was up to Lin Yuan to express his sentiments. As Lu Ku's gaze fell upon him, Lin Yuan wrapped his arm around the young woman's slender waist and smiled. Though this situation was unforeseen, I have taken Miss Lu's virtue, and thus, I bear some responsibility. Since Yuan'er wishes to follow me, I shall treat her well in the days to come. Receiving the expected affirmation, Luca burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. From now on, my lord will be a part of our giant river city. Should any difficulties arise, the Lu family will provide unwavering support. Thank you, my lord, Lin Yuan replied graciously. There is no need for formality. Now that you have established your bond, should we not discuss the matter of marriage? For now, that is unnecessary. As cultivators, we do not concern ourselves with mundane customs. Lin Yuan was somewhat speechless. It was one thing for mortals to discuss marriage. But how could a formidable figure at the Yuan'er realm still be concerned with such matters? Upon hearing this, Lu Yichan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment before she forced a smile and replied, What you say is true, my lord. Our cultivation levels are still low. We shall consider marriage when we grow stronger. That seems reasonable, Luca nodded, and then activated the flying vessel, leading the three of them on their way home. An hour later, in the hall of the Lu family in Giant River City. Madam Lu, 3 days have passed, and your family head has yet to return? An elderly man clad in a black and white robe sat in the main seat, his tone laced with impatience. I apologize, sect leader Jie. Ordinarily, the tournament should have concluded 3 days ago, but it seems there has been some unforeseen circumstance. The beautiful matron responded apologetically. Humph. I suspect he is merely hiding in fear, the elder scoffed derisively. Just as the matron was about to retort, voices from outside interrupted. Sect leader Jie. The century mark has not yet arrived. Why have you come here prematurely? As the words fell, 3 figures entered the room. Husband, Yichan. Upon seeing them, the matron hurried forward to inquire, Why did you take 3 days to return? It's a long story. Let me deal with this fellow first, and I shall explain. Luca casually responded to his wife, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto the elder. Chapter 81. The arrogant elder, slain by a single sword. Hee. Is it not merely half a month until the agreed-upon date? I came to Giant River City in advance to familiarize myself with its customs and prepare for the upcoming takeover, the elder remarked, stroking his beard contemptuously. Clearly regarding Giant River City as his own, Luca's expression darkened as he retorted, Takeover? You dare to speak of such things before winning the competition? How presumptuous. The elder sneered, I have been at the 8th level of Yuan'er for many years. Judging by your appearance, you are still at the 5th level, correct? With such meager strength, how do you presume to oppose me? According to our initial agreement, should you lose, Giant River City will belong to our Yunlan Sect. Is it wrong for me to speak of a takeover? As he spoke, the elder's attention was drawn to the young girl beside Lu Ku, his eyes lighting up. This girl bears some resemblance to you. She wouldn't happen to be your daughter, would she? TSK, what a lovely little beauty. I find myself in need of a furnace, and she shall serve that purpose. You. Infuriated by such blatant disrespect, Lu Yichan's face flushed with anger. You shameless old wretch. At your age, do you not understand the concepts of propriety and honor? Were you not taught by your parents? The elder, unfazed by her scorn, burst into laughter. Ha ha. I relish your sharp tongue, little girl. The more you scold, the happier I become. This brazen attitude incited Luca's fury, and he shouted, How dare you? Even if I were to lose to you, my daughter is not for your vile hands. Simultaneously, he channeled his energy, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the entire estate to tremble. With a swift motion, he drew his longsword and charged forward. You dare to act against me? The elder glanced at him with disdain, promptly releasing his own energy to meet the challenge. The sounds of their energies colliding reverberated, shattering the surrounding furniture into splinters. This is bad. Father cannot match this old beast. Both women displayed concern. Given their levels of cultivation, it was evident Lu Ku would be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave as he transmitted a message. Sister Shuang, can you seize control of my body and ensure the demise of this man? No problem, she replied. Will it be a significant drain? Not at all. If he were at the Dao platform realm, I might find it somewhat challenging. But this insignificant Yuan'er insect is easily extinguishable. Good, I leave it to you. As his words fell, his pupils shifted to a celestial blue, and his aura surged dramatically. What is happening? The two combatants were startled by the sudden change in energy, halting their actions to look over. With a swift motion, the Qing Shuang's sword was drawn, and the young man grasped the hilt, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that cleaved through the void. The speed and power of this strike left everyone astonished. Realizing the extraordinary nature of the attack, the elder hastily mobilized his energy, launching a palm strike with all his might. Pure Yuan palm. The overwhelming force of his palm met the sword light, but with a crackling sound. The palm was instantly shattered, and the sword light continued its trajectory, slicing through the elder's midsection. As the words Dao platform escaped his lips, the elder collapsed, his lifeless body splitting in two, the severed edges freezing in frost. with not a single drop of blood spilled. Gasping at the sight, the 3 members of the Liu family were struck with disbelief. He is dead. A powerful figure at the 8th level of Yuan Dan has perished just like that. Moreover, the one who struck is merely a young man at the opening vein stage. This is utterly absurd. After dispatching the elder, Lin Yuan's pupils returned to their normal hue as he sheathed his sword, speaking coldly. I apologize, everyone. I lost control of my strength and damaged your estate. A noticeable crack marred the wall nearby, suggesting that the house would soon collapse. It is of no consequence, my lord. Your assistance in vanquishing this fiend is a tremendous favor. What is a mere estate compared to that? Luca responded, filled with gratitude. Lu Yichan, astonished yet ecstatic, leaped into the man's embrace, exclaiming, My lord, you have slain such a powerful foe. Truly remarkable. In that moment, her admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights. Gently patting the girl's back, Lin Yuan spoke softly, It is merely external force. This matter must remain confidential. Understood? Luca promptly assured, Rest assured, my lord. We shall not breathe a word of this. Fortunately, the family members had all gone to pay respects to their ancestors, leaving only Lu Yichan's mother in the estate. Otherwise, handling too many witnesses would have proven troublesome. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his brow furrowing in curiosity as he inquired, My lord, I see that you all referred to him as the sect leader. May I ask which sect he hails from? In response, he is known as Xie Chu, and he belongs to the Yunlan Sect. Yunlan Sect? Indeed, the Yunlan Sect is also affiliated with the Yunlan Sect. In the past, I had some entanglements with them, which led to a wager established a century ago, wherein the victor would gain direct control over the other's faction. To stake an entire faction as a wager, your audacity is truly remarkable. At that time, it was indeed a moment of impulsiveness, and reflecting upon it now, I find myself filled with regret. Luca sighed, clasping his hands in gratitude once more. Thanks to your assistance, I would otherwise have been at a loss in facing the ancestors of the Liu family. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, The city lord is being overly courteous. That fellow dared to covet Yuan'er. Such transgressions are simply unforgivable. Even if there were no agreement between you, I would still take action to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yichan felt a warm surge in her heart. Is it truly for me that you act this way? Otherwise, what could you possibly mean? Oh, I am so deeply moved. First, you helped me dispel the poison, and now you assist the Liu family in escaping peril. How am I to repay such kindness? Enough. Enough. I require nothing from you. Just remain by my side and serve me faithfully, he replied. Indeed, Yuan'er shall wholeheartedly attend to your needs. Lu Yichan nodded earnestly. Were it not for her parents being present, she might have been unable to resist the urge to express her gratitude in a more intimate manner. What is this, Yuan'er? The beautiful woman observed her daughter's demeanor, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly my aloof and proud daughter, who once scorned all males? How has she suddenly transformed into a little darling, eager to please a man? At her words, Lu Yichan's cheeks flushed, and she gently withdrew from her beloved's embrace, turning to her mother and softly explaining, Mother, it is like this. Chapter 82. Farewell to the Liu family, reuniting with my beloved wife with her explanation. The beautiful woman finally grasped the situation. Her daughter had been victimized during the competition, nearly falling prey to a vile beast. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had come to her rescue, enabling her to escape disaster. Thank you, young master, for saving her. I am eternally grateful. Were it not for your presence, I would be weeping daily. The beautiful woman expressed her gratitude with tears in her eyes, bowing repeatedly in thanks. As teammates, it was only natural that I would assist Yichan, Lin Yuan replied. Natural for you perhaps, but it has altered her life profoundly, she choked out, then turned her gaze to her daughter, reprimanding, You are too much to bear. How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Have you forgotten everything your father and I taught you? Calm down, mother. It is all well now, Lu Yichan reassured. How can I not be agitated, having narrowly saved your life? She shot her daughter a gentle glare, then looked at the young man with satisfaction. Young master, I shall entrust my precious daughter to you. She may have her little tempers, but her heart is kind. I hope you can be understanding and not let her irritate you. Having witnessed his prowess, she had no reservations and could only wish for Lin Yuan to marry her daughter soon. Lu Yichan immediately grew displeased. Mother, what are you saying? I am very well behaved. I have no little tempers at all. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Very well, Madam Lu, I shall take good care of Yuan'er and will not hold anything against her. Oh dear, young sir, do not heed my mother's words. She often speaks nonsense. You little girl, refrain from retorting. Once you have a husband, you must attend to him properly and not be as cold as you were before. Do you understand? I understand, mother. I am only cold to other men. When it comes to the young sir, I am undoubtedly warm and affectionate. What nonsense are you spouting? The mother and daughter suddenly engaged in a playful banter, causing Lin Yuan to twitch his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. The young sir need not concern himself with them. Please, follow me. Luca led the young man aside and spoke softly. Are you about to depart soon? Indeed. Does the head of the household have any further instructions? There are no tasks at hand, but considering the immense kindness you have shown us, we must find a way to express our gratitude, mustn't we? As Luca spoke, he produced a jade token from his possession and continued. This is a merit token, a vessel for accomplishments. Within it lies 1,000 merit points I earned during my time as a disciple in the sect. I bestow it upon you." He understood that someone of the young man's stature surely lacked for spirit stones, and that the martial arts of the Liu family would likely not pique his interest. Hence his decision to offer this token as a token of gratitude. Lin Yuan was immediately intrigued. "Oh, what exactly is this merit? How does one acquire and utilize it?" Merit is a form of contribution value bestowed by the sect. One simply needs to complete the tasks assigned within the merit hall to earn the corresponding merit points. To redeem these points, one can approach the elders of the merit hall, who will assist in exchanging them for various items. What valuable items can be exchanged? Practices, martial techniques, elixirs, talismans, and more. Virtually anything you can conceive of can be redeemed within the hall. Then surely, this 1,000 merit points must be quite valuable? The value is difficult to ascertain. Once you enter the inner sect, you will understand the true worth of these 1,000 points. Very well, then I shall not hesitate. Lin Yuan walked past the jade tablet without much thought. In his eyes, his assistance to the Liu family was merely a trifling effort, and he held no expectations for substantial returns. As long as Luca's intentions were sincere, the value of the gifts mattered little. Subsequently, Liu Yichan exchanged pleasantries with her parents for a while before reluctantly following Lin Yuan away. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Luoxia City, the two figures descended hand in hand and approached the city gate. "My lord, do you say that my two sisters reside in this city?" "Indeed, when you meet them, do not underestimate their capabilities. Rest assured, my lord. Since Yuan'er has already promised you, she will surely get along well with her sisters." As she spoke, anticipation began to swell within her. What talents did those two women possess? How fair were they? What could have drawn my lord's favor towards them? Meanwhile, within the Deng residence, little Linger, when do you think my lord will return? Deng Fushi paced the courtyard, her eyes brimming with longing. Linger chuckled. Has brother Lin Yuan only been gone a few days, and you already miss him so much, sister Deng? Deng Fushi sighed. We have only just married. And after spending so little time together, he hastily departed. How can I not miss him? Alas, I miss my brother too. But the 100 Cities League will surely take time to conclude. We need not rush. I believe he will return to us as soon as he secures a ranking. Yes. Perhaps he is already on his way back. I wonder what place he has achieved in this competition. With my brother's excellence, he is bound to secure first place. Are you so confident in him? Kiki, after all, I am his woman. I must have faith in him. Indeed, let us cheer for our Lord in our hearts. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the residence. Linger, Xia, I have returned. Upon hearing this, the two women's expressions shifted, and they turned towards the entrance, where a familiar figure came into view. Brother, my lord, the man they had longed for had finally returned. The two women excitedly stepped forward, akin to weary birds returning to their nest, and rushed into his embrace. I am here. How have you both fared these past few days? Have you encountered any dangers? Lin Yuan gently inquired, wrapping his arms around the waist of the two maidens. We are safe. We have had no troubles, but with you leaving so suddenly, Lingo inevitably worries for you. Indeed, Xia also misses you dearly, unable to refrain from thinking of you day and night. The two delicate maidens pressed closely against the man, urgently expressing their yearning. Lin Yuan could discern that both women bore conspicuous dark circles under their eyes, clearly a result of sleepless nights filled with longing. I apologize for my hasty departure, as I failed to consider your feelings, he expressed remorsefully, enveloping both of them in a firm embrace. Brother, you are being too formal. Do you think of us as frivolous women? They replied softly, with Linger and Deng Fushi assuring him, there is no need for such concern. Your participation in the competition is to grow stronger, and we would never hold that against you. Lin Yuan smiled, touched by their understanding. Very well. I am heartened by your maturity. In the future, I shall make time to spend with you both. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled his master and junior sister, pondering whether they, too, missed him dearly, much like these two women. Sighing, he realized that after resolving matters here, he must return to the sect promptly, so as not to keep his master and others waiting too long. Chapter 83, The Jealous Girl and the Wood Spirit Body. Meanwhile, Liu Yichan stepped through the gates of the Deng residence. Observing the intimate interactions between the two women and the man, she felt a pang of jealousy mixed with surprise. Husband? She mused, astonished that they referred to him as such. What was the situation? Even a woman of her stature had not been deemed worthy to marry him. How could these rustic girls presume to do so? At that moment, she recognized that both women possessed ordinary physiques, one at the opening vein stage, which was somewhat acceptable, while the other was merely a mortal. How could a mere mortal be deserving of his affection? What did this girl possess that warranted such favor? Though both women were quite lovely, they could only be considered first-rate in this small town, yet they paled in comparison to her own beauty. It seemed utterly unfair that these unremarkable women could be regarded as his wives or concubines. Just then, the two women noticed the stunning young lady nearby. In awe, Deng Fushi asked, Sir, who is this sister? Is she your companion? While she spoke, her heart surmised that any woman brought home by him, especially one so beautiful, must surely be his partner. Lin Yuan introduced, this is Liu Yichan, the daughter of the Lord of Jiujiang City, possessing the rare star Fate Bone. She is now an inner disciple of the Yunlan Sect. You may address her as elder sister. Upon hearing this, the two young women understood immediately and promptly bowed in respect. I am Yilingo, pleased to meet you, Sister Liu. I am Deng Fushi, delighted to meet you. Sister Liu. To possess the star fate bone. Furthermore, she is an inner disciple. This woman surpasses them both in beauty and talent. The fact that such an extraordinary woman has been taken by their husband only heightened their admiration for him. The two young women were mentally prepared for a new sister and did not harbor jealousy. Instead, they found themselves increasingly in awe of Lin Yuan, while simultaneously feeling a deep sense of inferiority. In the presence of Liu Chan, they felt like mere wild chickens in the presence of a phoenix, utterly unwilling to entertain any thoughts of vying for favor. With even more enchanting celestial beauties likely to appear in the future, would they be neglected by their husband? A sudden wave of intense insecurity washed over them. Liu Chan inclined her head slightly, biting her lip with a faint smile. Greetings to both my younger sisters. I have heard from the gentleman that you possess charming appearances and exceptional grace, and indeed, it is as he said. Deng Fushi quickly shook her head. Sister, you jest. How can we possibly compare in your presence? You are the favored daughter blessed with the fate bone, while we are merely humble commoners. Yilingo expressed her admiration. Sister, you are beautiful, gifted, and come from a distinguished lineage. We cannot compare to you in any regard. Yet, what does it matter? After all, we still lack the qualifications for true recognition. With a silent sigh, Liu Chan forced a smile. I am merely of slightly better birth, nothing to be proud of. There is no need for you to belittle yourselves. Since we are all women of the gentleman, our statuses are equal, and there is no distinction. I hope we can support one another moving forward. The gentleman? The two young women exchanged surprised glances upon hearing this address. Even someone of her humble background has married Lin Yuan, yet it seemed the others had not. Sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Lin Yuan interjected, as Chan said. From now on, you are all family and should address each other as sisters, living harmoniously without discord. Understood? Understood. The three sweet voices chimed simultaneously. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the Deng residence. Now that the championship reward had been secured, it was time to take stock. Inside the training chamber, he retrieved a palm-sized wooden piece from his storage pouch. It was a deep purple hue, adorned with ancient patterns, emanating a distinct aroma of wood. Is this the purple cloud agarwood? It certainly appears extraordinary. Examining the wooden piece closely, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The purple cloud tree is one of the 7 sacred trees, renowned across the myriad realms, harboring an immense essence of wood attribute within. Although the piece in his hand is but a small fragment, its power is indeed formidable. With a flicker of light and shadow, Ao Lingxiang, clad in a blue dress, appeared beside the youth, her lips parting in astonishment. The 7 sacred trees. Though I do not know why they are so named, it certainly sounds impressive. Lin Yuan did not delve deeper but directly inquired, how should I refine this object? Should I consume it directly? Ao Lingxiang rolled her eyes in response. That would be an utter waste. To maximize the absorption of the ancient tree's energy, one must first compress and temper it using vital energy until it transforms into a small wooden orb. Only then can we consider the task accomplished. Lin Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Thank you, Sister Shuang, for your enlightening words. Shall we commence our training now? Wait a moment, she replied. What is it? We might be able to utilize this wood to forge your wood spirit body. The wood spirit body? Are you suggesting that I can attain such a form through this object? Indeed. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. After all, the wood spirit body was among the 5 elemental bodies. Although it is considered the most rudimentary of all physiques, it is still far superior to a mundane body. The fact that Chao Jun was able to reach the top 4 in the outer gate competition with his gold spirit body attests to this. Now, to think that someone could assist him in forging a spirit body, how astonishing. Sister Shuang, do you truly mean this? Absolutely. Then, I already possess the 9 yang divine veins. Is it still possible for me to acquire a spirit body? Certainly. The divine veins represent the power of meridians, while the physique embodies the strength of flesh and blood. The two do not conflict. On the contrary, their powers can complement each other, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. That is simply marvelous. Lin Yuan erupted with excitement, realizing that he could battle across a major realm solely based on his divine pulse. If he were to incorporate a treasure body, would that not be an act of defiance against the heavens? However, Ao Lingxiang interjected, stating that to forge the wood spirit treasure body, the solitary piece of wood in his possession would be insufficient. Another piece was necessary. Upon hearing this, the joy on Lin Yuan's face faded, replaced by a look of concern. He lamented, the purple cloud agarwood is exceedingly precious. It is already a stroke of fortune to have acquired a single piece. How can I possibly seek out a second? Oh, foolish child, she replied. Doesn't your Yuan'er possess a piece? Simply procure hers. The rewards for the tournament were distributed based on participation, thus Liu Chan also received an equivalent share. Lin Yuan hesitated and said, Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to forcibly take someone else's belongings? She is your woman. Her possessions are inherently yours. What is wrong with that? Moreover, if it were not for our assistance, she would have perished in the mountains, so how could she have had the fortune to receive any awards? You are right. I shall summon her at once. Lin Yuan no longer hesitated, and immediately summoned the other party with his spiritual consciousness. In the hall, Liu Chan was engaged in casual conversation with her 2 younger sisters when she suddenly heard a man's voice. She promptly rose and made her way to the training room. Chapter 84. Achieving the precious body and returning to the sect. Sir, what brings you to summon me so suddenly? The young woman inquired, closing the door behind her. I require the Zian Qinxiang wood for my cultivation. May I borrow your piece for my use? Lin Yuan gently embraced the other person, caressing her silky hair while softly inquiring. The sudden intimacy left Lu Yichan momentarily stunned, yet she promptly responded, Of course, I can. I apologize, dear Yichan, for putting you in this position, Lin Yuan said, lowering his head to kiss the young woman's fragrant lips, a look of remorse gracing his features. Lu Yichan replied tenderly, My lord, you are being too formal. I am but your cherished possession. Everything about me belongs to you, be it a mere piece of wood or even my lifeblood. I would not hesitate in the slightest. It was evident that her words were heartfelt and sincere, devoid of any pretense. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be moved as he said, Good chanter, your unwavering loyalty touches me deeply. I promise to treat you well in the future. The young girl, filled with affection, expressed, My lord, I love you and wish to be by your side forever, as she tilted her head back and offered her crimson lips. Lin Yuan did not evade. He approached directly. After a lengthy moment, they slowly parted. Very well, my lord, you may continue your cultivation. I shall not disturb you any longer. Gently extricating herself from the man's embrace, the young maiden retrieved a wooden block and handed it to him before turning to depart. Lin Yuan did not squander any time. He promptly settled into a meditative position, channeling his vital energy to temper 2 pieces of wood. Several hours later, a resounding boom echoed through the training chamber as a blinding green light suddenly surged upward, illuminating the entire Dang residence. What is happening? The clan members paused in their tasks, hastening towards the training room. Among them were the 3 women. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lin Yuan emerged. Clad in a robe of azure, he radiated a profound aura of wood energy, which evoked a sense of tranquility and delight upon inhalation. My husband, have you completed your training? The 3 women eagerly approached. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Lin Yuan responded with a smile that was difficult to conceal. This time, with the assistance of Ao Ling Shuang, he successfully acquired the wood spirit body, enabling him to communicate with the heavenly wood attribute energy. This not only accelerated his cultivation progress but also significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Should he encounter Liu Yin again, he would no longer be as helpless as before, easily capable of defeating her. Have you made a breakthrough this time? The commotion just now was quite substantial, someone inquired. Not exactly. Rather than a breakthrough, the results are what brings me greater joy. Lu Yichan couldn't help but ask. Young master, you possess a remarkably strong ancient wood aura. Is this all derived from refining the purple cloud agarwood? Indeed, I owe much to your ancient wood, which has allowed me to cultivate to such a level. Yet, if I recall correctly, absorbing ancient wood can enhance the wood attribute aura. But it shouldn't reach such a level of purity, right? Well, allow me to keep a bit of suspense. In due time, you shall come to understand. Very well. As the other party was unwilling to divulge further, she could only bury her curiosity deep within. All right, Sheer, prepare to bid farewell to your father. We must return to the sect now. Understood, my husband. The 4 of them spent some time at the Dang family home, exchanging simple farewells with Dang Xian and his wife before heading back to Lin Yuan's parents' house. Upon seeing their son return with yet another stunning beauty, the elderly couple beamed with joy, repeatedly urging them to have more children. The 3 women readily agreed, each eagerly volunteering to bear their beloved's offspring. Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, responded with a few words, expressing that he would contemplate the matter while requesting his parents to accompany him back to the clan. After all, his current status was anything but ordinary, and it was uncertain whom he might offend in the future. Leaving his parents outside was simply unsettling. Initially, his parents were reluctant to go, but ultimately acquiesced to their son's earnest plea. Outside the residential area of the Yunlan Sect, in the courtyard, Miao Yitzi sat on a stone chair, her delicate face clouded with concern. Master, it has been half a month already, and my senior brother has yet to return. Could something unfortunate have befallen him? Nonsense. Yuan'er possesses formidable strength. Who in the mundane world could possibly harm him? Yu Shuqin countered, though worry flickered in her autumn-like eyes. When Qinren was still around, even if he closed himself off for months, she never felt such anxiety. Yet, since Lin Yuan departed, her yearning surged with each passing moment, distracting her even from her cultivation. Oh, my dear Yuan'er, my little man, how I miss you. When will you come back to see your master? She sighed repeatedly, forgetting his position as her disciple, disregarding the impropriety of her feelings. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated, prompting both women to rise. Yu Shuqin approached the large gate of the courtyard, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-patterned uniform. This is an inner sect steward. What brings such a figure to me? Recognizing his identity, she was astonished and puzzled. Steward, may I inquire what brings you here? With a stern expression, the middle-aged man replied, I am searching for a disciple named Lin Yuan. Is he here? Looking for Yuan'er? Yu Shuqin was even more perplexed. He is not present. May I ask why you seek him? Several days ago, our steward Huang went to Luoshao City to handle the case of the Sun family's extermination. But he met an untimely death en route. We suspect Lin Yuan was involved, the middle-aged man stated, retrieving a shattered nameplate from his robe, prominently inscribed with the name Huang Bin. Impossible. Yuan'er is merely a novice at the opening pulse stage. How could he possibly kill a practitioner of the gathering chi stage? Gu Shuqin immediately refuted. Perhaps not, for he may have employed some special means. In any case, this matter is exceedingly grave. I must take him to the discipline hall for an inquiry by the elders, the steward insisted. Understanding the seriousness of the steward's death, Gu Shuqin realized that if Lin Yuan were found guilty, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she passionately defended her disciple. Steward, Yuan'er possesses exceptional character and unparalleled virtue. He must be innocent. There must be some misunderstanding. Your words hold no weight. It is the elders who must be persuaded. If he is not here, then where might he be? Has he not yet returned from Luoxia City? Stop searching. I am here, came a voice from behind. The steward turned to see a striking young man standing with 3 beautiful women beside him. Are you Lin Yuan? Indeed. You are aware of the gravity of your actions? Yes, I killed Huang Bin. Ah. The onlookers were left speechless. That was an intersect steward. According to the rules of Yunlan Sect, maliciously killing a steward warrants severe punishment, possibly even death. How could Lin Yuan outright admit to such a grave crime? Has he lost his mind? Or does he possess some hidden advantage? Chapter 85, Scaring Off the Steward, reuniting with the master Gu Shuqin, overjoyed at the return of her long-missed beloved, was about to greet him with delight, only to be taken aback by his immediate confession. Yuan'er, what are you saying? Huang Bin was a powerful practitioner of the gathering chi stage. How could his death possibly be related to you? Lin Yuan cast her a reassuring glance, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, It was I who took the life. How do you intend to deal with me? Aha, what a bold lad. You seem unafraid of death. However, I am no fool. Your eagerness to confess indicates that you must have received some benefit from the true culprit, leading you to willingly assume the role of scapegoat to shield him from blame. Am I right? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, confidently deducing his conclusion. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, There is no scapegoat. I am the very perpetrator. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, Do not be obstinate, young man. Confess honestly now, and the sect may still treat you leniently. Otherwise, once you enter the prison and endure the harshest of tortures, you will find yourself unable to weep. Lin Yuan withdrew a white token engraved with cloud patterns from his bosom, a serene smile gracing his lips as he addressed the steward. Are you truly certain you wish to imprison me? The middle-aged man, gazing at the unfamiliar token, couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Cloud King token had not been seen in ages, and thus he momentarily failed to recognize it. Have you ever heard of the title Cloud King? He inquired. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed the prominent character for king inscribed on the token. His previously stern visage transformed into one of sheer horror. The Cloud King token. Indeed. It is the Cloud King token. The bearer of this token, known as the Cloud King, held a status comparable to that of a sect master, a position of authority beneath only one. Such an esteemed identity was far beyond the reach of a mere steward like him. Wait, how could a mere outer sect disciple possess the Cloud King token? It must be a counterfeit. In a state of alarm, he quickly regained his composure and issued a challenge. Lin Yuan scoffed softly, channeling his vital energy into the token. A radiant beam of white light erupted forth, revealing the ethereal visage of a woman. Her face was veiled, and she was clad in flowing white garments, exuding an aura of otherworldliness that inspired an immediate sense of reverence in all who beheld her. Gulping audibly, the middle-aged man swallowed his fear and quickly bowed to pay his respects. I have encountered the esteemed Cloud King. I inadvertently caused offense earlier. I implore your forgiveness. As an intersect steward, he swiftly recognized the identity of the apparition. This was none other than the revered sect leader. The ability to summon such a vivid and lifelike projection, imbued with the unique essence of the sect leader, confirmed that the Cloud King token was indeed genuine, beyond doubt. My heavens! It has been millennia. It has been several thousand years since the last issuance of the Cloud King token. After such an extensive passage of time, its re-emergence signifies a monumental shift within the Yunlan Sect. In response to the man's reaction, Lin Yuan regarded him with indifference. Forgiveness is not the matter at hand. Rather, you should be aware of how we shall address the matter of Huang Bin, correct? Ah, understood. That scoundrel Huang Bin, in his capacity as steward, dared to act against the esteemed Cloud King, a grave transgression indeed. He deserves the most severe punishment. To perish at your hands would surely be a cause for great satisfaction, though it is regrettable that he could not be subjected to further torment beforehand. The middle-aged man spoke with fervor, as if Huang Bin had truly committed an unforgivable crime. Lin Yuan expressed his satisfaction, saying, Well said, you may leave now. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man respectfully withdrew, leaving only a few familiar faces in the room. Yu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi wore expressions of astonishment, which had yet to fade. The Cloud King's edict? Lin Yuan actually obtained the Cloud King's order? How could he acquire such a precious item in merely half a month after leaving the sect? What on earth is going on? Master S' wife, junior sister, it has been a while since we last met. How have you both been during this time? Lin Yuan stepped forward, drawing their thoughts back to reality. Quite good, Gu Shuqin instinctively replied, then quickly realized, Yuan'er, what is going on? Where did you obtain the Cloud King order? This matter is rather lengthy. Let us enter the courtyard first, and I shall explain it to you in detail. Lin Yuan said, taking the beautiful woman's delicate hand as he intended to proceed to the courtyard. However, he noticed that she remained rooted in place, her lips parting softly. Yuan'er, who are these young ladies? She had already noticed the three women earlier and, upon observing their striking appearances, couldn't help but speculate. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them. Allow me to present them to you, Lin Yuan said, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he began with Yuan'er, sequentially revealing the identities of the three women. Upon hearing his words, Gu Shuqin bit her lip, deeply displeased. Indeed, just as she had suspected, these women had all submitted themselves to her disciple. Was this not excessive? Hadn't it been agreed upon that he would not casually bring women home? How could he now not only bring one but three, disregarding her words entirely? Though she felt considerable anger, she maintained an appearance of grace in front of the three women, speaking gently, Ladies, I am Yuan'er's teacher, and you may refer to me as such. Greetings, teacher. The three women responded in unison, their beautiful eyes surveying the charming matron, revealing a glimmer of admiration. What a stunning woman, though she was of a certain age. Her grace remained undiminished, akin to the warm sun in winter, evoking a sense of intimacy. Even as fellow women, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to her allure. No wonder their husband claimed that his relationship with his teacher was extraordinary. It was clearly due to her enchanting presence. Initially, upon learning of this matter, they were all astonished and struggled to comprehend why the two would act in such a manner. Now they understood, with such a beautiful lady at home, no man could possibly resist. It is entirely reasonable that Lin Yuan would become infatuated with the other party. Now, let us not linger at the door. Come inside together. Gu Shuqin ushered everyone into the courtyard, where they collectively settled upon the stone benches to listen to Lin Yuan recount his experiences after departing from the sect. The atrocities committed by the Sun family are truly abhorrent. Brother, you have executed them splendidly. Yuan, you actually secured the championship in the 100 Cities tournament? How remarkable. The two women continually expressed their admiration, their respect for their man having reached its zenith. Lin Yuan smiled and said, It is merely a matter of borrowing external forces. I kindly ask for your discretion. Miao Yitzi patted her gently heaving bosom and readily assured, Rest assured, senior brother. I shall keep all your deeds close to my heart and reveal not a single word. Gu Shuqin added, You need not worry, Yuan. We shall remain as tight-lipped as a sealed vessel. Moreover, the fact that you possess the Cloud King token is indeed astonishing. Surely, no one else is aware of this? None at all. Besides you, the only other person privy to this matter is the steward we just encountered. And I doubt anyone would believe him if he were to speak of it. Very well, then. They shared a tacit understanding. Refraining from delving into the enigmatic aspects of Lin Yuan's experiences, recognizing that such matters were undoubtedly shrouded in secrecy, and it was more prudent to await his voluntary disclosure than to press for unwelcome inquiries. Chapter 86, The Beautiful Woman's Sorrow, Unveiling Her Heart All Right. As the evening has drawn near, let us all stay together for dinner. Certainly, Master Aunt, Gu Shuqin proposed, and the others readily concurred, relishing the opportunity to spend more time in Lin Yuan's company. Before long, a sumptuous feast was prepared. 5 women and 1 man gathered around the table, cherishing this rare moment of warmth. Wow, this sweet and sour fish is absolutely delicious. Master Aunt, your culinary skills are remarkable. This braised tofu is delightful as well. The flavor of these scallion ribs is truly exceptional. Master Aunt, you must be the culinary goddess of our Yunlan Sect. The 3 women, experiencing the exquisite dishes crafted by the beautiful woman for the first time, could not cease their praises, their mouths never resting for a moment. Gu Shuqin replied nonchalantly, These are merely some homely dishes. I am glad you enjoy them. Yuan'er sincerely remarked, Brother, you are truly fortunate to savor Master Aunt's cooking every day. Lin Yuan gently caressed the other's head and said with affection, If Linga likes it, she may stay and enjoy it every day. Ah, really? Can I stay? Master's wife? The young girl turned her gaze towards the beautiful woman, her eyes filled with longing. In response, Gu Shuqin could only helplessly reply, Yes. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. I also wish to stay. Master's wife, may I? The other 2 women looked on eagerly. The beautiful woman twitched her lips and forced a smile. Of course, you are all Yuan'er's women. Thus you are my disciples-in-law. Naturally, you can stay. At that moment, Gu Shuqin could hardly fathom that she had been unwittingly sold out by her cherished disciple. Thank you for taking us in, Master's wife. You are truly kind. The 3 girls expressed their gratitude, with Miao Yitzi adding, Oh, please don't say that. If it weren't for that kind of relationship, I would genuinely wish to recognize Master's wife as my mother. Upon hearing this, the other women quickly grasped the implication of her words, exchanging awkward smiles and choosing silence. Noticing this, Gu Shuqin immediately understood, her expression darkening as she grasped Lin Yuan's hand and led him into the room. The 4 women exchanged glances, all aware that their man was about to face a thorough interrogation. Inside the bedroom, the beautiful woman sat directly at the edge of the bed, her ample thighs crossed, her face resembling a frosty visage as she demanded, Now, tell me, what is going on? Lin Yuan swiftly approached the woman and seated himself beside her, scratching the back of his neck like a young boy, and softly murmured, I apologize, Mistress, for my failure to uphold my promise regarding their matters. I am not referring to that. Rather, I inquire as to why you chose to divulge our affairs to them. Alas, whether said early or late, it matters not. They would eventually come to know. Furthermore, I have earnestly assured them that this matter shall remain buried within their hearts, never to be spoken of. Then why did you accept them? Do you find that mistress is no longer as alluring as the younger girls? No, no. In my heart, mistress will forever reign as the most beautiful. They cannot compare to you in the slightest. So, you imply that I and EZ do not suffice for your desires. Is that it? Not exactly. It is merely that unforeseen circumstances arose during my acquaintance with them, compelling me to take responsibility. Humph, you speak of childhood bonds as deep. Yet do those other two women hold such significant ties to you that it necessitates responsibility? Miss Lu was ensnared by villains during the tournament and fell victim to a potent aphrodisiac, necessitating her release. At that moment, I was the only man present. I could not simply stand idly by. Very well, she possesses a remarkable beauty and is indeed a paragon among women. Accepting her seems justifiable. But what of Miss Deng? Why does she choose to follow you? Because I saved her on my way home. She insisted on repaying me with her devotion. And you acquiesced? Yes. You. Yu Shuqin raised her hand in anger, intending to strike, but upon seeing the innocent expression on the young man's face, she hesitated. Alas, very well then. Although Miss Deng may lack in talent, her beauty is commendable, and her character is agreeable. She may, with some reluctance, be deemed worthy to accompany you. Ultimately, she sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Master's wife, you do not hold it against me? The beautiful woman cast him a sidelong glance and replied, You little rascal are destined to attract many women. Who knows how many will suffer because of you? If I were to harbor resentment every time, I would surely be driven to my wit's end by your antics. Hearing her tone soften, Lin Yuan breathed a heavy sigh of relief, feeling both indebted and fortunate. Thank you for your understanding, Master's wife. I assure you, regardless of how many women may come into my life, you shall forever remain my greatest love. I will always place you above all else and remain dutiful to you. As he spoke, he opened his arms, attempting to embrace her soft, voluptuous form. However, the beautiful woman raised her hand to gently push him away, her voice tinged with melancholy. There is no need for your filial piety. After all, I have grown old and faded, no match for those young and beautiful maidens. You would be better off focusing your energies on them. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then candidly replied, What do you mean, master? In my eyes, you are the most beautiful woman. How could they possibly compare to you? Even if I were to neglect them, I could never neglect you. What use is beauty if it cannot hold your heart? Did you not say you were not angry? I am not angry. Then why did you push me away? You are not my dear Yuan. My Yuan is obedient and understanding, always respectful to me, unlike you. Who is so frivolous? The beautiful woman pouted, clearly still upset. Seeing this, Lin Yuan steeled himself and embraced her tightly, forcefully pressing his lips against hers. The beautiful woman attempted to push him away, but the alluring aura emanating from him was intoxicating, rendering her powerless. Instinctively, she let down all her defenses, surrendering to the whims of this young man. Master, I miss you so much, he confessed. Yuan, I miss you too. How much do you miss me? I miss you immensely. Without you by my side, I feel truly desolate, longing for your swift return. I apologize, master. It was my fault for being away for so long. I promise to be by your side from now on. All right, Yuan, I love you. I love you too. The two exchanged heartfelt sentiments of longing for a considerable time. The following morning, in the courtyard, four young women gathered around a stone table, basking in the warm sunlight as they leisurely chatted. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a man and a woman. The beautiful woman was closely nestled against the man, her rosy cheeks adorned with a blissful smile. Upon seeing them, the four women promptly ceased their conversation and rose to Greetings, master. Please, sit down. There is no need for formality, she replied, gently disengaging from Lin Yuan's embrace. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Gu Shuqin continued. You all must be aware of my relationship with Yuan, correct? We are aware. Do not worry, master, we will keep this matter confidential. Indeed, we shall guard this secret. Only we know about master and brother. Outsiders will never find out. The young women nodded vigorously, each assuring her. Gu Shuqin chuckled. I certainly believe you. But this is still a sect, and with so many beautiful young ladies residing together, it is inevitable that rumors may arise. Miao Yitzi teased. What of it? Doesn't this merely serve to prove that our senior brother is quite capable, having won the hearts of many girls? Lin Yuan gently patted her head and countered. There is nothing to take pride in regarding this matter, nor does it constitute a significant issue. After all, many male elders have numerous female disciples residing in their courtyards. Do they not? During my time as a servant, I witnessed an outer sect elder who housed over a dozen female disciples, filling his entire courtyard to the brim. Occasionally tasked with cleaning their rooms, I could hardly suppress my disgust. Fortunately, I eventually shed my role as a servant and was liberated from such menial labor. Gu Shuqin nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. However, my courtyard has limited rooms. Living together may impose upon you. It is of no consequence, she replied. We can manage to squeeze in and still find rest. To reside with my husband brings me immense joy. I dare not wish for a larger dwelling. Husband, Upon hearing Deng Fushi's words, both Gu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi immediately turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan, their beautiful eyes wide with questioning curiosity. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, explaining the situation. As he spoke, the two ladies grasped the reason behind it, and in an instant, jealousy surged within them. How utterly unfair. This was beyond unfair. They had known Lin Yuan for a longer time, and yet they were still unwed. How could these two young girls surpass them? It seemed so biased. Senior brother, how could you do this? They committed themselves to you long ago, and without any official status, you have already taken another as your wife? Yuan'er. This is simply not right. In response to their fervent reactions, Lin Yuan could only patiently soothe them, assuring that once he achieved a higher level of cultivations, he would host a grand wedding for them, which eventually pacified the two. Meanwhile, Lu Yichan felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Her beautiful eyes gazing earnestly at the man as she softly inquired, "My lord, what about me?" Lin Yuan promised, "Rest assured, Yuan'er, when the time comes for the wedding, your presence will be indispensable." The young maiden's face instantly brightened with joy. "Thank you for your promise, my lord. Yuan'er will eagerly await the arrival of that day." Noticing that the three women had ceased their commotion, Lin Yuan discreetly sighed in relief, contemplating that he must strive to grow stronger in order to bestow each woman her rightful status and to protect them all. "Yuan'er, you previously mentioned that the elders would accompany you back to the sect. Where are they now?" "Oh, I have arranged for them to reside within Yuxiao City. This city is the closest subordinate city to Yunlan Sect, guarded by formidable sect members, ensuring excellent law and order. Many disciples of Yunlan Sect settle their families here. With the elders residing here, their safety is certainly assured." Gu Shuqin understood this and lightly nodded her head, saying, "In that case, I shall rest easy." Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, remarking, "The sect has indeed performed admirably in this regard. With merely a few spirit stones, they can assist in caring for one's family." The beautiful woman couldn't help but cast an exasperated glance at him, replying, "That is because you possess an abundance of spirit stones. Ordinary disciples cannot afford such exorbitant protection fees." "Haha," he laughed. 300 spirit stones annually may seem quite steep for an average disciple, yet for me, it is hardly a significant sum." Lin Yuan, having amassed over 50,000 yuan stones through the acquisition of the Sun family's assets, as well as the storage bags of Song Mian and Chao Jun, alongside the champion's reward from the 100 Cities League, naturally regarded the trifling expenditure of 300 yuan stones with indifference. "By the way, Yuan'er, are you an inner sect disciple? Have you been away for so long that you need to report back to the inner sect?" Suddenly recalling this, Lin Yuan turned to inquire. "Inner sect disciples are not required to report back. As long as they pass the semi-annual assessments, they may remain and continue to enjoy the benefits of the inner sect." "I see. What distinctions exist between the inner and outer sects? Could you elaborate?" "Unlike the eclectic nature of the outer sect, the inner sect comprises 7 peaks: Yunwang Peak, Yunxiao Peak, Yunyao Peak, Yunzhan Peak, Yunbing Peak, Yunhan Peak, and Yunshu Peak." "What specific practices are undertaken at these 7 peaks?" "Yunwang Peak serves as the principal peak of the Yunlan Sect, overseeing the entire sect from its apex. Yunxiao Peak focuses on feminine, subtle cultivation methods, predominantly inhabited by female disciples. Yunyao Peak specializes in magical arts and the manipulation of various elemental forces, embodying a vast array of knowledge. Yunzhan Peak is dedicated to the cultivation of physical prowess, filled with combatants eager for battle. Yubing Peak is renowned for weaponry, where the mainstream arms such as swords, spears, and halberds are honed, emphasizing the unity of person and weapon. Yuhan Peak is centered on the cultivation of soul power, also known as mental energy, representing an alternative cultivation system. As for Yushu Peak, it encompasses the 4 divisions of formations, alchemy, weaponry, and arrays. Disciples endowed with the aptitude for arts may choose to further their studies there. Upon hearing this explanation, the gathered individuals finally gained a clearer understanding of the structure of the inner sect. Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully, remarking that Yunlan Sect truly deserved its reputation as a prominent sect in the eastern region, boasting such a myriad of cultivation paths. Lu Yichan elucidated, "After all, our sect occupies vast territories, and every year numerous new disciples join. Only by expanding our cultivation avenues can we fully tap into the potential of each disciple. Well, considering the time, there are merely 2 months remaining until the next inner door assessment, correct?" "Indeed. Given that the young master has attained the 8th level of the meridian opening stage, it seems unlikely he will break through to the condensation stage within this time frame. What shall we do then? If he cannot achieve this breakthrough, will he not have to wait for the subsequent assessment?" "Do not fret, sister. Even if the young master remains at the meridian opening stage, he is more than capable of passing the inner door evaluation," Lu Yichan confidently asserted. She had witnessed firsthand his prowess in vanquishing multiple 3rd-tier magical beasts. Such formidable strength would surely allow him to breeze through the inner door assessment with ease. Lin Yuan also remarked, "The assessment is not particularly challenging for me. However, if I were to enter the inner sect, what would happen to the matriarchs? Could they accompany me?" Lu Yichan replied, "Certainly. Upon becoming an inner sect disciple, the sect will provide a cave dwelling, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of residents. At that time, you may bring all your sisters to reside with you." Cave dwelling. Upon hearing this, the women began to envision such a scene. Living together with their beloved, diligently cultivating day and night, they could lead a life free of shame. At this thought, their fair faces instantly flushed with color. Lin Yuan joyfully exclaimed, "That is truly wonderful. From now on, my esteemed teacher's wife will no longer need to reside in this modest courtyard." Gu Shuqin, feeling a mix of shyness and gratification, replied, "I initially thought it would take you a few more years to enter the Inner Sect. It appears I have underestimated my dear Yuan. All thanks to your exceptional guidance, dear teacher's wife. Ah, Yuan's prowess has grown so formidable, surpassing even my own. It seems I shall no longer be needed as a mentor. No, Yuan will always require your instruction. You are already capable of defeating the deacon. What further lessons could I impart? Surely, you must teach your disciple the art of cultivation. Have you forgotten that it was you who bestowed that technique upon me?" As Lin Yuan spoke, his hand had already ascended to the beautiful woman's dress, playfully causing mischief. Chapter 88, The 5 Echoes of Fist Technique. The examination comes to an end. In the presence of the other women, being playfully teased by her beloved, Gu Shuqin first murmured softly, then turned to swat away his hand, feigning anger as she chided, "You little rascal, Easy, and the others are still here. Please refrain from such antics, all right?" Lin Yuan smirked and said, "Does that mean that with the absence of the mistress, we can act recklessly?" Gu Shuqin inwardly agreed, yet maintained a frosty demeanor as she replied, "Enough of this nonsense. We are discussing serious matters." "I am indeed addressing serious matters. Is training not a legitimate concern?" "Even so, it is unnecessary for me to teach you, is it?" "Why not? I have many questions regarding this cultivation method and require your guidance. Not just for me, but also for Yitzi and the others, who also need your assistance." Upon hearing this, the 4 women began to clamor. "Indeed, mistress. I have encountered numerous obstacles in my training. I implore you to illuminate my path. I too have many queries. I would appreciate your insights, mistress." "Mistress? I too seek your aid." "Aid? Does that not imply I must personally instruct you in your practice?" The absurd imagery that filled her mind was too much for Gu Shuqin to bear. Her immediate response was one of disapproval. She promptly adopted a serious expression and declared, "All right, let us cease this topic. If there are any uncertainties, we can address them later. For now, let us focus on the matters concerning the Inner Sect." Observing her stern demeanor, the women fell silent, refraining from further comment. After a brief pause, Miao Yitzi spoke up, "With so many peaks in the Inner Sect, which one would be suitable for you to join, senior brother?" Louis Chan replied with a smile, "The young master has already been pre-admitted by the sect leader. As long as he passes the Inner Sect assessment, he will be welcomed into the Yunwang Peak, becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader." A direct disciple. Furthermore, a direct disciple of the sect leader. The women were astonished. The sect leader of Yunlan Sect is a legendary figure of the Zifu realm. To become a disciple of such a formidable being, Lin Yuan's future accomplishments are indeed promising. "Truly, my brother is remarkable. Even the sect leader could not resist taking you as a disciple. I always knew that gold would shine. Yuan has endured as a steward for so long and suffered immensely, and now he can finally rise." The 2 women expressed their admiration and affection for their beloved, their eyes brimming with admiration and love. Lin Yuan solemnly expressed, "To receive the favor of the esteemed sect master is indeed a blessing for me. Henceforth, I shall strive even harder to live up to her recognition and your heartfelt support." "Very well, senior brother. We shall also exert ourselves to assist you in becoming stronger as soon as possible." In the days that followed, Lin Yuan refrained from venturing outside, dedicating his time to practice diligently alongside the women in the courtyard. Through his relentless pursuit of excellence, after 2 months of tireless effort, he finally achieved a breakthrough to the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Bang, 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 bang. In the courtyard, the young man unleashed a powerful punch, resulting in 5 resonating sounds as the solidified intent of his fist soared into the distance, gradually vanishing into the horizon. "Haha. I finally mastered the 5 echoes of the connecting back fist." He gazed down at his fist, a broad smile illuminating his face. According to the martial technique's description, the 5 echoes connecting back fist is comparable to intermediate-level mystic techniques, and with the augmentation from his divine veins, its power is likely to approach the earth level. With this skill as his foundation, he was confident that he could defeat an ordinary peak condensation realm practitioner with a single strike. "Senior brother, you have grown even stronger." Miao Yitzi cheered from the side. "Yes, tomorrow marks the Inner Sect assessment. Today, I shall consolidate my cultivation. So, shall we not practice today? Do you still wish to?" "Alas, it is only because you have been too biased, senior brother. Over the past 2 months, nearly 70% of your time has been spent with the sect mistress, leaving us sisters with the scraps of your attention. Do you think we can be satisfied with that?" As she spoke, the other 3 women displayed glum expressions, evidently sharing her discontent. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqin felt a twinge of embarrassment and spoke up, "Yuan'er, what Yitzi says is true. You should not devote all your time to me. The other women also deserve your care. It is only fair, understand? What the sect mistress says is valid. But I too desire fairness. Yet, who is it that clings to me and prevents me from leaving whenever I express the desire to go? You speak nonsense. I am not so shameless. It is clearly you who does not wish to depart." The beautiful woman rushed forward, playfully punching the man's chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. How dare this little rascal utter such words in front of others? How utterly vexatious. She was certainly not the type of woman to be infatuated with her disciple. Lin Yuan embraced her, repeatedly responding, all right, it is I who cannot bear to part. It is entirely your fault, dear teacher, for possessing such irresistible charm that your disciple finds it impossible to sever ties with you. Henceforth, I shall exercise a modicum of restraint. Frankly speaking, whether motivated by affection or allure, Gu Shuqin undoubtedly stood foremost among the women, which is why he found it difficult to refrain from spending a little more time in her company. In response, the other women felt a profound sense of envy. If only they could possess a figure and grace akin to that of the beautiful matron, they would surely garner more affection. Gu Shuqin, flattered by the compliments of the younger man, felt a surge of joy, yet playfully retorted, that is more like it. You must refrain from uttering any slanderous words about me in the future. Very well, I shall no longer speak ill, only the truth, he replied. Ahem. Though it should be expressed with some subtlety. Understood. Lin Yuan was fully aware of the other's sensitivity, thus he ceased his playful banter and began to meditate, focusing intently on consolidating his cultivation. The following day, the outer sect square was bustling with people, their gazes fixed upon the center as they engaged in lively discussions. To their astonishment, there were over a dozen disciples participating in the inner sect assessment, a considerable increase compared to previous years. It was uncertain whether any of these individuals would fail the examination. All participants were practitioners at the condensation sphere realm, as long as they were not lacking in vitality. They were bound to succeed. However, where was senior brother Lin? When he claimed victory in the grand competition, he had just reached the third stage of meridian opening. It was implausible for him to have advanced to the condensation sphere in merely a few months, hence his absence was to be expected. Alas, it seemed they would have to wait until next year to witness senior brother Lin's prowess. Although he could not be seen, witnessing Miss Lu's achievements would still make the journey worthwhile. Amidst the crowd of participants, the figure of Lu Yuyan was unmistakable. Through her dedicated training over the past weeks, she had successfully condensed her chi sphere, officially entering the condensation sphere realm. As she scanned her surroundings, searching for the anticipated figure, she could not help but sigh. For a prodigy of the sacred body, ascending 6 minor realms would require at least half a year, let alone breaking through to the condensation sphere. It is likely that I won't see him in the inner sect even next year. The disparity in resources between the inner and outer sects was vast. With Lin Yuan entering a year later, his progress would inevitably lag behind. It was evident that the distance between them would only widen, and by the time Lin Yuan entered the inner sect, he would no longer be her match. Have all the disciples participating in the assessment gathered? Just as the elder responsible for the examination was about to announce the commencement from the central stone platform, a voice rang out from nearby. Apologies, elder, I have arrived late. Chapter 89. Envy amongst the crowd. The assessment begins as the words fell. A pair of individuals clad in white descended gracefully from the sky, landing amidst the throng. It was senior brother Lin. He actually came. Was he just at the meridian opening stage? What brought him to participate in the assessment? Was he merely testing his skills? And who was that enchanting woman by his side? In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The elder recognized the identity of the young man and furrowed his brow, saying, You are Lin Yuan, correct? If I recall correctly, just a few months ago you were at the third stage of meridian opening. And now you have already reached the condensation sphere? Lin Yuan gently shook his head. The disciple has yet to condense the elixir. Then why do you still wish to participate in the assessment? Is it not forbidden to take part without having condensed the elixir? While there are no cultivation restrictions for the assessment, the chances of success for those in the opening veins realm are virtually non-existent. There is no need for you to squander your time. Lin Yuan seemed poised to speak further when Louis Chan interjected, Elder, your words are misguided. Although junior brother Lin is merely at the meridian opening stage, his combat prowess far exceeds that. I firmly believe he will succeed in this assessment. The elder turned his gaze towards the young woman, and upon recognizing her visage, he was taken aback. You are the esteemed fairy Lu of Yunyao Peak? Indeed. She affirmed. Have you not already ascended to the inner sect? Why return to the outer sect? Of course, to accompany my man in the assessment, she replied, intertwining her arm with Lin Yuan's, her genuine smile radiating sincerity to all present. Instantly, envy washed over the faces of the male disciples. Though unfamiliar with the identity of this enchanting lady, her breathtaking beauty undoubtedly ranked among the finest within the Yunlan Sect. Such a captivating figure proclaiming her devotion to her beloved publicly spoke volumes of her profound affection. To receive such love from a fairy, Lin Shixiang must be exceedingly fortunate. In response to the crowd's reactions, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, calmly stating, Elder, since you assert that there are no cultivation restrictions, let us commence the assessment at once. Prolonging it only serves to squander time. Upon hearing this, the elder's curiosity was piqued. Very well, since even Fairy Lu has spoken in your favor, I shall observe what extraordinary qualities you possess. Meanwhile, the other disciples awaiting their turn displayed expressions of intrigue. What means did Lin Yuan employ to capture the heart of this celestial being? By what conviction does he believe he can pass the inner sect assessment with his meridian opening cultivation? As Lu Yuyan observed the unfolding scene, she could not help but feel a pang of indignation. What merit does this lad possess to warrant Sister Lu's devotion, even if he is exceptionally gifted? Surely he has not reached the extraordinary level yet? As a member of the Lu family, She was already well acquainted with the illustrious name of the celestial Lu of Cloud Yao Peak. She is a prodigy endowed with the starry fate bone. In terms of talent, she ranks among the elite within the Yun'er sect. Moreover, her beauty surpasses that of countless female disciples, earning her the title of Celestial Maiden, attracting numerous suitors. It is indeed a travesty that such a stunning beauty would willingly submit herself to a mere child of meridian opening. It is akin to a prized cabbage being uprooted by a swine, a sheer waste of treasure. Now, esteemed participants, before we commence the assessment, allow me to elucidate the nature of the challenge, the elder proclaimed as he retrieved a towering stone tablet, 2 meters in height, from his storage pouch. Placing it firmly upon the platform. This is the force measurement tablet. Upon striking it with your palm, it will reveal the strength of your blow by illuminating a pattern. To ignite a single line signifies the power of 1 tiger. To achieve a force equivalent to 1 tiger is to pass the assessment. 1 tiger's strength. Lin Yuan's gaze subtly shifted as he pondered. Based on the capabilities of an ordinary Chi Pill realm cultivator, it is entirely sufficient to unleash the strength of a tiger. Moreover, these junior disciples, having condensed their Chi Pill at such a tender age, undoubtedly possess power exceeding that of a mere tiger. It seems that, as Master Gunk stated, anyone with genuine Chi Pill cultivation can almost certainly pass the assessment. As the names were called, the first to step forward was Li Yin. Upon the elder's command, a disciple clad in yellow promptly approached. Remember, only the use of vital energy is permitted. Martial techniques must not be employed. Yes, elder. After bowing respectfully, Li Yin gathered his energy and forcefully struck the stone tablet with an open palm. Bang! The palm imprint landed on the surface, and the obsidian monument quickly illuminated with slender patterns. Li Yin, your strength is that of a tiger. You have passed the assessment. Next, Lu Yu. Following the elder's directive, each disciple participated in the examination, and without exception, they all succeeded. Among them was Shurya, whom Lin Yuan had encountered during the outer sect competition. He had already advanced to the Chi Pill realm and effortlessly demonstrated a strength of 2 tigers, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Go for it, junior brother Lin. I look forward to seeing you in the Yun'er sect. As he exited, he made a point to greet Lin Yuan. May your words prove prophetic, senior brother. Lin Yuan smiled gently, responding with kindness. Next, Lu Yuyan. Soon, only 1 man and 1 woman remained untested. The elder first announced the woman's name. A graceful young girl in a purple dress stepped forward, her pupils quietly transforming into a deep violet. With a graceful motion, her delicate white palm struck forward with great force. Bang! The stone tablet trembled slightly, and 2 lines suddenly glowed, their radiance more dazzling than before. 2 tiger strength. The crowd gasped in surprise. Just as they were about to discuss, a third glowing line emerged. Compared to the first 2, this one was slightly dimmer, yet remarkably complete. 3 tiger strength. Sister Lu has actually manifested 3 tiger strength. She had only recently entered the condensation sphere realm, yet possessed such formidable power, truly terrifying. With such overwhelming strength, should she ascend a few more minor realms, who in the condensation sphere realm could rival her? The onlookers expressed their admiration, their faces filled with respect. On the stone platform, the elder could not help but exclaim, I still remember the last time 3 tiger strength was displayed. It was by Lady Lu. Who would have thought we would witness this sight again today? Miss Lu's talent is indeed extraordinary. Senior, you flatter me. Compared to the direct disciples of each peak, I still have much to learn, the young girl humbly replied, bowing slightly before returning the way she came. As she passed by Lin Yuan, she paused. Respectfully addressing the woman in white, I am Lu Yuyan of the Lu family. Pleased to meet you, Senior Lu. Lu Yichan praised, Sister Lu. You truly live up to your title as the possessor of the purple radiant spirit eyes. Your achievement rivals my own in those days. Senior overestimates me. Though we both achieved 3 tiger strength, your brilliance surely surpasses mine. Perhaps, though the details of that moment escape me now. Your innate talent is exceptional compared to you. I still fall short. Please, Senior, with your talent, you may yet have the opportunity to join the Cloud Emperor Peak. And it is quite possible you will surpass me in cultivation. Cloud Emperor Peak, Lu Yuyan murmured, a bitter smile gracing her lips. That is the main peak of the sect, reserved for only the most gifted disciples. I dare not dream of it. I only hope to join Cloud Radiant Peak and become a disciple of Master Shin. Lu Yichan smiled suddenly. My master has high standards for accepting disciples. You must work hard. Yes, I will, Lu Yuyan replied, turning to Lin Yuan with a gentle sigh. In just a few short months, you have captured Senior Lu's admiration. You are truly fortunate. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, Lu Yichan interjected, asserting, you have it all wrong. To receive the favor of our junior brother should indeed be considered my blessing. Chapter 90. Lin Yuan takes action, the might of 4 tigers. Huh? Lu Yuyan was rendered speechless. What on earth was she hearing? Sister Lu actually claimed that this was her fortune? A distinguished talent of the fate bone willingly submitting to a mere novice in the meridian opening, and she referred to it as her blessing? Had she misheard? Or was Sister Lu truly enchanted by this young man? Lin Yuan chuckled softly, Senior Sister Lu and I share a mutual affection. We are both fortunate. And there is no talk of one being favored over the other. Furthermore, Miss Lu's achievements are commendable. Having just broken through to the condensation sphere, her strength is formidable. I dare say few within the inner sect could rival you. Lu Yuyan, regaining her composure, replied, You jest, my lord. How could I possibly compare to the prodigies of the inner sect? I merely rely on brute strength to dominate the outer sect. Yet, I must ask, do you not fear the humiliation of failure by participating in this test with your meridian opening cultivation? Do you truly believe I would fail? It is not merely my belief, it is the consensus of all. Historically, those who have succeeded in the inner sect assessments as meridian opening cultivators have invariably been of the sacred body or divine body caliber. Unless you possess a talent of that magnitude, passing the evaluation seems improbable, Lu Yuyan stated with unwavering certainty. Lin Yuan spoke with tranquility, declaring, What the sacred body can achieve, I too can accomplish. With that, he sidestepped his opponent and advanced forward. Gazing at the man she cherished, Lu Yichan confidently asserted, Let us now await the outcome. Lu Yuyan turned to look, her previous suspicions now solidified. Indeed, his meridians could not possibly be spiritual. To possess such terrifying power at the third level of meridian opening, how could he possibly be of spiritual lineage? At the very least, he must be of divine lineage to have the capability to surpass multiple minor realms and defeat her, who possessed spiritual eyes. At this moment, as Lin Yuan set forth, all eyes were firmly fixed upon him. Would Brother Lin be able to create a miracle with the power of meridian opening? It is time to begin. The elder gestured towards the young man. Lin Yuan nodded gently, his fair hand gradually gathering strength as the yin-yang divine skill commenced its operation. A robust surge of vital energy erupted from within, enveloping him entirely. How formidable! The onlooker's expressions turned grave. Despite merely being at the meridian opening stage, the power he unleashed rivaled that of the condensation stage, even surpassing all previous competitors. Simultaneously, they could sense that within this potent energy, there was an exceptionally rich wood attribute essence, surging forth like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a sense of euphoria. Such vitality. Could this young man possibly possess the wood spirit body? The elder found himself pondering, under the gaze of the multitude. The youth struck the stone tablet with a swift palm. Bang! The stone tablet instantly illuminated with 3 intricate lines, the brilliance blinding, causing everyone to squint. The power of 3 tigers. To effortlessly manifest the power of 3 tigers. Moreover, the opponent was merely at the meridian opening level. This was utterly extraordinary. Just as the crowd anticipated the conclusion, another line flashed into view, captivating all present. For lines, there was even a 4th line. Could it be that a mere meridian opening practitioner unleashed the power of 4 tigers? They could hardly believe their eyes. After a brief moment of silence, the venue erupted into exclamations of astonishment. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Was this still a practitioner at the meridian opening stage? Their strength could crush that of the condensation stage. So this was the true prowess of Senior Lin? I had thought Senior Lu was the top contender, yet someone surpassed her in ferocity. Such achievements would undoubtedly be among the finest in the sect's history. With such overwhelming strength, it was no wonder that Fairy Lu took notice of him. The gathered disciples began to praise him, their gazes toward the youth now devoid of any skepticism, filled instead with sincere admiration. Beside them, Lu Yuyan's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, just as I suspected, I knew he was not merely a spiritual vein, but rather the legendary divine vein. How else could he have defeated me? With this thought, she let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, being bested by a practitioner of the divine vein is entirely reasonable and not a disgrace. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard, regaining his composure as he announced, Lin Yuan. With a power of 4 tigers, you have passed the examination. Lin Yuan raised his hand in a gesture of respect and was about to turn back when the other party interrupted, saying, Wait a moment, nephew. Is there something else the elder wishes to discuss? Why did your earlier display of power carry the essence of the wood attribute? Do you perhaps possess a related constitution? Indeed, I do. However, is it the wood spiritual body? It should be, although I have not undergone any testing. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. I was under the impression that you possessed a unique spiritual vein. How is it that you also have an extraordinary constitution, given that throughout the history of Tianlan continent, no one has ever possessed both a spiritual vein and a spiritual body simultaneously? It was only natural for him to be bewildered by this situation. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, I am uncertain about the situation. Perhaps I am simply different by nature. The elder stroked his beard and replied, It seems we require a thorough examination by the higher echelons of the sect to uncover the true answer. Well, I shall return to wait for my senior sister. Lin Yuan stated. Go ahead. The elder nodded, then turned to the crowd, saying, Those participating in the assessment should wait here momentarily. I shall report your results and personally lead you into the inner sanctum. Understood, the disciples responded, and thus Lin Yuan returned to his original position. My lord, I knew you would pass the assessment effortlessly. Lu Yichan exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the man's embrace, her eyes shimmering with astonishment and delight. Based on her initial estimations, she believed Lin Yuan could muster the strength of 3 tigers, which would have been quite impressive. To her surprise, he exceeded her expectations and achieved the strength of 4 tigers. That was indeed an extraordinary feat. In previous inner sanctum assessments, few had ever achieved such a result. Not to mention, Lin Yuan had only attained the meridian opening stage, making it almost unbelievable. Such an accomplishment could only be described as monstrous, a paragon among paragons. She could already envision the scene where the elders from various peaks would be fervently vying for him. After gently patting the beautiful woman's back, Lin Yuan softly remarked, "The assessment was not difficult. Passing it is quite normal." Louis Chan countered, "That is not the same. You achieved the strength of 4 tigers. How can that be deemed a mere ordinary passing? It was merely a standard performance, I suppose." This statement elicited a twitch from Lu Yuyan, who inwardly mused. "Is that what you call a standard performance? What then do we consider our own?" Clearing her throat, she coughed lightly, her expression notably complex. "Your accomplishments truly astound me. My lord, regarding my previous indiscretion in the training room, I acknowledge my fault. I failed to recognize your talent. Please do not hold it against me." At this juncture, she had finally lowered her proud head, willingly apologizing to him. Lin Yuan was undeterred, curling his lips into a cold smile as he remarked, "Miss Lu, do you truly believe that a mere apology suffices to absolve such personal affronts?" Chapter 91, The Revelation of Results. The first seat seizes talent. Lu Yuyan's expression darkened. "What does the young master wish for me to do?" Louis Chang's demeanor shifted instantly. "Young master, what has this woman done to provoke you?" As Lin Yuan was about to respond, a sudden flurry of radiant light shot from the distance, landing upon the stone platform. "Elder Ma, where is the disciple you mentioned? Is it truly possible for a disciple to unleash the power of the 4 tigers at the open meridian stage? Surely. You jest." The elders voiced their skepticism, to which the old man replied helplessly, "I understand your disbelief, were it not for my own eyes witnessing it. I too would find it hard to believe. To substantiate my claims, I shall retrieve a recording stone and activate it with my essence." With that, he produced a shimmering stone, and as he triggered it, an image began to materialize in mid-air, showcasing the recent assessment. "There is no need to view the entire recording. Let us skip to the crucial part," one elder urged. "Very well," the old man acquiesced, accelerating the playback, and soon Lin Yuan's figure appeared on the screen. Bang! The sound of a palm striking the stone resonated, revealing 4 luminous patterns. All the elders gasped in astonishment. Hiss! The power of the 4 tigers. It is indeed the power of the 4 tigers. Such an exceptional disciple has emerged from our sect. Yunlan Sect has truly struck gold. In their astonishment, they quickly turned to scan their surroundings and soon identified the individual they sought. "Lin, my nephew, I am elder of Yunyao Peak, specializing in the power of the 5 elements. I perceive that you harbor the vitality of the wood attribute, making you exceptionally suited to join my tutelage. Lin, your palm strength is remarkable. Your physical prowess must be formidable as well. Come and cultivate under the techniques of Yunshan Peak, and you shall undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. My dear nephew, I am a close friend of the Alchemy Pavilion Master. Should you choose to become my disciple, I assure you an endless supply of elixirs. Dear nephew, you are quite handsome. Why not accompany me to Yunxia Peak? It has been ages since we welcomed a male disciple, and with your striking appearance, the young ladies there will undoubtedly be captivated." One elder after another extended their invitations, igniting a fervent atmosphere. "Forgive me, esteemed elders, but I have already set my sights on a mountain peak and must regretfully decline your generous offers." Lin Yuan respectfully declined with a slight bow. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air, accompanied by a powerful aura that swept over them. Such strength! The crowd's hearts trembled, and they turned to gaze into the distance. There stood 6 figures, 4 men and 2 women, suspended in the air, each exuding an extraordinary presence that indicated their significant status. "Greetings, esteemed elders." The elders recognized the identities of the newcomers and bowed in respect. They were the esteemed leaders of the various mountain peaks. Some outer disciples, aware of the internal hierarchy, displayed expressions of astonishment. These individuals were second only to the sect leader, responsible for managing their respective peaks, and they had all gathered for a single disciple. However, considering Lin Yuan's remarkable achievements, they quickly reassured themselves. To harness the power of the 4 tigers at the meridian opening stage was an extraordinary feat, and it was only natural for the esteemed leaders to come forth. "Master Ma, where is this disciple you speak of?" inquired one of the women. Clad in a light purple gown with long hair cascading over her shoulders, her delicate features were enhanced with a hint of makeup, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. The elder promptly pointed out, "He is the one I mentioned." The 6 individuals followed his gesture and beheld Lin Yuan's visage. The woman in the purple dress's eyes brightened. "What a handsome young man, truly rare." A burly man beside her scoffed, "What is this? Is Master Chi smitten by the sight of a young lad?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Master Sure, do not jest. I am the esteemed leader of a peak, revered in status. How could I be moved by a mere junior? I merely find this young man pleasing to the eye." The man smiled knowingly but remained silent. Turning his gaze to Lin Yuan, "Nephew, I am Shi Jian, the esteemed leader of Cloud Battle Peak. Our peak emphasizes physical cultivation, and all my disciples are combat enthusiasts. You would be a perfect fit to join them and hone your martial skills. Do not be ridiculous. This young nephew is too refined to suit the rigors of physical training," interjected a middle-aged man on the right. He then addressed Lin Yuan, "Greetings, nephew. I am the esteemed leader of Cloud Weapon Peak. Our peak is renowned for weapon mastery, and I specialize in swordsmanship. If you wish to join, I would gladly take you as my direct disciple and pass on my sword technique." "A direct disciple?" The fact that an esteemed leader was willing to take Lin Yuan as a direct disciple was astonishingly fortunate. At that moment, everyone felt a surge of envy. For being a disciple of an esteemed leader meant enjoying the best treatment within the peak, a coveted status sought by countless disciples. If it were them, they would not hesitate for a moment to accept such an offer. However, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, quietly observing the exchanges among the prominent figures. "Ah, old Li. This nephew never claimed an affinity for swordsmanship. Why the rush?" remarked an elder in a black robe, turning his attention to Lin Yuan with a kind demeanor. "Nephew, I am the esteemed leader of Cloud Soul Peak. If you are inclined, you should know that our peak specializes in spiritual cultivation. Though I am uncertain of your aptitude for this path, the fact that you can wield the power of the four tigers suggests your spiritual force is exceptional. Would you be willing to come to my peak for a brief trial?" Beside him, an elder in white robe scoffed, "Old Mo, do not mislead the youth. Wasting time on spiritual cultivation is futile. Instead of laboring over your spiritual training, it would be better to study alchemy at my peak. Mastery in any of the four paths will grant you a status far beyond that of ordinary cultivators." Old Mo glared fiercely. "You speak nonsense. How is spiritual cultivation a waste? Have you forgotten that our predecessor, Mo Chi, achieved sainthood through spiritual power? Such exceptional figures are born once in millennia. What makes you think this young nephew possesses similar talent? That is why I suggest a trial." "What trial? This is merely hindering the young man's future. Spiritual power is a legitimate path. It is your esoteric practices that would lead him astray." As the two elders bickered, another woman interjected, "Enough. You both are of an age. Do refrain from squabbling before the disciple. It's quite unbecoming." Unlike the youthful beauty in purple, this was a mature and elegant woman. Dressed in simple white attire, her dark hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of understated grace. Upon hearing her words, the two elders ceased their quarrel and turned to her. "What is it? Did not Elder Shen recently accept a gifted disciple? Are you now seeking another?" At this, the woman in purple chimed in, "Indeed. We previously yielded the celestial bone to you. You must not claim another disciple, or it would be sheer greed." The white-robed matron replied, "Our previous selection was fair. Chana chose to join Cloud Dawn Peak of her own accord. Furthermore, this young nephew has demonstrated greater talent than Chana with his four tigers' power. As the leader of my peak, it is my duty to take responsibility for guiding him." "You need not teach. We can equally take responsibility," another asserted. "Indeed, your Cloud Dawn Peak has monopolized nearly half of the outstanding disciples. If this continues, what will become of the other peaks? Will our traditions endure?" Brother sure speaks wisely. This young nephew may join any peak, but he must not join Cloud Dawn Peak. The esteemed leaders voiced their protests, turning the matron into a target of their collective disdain. Unfazed, she maintained her composure, speaking coolly. "The decision of which peak the nephew joins lies solely with him. It is not for you to dictate." With that, she shifted her gaze to Lin Yuan. Extending an olive branch, "Nephew, I am Shenmingzhu, the esteemed leader of Cloud Dawn Peak, proficient in various secret techniques and elemental powers. If you choose to join me, I promise to cultivate you as the next esteemed leader." Her words left the entire assembly in shock. Among all the offers presented, her promise was undoubtedly the most significant. The position of the next esteemed leader. Countless disciples labored tirelessly in hopes of ascending to such a prestigious seat, and now, the path to that throne lay before Lin Yuan. How could he possibly refuse such an enticing offer? Faced with such temptation, Lin Yuan was initially astonished, then sighed inwardly. "Alas, I have already made a pact with the sect leader. Otherwise, I might have indeed considered joining Shen. This way, he could also be close to Yuan'er, facilitating their joint cultivation." Beside him, Louis Chan's eyes lit up upon hearing the white-robed matroness words. But upon recalling what Yunqiang had said, her expression dimmed. With the sect leader's prior agreement, even with Shenmingzhu's substantial offer, Lin Yuan still had no chance to be accepted. The thought of not being able to cultivate alongside the young master was truly regrettable. Lu Yuyan, on the other hand, looked on with envy. She had long desired to join the matron's tutelage, and now seeing Lin Yuan's treatment was akin to her dream scenario. This petty fellow. Why is he so fortunate? Before Lin Yuan could respond, the woman in purple raised her voice sharply. "Shenmingzhu, do you think we do not exist?" The beautiful woman spoke calmly. "I have neither obstructed your discipleship nor silenced your voices. You are free to propose any conditions, and your fellow disciples can hear everything. This is a fair competition. What grievances do you have?" "Fair competition? You have promised to cultivate Lin Yuan as your successor. How can we compete?" The woman in the purple dress understood that further debate would not retract the promise. Rather than continue arguing, she decided to present a more substantial offer, believing it might sway Lin Yuan to choose her peak. With her enchanting gaze fixed on the young man, she softly enticed, "Little disciple, I am Qi Bixia, the head of Yunxia Peak. While I cannot offer you the same conditions as head Elder Shen, I can promise that if you join Yunxia Peak, I will arrange for over 10 female disciples to attend to you, accompanying you day and night in your cultivation. Coupled with our peak supreme techniques, your progress will undoubtedly soar, advancing by leaps and bounds." In an instant, the expressions of the crowd shifted. The female disciples of Yunxia Peak were renowned for their beauty and charm, captivating many male disciples. To have even one would be a blessing. Yet Qi Bixia was offering 10. Such a tantalizing promise was irresistible to any man. At that moment, many disciples were consumed with envy, their breaths quickening as they wished to replace Lin Yuan, to accept Qi's offer, and charge to Yunxia Peak, engaging with the beauties in countless battles. However, Lin Yuan could only twitch his lips in a bemused smile. Qi Bixia was indeed audacious, willing to use her female disciples as bargaining chips. Was this not akin to the female companions and universities of his past life? The thought was indeed thrilling, yet he already had several women eagerly awaiting his attention. He had no time to expend on strangers. How shameless of you, Qi Bixia, to use your disciples' bodies to entice a man. Even the usually composed Shenmingzhu could not help but scold. Indeed, Qi, your actions are excessive. Those disciples are not your tools to wield as you please. Such behavior tarnishes the name of the head. Several heads voiced their disapproval, yet Qi Bixia remained unfazed, responding calmly, you jest, everyone. In my many years as head, I have never forced anyone. I dare to say this because I believe that with the talent of our young disciple, the female disciples of our peak will willingly serve him. Upon hearing this, many could not help but nod in agreement. With Lin Yuan's talent and appearance, no female disciple could resist him. It would not be difficult to gather not just 10, but dozens to attend to him. After concluding her offer, she turned her gaze back to the young man, disciple. We have laid all our cards on the table. After listening for so long, which peak do you find yourself inclined toward? At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Yuan, eagerly awaiting his decision. Which peak do you think Lin Shixiang will choose? I suspect it will be Yunyao Peak, as it offers the opportunity to become a peak master, unmatched by the conditions of the other peaks. Aren't the conditions of Yunxia Peak equally alluring? With beautiful companions and accelerated cultivation, it promises a life akin to that of immortals. Your mind is only occupied with women. Isn't life about pursuing such pleasures? If you lack interest, do not hinder others in their pursuits. Amidst the crowd's discourse, a melodious voice echoed from the heavens. With so many esteemed heads gathered today, the outer sect is truly lively. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared, moving with such swiftness that she seemed to materialize out of thin air, without a trace of energy dispersing. This extraordinary feat showcased unparalleled mastery.